One Lebron Jaime, Humpty Dumpty. Lakers called the doctor and the doctor said, Lakpa ang team nindo, magtarago na kamo. Kamong nagpurusta kay Lebron, madidismayo. Pakisabi kay Jaime, bako siyang si Kobe. Wannabe amang bakuno, travel man perme. Ow! Let's go! Ah! Paano ba yan, baby? Paano ba yan? 1-0 tulos! Ano, nag-aasa pa man ka mo? Ha? Nag-aasa pa man ka mo? Nadadaubunin ba ang Denver Nuggets ko? Ha? Relax ka lang. Relax talaga ako. Relax ako, tagana kami. Alangan man ka mag-relax. Dog ba ka mo? Kamusta man? Kamusta man ang feeling kang daog sa pustahan? Ha? Kamusta man? Sakit ba? Biroon mo, si kwarta mo, ipinusta mo sa Lakers, nag-aasa ka mang kay Lebron Jaime, tapos, daog ba? Maibig na yan. Nagigirili na mga luwa mo. Kamanta magibi ako mo. Pumang kaming arog mo na pag nadadaog. Tsaka na ipatapos ang laban niyo. Ano, ha? Kamusta? May garo baga mayo ako nadadangog na Lakers fan mo niyan. Ano, kamusta ka mo dyan? Ha? Buruhay pa man ka mo dyan ba? Hindi na para intindihan niya. May taklang utak ka yan. May gagawin sa paasa-asa nindo. Ano? Na nakakalamang ka mo ng first quarter hanggang third quarter. Boy, grabe naman. Pinalamang nangani ka mo. Gusto pa nindo manggana mo. Nila masasabi ko, sagabos na Lakers fans yan, ha? Dumangog ka. Advance condolence sa team nindo. Kami masarang ma-champion dyan! Tanggapon na lang nindo. Nagurang na si Idol nindo. Dahil nakaya ni Lebron Jaime. Panot na nga ng buhok! Hindi kang pandiong kama na Maria, no? Talaga kampanting Marayan boy, oh. Di pustahan na lang ulit lugod, no? Ha? Ay, wala. Kampanti kama na Maray, di arog na sa nalugod ka ni. Ang marata, sa laban tangin eh. Mapadila ulit ning atutan kay Jane eh. Ano, G? Saka na yan. Saka na yung nga puro-purustahan na yan. Takot ka mampalan. Grabe ang butog mong demonyo ka. Nervyoso ka mampalan. Ano maganda pirmi si Jenny Acosta? Kadaradakulak kang ano. Ano? Ha? Ano? Yung sinasabi ni sumpa ko? Ha? Ah! Ah! Pa! Sagabos na Lakers dyan! Pa! Hibi na!
There are no more heroes. You have killed them. You and I. It sounds a little bit like Nietzsche when he said there's no more God. We've killed him. But seriously, we live in a world nobody's protected anymore. I want to talk about the rise of tribalism and what it means for you. It's pretty important. Like, just think about this. Whoever you admire, 50% of the world hates. If you like Donald Trump, there's 50% of the world that really doesn't like him. I'm not talking about just slightly annoyed. I'm talking about despises. If you like Joe Biden, same thing. If you like Elon Musk, 50% of the world idolizes him. They're in his tribe, and 50% of the world can't stand him. He's a exploitative, know-it-all billionaire. What does this mean? Important. Well, I was in the shower and I was thinking, we used to live in a time where you looked up to somebody and you had this source of continual inspiration. That's gone, because if you're a human, which I'm assuming you are if you're listening to this, you get affected by negative criticism. In fact, the human brain actually elevates negativity. It's called negativity bias. So one of my mentors, Alan Nation, used to say, Ty, you know what sucks about public speaking? You give a great talk, and the whole place gives you a standing ovation. But at the very end, when they sit down, 1% or one person even stands up and says, boo, guess what everybody will remember? Guess what the media will write about? Guess what your family will hear about? They're only going to hear about the boo. So we're wired to override all good with just one or two bad. I was trying to get a Airbnb the other day. I'm traveling right now. And it was crazy because there was like 30 good reviews to this Airbnb. And I sorted it by like, most liked, least liked. There was one negative one. It's like, oh, the place was not dirty. And I just could catch my brain forgetting about the 30 amazingly positive reviews. So what happens in the world, you got two dynamics happen. One, introverts rule the internet. Number one. There's really three. Number one. So think about it. If you're an extrovert, you're not scrolling as much. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's extroverts and introverts doom scrolling on Instagram and TikTok. But in general, people who are more extroverted, the definition of extroversion is you're a little more social, you're out, you're interacting with people, you're on some team, sport team. After work, you go hang out with your friends at a bar, blah, blah, blah. So you have already, this happened in the 1990s with the internet, was the rise of introverts. Number two, the second trend is you have the rise of dark triad traits, the voice of dark triad traits. So those are narcissism, Machiavellian, and psychopaths. So Machiavellian people are usually people who have been bullied, the underdogs, not the alphas, the betas. So who tears down, what is the hero? A hero is an alpha. So all of a sudden, and the third trend, by the way, is the death of one or two media sources and the rise of millions of media sources, meaning now you get your news and information from hundreds of Twitter channels, YouTube channels, comments on Instagram. These are all sources feeding into your brain. So those three are lead to the death of heroes and the rise of tribalism in a way that I'm not even sure if it's healthy or not. I haven't come to my final conclusion as to whether it's healthy or not. So here's the deal. What it does do, it creates a more pessimistic, nihilistic world. And it's not even just humans. Now I see people, I don't know if Putin is doing the world's greatest job. I don't know what marketing agency he hired, but like if you go on TikTok, there's like, Putin's the greatest leader of all time. And then of course, in America, there's hate. So 50% of the world, it seems to really like Putin now. You see that in the Middle East. You see that in Asia more. I was traveling in Thailand, Dubai. You'll see like you get geo-targeted comments. It's like, oh, Putin's a good guy there. If you're in the Washington, D.C., talking to people, there's no rise of the Putin hero. There's the death of Putin. So what's happening with negativity bias, everybody having a social media news outlet, the rise, Machiavellian people and high psychopath, Machiavellian narcissists, they comment more. So you got a slanting of social media comments towards people who are more mentally unstable. So you have the rise of millions of little tribes like, oh, I'm in this person, this kind of psychopathic introvert who has access to 10 channels, Instagram, YouTube, Snap, Threads, Facebook, blah, blah, blah. They're now posting, oh, I hate Ben Shapiro and I love this person, or I love Ben Shapiro and I hate this person. And it's creating basically chaos. So take a break from social media. There's no easy solution except you have to meter yourself. Like, don't be doom scrolling, just endlessly, mindlessly scrolling. And the algorithm's getting so good. Oh, it's tough not to anymore. It is really tough not to doom scroll. So, because it's going to scramble your brain. Because humans need heroes. The rise of tribes is kind of okay. But the death of all heroes from the negativity bias, any hero you look up to. I saw a guy, interesting, on Instagram and TikTok. His only account is roasting historical figures. So he was like roasting Mother Teresa. she's considered a saint by some in the Catholic tribe. Now he's creating a tribe that despises Mother Teresa. Oh, he said only 3% of the money donated to Mother Teresa went to charity, which I have a hard time believing. She didn't pocket the money. We know that because she definitely, nobody's ever accused of her having a materialistic life. So it's just, you can whack and knock down everybody's mentors, everybody's hero. And what you're left with is a race to the bottom where you become nihilistic. You go, nobody's worth listening to. Everybody's bad. Nobody has any redeeming values. And that's super deadly to the human psyche. Remember, we're tribal by our DNA. So we evolved to live Dunbar's number in groups of 150 people. Robin Dunbar, the famous anthropologist, said, if you look at this, there's a Matt Lieberman, he wrote a book, Social, How the Wiring, he's done all these tests with fMRI machines as to how our brain, how many social connections we can have. Well, we can have about 150 close people, which matches the size of a small village that existed in, Viking Sweden or in Africa or in South America, the United States. The Native Americans were grouped into small groups. And most of the last 10 to 15,000 years, people have lived in these smaller tribes, villages, we used to call them. And within there, you kind of had a hero. You had your local hero. Now, if you put them on a global scale, that little tribe's hero, just like your mom and dad, they wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. I mean, my dad was a pro bodybuilder. I grew up thinking, oh, my dad's super strong. Now, if I compared him to this, forget his name, something Kolb, he's benching 1,100 pounds on Instagram. My dad could bench like 400. So it's almost like, oh, my dad wasn't really that strong, because now on a global basis, when you compare him outside of that tribe I grew up with, and so it's like my dad as a hero. And that is not healthy for the world. So the solution is you have to get off social media in terms of what you're watching. Like, train your Instagram algorithm to show you a lot of animal stuff. That's what I do. I chose like sheep, elephants, dogs. Watch what, don't like too many things. Because I rarely do Starbucks, but it's the only thing around here. Because it's just not good for the soul to have nobody to admire. And I'm big on mentors and how important they play in your life, but no mentor stands under global scrutiny of 1,000 dark triads, cynics, and critics. We're gonna end up in a world where it's so tribal. I don't even know what happens to democracy. What happens? What do? You already seen that in the United States. What do you do? I mean, people always, Republicans and Democrats in America for the last 100 years, didn't like each other. But at the level it's at now, it's just nuts. Because 100 years ago, not every crazy, cynical, high dark triad, narcissist, psychopath, Machiavellian person had a way to communicate their hate. They just, they could talk to their buddy. But now, you give them a TikTok channel and a little knowledge on how to go viral, and they're influencing 100 people. Or 100,000 people. So it's real tricky times. This is something I want to keep thinking about. I just was like, I'm going to record on this subject. I haven't even totally thought it through. I've talked to some top scientists on the general vibe. The general vibe is you just got to shut off most of the voices. You will need some heroes in life, even if they're flawed. And all heroes have always been flawed. Humans are flawed from the standpoint, it's not flawed. It's just humans are naturally exploitative. And even the nicest person that you know, name the nicest person, your grandmother, your priest, your imam, your pastor, whoever you could say. I lived with the Amish for 2.5 years. Whoever you consider the most exploitative person or the least exploitative person, the nicest person, if you really put them under highly logical scrutiny, they're going to fail too. I mean, they might pay taxes in a country where that country's military goes out and exploits other countries. There you go. They've contributed to a system. They might have an iPhone, and that iPhone, what does that iPhone do? How was it made? Oh, it was made by the largest corporation in history. that probably has child laborers going blind, putting together little iPhones in Southeast Asia. Do your heroes care about that? Do they boycott Apple and say, I'm not going to have an iPhone because of exploitative? No. So by nature, even the person you admire the most, that you think's the greatest person, give me 15 minutes with them, and if I want to go into my dark triad place, I could rip them apart. And then all of a sudden you're left with nobody again. It's like, who do I look up to? And then if you look up to no other people, you're left with yourself. And then if you put yourself under scrutiny, then what? You put yourself under scrutiny, then you fail too. I fail, you fail. If everything you've ever thought or done was put on a movie screen for 1 billion people to watch, would they find anything that you've ever done sketchy? Like, be real. Everything you ever thought of doing, maybe you didn't have the courage to do it, but you thought about it. You know? Now, what's the problem with that? Well, you have to have some self-esteem. So if there's too much scrutiny on even yourself, you become self-loathing. You hate yourself. And so you see the rise of depression probably has to do with what this whole episode I'm talking about. This whole talk up to now has been why you probably have this super rise of depression, super rise of nihilism, of people who just go, like, I'm just going to play video games. And of course, you got the rise of video games. Because it's the rise of... I saw this Bob Marley movie, which, by the way, is the best movie of the year. It's called One Love. Made 100... I knew it was a good movie. I always check Box Office Mojo to see if the market agreed with my opinions. It's made 175 mil. That's good for a biopic, or biopic, people call it. You know, it's just about his life. And I was thinking, Bob Marley, love this guy. Do I want to really read everybody's opinion on him? Because somebody's going to be like, well, you know, I think in the movie they talk about where he was with one woman, then he cheated, and she helped raise his kids, but they were friendly. So it's going to be like, well, Bob Marley, like, oh, he's your hero. He's this, he won a world peace, but at home, he was this. Man, nobody stands under that scrutiny. Now, which leads, I know what some comments are going to say. People are going to say, that's why you need God. That's why you need religion. That's why you need spirituality, because at the end of the day, humans are all flawed. And so if you're like religious, you'll be like God, traditional God. If you're more spiritual, you'll be like, you know, nature, the universe is bigger. But then if you put the universe and nature and physics under scrutiny, it's more ruthless than humans. Exploitation. Remember I was talking about exploitation a minute ago? What I was saying is almost all forces are exploitative, meaning they care about themselves more than something else. Like bacteria in your stomach isn't thinking about your children. It's thinking about, in its own primitive sense of thinking, it's acting in its own best interest. And so's your DNA, you know? And so is Donald Trump's DNA and Joe Biden's DNA, and the people you idolize the most or the people you hate the most. And the crazy thing is, from their perspective, they're doing a good thing. Like, if you read the biographies or autobiographies of who are considered the most evil people in history, I wish I could interview, you know, Genghis Khan or something like that. You know, this huge conqueror. I mean, he didn't think he was doing... He's like, I'm doing this for my legacy. I'm doing this for my family. I'm conquering. Look at all the good that happened. Look at all the children that were born. But then you put them under scrutiny, and you're like, oh, can't admire Genghis Khan. So you got humans. People say, well, forget humans. You need to admire nature. But nature's ruthless. When a hurricane comes and wipes out a village and children doesn't care. When a lion attacks a disabled or a handicapped antelope, we're supposed to feel like it did something wrong. No, it's exploitative. The lion's exploitative to the antelope, but to the antelope's DNA. Good book on this, Richard Dawkins' The Selfish Gene. But he's acting altruistically for his own genetics, his own baby cubs. So it's altruistic and good for himself and his own family line for the lion. And Donald Trump, the way he acts, I bet you he's doing it what benefits him and his tribe, his family and his extended tribe. Humans have non-DNA tribe too. You have your DNA-related tribe and your non-DNA. Now, so then some people go, okay, so you can't admire humans, but you can admire nature. Then that doesn't work out under scrutiny either because nature is pretty aggressive. So then you go God. But then you're like, which God? If you're a Christian or Muslim or Jewish, then the haters in the non-Jewish Christian Muslim tribe bring up all the stuff about Christianity, Muslim, Jew. Oh, well, they were stoning women to death who cheated on their husband. Do you agree with that? Is that the right response? They were killing man, women, and children in the Old Testament story, and God commanded them to. So if you're like, whoa, okay, we go over here like Christianity, and there's other things. I mean, I'm not even going to go into think of all the things you can criticize on it. Christianity, Catholicism, the Inquisition. If the Pope and the Church is infallible, can't make a mistake, you believe that. So you believe that the Pope was acting correctly to burn people at the stake. It's like, so you have the death of the tribe, you have the attack on the tribes of religion. So then people say, no, those aren't the right religions. You need something that's more altruistic like Buddhism or something. But then, you look, it's not hard to attack Buddhism or Hinduism. You say, well, look at the fruits of people who follow, this caste system in India. If there's reincarnation, you don't care about helping the poor because if you believe in reincarnation and karma, they're paying for their sins in a past life. I've been to India. I've been to Southeast Asia. They have good things just like America, and they have bad things. So if I want to go into my hater mode, I can destroy that tribe too. So then people go, well, okay, I'm going to create a more universalism. It all breaks down. And so that is why super intelligent people go crazy. And by the way, there's probably, if you're alive, maybe we're all a little dumber. That's how we stay alive. You got to stay delusional. So maybe my answer to this whole episode is stay a little bit delusional. Stay delusional so you can make it through this game. Because if you analyze everything, it's the death of all heroes. It's the death of everything to look up to. It's the death of all social structure. I mean, there's people who look at, family structure. What's so magical about family? Man and woman have sex? Okay. Is that so amazing? So stay delusional, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay. Don't go too deep. There's an old poem. How does it go? It's talking about the well of knowledge. It's like drink deeply or not at all. So I think the only way you should become, when you start analyzing other people's heroes, other politicians, tribal leaders, billionaires, mentors, what I would do, I like to quote a religion. Jesus Christ said, do not judge unless you want the standard of judgment you do to others to be judged back to you. That is a pretty profound, whatever religion you are, that's a profound statement because all of a sudden, if you start going, well, I'm going to attack Donald Trump or Joe Biden and I'm going to put him under this magnifying glass. Look at all that Joe Biden did or Donald Trump did. Do you want that magnifying glass back on you? Now, you might say, but I haven't done anything like these people. I haven't done anything like Genghis Khan. Yeah, maybe you didn't have the courage to act out your primitive instincts. So that's even worse. Like when I meet people, well, I didn't do what, I'm like, yeah, because you're weaker. So, you probably have the same, if you absolute power corrupts absolutely, you probably would do the same thing as Putin or Biden or Trump or Elon Musk or whoever it is you like. You probably would do the same things, put in their same shoes. But not only, so you have the same evil, quote unquote, but throw on top of that, you're weak. So like you're even less admirable by that same standard. At least they got the courage to act it out. Now you could argue against that and say, well, no, I have self-control and I have the ability, I have virtue that offsets my, blah, 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 whatever. In general, most people that don't pull off that stuff, I saw this, it's like, make a little money and you'll see this. You get some nice stuff, people are like, oh, you're exploiting the world, you have a Lamborghini or Rolls Royce. I'm like, the only reason you don't have a Lambo or Rolls Royce Because you don't have money. No, Ty, if I got money, I would be all totally altruistic with all my money. Okay, well, are you totally altruistic now? Let me see your charitable country. Well, Ty, I don't have as much money as the rich guy, so I can't give. Well, as a percentage, do you give as much? And then let's examine where you gave it. Did you think it through where you gave it, or you just gave it blindly? Like, it's not hard to be a hater, man. And that's why the rise of hater channels and hater comments, and they go more viral because they just ride on the negativity cognitive bias of the human brain. That's why I said stay delusional, build your own tribe, don't overly judge your own tribe. Judge about as hard as you judge yourself. Best advice my mom ever gave was, Ty, to remember humans are super forgiving of themselves and super judgmental of others. And I would add to that, humans are super forgiving of their tribe, their heroes, but super, super analytical of the flaw of their opposing tribe's leader and hero. See that in politics. Like, oh, it's like Donald Trump. I was like, oh, Biden. I'm like, there's more similarities between politicians than dissimilarities. So if you like one, don't be too, like one, people are like, what do you think of Putin? What do you think of Trump? What do you think of Biden? What do you think? I'm like, there's a lot in common. So I kind of think of people in categories. High-level politicians, to me, have a certain type of exploitation. So I guess my practical advice to you is be delusional a little bit. Don't get overly judgmental, or you'll destroy everything. Like I opened with changing the quote of Nietzsche. He said, God is dead. Who has killed him? You and I, kind of thing. And I was like, all heroes and mentors and leaders are dead in our mind. All the people we admire is dead, and who's killed them? You and I, by being overly judgmental. But what I'll also say is go deeper, become more intelligent. It's called the Purian well. Drink deeply at the Purian well, or not at all. Because if you drink just a little bit at the fountain of knowledge, you get kind of, well, I could examine Biden or Trump or Elon Musk. And let me tell you all about Bill Gates and Zuckerberg. And I'm like, you're just not that smart, because if you're smart enough, you realize it's a nuanced conversation. Well, all religion's bad. All Christianity, Islam, they're bad. And this is the good one. It's usually the one people grew up with. Islam's good, or Christianity good. And if you look at where they're born, usually about 90% of the time, it's just what their family was. Very few people convert statistically. Some do, but not many. And if they convert into the one of their country. So Americans are like, no, I wasn't born Christian. I'm like, yeah, but you converted into Judeo-Christianity in America. It's a Judeo-Christian country. You didn't convert into Zoroastrianism from Iran, because you didn't even know it exists, the unknown unknowns. So my point being is, if you're gonna criticize, then you need to go deeper. Like I said, the way I criticize politicians is I'm like, people who seek power, aka to be the leader of a large country, whether it be Russia, United States, Germany, Australia, they tend to fit into a category genetically and environmentally. Their psyche would be higher in narcissism, for example. Narcissists think they can change the world, and billionaires would fall more likely, because narcissism has some positive effects, like high optimism, for example, feeling that the world will work out for you. So the way I think about it, it's called horses for courses. This is what my mentor, Mike Murphy, used to tell me. He's like, you got to pick the right horse for the right course. So for me, for example, before I judge somebody to be, let's say you have a friend who's like super mean, aggressive, low agreeableness, almost violent. Well, is that friend good or bad? Well, in normal times, that person would have highly exploitative traits that society would try to lock up. But remember World War II, World War I, War of 1812. So who would you want protecting you if, like in the War of 1812, another country invaded your city? Do you want the nice people, or do you want the aggressive people? So this is called, domain-specific adaptability. So when you're more intelligent, the way you start thinking about people, and I'm not saying I'm intelligent, but when I want to be intelligent, I think about domain-specific adaptions. So you do need some narcissism because you need leaders of countries. But I don't idolize leaders of countries. I don't idolize billionaires. I think of them horses for courses. Mike Murphy used to say, bet on the horse based on the race course. If it's a long race course, that's a long distance, find a horse that has stamina but not so much speed. If it's a short one, you need speed. So domain specific. There's never one horse that's good for all racetracks. And it's the same way with humans. You're going to have a friend who's low agreeableness. There's some advantages to that and disadvantages. So when you examine mentors, I kind of go, okay, if I want to learn how to build a social media app, I should make Mark Zuckerberg a mentor for that specific racetrack in my brain. If you want to learn, how to not be so ambitious, I want to make Buddha, who taught, the death of desire and that desire is evil. And so you bring that person. So you got to create like what I call a cabinet or a council in your mind where you have like 15 people you admire, but you go to them in their expertise. What was, Genghis Khan can be a mentor on certain things. If you find yourself too passive, not aggressive enough on important things, in that area, Genghis Khan was great. No fear, conquered the whole continent. So start thinking domain specific, stay delusional and think more domain specific, and don't get too judgmental. What should I talk about on my next episode? Leave a comment below. Hope this helped. Talk to you soon. Listen to me. If you have lived through some horrible suffering or injustice and you survived, just realize you are now in possession of one of the greatest of all treasures. Contrast bias. You now have the ability to be truly happy because you know how bad it can be. Someone who lives this sheltered life will never know any of that. They do not know what it is to be happy because they don't know what it is to suffer. And when you do that, then all of a sudden the lemons turn into lemonade. All the suffering, all the trauma, all the unfairness, your upbringing now becomes a pro, not a con. And you got two choices in this life. I think it was Einstein, or a great physicist, who said, mankind has two great choices to decide whether the universe is a friendly place or a hostile place. This is kind of my non-physicist version of that. Like, you can now look at the past. I mean, time is probably an illusion. Most of the smartest, say 50 to 60% of the smartest scientists alive don't even believe that time exists as we know it. They call it the block theory of time. Maybe everything's happening at once, but us humans have these little brains, and so we perceived our past. This bad thing happened to us, and now we're moving forward or trying to, or now we're suffering. No, forget all that. Perceive your past trauma and suffering as something you have now turned into a great good. You now know what it is to be happy. Only the person who truly has faced hell and death knows what it is to be alive. Somebody you take who got cancer, was told they would be dead in 6 months, miraculously persevered, fought through, and survived. Oh, that person's truly alive. That person's truly alive. And as they walk through, they see all the people just taking for granted their health, their happiness, and thinking, they don't even know what they're missing. My mom used to tell me, she said, Ty, the youth is wasted on the young. And I didn't, when I was little, I didn't know what she meant. Now I realize. My mom was saying, young people don't know what they have because they've never been old. The greatest gift that could happen to any of us would be like Benjamin Button, Brad Pitt movie. You start out old and then you become young, and then you're like, woo, every day's getting better. Because you remember what it was like to be 80 and have arthritis, and now all of a sudden you're 30 and you can run and you can jog, but yet the whole world wastes their talents. You see, I saw some documentary, some video, and I know a guy. He's like 6'5", he's got great genetics. This is like what every dude wishes they were: tall, he's not a bad-looking guy, but he's lazy. He eats bad. He wastes the gift that he has in life, right? Because he always had it good. That's why the high school popular kid usually fails in life. They never had any suffering. They were always popular, so they just tried to cruise through life and got the first job and married the first person. It was too easy. So you have to recreate the narrative that you live by. And most people's narrative is, especially now, is everybody whining about their past and their trauma and their suffering and continually going to therapy. And look, there's nothing wrong with therapy, but you can overdo anything. You know, it's like there's nothing wrong with yoga, but if you're doing yoga nonstop 8 hours a day, it's probably out of balance. And so now people are moving through their trauma and continually healing. I'm like, when are you ever going to heal? You mean 90? You know, I'm still healing from what happened to me at 9. We're all suffering out here. But as the saying goes, there's 2 types of people. One perceives the universe as friendly and one perceives it as hostile. And what's bad about social media is, in general, the hostile universe is what goes viral in videos. If you look with a critical eye through social media, and you'll notice, besides like goofy, funny videos, what goes viral on Twitter, X, and it was like conspiracy theories about how the world is kind of an evil place and it's them against you. And like, that's a fundamental question the physicist asked. Have you decided to see the lemons as lemons or the lemons as lemonade? Let's say there is a conspiracy on the right, on the left, on the Illuminati, on whatever it is, on the them. You have a choice. Do you perceive that as you're in an eternal battle and you want to be in an eternal battle? All people want to be in an eternal battle. You ever been to war? You ever seen people getting shot? You don't want to be in an eternal war. Trust me, my first childhood memory growing up in Long Beach is my mom. I was 4 or 5. One of my first memories, someone getting shot in the heart right in front of me and my mom. It was a wedding. Believe it or not, my uncle. I've seen, like, I was always happy to not be around that anymore when I got older. So, I mean, that's the problem with watching the news, is that's the perspective that the universe, everything's unfriendly. That's what the news is. They're freaking unfriendly. Oh, you know what's happening here? These 2 countries? Well, this genocide, and there's nothing wrong. By the way, I'm not saying being an over-optimist and just walk with your head in the clouds and ignore the suffering and pain of others. No. I'm saying we have no choice. There is pain and suffering in the world. But if you see it, as I said in the beginning of this, as I'm now in possession of contrast bias, I now know how bad it is, so I can be truly alive today when that's stopped. But some people go, no, my life sucks. I wish I had not had that happen. I wish I had been like them. But if they're sheltered, they don't even know they're happy. Rich kids ain't happy. They don't know they're rich. You have to have been poor to know you were rich. The only benefit of being rich is to have been poor at one time, because by being poor, you're now in possession of the greatest of all treasures. That is the contrast bias. You know how to appreciate having money because you're no longer broke. And the rich kid born in Beverly Hills doesn't know that. That's why half of them sadly end up in rehab. Because, oh, life's too tough. I'm going to take drugs to escape the pain. And all the people I didn't grow up in Beverly Hills. I was born in the ghetto. My dad was in Terminal Island. My dad's from Harlem. My dad had it tougher than me, too. But my dad was a pretty happy guy. Because everything was uphill after he came through Harlem. And he was like, bye. I remember he lived, when he got out of prison, Terminal Island, he lived in Long Beach. He's like, Todd, I love this place. I walk on the beach. And it wasn't even a nice beach. But my dad coming from, Manhattan, Harlem, no grass, Central Park, but dirty, no real beach. Like even a dirty beach of LA made my dad happy. That's the simple things. So reframe your narrative, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only way. By the way, if you have a better way, let me know. This culmination of what I've learned in life. It might sound insignificant and maybe you already know it. Great, you're already in possession, but not everybody is. So everything has to be reframed, or else you ain't going to make it through this life. That I can tell you. And this universe out there is it's easy to perceive it as a dark and cold place. And so it's better to live delusionally that it's a friendly place, in my opinion, than to go down that dark road. Don't let the mind go through there. Spin things, baby. Spin it into something else. Whatever happened to do, spin it. Like Tolstoy said, if you're still alive, you have hope. So I don't care what's happening to you right now. Spin it into something better. Spin it into some narrative of the friendliness of this universe towards you. You'll thank me one day. If you like these, I'm recording these rants, people call them, every once in a while. So if they offered some value, subscribe, follow. Talk to you soon.
I have a good comment for your note.
Listen to me. If you have
I watch social media and I feel confused. I'm like, what the hell is this? So what I do, I go straight to real science. And I try to ask people that have devoted their life with no prejudice, no agenda to finding answers. Sometimes scientists, by the way, are very biased. So I try to find unbiased scientists. I asked a very prominent scientist, what is the personality traits and habits most associated with money? What do you think they said? Introverted, what else? Neurotic, consistent, okay. Look where your money's spent, conscientiousness, conversation, risk-taking. So extroversion is a controversial one. There's some science that shows extroverts make more money and some that introverts make. So you know what that means to me? If there's half the science says one or the other, what does that probably mean? It ain't important. So extroverts and introverts both figure out how to make money. Elon Musk's an introvert / he's an ambivert probably, a little more introverted, but Larry Ellison isn't more of an introvert. Who here has ever seen any interviews with Larry Ellison? He's like been the 5th richest man in the world for like 20 years. He's crushing the world, but he doesn't like to be known. So extrovert, introvert, I think is not that important. Here's one. Nobody said one of them. And this one gets super confused on social media. Do you know what the danger right now with social media is? The influencers that I see, they're 80% right, 20% dead wrong, but you don't know which 20 it is. Here's an example of the dead wrong. What's something you hear at social media influencers saying is super important to become wealthy? Hard work, hustle. This is the most dangerous thing you can ever hear, because I always went, well, if that was true, who's the hardest working people? It's like single moms or single dads. My mom had like 2 jobs. My friend mom had 3 jobs. She wasn't going nowhere with money. My mom made like 12 grand a year when I was a little kid, I remember. Okay, she was working hard, Bill Gates. So what's better than this? Smart is better. But I had a scientist tell me something. I used to always say, you can't outwork your problems, you have to outthink them. I posted that to Twitter recently. A lot of people resonated with that message. But now I have an even better thing. Because it's kind of true that you need to work hard. Does everybody? It's like, it's not super against your intuition that you got to work hard. But it's also part of your intuition that the billionaires don't work harder. So the top 10 billionaire men are worth as much as the bottom 4 billion. You don't think they're outworking 4 billion people, right? So what is another word that's better than all of these? Inspired, maybe you're getting warmer, but specifically related to hard work. This is the truth. That's the actual science. You should write that down. You can now inform everybody who's confused on social media the real truth. Dr. Buss, you guys like Jordan Peterson? You know who Jordan Peterson looks up to? You know who his mentor is? My mentor, Dr. Buss. Jordan Peterson just had him on. He's like, I've learned more from you than anyone alive. Dr. Buss is a whole nother level from anybody. Even Jordan Peterson says, if you look at the credentials of Dr. Buss, he has 100 PhDs by citations. So I listen more to Dr. Buss. He said his science, high energy. Now let's think about how this works. So hard work is like you get in, you're answering all your emails, you're making phone call. Can't you intuitively see where that wouldn't always make you super rich? Like you could be making the wrong phone calls. You could be stuck in busy work. But this is the magic. Who here struggles with energy levels? Physical energy. You got to fix that, my friend. And this is true. The one consistent physical attribute of highly wealthy people is they have wacky levels of energy. In fact, people who shadow me, like Phil, he's worked for me for a while, but he hasn't traveled with me, or Itzel. I ask people, what do you notice about me? And they're like, you're never tired. High energy, you gotta work on your energy. And that's going back, we're gonna do the 150 body, a little bit of workout. You gotta work out, you have to. Unless you think you're smarter than all science in the world, you cannot have high energy levels. Now, you might say, well, what about a guy like Elon Musk? He doesn't have great health. He is a genetic freak of nature. Don't ever, that's like me saying, well, somebody's like, you need to practice your jumping if you want to dunk, Ty. Well, what about Shaquille? You ain't Shaquille, Ty. He's 7'2". The guy can go, he can dunk. Oh, I have a friend who played for the Lakers. He can basically dunk on his tippy toes. JaVale McGee, he's 7 foot. I was just talking to him yesterday, actually. So what people do wrong is they go, well, Elon Musk doesn't work out and he's the richest man in the world. That's a genetic freak of nature that you cannot replicate. You cannot. It's dangerous. You're literally replicating Shaquille O'Neal's height and saying, well, he didn't have to practice. If you are a regular height dude and you want to dunk, you better. Have you ever seen these videos now and guys practicing that go from not being able to dunk to dunk? You can literally increase your vertical by like 15 inches. Even Michael Jordan increased his vertical almost 10 inches. So high energy, if you don't have it, you're not gonna think deeply. Every single thing you all said when I asked for this, all comes down to energy levels. So who's using a lot of caffeine? I think in 150 body should not need more than 150 milligrams of caffeine a day. Write that down. Some of the, like the Gracies, Rorion Gracie, he invented the UFC and his father invented Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's one of my mentors. He does no caffeine. He's like, Ty, I'm 70. He just got his body age, his actual chronological age is 71. He basically broke the machines. He had a 45-year-old body. And if you see him, it's not bullshit. You're like, this dude is young. So you shouldn't need too much caffeine, but you need 150 minutes of deep sleep, 100 to 150. And you also need REM sleep. But REM's easier to get, high energy. Okay, so Bravo 7 here, bank account. So this is number one to creating wealth, scientifically. Meaning, if you don't have this, you don't pass go. It's not gonna happen. Now, you might be able to make 100 grand or 500 grand, but people who make extra levels of wealth have wacky levels of energy. I've seen, Mark Cuban, it's funny, he answers every email anybody ever sends him. I'm not joking. I thought when he told me that, I was joking. If you email, he might just email back one word, but I'm like, holy shit. You know how many emails he might get? He has high energy. What's the second most important? Once you have high energy, what's the second most important thing? Somebody said, organized. 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 Don't think, who here has ever bought into the lie that like, I'm not a organized person. I'm gonna find other people that just organize me. I'm all over the place. I'm a creative genius. Who's ever lied to themselves about that? Come on now. It's the ultimate, it's not true. There's no data on that. Name a super sloppy person who's wealthy. Just let's see. Maybe I know him, maybe I don't. Who's the wealthiest people in the world? Who's number one right now? Elon Musk. He's an engineer. He's making spaceships. Do you think he makes a spaceship by drawing sloppily? Like, oh, I want you guys to make me a rocket ship. I want it to be pointy with, and then I'm gonna hire other people. No, the dude's in there looking at millimeter. You ever seen a Tesla? Does it look like that was made by a sloppy person? He's wacky levels of organized. You could call it conscientious, but let's just keep it organized. Who's the next richest person? Bernard Arnault. He owns Louis Vuitton. Retail, you can't be sloppy. It's a complicated business. You have to buy millions of units of clothing ahead of time, and if you buy too many and nobody sells them, you got a warehouse full of stuff. Louis Vuitton's physical retail is one of the, you have to be the most, they have a whole department called planning. They literally sit there and run software. How many socks should we buy? How many Louis Vuitton purses? And he has like 60 retail companies. Who's the next rich person? Bill Gates. He's a software dude. Mark Zuckerberg. Does he strike you as like I'm all over the place, or like a nerd who sits there and diagrams code? He built code. He was part of Facebook. So there's really no precedent. I haven't seen a sloppy person become extra wealthy before. So organized. So Bravo 7, we're gonna use 7 minutes at the end of the morning routine. I'm glad everybody has a yellow notepad. That's good. Did we provide these? Good, my favorite. I love yellow ones because they like stand out. And I read that when Bill Gates was a teenager, he rented a hotel room for 7 days, locked himself in with like 7 notepads, wrote out the business plan for for Microsoft and became a billionaire before. He was the first kind of self-made billionaire kid. Now, my mom hates Bill Gates, so I'm not speaking to his moral compass, but the dude's organized. So what I want to do, I haven't done this. Can I have a notepad? Oh, do I have one? Oh, here's one, good. What I like to do, in 7 minutes, I write out 7 things that I want to do. And I also, in the 7 minutes, so let me make this easier. In 7 minutes, I'll write out 5 things I want to do that in 5 minutes. And then I spent 2 minutes entering it into my software. Who here has task management software already? Who doesn't? I use an app called Todoist. I should be an affiliate for it, but I'm not. So I'm not making any money telling you about this. Todoist. But for now, who has Google Sheets? Okay, everybody open up Google Sheets. You should download the app. Everybody take a minute to download Google Sheets. What do you see on my homepage? I have Google Sheets docs to help you be organized. So we're gonna write out 5 things in 5 minutes, and then the last 2 minutes, I want you to go into Google Sheets, add them. These are 5 things you're gonna do before in the deep work session of 3 hours. We're not gonna do a full deep work session. Who's downloading Google Docs? Yeah, do Google Sheets, the green one, Sheets it's called. And you just open it up with your email address, like Gmail. So I'm gonna use Todoist, but you don't need to. You gotta spend 2 minutes a day crossing things off the list and adding them back. I like to write it here, but then I take 2 minutes to enter it into my phone, because sometimes I'll lose my notepad. Okay, I have 110 tasks in my Todoist, but they're spread over time. They're not all due now. Okay, I'm setting the timer now for 7 minutes. I'll give you a heads up when it's 5 minutes, so just write on the notepad and think for a second. What are actually the 5 most high value money-making things you can do today? What's 5 like? They actually could make your bank account go up. So don't write on there, check email. I repeat, I've seen this error. You're not allowed to write general stuff. Don't write check email, check bank account. That's daily routine you should do anyway. I'm talking about high value money makers, okay? Good, so I'm starting. Let us begin.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills.
Everybody doesn't win. And the sooner you wake up to that biology is ruthless, man.
So do you need a mentor? Should you read books? A lot of different opposing views out there. It's hard to know what to believe. I'll just give you this advice. Someone once told me, people lie, but numbers don't. When you're confused, just look at the numbers. So don't listen to what I say. Don't listen to other people's opinions. Do the research for yourself. It's very easy. Just look at the Forbes list. Most successful entrepreneurs. Did they have mentors? Did they read? I'm gonna read you a list. I kept a little list that I found very interesting. I once did the research and it blew me away. It was like, oh my gosh, almost everybody that I could look up, that I looked up to had one. I'll just give you a quick example. I'll just read randomly. Bill Gates had Ed Roberts. Oprah Winfrey had Mary Duncan. Steve Jobs had Robert Friedland. Buffett had Benjamin Graham. Michael Jordan had Phil Jackson. Sam Walton had L.S. Robson. Zuckerberg had, of course, talking about this earlier, Steve Jobs. And I can go on and on. Here's a list of people and their mentors. Now, if you change one word, this becomes the most obvious point. I don't even know why I have to record this video. Change the word mentor for coach. You know, I sat next to Kobe Bryant at the end of last year for a few games, and I went back in the locker room. He let me come back with him, and I asked him, I recorded a video, and I said, did you have mentors? And he instantly was like, Ty, mentors are the most important thing. And he had a wide variety of mentors. He mentioned Michael Jackson had given him advice. He had one of the CEOs of Disney, all these different people giving him advice. Mark Zuckerberg, when it comes to reading, not only did he have Steve Jobs as a mentor, but he said this. He put a post last year. He started a book club. He said, I'm not reading enough. Now, like I said, I don't know about you, but I'm not as good a mentor, good of entrepreneur as Mark Zuckerberg. If Mark Zuckerberg needs books and mentors, I need 10 times more than him. He's smarter than me. He's more successful than me. Albert Einstein, one of the smartest people in history, had a mentor. every Thursday, he had lunch starting as a teenager with the family of that mentor and talked, learned math and physics and all types of things. Stephen Hawking had a mentor. I don't know about you. I'm not smarter than Albert Einstein or Stephen Hawking. If they need one, I need them even more so. Throughout history, it all stays the same. Alexander the Great, one of the great conquerors, he had a mentor. His father, at 15 and a half, hired Aristotle, the great philosopher, and said, I need you to travel with my son. Teach him. And so he did. The great Aristotle, interesting though, Aristotle was mentored by Plato. Plato was mentored by Socrates. You see that, paying it forward? You see that Steve Jobs was mentored, and in turn he mentored others? Y Combinator is a group up in the Silicon Valley area, and what they do is they find young promising entrepreneurs and they bring them in, they give them a little capital, they put them in a building, and they give them advice, give them mentorship, point them in direction, motivate them. You see, mentors don't just give you advice, they also motivate you. What companies came from that Y Combinator mentorship incubator idea? Dropbox, Airbnb, Reddit, Stripe, multi-billion-dollar companies coming from this idea. Remember, there's only two ways you learn. From somebody or from what somebody wrote down or recorded. That's it. You don't learn English on your own. You don't learn math just by laying in a bed and go, I'll learn this all on my own. Now, some people say, Ty, what if you only have books and mentors, but you don't put in the work? Well, of course you got to put in the work. If you lock yourself in a basement and just read and just watch YouTube videos of mentors, that's not going to help you. But I'll tell you this, if you just work hard and forget to work smart, you're not going to accomplish much either. Who works harder? Day laborers or Steve Jobs or Elon Musk? Now, we need day laborers. I'm not looking down on them, but I'm saying this. If you talk about who accomplishes more, it's not just the people who work hard, it's the people who work smart. If you get out of an airplane, you're at the airport, and you're in a city you've never been in, use GPS. That navigation will shorten the time. Sure, you could just work hard and drive around and try to find it on your own, but why not use a GPS? Why not do it the short way? Science is based upon a body of knowledge passed on from scientist to scientist, mentors. Tesla, the great Nikola Tesla had mentors. On and on, it goes, the cycle goes. Become part of that cycle. Bill Gates goes on reading vacations. You know what Arnold Schwarzenegger told me? And Elon Musk, I'm going to tell you two stories that I've heard. I told you Kobe Bryant. Like I said, people lie, but I like to hear things straight from the mouth of great people. That's why I go and find these people. It's not to be able to name drop and say, oh, I'm with celebrities. It's to get the truth from them. The media often lies. People lie. But I asked Kobe Bryant, did you have a mentor? Yes. He gave me 5 names. I talked to Arnold Schwarzenegger. I was in his kitchen last summer. Just me and him. I said, Arnold, what's a turning point in your career as a bodybuilder? And he said, well, I couldn't get my calves big. I had the rest of my body big, but I couldn't get my calves big. And I heard about this guy who had big calves down in South Africa. His name was Reg Park. I got on an airplane and I flew down to him. And I said, what am I doing wrong? And he said, let me see you work out. They went to the gym together, and Reg Park went on the calf machine and put on 900 pounds. And Arnold Schwarzenegger, the light bulb went off. He said, I'm doing too many reps. I'm only lifting like 400 pounds. Reg Park said, put those heavy weight on. Change up your game. Just like Bruce Lee was mentored by Ip Man, Arnold Schwarzenegger was mentored by Reg Park. And Arnold told me my calves got so big, the media started saying I had calf implants, but I didn't. My success was magnified. It became so big, people didn't even believe it because he had that mentor, Reg Park. Over and over, the cycle continues. Do you want to be in the cycle or out of the cycle? People lie, opinions lie, but numbers don't. Look at the numbers for yourself. Go through the Forbes list. Go to the top. Jeff Bezos started Amazon. Started a book company, ironically enough. But he reads books so much, he has one book. It's the story of Sam Walton, who's a virtual mentor, threw a book to him that the pages are tattered. Jeff Bezos, now the 3rd richest man in the world. I'm not as good an entrepreneur. If he needs books, if he needs mentors, I need more so. Conor McGregor, one of the great fighters of all time. He's had the same mentor / coach his whole career. I don't know about you, but I'm not as good an athlete as Conor McGregor. If he needs a mentor, I need one too. That's why I said, if you change the conversation from mentors to coaches, then you become kind of silly when you go, oh, you don't need a coach. Name a great athlete who didn't have a coach. Michael Jordan, I read a fascinating book about him. And he said, the 2 biggest influences important. Why he has 6 rings. Of course, him being a great athlete and putting in the work was important. He knew how to work hard. But he worked smart because he had Dean Smith at UNC and Phil Jackson at Chicago, guiding him, making him work smarter, making him work more efficiently. You need motivation too from mentors. Sometimes you want to give up, sometimes you want to procrastinate. I don't know about you, but sometimes I feel like procrastinating. And then I remember the story that I read in an autobiography or the person that I met. You know what Elon Musk told me? I said, Elon, how did you start SpaceX? You didn't have any experience with spaceships. You had PayPal before. He said, oh, I just read a lot of books. Just read books. Now that's a virtual mentor. It's not a person, but it's the same effect. An author of the book was the mentor. I shouldn't have to record this video, but it's important that I clear the air. There's a lot of nonsense being said out there. And, you know, this is not a direct attack on any one person because I've heard many people say this. And you might have heard it growing up. Oh, you just become book smart. Just do stuff. Just work hard. Well, a lot of people work hard and aren't successful. A lot of people work hard and aren't successful. A lot of people work hard and never make more than 50 grand their whole life. And there's nothing wrong. Not everybody has to try to be Steve Jobs. Not everyone has to try to be Albert Einstein. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying I want to learn from people who did big things. You choose who you want to learn from. I go straight to the top. Martin Luther King Jr. had a mentor. Gandhi had a mentor that helped him become a humanitarian and fight for the independence of India. Oprah Winfrey had Maya Angelou, the poet. Malcolm X had mentors. Everybody, you go through history. Great people had great mentors. Great people read. Mark Cuban was over at my house, the billionaire, the Shark Tank billionaire. And I said, do you read much, Mark? He said, you know what, Ty? The reason I got a private jet waiting down at LAX for me, empty, is so when I get in it, I can just catch up on reading without anybody disturbing me. He keeps a multi-million, I think he has like a Gulfstream. He keeps a $50 million jet hanging around just so he could read more. Warren Buffett gets on a plane, they say nobody talks, he just reads. Go through the history. People lie, but numbers don't. Work hard, but work smart. You need tools, you need leverage. What makes Bill Gates the 16-time richest man in the world? Well, he goes on reading vacations. His blog is all about books. And one thing he said that I found fascinating, he said, you know, I'm kind of lazy. I try to find ways to do it smarter than most people. And sure, he put in the hours. It's a necessity to put in the hours, but the goal isn't to put in the hours. The goal is to work less and do more. The goal is to work half as much and get twice the results. That comes from the leverage of intelligence. That's what can make you great. Find great people. Read more. Trust me. And just split test it. If you don't believe me, test it for yourself. Find an amazing book. I got a free book list you can read. TyLopez.com/books. Find one of those books. At the end of it, if it doesn't, read a few of them. If it doesn't help you, stop reading. Different people have different ways of learning. But 9 out of 10 people who do big things either had mentors or read books. And so play the cards. Play the odds. If you got a bad hand in poker, you're going to fold that hand. Sure, you might win with a 2 and a 3, but it's better to have pocket aces. It's better to have 2 aces. The odds are better. Using mentors, using books increases the odds of success. It's not a guarantee because you still got to put in the work. You still must execute. But I'll tell you this, you got a poor hand and you just try to work your way, you're still going to lose. All those people just trying hard work. I recorded this video to save you a lot of heartache, a lot of hard years. So, yeah. All I can say in summary is I'm not as smart or as good an athlete or as good an entrepreneur as Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, Tom Hanks, Larry Page, co-founder of Google, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Mark Cuban, Bruce Lee, Conor McGregor, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. By the way, I'm reciting back just a few of the people who had mentors. I'm not as good on camera as Oprah Winfrey, who mentored Ellen DeGeneres. If they needed it, I need it more. If you don't need it, if you're better than them, I'd have to question your humility. If they need it, but you don't, if Einstein needed a mentor, and I said, nah, I don't need a mentor, I would question my humility. Remember, pride comes before a fall, and it's the humble who will inherit the earth. But it's not the humility most people think. It's not the humility of you just, oh, you know, woe is me, nobody like. That's not humble. You don't have to demean yourself. Humility in action is what the world needs. People who go, well, damn, Conor McGregor is in great shape. I want to learn to do MMA fighting. He needed a coach. I better find me a coach. I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If you try to walk in a gym and say you're good at jujitsu, and they say, who's your mentor, coach, and you say, Ma, I don't need one, they're gonna tap you out. No one's gonna like you. They're gonna tap you out, choke you out, and throw you out the door. I was mentored by Higa Machado, by Henner Gracie. I just had Rorion Gracie at my house. His father basically invented Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I respect those mentors. And if I came to them and I said there's people out there teaching that that mentors aren't needed, you know what they would say? They would say, that's a disrespectful person. They'd say, bring them to my gym, Ty. Let them roll with me on the mats. Let me put them to sleep. We'll record it. Everybody, it's called a lineage. It's called a lineage. It's called pedigree. You say, I learned from this person, who learned from this person, who learned from this person. That's how science works, by the way. Isaac Newton said, if I'm great, it's because I stand on the shoulder of giants. If you think you don't need shoulders of giants, I can guess how much money is going to be in your bank account soon. It ain't as much as you could if you listen to smart people. Anyway, leave your opinion below.
What are you crazy curious about? If you're crazy into psychology like me, you should stick to marketing, because the way you make money from your interest in psychology and philosophy is definitely marketing. So either specialize in funnels, services related to that. Those of you who like psychology are going to have a great old time in the third wave, by the way. You're probably the winners are going to be people who love psychology. Because the one thing these have in common is you're going to have to market them. Now, the second thing, so follow your curiosity. And then the second thing is follow your current momentum. This is one, if you combine these two, sometimes people forget that they have current momentum in something and they're just switching too far around. So for me, I don't want to switch far away from the thing. So you're not going to see me. I thought about going into solar, for example, recently. I got approached by one of the biggest solar companies. They're like, hey, Ty, you can go, just da-da-da. And then I realized there's never been a day that I've woken up and thought about solar. I'm not against solar. I think it's a great thing. I understand it intellectually, but I have no emotional curiosity. So I'm just going to leave that for you, because I'm not going to be able to beat anybody else who wakes up thinking about curiosity. A good rule of thumb is only do things where you wake up in the middle of the night with an idea about them. I have crazy ideas at 3 in the morning. I'll wake up and I'll be like, aha, I've got like a course I need to launch to teach people something. So it'll be hard to compete with me. I'll give you an example. Let's do this real quick. I'm crazy into reading people. It's gone from curiosity to like a sickness, okay? Like sometimes I go on like Tinder dates with women who are like, did you go on this date just to psychologically profile me? And now I'm kind of like, yes, I think I did. I actually am not that interested in you, but I don't want to say that to them. So I just, I would be like, if somebody gave me a choice, would you stay on Tinder, but you can never actually date anybody, just one date, but you can read people? I'd be like, hell yeah. Everybody doesn't win. And the sooner you wake up to that biology is ruthless, man, then you get a little fear in you. And when you get a little fear in you, you start listening. Because if you're truly afraid, you listen. Let a little fear come in and drive you and motivate you. We're set up for failure because we think we're going north, but we're going south. That's why 50% of people who get married divorce, 80% of businesses fail. That's why 30% of Americans are on some form of antidepressant medication. That's why 60-70% of people are overweight. I mean, in a way, we're kind of fucked. But we live in a society that's very narcissistic. You're told like, oh, everybody's a winner. No, not everybody's a winner. That's like saying everybody's blonde. There's a definition of what blonde is. Blonde is like this yellowish hair. So you lose meaning when you start going, everybody's blonde. When you see your life and anytime there should be pain, you go, no, 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 no. It was just how it was meant to be. No, look yourself in the mirror sometimes and go, you know why I'm not happy?
It's because I didn't listen 10 years ago and I got in the wrong career. You know I'm not happy? Because I married the wrong damn person. It wasn't meant to happen. Yes, everything happens for a reason. You made a bad choice, but it didn't have to be that way. And the second you build up pain, and this, by the way, is not my opinion. If you talk to guys like Dr. David Buss, top 10 most cited psychologist in history, okay? He's one of my main mentors. He told me, I said, do adults change? Like, we do all this self-help videos and podcasts. I said, am I wasting my time? He goes, yeah, kind of. I said, why? He said, well, after 25, it's very hard to teach old dogs new tricks. By the way, that's why I've changed most of my stuff targets people 18 to 25. That's why I do Snapchat and all that, because there's hope for 18 to 25-year-olds. Now, if you're over 25, before you get depressed, he told me, but I have good news for you, Ty. I said, what? He said, adults learn through massive trauma. So you will learn. You have to let in some trauma into your life. And that's rough, but no pain, no gain. Like if you are 100 pounds overweight and you want to be able to play basketball, here's my news for you. Everything happened for a reason. You got fat because you ate too much and you didn't exercise. So welcome to the gym. And the first year is going to be hell, but that pain hopefully will reprogram your brain that every time you want to eat that nasty thing, go, wait, I don't want to go through that pain again. So I think one of the myths of society is we won't let pain in. We just excuse it all away. Like, no, that was meant to happen. Oh, you wasted 20 years of life married to the wrong person in the wrong career? No, Tom, it was meant to happen. Where's the people who go, you fucked up, dude. You wasted 20 years and you will never get it back. You better go in your room and cry. And the truth is, you only learn as an adult. Unfortunately, most people can only change with massive trauma. Optimizing your life for hustling and grinding is like optimizing your life around going pee. No, pee is something you have to do. It's not the goal. You don't go, woo! You know, my goal is hit the toilet 7 times a day. No, but you have to do it to survive. So grinding and working hard and hustling is not what you optimize for. It's pain. Why would you optimize for pain? But it is a necessity. And if you look at an actual scientific explanation of what makes you successful, it is not just hard work. If that's true, construction workers would be the wealthiest people in the world. Waiters and busboys, they work harder than the owner. The most scientific psychometric personality test is called Hexaco. It's more accurate than Big Five, which used to be. It's much more accurate than Myers-Briggs, INFJ, ENTP, all that stuff. So Hexaco tests you on 26 facets of your personality. And one of them is called conscientiousness. And it's been proven over and over by scientists, conscientiousness is the most correlated with business success.
Define conscientiousness.
So then it divides into 4 sub-facets. Organization, perfectionism, diligence, and prudence. So the real truth is hard work is 25% of the formula because diligence is known in the common language as hard work, okay? So if you just think diligence alone will get you success, you're like a basketball player that thinks you'll play in the NBA because you can shoot free throws. You ever seen the best free throw shooters in the world? They're old 70-year-old men who shoot underhanded, but they don't play in the NBA because the NBA is not all about free throws. So NBA is scoring, defense, free throws maybe is one component, rebounding, assists, there's a lot of components. So the other 3 you have to get good at. So the first one is perfectionism. People, you have to know how to double check your work. It's that simple. It doesn't mean you're always a perfectionist, but it means when it's important, when you're a pilot of an airplane, double check before you go. If you get on a plane, you hear the pilots double checking, the co-pilot going, hydraulics. And the guy goes, hydraulics. And that's why planes don't crash. And it's called 6 Sigma. It's 3 defects per million. Your goal in business and in life on the important things is to make 3 mistakes per million transactions. And the only way you do that is by being a perfectionist in terms of double checking. So that's 25%. The next one is organization. I can't tell you how much better my life is and anybody watching this will be if you wake up every single day and you take 10 minutes. I have yellow notepads sitting all around my house. I got that from Bill Gates. Bill Gates built Microsoft
at 17 by locking himself in a hotel room with 6 yellow notepads, and he wrote out the whole basic code for DOS and things that built Microsoft. Okay, he became the richest man in the world 18 years straight because he was organized enough to lock himself in a room and think through his day. And so what I try to do, and whenever I do this, I have a great day. Whenever I don't, I notice it. Be organized a little bit, 10 minutes. I actually have this little couch thing outside of my shower, and I put a notepad by it. I take a shower when I wake up. I walk over to that, I kind of sit there, and I just write out, I mean, it can be as little as 3 main projects you want to get done that day. So organization is the other 25%. So now, and then you have diligence, which is hard work, hustle, and perseverance. But the last one is the kicker. And this is what I was talking about, the rewiring that has to happen. The last one is something called prudence. Scientists call this prudence. Prudence is the ability to make the right decision. And I can't tell you how many entrepreneurs and non-entrepreneurs, even me at times too, I'm not special, I'm lumping all of us in this. Because of our upbringing in society, our goal is, let's say our goal is like that camera right there. So let's assume that's north. So I have this compass in my brain, and my goal is to go right there. Let's say it's a mile away, so north. What happens if society, my upbringing in school, wired my compass exactly backwards? So I think, let's say I can't see that camera, but I know I want to go north, so I pull out my compass, and it points that way. So I just take off walking. And I do it in an organized fashion. I do it in a perfectionist manner. I'm perfecting my steps and my posture. I'm also working on, hard work and hustle. Keep walking towards your goal. Well, the truth is, if you go south when you should go north, you could have gone 1 mile, but the earth is about 24,000 miles in circumference. So you get to walk 24,000 miles, and you'll come up on the backside, and you will get your goal. That's most entrepreneurs. The average person takes 20 years to become a millionaire. 90% of businesses fail within the first 5 years, 80 to 90, depending on what statistic. Most people, I did the math once, the average American has $60,000 saved by the time they're about 60 years old. So my answer, I did the math, you can do this with a simple financial calculator. Everybody in America, your parents, everybody you know will be a millionaire if they live to 160. At 160 years old, if you take 60 grand at age 60 and you give it a decent return on investment, 8%, 10%, you'll be a millionaire at 160. But the problem is, the great philosopher, I think it was Aristotle or Socrates, said, the problem is art is long, but life is short. The art of living and getting to your objective is long, but it doesn't have to be. It's long if your compass is backwards. So the whole point of what I was saying about adventure at the beginning is I'm trying to take my south and point it to the true north. And you have to learn that from books and mentors and life experience and listening and finding in-person mentors and all those things. They help adjust your compass. And most people are going to get what they want just about 40 years longer.
Are there like key principles though that you can use to turn that compass so north actually points north?
Yes. First one is just like Alcoholics Anonymous. Admit you're lost. And that one's hard for people. You tell people, even for me, sometimes I want to think I'm smart and I got it all figured out. And sometimes I'm like, wait a sec, I'm still lost. And the acquiescence, the admittance of the fact that you're still lost, it gets you on track a lot faster. So if you're watching this and you feel lost, it's better to just sit down and be like, I'm lost. Because the day you admit you're lost is the day you allow yourself to be found by people who can give you a tip.
But what's the equivalent of that? Because obviously if you're an entrepreneur, nobody's looking for you. So that's the one
They are
catch,
though.
right? Who is?
They are. You go to Barnes & Noble, people selling their books. They're looking for you as a customer.
So read.
Read. I mean, the fact that people argue with me on this reading thing, and people argue with me about mentors. No, just use your own gut feeling. Is that how you learned English? When you were 2 years old, you used your gut feeling to start conjugating verbs? No, you learn from other people. You learn manners, you learn language, you learn all things valuable. You learn to drive from another person. So doesn't it make sense you learn life? So books are just the mentors who maybe are dead now. You want to learn about Steve Jobs? He ain't alive to teach you. But you can learn through accumulated wisdom. And that's why, trust me,
very few powerful businessmen I've ever met don't read a lot. Warren Buffett, who I think is the best businessman by far in the world, he has 75 companies that he pretty much runs, 200 billion in revenue. He reads 8 hours a day. He reads 600. He said he slowed down in his old age. He only reads 500 pages a day. Bill Gates goes on reading vacations. Mark Zuckerberg just started a reading once a week book club on Facebook. It already got a couple million followers. And now with audio books, there's no excuse. You got YouTube videos. Let this thing run in the background. And it's better if you can find it. I mean, better than books is in-person mentoring. That's why I do a podcast. I started Google AdWords in 2001. Okay, I got lucky. I just stumbled and I was one of the first people to ever use online advertising. I was in, I think, the second month Google AdWords launched. Whoa. And there was no YouTube videos. There was no Perry Marshall books. There was nothing. You just kind of wasted money to learn. Now, we're the most spoiled generation. Everything, this computer on this phone, iPhone 7, is more powerful than the first rocket that put man on the moon. That cost billions of dollars. Now we get that for under $1,000. And people are still like, I'm lost. Yes, you're lost. Sit down and then open up Safari and go, how to do Google Ads. And you're gonna come up, let's see what I come up with. AdWords, they have their own tutorial. WordStream, Jumpify, you got some paid stuff. Then you have some free stuff on HubSpot. If you sit in a chair, Charlie Munger calls it assiduity. Put your ass in a chair. Sit there and focus without being, you know, the average American right now, the average person in the world, our attention span has dropped to 5 seconds. The sad news is the average goldfish has 6 seconds. We're now competing with goldfish and the goldfish are winning. So if you don't have assiduity to sit down, read, there is no solution for you. You will always be poor because you'll always be beat by somebody who's willing to sit in the chair.
Is there a way for people to build that discipline?
Yes, pain. And that's why I'm not a big believer in delusion. You know, you asked me one of the rewiring things we have to do in this world. I'll tell you one. You ever heard this myth? Everything happens for a reason, so just accept it. Well, there's kind of truth to that. If I jump off a building and break my legs, yes, everything happened for a reason. The reason was gravity. Like, that's why you break your legs, and physics. Legs brittle, concrete not brittle. So, but people interpret everything happens for a reason, be like, well, I was meant to learn from that thing, and then BS. Read Richard Dawkins' The Selfish Gene, one of the most important books written in the last century. He says, organisms that only learn through trial and error lose to organisms that can learn through other people's trial and error. Is anybody here, we got a little live audience, anybody here ever had to be hit by a car to learn to look both ways? I didn't. I kind of learned from just somebody telling me, big car, 2 tons, velocity, smash, dead. And I now always look both ways. So if your myth is that the only way you're gonna learn is just through massive mistakes and trials and error, you haven't read Richard Dawkins' book. If you believe in evolution, or even you don't, you believe in creationism or whatever, why do we have big brains? Because we do have the biggest brains on planet Earth. Not always use them, but we got the biggest potential. It's to be able to what Richard Dawkins called project. So you can literally sit in this chair and predict outcomes without having to do them. And because we're all narcissists because of society and Instagram and all this, and I'm guilty of that too, we don't like to be uncomfortable because a narcissist's story to themselves is, you're the best. And so your worldview is messed up. That's a wiring issue. Let me put it this way. I meet people who think they're smart, okay? What it really tells me is they've never been around actual smart people. If you're really smart watching this, let's say you have 155 IQ. That's what Bill Gates has, and Albert Einstein were up there. My step-grandfather had 155 IQ. He speaks 14 languages fluently. He can write Chinese. He's a chess master. He can play 3 other chess masters without looking at the board while they look at the board and beat all of them. If you're smart, you can do that. If you're not, I got good news for you. Warren Buffett says you only need about a 125 IQ to be very successful. But it's better to stay in your lane and just go, I'm not that smart, but
You can hire 155 IQs. But that's an example of what I'm talking about, of this rewiring.
Right.
So these practical things will change your life.
All right. Since you have a concept called never be the bitch of your own mind.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Your mind is driven by deep evolutionary drives. So, for example, narcissism is a protection mechanism, right? So your mind wants to tell you you're amazing. It makes you its bitch. You have to override that and go, you know what? I'm not that amazing. So let me go learn from amazing people.
Do you have methods for people to do that? Because I think that's so important. So I tell people, don't trust everything that your mind says. Certainly
Yes.
don't buy into all of your emotions. Just because you have an emotion doesn't mean that you have to act in accordance with that. But how do you help people get over that? How do they overcome that?
I think humans, for the most part, learn by osmosis. So it's hard to lecture people into success. But what you could do is you could inspire people to understand this. So, for example, if school system could find all the 14-year-olds and find out what they admire in people, right? It's the reason I show Lamborghinis and Ferraris, because I got a lot of young followers. And you know what 19-year-old guys like? Lamborghinis and Ferraris. So I show that part of my life because then they listen to the other stuff. So first you got to lead by inspiration. This has been proven over. You cannot pound stuff into people's brain. People actually do the opposite. When parents tell their kids, you got to read, nobody reads. But if I show a Lamborghini and Ferrari, which is the reward that people want, and then people go, how do you get it? I said, see all these books, I read them and put it, then people, I have more school kids reading books, I think, than anyone in history. I don't say that cocky. I'm telling you, it astounds me because all I had to do was put up a video with Lamborghinis.
Right.
When you're the bitch of your brain, you go, I'm just gonna freewheel this day. It's very hard to be organized. We're not, dogs aren't organized. You ever see your dog organizing day? So if you wanna, you can either act on the animal side, which is just a wing life, or you can operate from a sense of logic and duty. And so I learned somewhat, I'm not even as good as Joel, to not be the bitch of my mind by just being around him for a while. And so that's the best way. Find somebody that you look at them and you go, this is a person of discipline, motivation, self-motivation. They don't need external motivation. They're motivated from within, and spend all the time you can around them. And so for all of you who are really big on the hustle your ass off, hustle in the networking side. It will help you because you never know who you're sitting next to. That's why I'm a big believer in going to conferences. Berkshire Hathaway conference. It's the first week of May of every year. These dudes are gonna die soon. Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett. You can buy a B share for under 500 bucks. Buy a B share, you get a free ticket. It's insane. You sit there with two men on stage in a stadium of 18,000 of the top investors in the world.
Wow.
It costs you under 500 bucks. You sit there, it's only one day. I fly into Omaha and fly back out almost the same day. And you walk out just motivated. You're with the guy that their business, you know, we meet businesses and they're like, oh, I'm doing 100 million a year. They did 200 billion in revenue last year. I see people making fun of the Kardashians. I'm like, you're gonna make fun of the Kardashians? Look, Kylie Jenner, the youngest Kardashian, in the last 18 months has done $400 million in revenue on lipstick kits and various makeup things with Kylie Cosmetics. Put that in perspective. L'Oreal, Maybelline, massive brands. It took them 50 years as an organization with thousands of employees to do what Kylie Jenner did by herself at 20 at 18. You're gonna laugh at the Kardashians? Do you have to agree with everything the Kardashians? No. But like Abraham Lincoln said, I learn from everybody, even if sometimes it's what not to do. So you can just go into the Kardashians, reverse engineer their success, go, I like this, I like this, I like this, I don't like that, then leave out what you don't like. If you can pick up one gold nugget, whether it's from an in-person mentor, whether it's from a book, you become very wealthy in knowledge very quickly. One nugget a day. One nugget a day. It's like Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett's business partner, said, step by step you get ahead, but not necessarily in fast spurts. But you have to prepare for the fast spurts by learning step by step. Like you want to become like a supercomputer where you just download smart crap from smart people. And you pick and choose. Like some people are like, Ty, I don't agree with everything you say. I'm like, good, I don't agree with everything I say.
Like a year later, I'm like, wait, I was wrong.
That's instinct. Well, I try to get in the van today. I'm like, I ain't getting in that fucking van until I see step by step, military style, OCD style. I know I got my passport in the left pocket. I know I got wallet in the right. Where's my bag with my phones? Where's my laptop bag? Where's my personal bag? And then have we counted methodically? We took a picture before we got to Bangkok, when we got in the airport in Copenhagen. 7 bags, or whatever the number was, I can't remember. And then my team traveling should match the photos when you land. And you might say, Ty, what does this have to do with life? This has everything to do with life. You can't turn on and off being a black belt. You become a black belt, and your instincts, whether you're in the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu studio or you're out on the streets, they're the same. It's the same with being successful. Some people are like, okay, when I work for you, I'm gonna become highly conscientious. Then when I go into my private life, no. And by the way, the good news is once it becomes instincts, it's not hard anymore. Habits are not as good as instincts. Habits can be broken. Instinct basically can't. You're not gonna make Mark Zuckerberg a sloppy person. It's not like a habit like he used to be an alcoholic, okay, or he used to bite his nails and now he doesn't anymore, but he might fall back into it. It ain't gonna happen. You could bet pretty much any amount of money on the fact that Mark Zuckerberg is instinctually kind of that's why people think he's a lizard man, reptile, because the dude is so conscientious, he doesn't fit in with the norm of the masses, but he gets the results that everybody wants in life. He seems to be, you know, I don't know him personally, but he seems to have health, wealth, love, happiness. Definitely has wealth. No one's ever had 100 billion net worth under the age of 37 but him. First person to do it in modern times. You know, self-made. Health, wealth, love, happiness. It seems he does a little jiu-jitsu now. He's happily married, I guess, to Priscilla, or I forget her name. And he seems relatively happy. I don't know. But that's the results everybody wants. But they don't have the instincts. And we're born with very primitive caveman, or more accurately, hunter-gatherer instincts. And those instincts, you know, destroy you in the modern world when you're trying to be successful. So trust me, or don't even trust me. Use your brain, use the power of observation. Better than any Harvard MBA that you got to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get is look at the Forbes list. What do they all have in common? You can look at them as dirty, mean capitalists, you know, who exploit the world. Sure, there's no saints on the top of the Forbes list, that's for sure, but you can also pick and choose the meaningful, helpful lessons that you can take for them. And, you know, they used to teach the Greeks, you know, they used to teach even the 1800s, early 1900s, they used to teach the virtues in school. Now virtues has become such a woke concept, but you could call it the character traits. Those are character traits like organization, perfectionism, diligence, perseverance, the ability to do something repetitively if it needs to be done so that you're not a sporadic, kind of fits and spurts type of person. This is what will make you great. And if you want to know what'll not make you great, just do the opposite of all of these. You can invert. Who would you bet on? Imagine you bump into somebody. I'm traveling. I've been in Denmark, Norway. Now I'm in Thailand. I'm almost at the airport headed to Sydney. If I'm traveling and I bump into somebody at the airport and I get to know them for 30 minutes and I start noticing, wow, this person's organized. This person's well-spoken. This person's balanced between introversion and extroversion. Knows when to shut up, knows when to talk. Can elaborate without too many words or without too little words. Seems intelligent. Well thought through ideas. Seems, if we do something together, is organized with the structure. When they type in WhatsApp, they don't just do blur, what most people do that drives me nuts, which is, I call it stream of consciousness conversation, just blah, 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 blah. Versus they think through their thoughts and they say, all right, we're gonna go on this hike in Thailand tomorrow. And they use numbers, 1 period. I do that in my Slack and my WhatsApp for my company, and it's amazing. People see me, the boss man, going 1 period. We're gonna do this first, 2 period, using the number 1. And then when they write back, they fucking don't do any numbers. I'm like, yo, are you noticing a pattern of how I communicate? Wealth can be taught, cannot be taught, but it can be learned. Meaning, I shouldn't have to tell people that. They should learn by watching, by shadowing is how you will learn. So I just get flat. I'm just astounded. Like, if I went and you like going to a boxing studio and the guy punches the bag and does jumping jacks and, jump rope every first 5 minutes, and you go there for years and you always do a different routine from the black belt, you'd be like, what kind of arrogance do you have that this teacher is here doing it? You can see him, you're shadowing him with your eyeballs, yet you continue to do your own thing. That is the masses. That is the sheep. Everybody talks about the sheep, but they don't know what the sheep is. People think you're sheep if you don't buy crypto, or you're sheep if you're not an entrepreneur. That's not really what sheep are. Not everybody's gonna be an entrepreneur, not everybody has to do crypto. Okay? Nothing wrong with those things, don't get me wrong, but that's not what the sheep is. The sheep have instincts. I have sheep on my farm. I've sheared sheep one summer in New Zealand to pay my way. I ran out of money when I was in Christchurch. I had to shear sheep. Rotorua all over the world, even in Australia where I'm going. And sheep have an instinct where they do what the other sheep do. That's the sheep. So if you notice that you have habits of the masses, if you write in WhatsApp or Slack like the masses, you're the sheep. If you organize your trip like the masses, you're the sheep. I was telling my team, when you get in an Uber or a taxi at another company, my instinct is to drop a pin where I am in a group chat so that if you ever get in a car crash and you're 7,000 miles from home, everybody can pinpoint you. I don't know how that's not instinct. I always, when I get in a taxi in a foreign country, I also put the map on my own phone to make sure you're not being taken to the wrong place or being driven around to try to make money. That's not, the sheep is just to get in the taxi. The sheep is just to go to the airport. The sheep is disorganization. That's the sheep. People use the sheep term way too loosely in the damn modern world. It's not what the sheep is. The sheep is poor instincts. And habits are great, but they're only a stepping stone to instincts. The Dalai Lama said there's 3 levels. Level 1 is hearing. Out one ear, out the other. That is most of the people. You can teach wealth. You can learn wealth, but you can't teach it because it goes in most people's ear, out the other. The second one is when you listen. And the listening phase 2 is not a great phase, but it's better than phase 1. And that's when you start to form new habits. So you have to think about it. You're like, okay, I'm typing in WhatsApp to a team 5 different things. Okay, let me check my checklist. All right, yes, I take my notes. I need to do number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Okay, all right. You go into the box and, okay, I need to forcibly notice that my teacher always does jumping jacks, punches the bag, and does jump rope. Don't do my own thing. Let me follow them. That's phase 2, habit formation. It's not great. You know, there's books, Atomic Habits, all that. That's all fine, but it's not black belt level or red belt level is what you really want to be. Black belt, coral belt, red belt. Black belts make $1 million to $10 million a year, or net worth. Coral belts 10 to 100 mil. Red belts get over that 100 million of revenue or net worth, whatever metric you want to use. But that is when you go to level 3. The Dalai Lama called that instinct. You no longer have to think, you know? Like me, instinctually, I don't need a habit to not drink alcohol. For whatever reason, I didn't get the genes. My dad was an alcoholic, but my mom wasn't. And I just never, it wasn't something I had to work through. I didn't have to go, okay, I'm gonna form better habits when I go out. I only drink 1 drink, you know. And some people have to do that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking down on that. I got lucky that my instincts, I do not find alcohol that great. I can drink socially, but I am the true definition of a social drinker. If somebody said, Ty, I'll pay you $1 million and never drink again, I'd sign that contract in a millisecond, because I already have the subconscious instinct. Remember, the old school Freudian way of thinking about psychology is pretty accurate. You have the conscious mind, and you have the subconscious. That's layer 2. That's the part of your that's the part of the mind that's not at the forefront, but you can access it. That's habit formation. But the unconscious mind, that's back in your medulla, cerebellum, amygdala, your more primitive brain. That's where actual unconscious mind or instincts lie. And that's what you have to tap into, is the changing of the instincts. That's why I said, look at the Forbes list. Why are the top 10 men Bill Gates, you know, Elon Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg? What do these people all have in common? They have that kind of mildly autistic, and I'm not trying to diminish this concept of autism. There's people who have severe autism, but that non-sheep-like high conscientiousness is the technical term in the Hexaco score. The 25 subfacets of personality that scientists generally consider the most accurate. They don't use, modern science doesn't use Myers-Briggs 16 personality, you know, that's old school. They're using the Hexaco score developed in the the 1990s. And you have your 25 subfacets of conscientiousness, which is the most correlated trait in your children, in yourself. If you want to have successful children and be successful, those are the traits they've done. There's the marshmallow test, the famous experiments. Do kids have self-control? You know, that predicts the next 30 to 50 years of their life. But self-control is not quite the word. You should become more advanced. It's conscientiousness. So if you can change one instinct, that's like a domino, like the book, The One Thing by Gary Keller I've been recommending for 10 years. The one domino that changes your life is instinctually becoming conscientious, not conscientious habits. Habits, you will fall in and out of good and bad habits. Habits aren't deep enough. They're not etched in stone in the unconscious mind. And some of you listening, I got good news and bad news. Some of you were born genetically with some instincts more carved in, and that's, the woke world doesn't like to hear that, but that's true. Some of this is genetic, but the good news, that's bad news for some of you, good news for others, but the good or bad news, really the good news, is that it's not all genetic, it's environmental. You can work on yourself. So some practical things you can do is change your damn friends, number one. Don't be spending all your time with sloppy people, for the love of God. I mean, go take a computer programming course, go, you know, find a disciplined martial arts person. Like, you got to shadow conscientious. That's the number one way. The number two, you can consciously work on it. 3x5 note cards, put them, write out some new instincts you want to form and repeat, and just drill them into yourself. Eventually, they go from habits in the subconscious to unconscious mind, you know, semi-instincts. That's number two. You know, and then number three, and this is a weird one, but you should study your family tree. There's someone in everybody's family tree that's high in conscientiousness. You should hypnotize yourself this is on the genetic front, because a lot of people say you can't change your genetics. Well, that's true, but no human is descended from one other human. We don't have asexual reproduction. We have sexual reproduction. The purpose of that is to mix gene pools so it makes Homo sapiens, humans, stronger. So find someone like my grandfather, one of my grandfathers, he's a scientist, Martin Berkenrode, and he was, on some things, he was insanely conscientious. He had some flaws, of course. He had bipolar, but when he was in his high conscientious mode, he published great scientific papers that are still used now. He was a marine biologist, then became an astrophysicist. So I got to tap in. There's other people in my family that I'm just as, you're 50% related to your parents, 25% related to your 4 grandparents. And if none of your 4 grandparents are conscientious and have the instincts you want, then, go further. Your great-grandparents, 12 and a half, cousins, whatever. And so focus the mind on, yes, I do have the environmental stuff I'm going to do, and I even have everybody in their family tree has those genetics that you'll want. And so focus on that. That's some people, this is loosely, I'm talking about epigenetics, which is more complex and somewhat controversial, but epigenetics is more environmental things that trigger different parts of your genes. So this is loosely related to that. This is more on the mindset side. So if you found this interesting, subscribe. I'll drop more semi-intellectual rants like this that aren't like pop culture, social media. If you find this valuable, subscribe here and leave a comment on a different rant topic you'd like me to do.
Steven, what's there in your hand?
There's about 20,000 gift cards and then 60 credit cards.
So you got to hear this story. He wanted to shoot a video in the garage, but he's been doing something, building some business stuff for me, and I had to share this with you. So how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
20 years old. How much credit line do you have open right now?
$3.2 million.
$3.2 million. How many credit cards do you have?
220. This is only a small fraction of it.
Show him the black card. He's 20 years old. He dropped out of Stanford University, built a system. I'm going to share with you. There we go. We're going to cover up, but you can see his name there, Steven. I got that Centurion black. I have a black card, but I didn't have it at age 20. And you've got, what, 220 cards right now?
220 credit cards.
Now, how many flights have you gotten free in the last year?
160.
160 flights. Where are you staying? He flew here on JetSmarter private jet.
Yep.
So he's been recording some videos to train people on how to do this same system. 1 year ago, what was your credit score?
I had a 580 credit score.
What's your credit score 1 year later?
770.
770. How much in credit line did you have 1 year ago?
Zero.
Come watch this. Let's go walk and show them what we're building over here. What they should have taught us in school, it's crazy. They teach us how to calculate the circumference of a circle, but they forget to teach us credit. And if you don't know about credit, I'm telling you, your life's going to be hard. You're going to pay too much interest on a house. You're going to pay too much for a car. You're going to be struggling. All you entrepreneurs, you definitely, by the way, need to know this. So we just recorded a 1-hour video. And we're talking about these 4 foundations. So improving your credit score, opening up credit lines, free travel. What's the favorite credit card you like for travel?
Chase Sapphire Reserve.
And also what, the Delta Gold?
I like the Delta Gold. Get some
Cash back. There's some stuff he didn't want to share, but I'm going to put a link. You need to go watch this video we recorded. So this is a special webinar, live encore webinar. You click the link, it's somewhere here on the video. It'll take you to my website. It's 100% free to watch. Now, this is some of the stuff we're going to be sharing with you. This is if you don't know this website, cfpb.gov is a government website, help you fix your credit. The government actually does something good every once in a while. If you don't have credit, what's the card you like right here?
This is Discover It. That's for students.
Discover It if you don't have great credit. The Chase Freedom if you're intermediate level, or this Chase Sapphire Reserve, which has a $450 annual fee. But what did you learn? How much of the 220 cards, how many of them do you actually pay annual fees?
I don't pay annual fees on any of them.
So, because there's a technique that I will show you here on this next page. Actually, it's over here. This is how he got 3.2 million, by the way, but we'll get to that. You'll learn that on the online webinar. The retention system. Exact scripts, what to call up, what to say, how to fix your credit, how to get them to double, triple, quadruple. I want to challenge you to a $10,000 challenge. You increase your credit
your credit card lines $10,000. If you already have that, increase it by 100,000. And so we were talking about the cards to use. This is your favorite one. You love the Chase. Great website you need to know about, uscreditcardguide.com. So click the link, go watch this. This stuff is badass. By the way, the reason this video even exists is I had Steven, he's doing my stuff. And I already have, a lot of credit, but I needed him to grow my stuff. And I was like, wait a second, let's share this with everybody, because I had no idea about, when I was 20 years old, I don't even think I knew you had a credit score. I went through the public school system. You come through the public school system, I'm not sure what exactly people know, but, well, that's for another conversation. But I didn't know much about the real world, things that would actually help me. So that's why we recorded this. Watch this. That's why we created this online seminar for you to watch. By the way, your favorite thing, or one of the big things, cash back. Oh, actually, I went too far. No, here it is. So many pieces of paper. We're talking about cash back, the Amex MR. Tell them for a second, how many people know this right here?
Less than 1,000 people actually utilize this method. How to convert points into actual cold hard cash in your bank account.
Yeah. So we'll be talking about this. Gift cards. I haven't, show them all the gift cards you have. What is it? $20,000 he can spend on that. But he didn't want to share that yet. But I got him to share 90% of his secret. That's why I said this is the X factor. He shows me this stuff, but he's going to show you 90% of this stuff. I'll be here sharing what I know. I've done, opened up millions of dollars worth of credit too. So if you don't have great credit, if you're starting at the bottom, this is a technique for you. If you already have risen up and you got a decent credit score, you want to get it, you want to max it, push it up, push it to 800. Get more and more credit open. Don't utilize it incorrectly. There's a whole thing, a utilization ratio we'll be talking about. There's a lot of stuff. I promise you that you do not know everything you're about to learn, even if you're pretty sophisticated, because I come from a finance background. I didn't know most of this stuff. So click the link. I'll see you over on my website. You can register to watch the seminar. And thanks. 20 years old, 3.2 mil. So what do your parents, when you dropped out of Stanford, what did your parents think of you?
They were unsure of what I was doing with my life. But
Did your dad sign on all the credit cards for you?
No, that's the reason I started this. He wouldn't sign on any credit cards for me. He wouldn't co-sign.
What's the best hotel you've stayed at for free?
Ritz-Carlton Presidential Suite here in LA, top floor, 25th floor. Same place where like Kobe lives.
What is the best flight you had besides private jets, just like commercial?
Jets, I flew a 787-900 Dreamliner to London and back for free, first class.
Not bad. Do you think the average person could do this, or they're just only
100%.
special people?
100% they can do this. I learned this all on my own, just so I believe everybody's capable of doing this.
So he's a smart kid, spent a year learning this stuff. If you want to learn what he learned in a year in like 1/100th of the time, click this link. This is the stuff. The reason I'm doing this, people are like, Ty, why do you even do this? Because the system sucks. We spend first grade to, graduation day of high school, even college, and we come out knowing things that we could have just Googled. And the things that we can't Google, there's no system that you can Google like this. No one teaches us. Credit is the foundation. It's not even the foundation. My business partner, he learned how to open up 20 million in credit, and it helped him build a company that's done $1 billion in revenue. He 50x'd it. And so, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer because nobody's teaching people from the bottom, here's how you can do it too. People are greedy with information. They're stingy with this stuff. I don't want to be that way. I'm using these exact techniques for myself, but I don't want to keep it just for myself. I want to share it with you. So there's no strings attached. You'll see when you click the link. You don't have to put a credit card in. You can watch this. You can get info. And so, yeah, you can watch the online seminar. Make time for it. This stuff we should have had when we were just sitting. Remember when you're sitting in class in school and you're bored? Well, this is what they should have been showing us. Hey, you want to know how to travel the world for free? You know what's better than history? Get on a free Dreamliner with the flat seats and go try. You want to learn about the pyramids? Go to Egypt. Imagine if you could do it for free while you're staying at a 4 or 5-star hotel and building up points. So
You won't forget that experience.
no, for sure. So I'll see you over on my website. We will be, hopefully you'll get the X Factor.
Think how much money you'd have now if the school system had taught you how to invest. This is Thailand, the Queen's Park here. Beautiful. I love all the flowers. It's crazy though. School in America, average student in like a state like New York, they're dropping almost $200,000 to educate them. But what do they know? Like when I came out of school system, all I could think when I started learning how to invest and make money, I was like, what if they had started teaching me this at age 6? Warren Buffett filed his first tax return at age 9. So like humans have you had a lot of potential. I had a lot of potential. But we underperform. Now, here, good and bad news. We underperform when we're young because of our environment. My mom was a single mom. She didn't know what she was doing. You know, school system didn't help. Now, once you're over 18, you can't really make that excuse anymore. Especially now when you can self-educate so easily. You know, figure it out. Figure out how to invest so you can travel the world, enjoy life, and make money while you're enjoying life. That's the real thing. There should be a class called Making Money While You Enjoy Life. We're in the medieval mindset, you know, that you delineate between what you like to do and what you make money from. What a horrible bifurcation of life. I mean, really, that's, like I said, very like fiefdom, serfs in medieval times where you had to slave away with a man. And then, you know, there's a whole, it's like TGIF, thank God it's Friday. There's like a whole restaurant chain in the U.S. based around this medieval outdated notion that you got to just wait for Friday. Like, make every day your Friday. And how do you do that? Well, 4 pillars of good life, health, wealth, love, happiness. You need all 4 rocking and rolling. And of course, American school system doesn't do well at teaching any of those 4. They don't teach you social skills, psychology, reading people, public speaking. They definitely don't teach happiness, things that can contribute to happiness, gratitude, meditation, nature. Sound like that guy called my name. I just guess. People always say, Thai, are you from Thailand? I'm like, no, man. My mom was a hippie. I did my DNA. I'm 0% Asian. But anyway, you know, at the core, I always say, health is the foundation, wealth is the fuel, love is the purpose, and happiness is the compass. So when you think about your life, you can use all 4 of those. I mean, without help, I hurt my shoulder at an Amish barn raising an Amish dude's like, yo, pick up this log. I was like, all right, I'm gonna pick up this log. And then my pride kicked in. It was like a 200 kilo, 400 pound log. So once I hurt my arm a couple days later, I was thinking, man, we take for granted like our health. But that's why I say health's the foundation. Well, wealth's the fuel. You got to make some money. It's the fuel of the good life. You're not gonna be able to trade. You're gonna be stuck. No money, no freedom. Not in this world. I mean, you can use meditation and find freedom inside the mind if you're pretty advanced. But for most people, you know, you need some money, real talk, to be able to not feel trapped. Then love, I say love's the purpose because ultimately it's like Dr. Buss says, like for Homo sapiens, everything's mating. Our core behaviors are built around reproduction. So you got to put that as the purpose on earth. Then happiness is the compass. If you wake up and you hate life, instead of trying to get rid of that feeling, maybe it's true. Maybe it's a compass. It's like, yo, you're going south when you thought you were going north. So a lot of people do that. A lot of people go north, go south when they should be going north, when their mind and body wants them to go to north, and then they can't figure out why they have this underlying anxiety, neurosis about life. That's why anxiety is on the rise, because people haven't been taught in the school system how to match up their personality. That's a key thing. I actually built a quiz. I'll put a link somewhere, a free quiz. It's like, here's the best digital, online, make money from home business based on your personality. I don't know why I don't do that at school, because for me, introverts and extroverts should do different businesses. Like an introvert should probably do like drop shipping, AI, like an AI aid consulting, or just drop shipping. E-commerce is good. It doesn't have to be drop shipping, but some form of e-com, because you can hide behind the screen. Then when it comes to if you're an extrovert, personal brand's the place to be. You know, this is the rise of the personal brand. The wealthiest people in the world, when they're on the Forbes list, or on they're influencers. Now, Elon Musk became an influencer at his core. Of course, he does other things, but that's the catalyst for what he's doing. And then if you're an ambivert, you're not quite an extrovert, not quite an introvert, marketing agency still works. I've been teaching, I taught 40,000 people how to launch an agency since 2016. I own the trademark for SMMA, social media marketing agency in the US. So it's like that model works. And there's different forms of agency. Now you can do a TikTok agency, Snap agency, podcast agency. But that thing is the quickest way that I've seen people from nothing getting to 10 to 20 to 30,000 a month, which then starts to give you the freedom. I'll put that quiz link. You should try it. It's kind of cool. I've been working with some top scientists who are personality psychometric experts, is what it's called, that build quizzes. So this is one that actually has some cool science behind it. And if you already have a business, see if it matches up. What you should be doing. The introvert extrovert thing, you can look at other parameters like risk tolerance and things. That's a big one in entrepreneurship. But anyway, I'm gonna go enjoy Thailand. My arms again tired. I need one of those selfie sticks, but I can't bring myself to have one of those. So subscribe if you got some value. I'm starting to record these day-to-day vlogs. Subscribe to my channel if you're getting some value here. Leave a comment. What should I talk about next?
It's amazing how old school principles still work in the modern world, especially when it comes to making money, making connections. I was just kind of sitting here in the dining room late at night, and I bumped into somebody that really pissed me off. They did something, and I was thinking, this person's a moron, man. They don't understand the most fundamental rule of money. Number one, money's fake, right? It's a fiat currency, it's paper. So the value is the value of exchange with other humans, which means at the end of the day, if you want to make a lot of money, you have to understand the game of getting along with people. And there's that old school principle, which is do unto others as you'd want them to do unto you. And psychologists now call that a fancy word, reciprocal bias, Kantian fairness. We want a level of reciprocity with other people. And so this person pissed me off, and I was thinking, dude, I learned the most important rule in life when I used to run nightclubs. I was born kind of in not the nicest part of Los Angeles, Long Beach. My dad was in prison. My mom was a single mom. And I learned, motherfuckers will shoot you. I saw someone get shot in the heart when I was 5 years old. And I realized at that point that if you don't have to pick a fight, don't pick a fight. But trust me, I see, this is Knowledge Society headquarters where I live here in Beverly Hills. And man, people roll through here, powerful people. And then other people who aren't so powerful, but they ask, hey, Ty, can I come and hang out? And can I come to your parties? And, I do little dinner parties and stuff. I just had a dude sitting here the other day, this 80-year-old oil guy. This joker's made big money. And you know what I find? He's a nice dude. He's powerful, but he's easy to piss off. So I learned, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. When you start seeing warning flags that people don't like that, leave them alone. And the most important rule is, don't ever pick a fight with a person more powerful than you. Now, it doesn't mean you have to kiss their ass, but if a powerful person now pisses me off, I just walk away. I leave because, you don't always have to back down, but you have to back down when it's an 800-pound gorilla. Some people are like, Ty, I fear no man. I'm like, okay. Then one day you're going to start fearing men. One day you will fear somebody or you won't be on planet Earth. And I see that over and over with beginning entrepreneurs, when people in life in general. This is my new t-shirt. I got this tank top line here. Good life. I know it looks a little crazy to be wearing this in the middle of the night, but so for you, as you begin to change social circles, a bit of a tongue twister, as you begin to move up the ladder of people that are doing more exciting things, people with more momentum, remember, they take you out to dinner, sure as hell you pay for the dinner next time. They, make an introduction to you, maybe you don't have a reciprocal introduction, write them a card
a nice one. Don't just send them a text. You know, I use this technique of doing unto others. I went to this guy in Orange County. He has a Ferrari museum. That's how many Ferraris he has, 40 or 50 Ferraris. And I was there, and at the end, I went home, and I was like, man, he shared his time with us. He shared with us how he built his business from he came to California with his wife and kids as a young dude. He just had his car and, like he said, $100. And he came here and he built something. I'll tell you what he built in a second. But what I did was I sent that dude a coffee table book. Cost me about $40, a nice one, of Ferraris, because I know he likes Ferraris. About a month later, out of the blue, I was here on Sunset Boulevard at Mondrian. My phone rings, and it was a weird day because I was at the Mondrian and U2 was sitting there. So it's kind of like a surreal moment. This phone call comes in. I pick up the phone. It was a blocked number. I usually don't answer those, but something told me answer this. And another end goes, "Is this Ty Lopez?" And I'm like, "Yeah, who's this?" And he's like, "This is Dick Marconi. You know, did you send me that coffee table book?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Best gift I've ever had. I bought 10 of those books and gave them to my whole family. Thank you so much." And he's like, "Hey man, you should come hang out with me." And you know who Dick Marconi is? He's the co-founder of Herbalife. You know, if you don't know what Herbalife is, one of the largest companies in the world. People ask me, "Dude, how do I get a millionaire mentor?" Well, what goes around comes around. You don't have to be a pushover, but you have to be nice. You don't have to, kiss ass, but you need to do unto others what you want people to do to you. And I'll tell you, there's this myth that to be successful, you become this nasty, powerful people. That's listening to Hollywood. That's listening to the movies, dude. Fuck Wall Street, the movie, and all that. That's not how the world works as much as you think. You know, there's a great book called Working Together. It's got the story of different business partners. It's got the story of Brian Grazer and what's his name? The big producer here, Ron Howard. And they talk about how, man, they do handshake deals here in Hollywood. Big, powerful movie deals, $10 million, $100 million deals. They're done with a handshake because they do unto others as they want done to them. They don't break their word, because if you do in Hollywood, it's a small town, you'll never do a movie again. So there's this myth that you got to be an asshole to be at the top. Bullshit. When I got powerful people here swing by the house, celebrities, billionaires, you guys have seen some of them on my YouTube. They're nicer than all the low-level people. All my broke friends are not nearly as nice. My broke friends, they'll come, they'll hang out here. I'll take them out, food. They don't send me a text the next day saying, "Thanks, dude." But the billionaires do. Doesn't that blow your mind? Like I said, people think there's fancy things that are going to make you successful. There's a few fancy things up my sleeve in terms of knowing how to run business. I know lots of tricks, but none of them trump the fundamental tricks. Watch who you fuck with. I wanted to write a book once called Never Trust Anyone Who Hasn't Been Punched in the Face. If you force yourself if you're mean to the wrong person, you may be punched in the face, figuratively or literally. It might be the best experience you ever have, but I can tell you a less painful way. Just trust that old school advice. Confucius said something similar to the golden rule. He said, "Don't do unto other people what you don't want them to do unto you." That was even before the modern golden rule saying, no matter how you shake it, you're going to have to make people like you in a genuine way. And the best way you can do that, there's even scientific studies, game theory, Nobel Prize winning theory. It's called tit for tat strategy. You can Google it. Tit for tat. Read about they've done these millions of those programmed computers, supercomputers, to calculate the best behavioral outcome in a situation. And the best behavioral outcome is start nice and then reciprocate. So there is a time when people are assholes to you that you don't have to be nice back. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is start nice. Hopefully the ball stays there and doesn't roll to the mean. And if it rolls to mean and it's a powerful person, sometimes you got to back off. You guys have seen sometimes when I go out, I have some bodyguard guys, and I got this guy, Rome. He's a big mofo, 6'7", 305 pounds, benches 550 pounds. He got 22-inch biceps. Sometimes I'll see people start a fight with him, and I'm thinking, this dude will kill you, man. One punch. Imagine getting punched by Mike Tyson with no gloves on. You're going to die. or your face will never be the same. So it's the same metaphor for behavior. You want to make money? Find powerful people that have a lot of money and don't piss them off, and they'll maybe let you hang out in their circle. You want to find investors? Find badass investors and reciprocate with them, and you start. Do something badass for them first. There's a great story of a sales guy who wanted to get a meeting with a customer, potential great customer. Could never get it. And that customer's son was in a car accident, was in the hospital. And this salesperson who wanted the meeting with the father sent the son a hockey stick signed by Wayne Gretzky, because he did his research and found out that that kid, the son of his customer or potential customer, loved hockey. And he sent him that hockey stick and said, signed by Wayne Gretzky, hope you get better. Guess what happened the next week? He got a phone call from the father. Did you send my son this hockey stick, this amazing thing from Wayne Gretzky? He said, yes, I did. He said, I want to do business with you. And he finally got that customer. But he only got that customer after following the golden rule. What would you want to do if your son was in hospital? You'd want people out there to do something and show their goodwill. That's what you have to do. I'm telling you, take it from me. I see a lot of shit now. I'm not there's all kinds of theories about me. Trust me, I've done a lot of stuff. Now, there's some people who have done a lot more than me, okay? But there's a hell of a lot of people who have done a lot less. And one thing I've learned is golden rule, do unto others, reciprocity bias, Kantian fairness. Don't do unto others what you don't want them to do to you. Game theory. This stuff works at almost every level, almost every time. There's always a few exceptions, but don't optimize around the exceptions. Optimize around the general rule and you'll go far. So anyway, let me ask you this question. Leave this as a comment. I'm very interested to hear. What's an example where you pissed off the wrong person and you regret it now? Secondarily, leave a comment. What's an example like my Dick Marconi Herbalife story where you started nice and they reciprocated back and it was an inflection point, a turning point where your life got better because you made a new ally. You got to have allies in this game of life, especially if you want to make money. So leave that as a comment. If you like these little talks I do, show your support, subscribe, and talk to you soon. All right, we're just here at Book Soup. Just bought How to Win Friends and Influence People. Looks good, right, Ollie?
Yeah, it looks great.
And she got a not a Studio 54 book. She likes to party.
Yeah, I like to party.
I get asked a lot, what's the secret if you're completely broke, if you're trying to do big things? Without a doubt, your ability to have powerful social skills, whether it's networking, whether it's finding mentors, finding investors, it all comes down to a few principles. Always use, by the way, $100 bookmarks. Why? It's not to show off, it's to remind you that if you read this book, there's a lot of value in it, not just financially, but in all ways in life. So we're gonna head back to the office here. Let me see if I can get you in. Brought the Ferrari out. So watch the edge here, don't scrape. So the most powerful things that I've learned when it comes to social skills, you all right, you in there? Oh, I'm gonna try to sneak in here without getting hit. Woo. Sunset Boulevard's a bitch. The number one, hold on guys, there we go, sneak in. All right, so when you're first starting out, it's very easy to get intimidated, right? Why? Well, you'll assume that just because you've never done anything or you're just starting out, that everybody you meet knows that. People don't always know that, so you gotta stay cool under pressure. I don't know what happened to my hair. The top down on this thing. Spiders are awesome, but don't go too fast. Anyway, so the first thing is don't get intimidated. You gotta stay cool. Every human is on the same path. No matter how powerful they are today, in 100 years, they'll be dead. Keep that in mind. No matter how beautiful somebody is, they won't be beautiful in 100 years. All of us are on the same path, and since we're all on the same, and I actually read an interesting book. I think it's by Mlodinow, the physicist from Caltech, and he said all humans are descended from 70 women. Genetically,
humans are very close to each other, so don't get intimidated, because being intimidated and showing a lot of weakness to people will inevitably turn them off. No one wants to be around somebody who's desperate. So number two is don't be cocky. So sometimes people are either too shy and intimidated, or their flip side. You can't post up. One time I made a mistake. I had a billionaire guy, and it's the first Ferrari I ever had, not this one, another one. And I showed up at the airport and I was trying to act all cool, like I was, you know, can you press the start button? And by the way, I shouldn't talk too much. Probably nobody wants to hear from me. Ollie's a little bit shy, but you moved here from Kentucky.
I did.
You were Miss Kentucky.
I was Miss Kentucky 2013.
So she knows Donald Trump, if you're looking at the political race. But you didn't know anybody here, and you had to network. And
Yeah, I came here all on my own, drove here, you know, across the country, and you just figure it out. You meet people, you network, and
you're not, she doesn't really get you don't get intimidated. You're pretty cool under pressure.
yeah.
She don't even need this book. She don't even need those $100 bills. She's a Capricorn, though. Capricorns always appreciate $100 bills, bookmarks. Anyway, so the number two thing, you know, when I rolled up on this guy in Ferrari at the airport, he was a billionaire. It didn't impress him. He was like, dude, he told me, he goes, I have a fleet of Ferraris. He's like, what'll impress me about you is you just showing me what you know, which leads to number three. You gotta know stuff. And a lot of people say, Ty, how can I, you know, be persuasive? How can I network? If you don't know shit, people are gonna figure it out. So the beauty is, no matter where you are in the world, you could be broke, like I was, broke, sleeping on a couch, 47 bucks in my bank account. You could be in the same situation, dead. Whatever it is, you can still know a lot of stuff, because you can pick up a book. You can go on YouTube now. You can start to become knowledgeable, and you don't have to be knowledgeable about everything. Warren Buffett, the billionaire investor, says just have a circle of competence. Just keep your knowledge in a tight circle, and you'll impress people. So there's a lot more things. Check out the book. You've never read it before, right?
I haven't.
So
I'm gonna read it.
she's gonna read it. And along with that, that's a badass coffee table book. If you never heard the story, I used to own a lot of nightclubs. So this is like the original nightclub, Studio 54. By the way, check out this shirt somebody made for me. The Good Life, health, wealth, love, and happiness. And it's got my website. Somebody mailed this. So whoever mailed this to me, thank you for the president. And you want to hold the camera while I drive it for a second? Can't go too fast. There's a lot of people on Sunset. All right, that's how fast you could go. People always are like, dude, why don't you go fast in these videos? I'm like, it's Hollywood, guys. You see, Phil, turn the camera around. That's about how fast you can go. So, anyway, here, you can hold it again. So here's a question for you. Oh, by the way, I'm doing this big contest. I'm gonna give away a car this year, okay, to the winner. It's not gonna be a Ferrari 458 Spider, but I'm gonna give away a car, and I'm giving stuff away every Friday. I have this little thing called Invest in Others. I believe people helped me when I was starting out. They didn't always help me with contests or money, but they gave some time. My mentors taught me what they knew, and so I believe in investing back in other people. So I'm doing this thing. So subscribe here, wherever you're watching this. Make sure you subscribe, because I'm just gonna pick randomly from the subscribers every Friday, and I'm doing some flash contest stuff too. And at the end of the year, I'm gonna pick somebody, so give them a car. Okay, so anyway, subscribe. By the way, what's the number one thing you ever learned about people, dealing with people?
Treat others the way you want to be treated.
Old school, golden rule. Can't beat that. All right, guys, peace out. What's your favorite book and why?
Okay, so I don't know my favorite book, but I am reading a book called Tampa right now, and I read a book. One of my favorite books was The Child Called It.
Okay.
It was so emotional. It really was like graphic, and it was deep, and it brought you into a world of a child that had really tough, abusive life, and it was hard to believe, but it was a true story. Yeah.
One other question. Mentor.
What should I read? That's what you should be telling me, since you know.
Headed to the World Series. taking the Challenger jet. I was doing the Rob Report car judging, so I had to take this so we can get there in 4.5 hours. In the car, I was listening to some Rihanna songs, and it reminded me of something. It reminded me of how impressed I was with Rihanna when I met her. One of the impressive things about Rihanna to me was that, you know, she's one of the most popular people in the world. If anybody could be cocky, you know, and not be interested in other people, it'd be her. Well, the first thing, if you see my interview with her, that she said to me, I started out and I said, Rihanna, you know, what's your favorite book? And she started to talk, and then she caught herself and said, wait a sec, Ty, you're the book guy. What's your favorite book? And you see, I can't tell you how many people who have accomplished less than Rihanna, okay, are so much cockier than her. See, that question is a sign of true humility. When you realize you don't have all the answers and that someone else does, and that you also, in the 67 steps, I talk about how you have to know who's in the room. One of the reasons that people can't find mentors, it's not because mentors don't exist, it's just that 9 out of 10 times when somebody's actually around a mentor, they'll kind of act like, yeah, I need your help, I want to learn from you, but I kind of already know what I'm doing. I've seen that so many times, and it's annoying to mentors. If one of my mentors has been doing real estate for 40 or 50 years, when I talk to him about real estate, I'm like, I know nothing. Even though I do know, but in comparison to him, I haven't even been alive that long. So I give him what's called deference, respect. And so Rihanna, even though she didn't have to, you know, I know a lot about books. I've been reading, and I've got the largest online book club in the world right now. So it's not like she's kissing up to me. It's just she has respect for other people's areas of expertise. And instead of her just talking away, she listens. One of the lessons I learned when I was young, I was with about 4 mentors. They were all together in Mississippi. Alan Nation, Joel Salatin, Dr. Gordon Hazard, the guy named Gary Townsend, and they were having a little private dinner, and they invited me. I was still a teenager, and I remember I talked the whole time, and at the end, Alan Nation just pulled me aside, and he said, Ty, sometimes you don't have anything to say, and he just kind of laughed and walked off. And I read between the lines, what he was trying to say is, Ty, you were at a table with 4 people who are 20, 30 years ahead of the success that you have, that you want to get to. Why would you talk a lot? Just remember, when you walk into a room and you talk a lot, you walked into the room, let's say, with 20 units of knowledge in your head. If you talk the whole time, you walk out of the room with 20 units. So there's no increase in your life. You don't increase the value and the understanding that you have. If you walk into the room and don't talk much at all, you have 20 units in your brain, but then you get information, insight from all the other people in the room, and you walk out of the room with another 20 units. So now you got 40 units. That's called a win-win situation. And that's what Rihanna did. Even though she could have just sat there and talked the whole time. And of course, it's okay to have back and forth. Doesn't mean you have to be silent. But she started out, and what I thought was interesting is that was her gut feeling. That's her impulse of how she acts naturally, which means she's learned in order to become successful, she has to be able to evaluate the expertise of people in the room. One of the 67 steps that I teach is something called knowing who's in the room. You can't act the same around everybody. It doesn't mean you have to be disingenuous or not, authentic. You don't have to become a different person. But if I walk in the room with the President of the United States, I'm going to act differently than if I walk in the room, with somebody who's an intern for my company. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't listen to anybody that says, because that's respect for what people have done, and it's okay to respect
And the benefit you get back, not only is it the right social cues for you to give off, but also that's how you keep mentors, because nobody wants to accomplish a lot and then have somebody disrespect them who's asking them for help. Why would a mentor, if you want a business mentor, let's say they're already made, you know, a millionaire or a billionaire or whatever your criteria is for your mentor, well, they already accomplished it. So they're here they've had the years and the time and the accomplishments there. If you want to learn how to do that, you're back here. And you always want mentors that have a big gap between you. And so when there's that big gap, then what happens is you can show the respect. They'll then say, well, you know what? Even though I don't need to spend my time, I'm not doing this for money. This person seems like they're genuinely interested, curious. That's what Rihanna was also. Curiosity is a factor. And then they'll reciprocate back to you, because most mentors realize at some point in their life they were helped by somebody else, so they're open to helping. But nobody wants to help somebody annoying. Joel Salatin used to tell me, I don't mind carrying a man tie, but I don't want him to drag his feet. Drag his feet means be annoying, be a burden, be quick to say you don't know something. Just like Rihanna was like, hey, you're the book person, Ty, you tell me. So she walked out of that meeting with new insight. I talked about some books, and I sent her a present, a book. And so she came with more. Chris Paul's at my house this week for lunch, same thing. You know, this is a multiple-time all-star, $100 million NBA basketball contract, head of the Players League, all-star. You like the Ghost?
Me.
You had what? You had the Wraith too?
Yeah.
I don't know what's better.
Chris Paul here. I just want to wish you the best. Wish you would have been here so I could meet you, man. But best of luck and you're in my prayers.
And he was like, Ty, I got some questions for you. And I was blown away once again, like I was with Rihanna, that somebody with that much achievement, that much status, is still curious, respectful, and interested in what other people have to say. And that, see, you got to reverse it. That's the reason they are successful. Rihanna's not that way because now she's successful and turned into that way. She got to that spot. Because remember, Rihanna had key people who believed in her when she was just starting out. She had Jay-Z and you know, she had all these people that helped her. And so she knew how to deal with people. She knew how to respect people. She knew how to interact in a way that doesn't come off as cocky or too wordy, you know? So just remember that when you're in an environment, when you're around, know who's in the room. If there's somebody who has something to teach you, ask them. Ask more than you talk. A good ratio, I would say, would be 3 to 1. So you're in a room, you realize you're with somebody, a potential mentor, or somebody you can give insight. Make sure if you say one sentence, you don't talk until they say 3 sentences. Okay, that's a great way to do it. Good little ratio to keep in mind.
What books speak to you the most?
What books?
What type of books?
True stories. They have to be true, real life things that have happened or autobiographies. I love those. I only watch documentaries or reality TV, things like that. I'm obsessed with like real things.
Kon-Tiki. Have you ever heard of this book? It was a guy, nobody believed in him, so he took a boat and he lashed together 9 logs and he floated across the Pacific Ocean just to prove it could be done.
Really?
It's a crazy story of courage
And that's a real story?
it's a true story.
You need to, well, I'm
Is it really possible to change your life in just a few minutes? Some people say no, pessimist. I think you can. I'm gonna give you 3 things that changed my life. You know, now people see I got nicer stuff. This is a Rolls-Royce Ghost and a Maserati, and I got a couple Lamborghinis and a Ferrari out here. But I didn't start out this way. I started out, I was sleeping on a couch in a mobile home in Clayton, North Carolina. I didn't have a college degree. I had about $47 in my bank account. I didn't have any cars. People see these, think that I always had this. I wasn't here in Beverly Hills. You know, I was in the middle of nowhere. I had no college degree. And what changed my life was knowing how to motivate myself, And these 3 things I'm gonna share right now. This is just got a Rolls-Royce Dawn, and that's a Aventador Lamborghini. The number one thing that I learned, that you can learn, that will change your life, you have to know what motivates you. And it's different for different people. You might not care about cars. You know, you might like travel or freedom from a 9-to-5 job. Whatever your thing is, find out your mix. I wish the school system had taught us this. You know, we learn so many things that we don't need in school. You learn isosceles triangles and the history of Mesopotamia, but what about how to be productive, overcome procrastination, figure out what motivates you? For me, it's a mix of a little bit of materialistic things, some non-materialistic things like freedom and travel, ability to help other people, help my family, help charities. That mix gets me out of bed every day, and you got to know yours. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Number 2 thing you have to know, I call this my Scarface entrance because it looks like, if you've ever seen Scarface. The number 2 thing you have to know is you need to have the right tools. You can't just say, I'm going to motivate myself, I'm going to motivate myself, I'm not going to procrastinate. It doesn't work that way. The brain doesn't work that way. In fact, I traveled the world, I found mentors, and I got them to teach me the best of what they knew. And I found 67 tools. I call it the 67 steps. I'm actually going to put a link to a presentation that I've shown tens of millions of people. It's a link right here below or above in the video. It might be down in the description, depending on where you're watching. Click that link right now. Go over to our website. It's absolutely free. You don't have to put in a credit card or anything. And watch this video presentation of how the 67 steps and those tools allowed me to begin to go from nothing to something. You might have a lot of ideas in your head. Ideas are just ideas. They're just intangibles until you take some action. Don't procrastinate. Click this. This is, I play the piano. It's like a little keyboard, and that's an old school piano there. Over a century old. So that, you know, that's the second thing. And I put the link, I explain that more in that video. Go over and watch on my site. The third thing that you gotta know is you have to have a map of success. So think about, you know, in the olden days, they used to bury treasure, and to find it, they would have a map. And if you didn't have that map, you could spend all the hard work, all the time, all the effort, all the labor you wanted. You never would find the treasure. And the school system failed us. Let's just face it. Elementary school, junior high, high school. I'm not saying all school is bad, but I'm saying there's things it didn't teach us. We didn't learn the proper tools. And so we weren't given the map to success. And that's why so many people are in debt, and why so many people are depressed, and why so many people have financial trouble, and so many people don't know how to invest their money. It comes from a lack of a map, and I want to give you a map. And that's part of why I've traveled to 40 or 50 countries. Once I was sitting on that couch, I found a mentor, Mike Stainback. One thing led to another. I began to business network and began to travel. I've been to, you know, New Zealand, Japan, South America, Bolivia, Chile, Germany, all these countries around the world where I found mentors who gave me a map. They said, here, Ty, here's what worked for us. I remember being in Germany with a guy who invited me, and he was, you know, 30 years older than me. And he laid out how, he just told me, we went on a walk back to the hotel where I was staying. I was speaking, doing a little business talk there to his staff, and he said, I want to share with you what worked for me. I started at 12 years old, and now I'm 70 years old. And I want to show you what worked for me, Ty. And I remember thinking, this guy's giving me the map. What if they had given me that map when I was 18 years old in school? Life would have been so much easier. If you have the map, you'll cut the learning curve, and you'll lose motivation if it takes too long. I don't want it to take too long for you. So click the link here. It's going to take you to 67 steps. It's a map of success. 92 countries people have gone through. Over 120,000 people have gone through my 67 steps. I've gotten tens of thousands of people write me saying, wow, it changed my life. It helped me get a promotion, helped me get a better job, helped me start a company, helped me overcome my fear, depression, anxiety, helped me lose 20 pounds, 50 pounds, 100 pounds, helped me found the love of my life, helped me increase my social circle, learn the business network, learn to invest in the stock market or gold or real estate, become an entrepreneur. That's what this can do for you. So watch this video. There's no downside because it's free to watch. Some people, you know, the difference between
some people and other people, the few that are really successful and really enjoy life, they just do the stuff that everyone knows they should do, but they don't take the time. So take a little bit of time, invest in yourself right now. Watch this video, it's really cool. Beautiful day out here. My friends out there playing volleyball in the background. So click this link, I'll see you over on my website.
A lot of people have been direct messaging me, asking me what they should choose for a career, how to make more money, and I'm here. This is actually 96 acres of land I just bought in Virginia. Long-term real estate investment that I just made. It's cool down there. It's got a log cabin from the 1830s on it. But here's my answer. For most people, there's a few exceptions, I recommend two things. Number one, create your own business. Even if it's only part-time and you have another career. Never rely on only one source of income. It's too dangerous. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Number two, take the profits or some of the profits and invest them in real estate. I've always been a part-time real estate investor. I've never been a full-time because I've always been doing businesses that have created the cash flow. But then you invest in real estate. Why real estate? Well, they're not making any more of it. That's what they say about land and real estate. So the demand will go up as the human population goes up. Second thing is everybody needs a place to stay. It's the most in-demand business that you can get in. So there's been more millionaires created by real estate, and a lot of the programs that I create online, the free ones, the paid ones that I have, are on those two subjects. You know, creating a business. There's multiple ways to do it. I've been teaching people how to make money with social media, how to run social media for businesses and get them to pay you $1,000 to $10,000 a month. It's been working amazing. You probably see on my Snapchat and Instagram all the stories of people's success. Now, not everybody's successful. My lawyers want me to say that. Some people don't make any money. Some people don't put in the time. But it works for a lot of people that actually put in the time and don't procrastinate and follow through. And then I've also got this real estate program that I built with a full-time real estate investor, Cole Hatter, one of my business partners, on how you can invest in real estate and even start, because the thing is, you've got to start somewhere, you know? So if you want to learn more about my programs, I'm going to put a link below or above. You can start out with some free training on how to start your own business. I recommend, if you don't know what to do, try social media. Social media is a great way to make money, and I'll show you how you can get small businesses where you live or other places to pay you $1 to $10 a month to manage their Instagram, their Twitter, do some video stuff for them. They don't know how to do it. They'll pay you. So click the link above or below, and it's absolutely free. You don't got to put a credit card in. You can get started with the free training. I also have some paid courses you can do if you're really interested. But start with the free stuff. See if it interests you. Don't procrastinate. Make sure you invest in real assets like land, businesses, not just things that rust, rot, and depreciate, or else all you'll do is make other people wealthy. You know, that's what most people do. They buy fast food, they make their landlord wealthy, and there's nothing wrong with that in stages, but you gotta have a long-term plan that's beyond that. So just get your first property, and there's a way right now, there's a trend, a new trend, relatively new, where you can flip homes without even owning them. So if you don't have much cash, you can actually flip the property. It's called wholesaling. I just call it, to keep it simple, flipping homes, flipping real estate contracts. You flip the contract. You don't even have to own the land. Sometimes you want to own the land. Sometimes you just flip the real estate contract to somebody else who will actually do it. And you can do that with very little money. And you don't need a great credit score and stuff like that. So that's my advice. Get out there, create some extra cash flow, an extra source of income. Don't just rely on one. And number two, buy a house. Get a rental property. It can be a cheap little house. So if you want to learn more about this, click the link below. You'll see, it should be somewhere here, 2 different programs. You can learn about both of them or just one of them. I highly recommend you consider either making money with social media, it's one of the cutting edge trends, or with real estate. Real estate is old school, but old school sometimes is the best, you know? So yeah, click the link above or below. In the middle of the US, like Kansas and stuff, people buying houses 40, 50, 60 grand, you know, that are returning. People are paying rent $600, $700, $800 on it. Now you gotta look for the deals because you can lose money in real estate. But anyway, I'm gonna put a link below to these courses, okay? I highly recommend, click on them. I got 2 courses, social media marketing agency. If that interests you, start your own business part-time, get businesses to pay you 1 to 10 grand a month. And I also have another course, this real estate flipping program. Click the link, it's absolutely free. I got free training on my website. You can start out with the free training. If you're very interested, I got some paid advanced VIP training you can do too. So click the link below or above, and yeah, I'll see you over on my website.
Okay, how do I make money online? People always ask me how I make money, and I thought I'd just show you some actual screenshots on my phone on different products, different businesses I have. Plus, I'm down here at the beach house in San Diego. I thought I'd give you a behind the scenes tour of my life. Like I said, I've never really shown this, but here's today. One of my companies here, $17,384 today alone. Made $715,000 in the last month. Selling simple household items. You know I like books. That's how much I sold in books. And I got another company. You know I like glasses. So we sell glasses, sleep glasses. I'll show you a little screenshot of that one. This is a Shopify. This month it sold $17,000. Today it's done $1,300 bucks. There's an airplane coming in. I'm gonna give you a tour. And I'm gonna share with you 4 simple steps that you can get started making money online today. Now, you're not going to start out making $700,000 a month like I'm doing. It took me a while to build up, but I'm telling you, it's easier to start now than it's ever been, because when I got started, you didn't have Shopify. Amazon wasn't easy to sell on. You didn't have Stripe to collect credit card number, to collect and process payments. So, man, if you're not in this game, I'm going to put a button below. You see over there? You see right there? I'm gonna be doing a little short talk on my website. You click this, go over to my site, and it's absolutely free. You don't have to put a credit card in. I'm gonna show you the 4 ways to get started, if you want, within 24 hours making money online. Now, like I said, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme, but trust me, there's simple household items around your house. $700,000 in the last month I've sold of books and book-related things, educational stuff. More. This is just one business. You could sell, I know people selling candles, making 100 grand. I know guys selling candles, I think you're gonna make a couple of $1 million bucks. Everywhere you look. So step number 1 to making money online, find a household item that's interesting to you. My mom's visiting, say hello. You could sell tortillas, you could sell food, you could sell dishes, pots, pans. That's step number 1. Find a simple household item that's related to what you do on a day-to-day basis. Like I said, I sold what did I sell in glasses? 1,300 today. And then this is just not showing Amazon. Amazon did about 3,000 or 4,000 days, so about $5,000 a day. And I also do stuff related to sleeping well, because everybody's got a bed and got to sleep. So here's some cars. I bring these down from LA, where my main place is. This is a Rolls-Royce Dawn convertible, got the top up. This is a convertible Aventador. So I'll show you out here. One thing cool about this house, you can throw huge parties because you got a big front yard, and then there's 2 floors I'll show you. So step number 1, find a simple household item that you use every day that interests you. Could be really simple. Go simple. Step number 2, decide if you want to sell using a website that you can build on Shopify, ClickFunnels, or you can just use Amazon. You need to decide between those 3. There's the upstairs. There's 2 bedrooms up there. This place has 5 bedrooms and 6 bath. Step number 3, okay, you got to connect them, and you got to get a way to collect money. So you can either use Stripe, Braintree, or if you sell on Amazon, they have built-in, you can process through them. I don't recommend PayPal as your only source. Sometimes, depends. So step number 4, let me show you downstairs. By the way, click the button below. Go watch the full presentation. I'm just giving you a quick tour. You need the full presentation. It's absolutely free. It's on my website. The button's either here or here. Click it, go watch. I'm gonna do an in-depth talk on this. Got my books. Like I said, these books making $700,000 a month. Thank you, books. Simple household items. You can make money selling art pieces, tables, chairs. You didn't realize your whole life's full of money-making opportunities if you know how to sell online. So step number 4, this is a crazy looking bathroom in here. I don't know why they made it so gold, but Goldfinger bathroom. Step number 4, once you got those, is you need to white label the products. So you don't want to have to create, like if you want to sell glasses, or if you want to sell cosmetics, or if you want to sell tables, you don't want to actually manufacture them, at least not to start. So there's a simple way that you can use what's called white labeling or drop shipping to take products that people have and put your own label and brand on it. With that said, you can be up and going with those 4 steps. Literally, if you start early enough today, you can do it today. Be up and running. Now, like I said, you got to get sales, but that comes if you know how to do it. Amazon literally has, I forget how many sales a day, 80 million sales a day, different items sold. So if you can do well in the Amazon ecosystem, people will find you, especially if you know how to rank there. It's the master bedroom. Guys know I like shoes. You can make money in shoes, you can be an affiliate. But I'm specifically, I want to tell you, these are some new ones I got, 13 retros. Specifically want to show you how to make money online in a simple, realistic way. Like I said, for some of you, you might be intimidated by trying to make, $715,000 a day. By the way, we've been making money while we were on this walk. While we were on this walk, made a couple $100 in the last couple of minutes. That's the beauty, by the way, of selling online. I call it robotic income. Like, robot never gets tired. It just does the work. If you build a website correctly using Shopify or ClickFunnels or Amazon, they never get tired. Those servers run. As long as there's electricity, they're running. And one of the cool things, if you want to make $100,000 a year, a lot of people think it's hard to make $100,000 a year. It is if you have a 9-to-5 job, because you're only working 8 hours a day, but a robot never gets tired. Robotic income, there's no end. It can run 24 hours a day. Did you know to make $100,000 a year, pull out a calculator and do the math. Let me show you. $100,000 a year, okay? Right there. Divided by 365 days, because a website can work nonstop, is $273 a day, right? 100 divided by 365 days. Then how many days are there? Hours in a day? You only got to make $11.41 an hour. $11.41 an hour. You're making $100,000 a year. 200,000? $23 an hour, $22 an hour. So click the link below. I'm going to show you in depth how to do this. Let's get you started. Hopes and dreams are killed by procrastination. Don't procrastinate. I showed you real screenshots. These are not made up.
Don't get life advice from billionaires, but do get financial advice. Just not life advice. They know nothing. They're basically, I've never met a billionaire that has an interesting life, just to be clear. They have more interesting than the average person, but I don't find them that interesting. Because to become a multi-billionaire, you pretty much just focus on one of the 4 pillars of the good life. So I just want you to know, it's not what you know, because sometimes I tell people, hire an introvert for marketing and an extrovert for sales. They're like, I already knew that. I'm like, I don't give a shit what you know. What have you implemented? Have you ever tested? You got to test. People don't know how to read what an introvert extrovert is. It's a much more advanced test than you think to know a true introvert versus a true extrovert. There's a lot of ambiverts in the world that are confusing to read. You have to be an actual expert. I am a true expert at it. But it took me 10 years, 30,000 hours, and 800,000 quizzes and 2 mentors that are world-class to become an expert at it. So use my quiz to assess whether somebody's introvert. Now, the other thing to go a little more advanced into personality of hiring is you really got to assess risk tolerance levels. So one of the things that I'm actually pioneering that nobody's ever done, I want to write a paper with Dr. David Buss on this. Or I have an Oxford professor that I've written a paper before with. People are not assessing risk tolerance. So in my 12 types career quiz, okay, you need the right risk level for each person. So for example, a chief operating officer, you do not want them high risk or low risk. You want them generally to be medium risk. Okay. You don't, now your CFO, who would be, or your head of accounting, you make sure you have a low risk taker there. Your sales team leader who leads sales, you need high risk taker. Now, interestingly enough, for marketing, I think you want a medium risk taker, because a high risk taker will spend all your money on one Facebook ad campaign and destroy you. Okay. So business partners, by the way, COOs, this is the most, you need a very intricate evaluation. Now, to be more advanced than this, it depends on your risk tolerance. So I am a medium to high risk taker. On a 1 to 100 scale on the 12 types quiz, I score around 65, which is moderate high. It's a little above. Okay. So I can go different directions. I've had one of my business partners in my life is extremely high. He's like a 90 out of 100. In general, you want your leaders around 20 points away from you. I don't like when they're too far away from you. You'll have too much of a disconnect. So if you score like me, 65, you want somebody no more than 85 and not less than 45. You'll be frustrated. In the leadership division 14, in the executive leaders, senior executives, you want them about 20 points away from you. By the way, goes for marriage too. Marriage, you want 20 to 30 points. When an extremely high risk-taking man marries an extremely low risk-taking woman, it's problematic. So in general, and by the way, you also need to offset yourself. So you do not want everybody in this senior executive team to be the same risk level as you. You definitely want, like, for example, I am a slightly high risk taker at about 65. My COO she's about a 50. So that's a great mix. She's definitely pulls me back from taking too much risk, but she's not like super afraid. Okay. Now for a CFO, I think you're okay. Sometimes in accounting, your bookkeeper, you want to be like a 20 on risk taking, by the way. Your bookkeeper should be like the scaredy cat, by the way. I have a bookkeeper. He must be like a 12 on risk taking. Yeah. I've had a accountant once who, in hindsight, I didn't know how to read. French guy, fucking guy ruined my books. Took me 2 years to fix all his stupid accounting. This is like way back in like 2011. And looking back, the guy was a high risk taker. He's smoking cigarettes all the time. People who need to smoke cigarette, don't hire somebody who needs stimulus like alcohol. I had a CFO one time who I had to let him go. He was getting DUIs. That's a high risk taker. In general, people who are addicted to things are higher on the risk scale. That's not my opinion. You can go to ChatGPT and you'll see the correlation. It's not 100% correlation, but it's very related.
You know how I said I'm going to make 300 people either millionaires or at least six figures? And people think I'm joking, but I'm not. I flew Jaden in from Chicago. He got in the social media program, how to start your own social media marketing agency. What'd you get in, 2 months ago?
Yeah, day one.
He was one of the first people got in the test group. He wasn't cynical. He got in, and how much have you made in the last 2 months?
32,000.
32 grand in 2 months. How old are you?
21.
21. They don't believe us. If you're cynical, you always block your blessing. Some people, you could give them a $30,000 car and they wouldn't take it. If I counted how many people I've made millionaires but didn't have time to verify, it's a large number. Jim Rohn used to say, formal education will make you a living, self-education will make you a fortune. You pick what you want. You want a living, 9-to-5 job, or you want a fortune? Consistency beats duration. So a lot of people don't go to the gym because they're like, I don't have an hour and a half. It's better to go every day for 15 minutes. It's better to do this right here, what they're doing, if you don't even have a gym. Box, you should do a little shadow boxing every day.
That's a good angle.
Because duration is not as important as frequency and consistency.
Go back. Start going through that side. Go.
Okay.
Everybody, fast. Go, go, go. Woo, fast. Go, 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 go. Go fast. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go.
Bruce Lee said he didn't fear the man who practiced 1,000 kicks. He feared who practiced 1,000 kicks in one day.
Well said.
He feared the man who practiced 1 kick a day for 1,000 days. That guy's gonna be way better. And so you made your money back right away.
Yeah.
Now, how'd you convince them to pay you up front? Because usually I recommend $1 to $2 grand a month to charge people, but you got them to pay you 20 grand
See,
up front.
that's actually a really funny story. I think it was Joe Soto in the video. He was talking about how you should really analyze your competitors so that you can learn how to fill the gaps that they're not targeting for a competitive advantage. And when I went to talk to the doctor, it was actually a week before I actually got to sit down with him and really pitch him and show him the value of what we do. I went back a week later on Wednesday. I met with him from 11 to noon, and he was supposed to have lunch from noon to 1, and then from 1 to 2 apparently he was supposed to be meeting with another marketing firm.
Oh,
and
that stacked up, man.
Right, and that marketing firm was the $11 million competitor.
Okay.
And so I think he was actually writing that check for that person.
Oh, but you convinced him.
But I convinced him to go with me because I was before. So what happened
Early
was...
bird gets the worm.
So true, so true. But I said I was learning from the best in the industry, and this person is going to not only help me customize your business, but we're going to build your brand story, and that's going to be communicated in the most efficient and effective ways.
Right.
So that your clients don't have to shop.
At this house, you do not know what you're ever gonna get. Say hello, everybody. We're gonna vlog. This is our daily vlog.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Say hey, Damon.
And
Yes. I think it was about like 1 minute and 10 seconds.
yeah, that's right.
These pants aren't bad.
They're cute, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that.
Is that better?
That's good enough.
All right, which car is the best? You like the Ferrari?
Or
It's red.
how many people know that you do all these things? And he said, well, usually I have to get the patient to come in for one of the things, and then I tell them about it. I was like, why don't you just brand yourself for all three?
Yeah.
And then save yourself the time and them the time.
Because that's one of the things that I teach in the program.
Yeah,
is how you
100%.
create what's called a brand story. Like, you have to.
That's
a
the
lot of
seller.
people's marketing is. Oh, that helped.
That's the seller. That is absolutely the seller.
Because if you watch my Snapchat or any of my social media, YouTube, you can tell that my life is kind of like a story. Like when I'll meet people on the street, they'll come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, we already know about Zach, and we know about your grandma. We know about the cars. We know like what you do jujitsu." And so the same thing, if you can do that for a doctor's office or a pizza restaurant or a landscaping company, and you help them build their brand, all of a sudden they'll stand out from their competitors. And then they'll start getting clients. And the more clients they get paying them, because let's say this doctor that does cosmetic surgery, a lot of times he's making 5 or 10 grand per client.
Yeah.
So they'll gladly pay you $1,000 a month. If you bring them 3 clients a month, that's 30 grand you're making them, and they're paying you a couple grand. You can eventually charge more, or be charging $2,000 to $10,000. So sometimes, I mean, people, you can just get one business.
Right.
People don't realize how much business is spent on marketing.
Yeah.
It's just not that many people are good. Well, I'm glad you learned. Not that many people know the brand story thing. I'm one of the only people, I might be the only person teaching it like that in the world. And it really works. And if you don't believe it works, just look at my social media.
Yeah.
It works. If you're good at marketing, which is what I teach in this program, and I'm pretty good at marketing.
Pretty good.
You're never gonna be poor.
you're never going to be poor. My goal for this program is learn how to get a six-figure income. Right. Okay, and it's a variety because 6 figures is $100,000 a year to $999,000. Figure out how to make 6-figure and enjoy your life and keep the balance of other stuff, and then you can figure out how to make 7-figure. So my goal for people is like learn to make $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
Then learn how to make, I call it the rule of 10. Then make $100,000 a month. Then $1 million a month. Then you can try to make $10 million a month.
The number one thing that they should have taught you and I in school by the time we're 18 years old should have been financial freedom, right? Because I sometimes say it's the most ironic thing. The whole reason you're supposed to go to school is to prepare you for life. But let's be honest, when you were 18, when you graduated high school, did you feel like you were remotely equipped for the important things in life? Because I would say there's like 4 important things you got to know in life. You got to know health, wealth, love, which is like your social life, and happiness. And those 4 things are completely skipped. You learn what an isosceles triangle is, you learn social studies, all that stuff you could learn later. Honestly, that's the stuff you should learn at 30. And then, or if you get a job like become an engineer, it's obviously a little more important to know isosceles triangle. But I'll tell you this, what's more important for everybody is to understand the basics of how to invest your money, how to create cash flow, how to, really understand how to create appreciating assets that'll take care of you throughout your life. Zero taught about that in school. I read a psychological study that said the 3 biggest regrets people have are who they marry, the job they choose, and their education. And I think that 3rd one is the worst because you can't get those years back. Like if you marry the wrong person, you could turn that around. You're in the wrong job, you can switch jobs. But if you spent from age 6 to age 18 basically wasting everybody's time, wasting taxpayer money, how do you recover from that? And so I think there's like 3 main lessons that everybody, you and I, should have learned that we didn't learn. So I decided I would record a video. I'm actually flying to speak at Harvard. I'm a college dropout. I hope they know that. But I'm speaking there up to their there's an entrepreneur conference, and they invited me to speak. This is a Gulfstream G4. Decided to charter one. Nowadays I try to usually go private, not always, but and then part of why I do it is because it gives me more time to do important stuff. Like I was reading this book. I always think of that Jim Rohn saying, a formal education will make you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. So I recorded a video on my website. I'll put a link to it. It should be below or above or somewhere around, or maybe down in the text, depending on where you're watching this video. Click it, it'll take you over to my website, and I'll show you 3 very important secrets that I didn't learn till I was after high school from mentors, specifically about financial freedom. Because like I said, you need to learn health, wealth, love, and happiness, but if you don't have financial freedom, everything else suffers. It's the number 1 reason people get divorced, financial issues. One of the top reasons Daniel Kahneman, a Nobel Prize winner, found people aren't happy, they're too stressed about money. And health is directly related. If you're so stressed out, if you're working so hard, you have no time to relax. So I always say, when you don't know what to fix in your life, fix your financial situation. But you got to know some things that they don't teach in school. You have to understand how to buy low, sell high, right? That's like simple stuff, but there's some more advanced stuff that I'll talk about. And this is whether or not you want to be an entrepreneur. You don't necessarily have to be an entrepreneur. You can have your job. Maybe you're unemployed now. A lot of people are unemployed. There are ways, and it's better time than ever, despite what the media says, for you to become financially free. It's actually realistic now. Might not have been realistic 100 years ago, but it is today. So click this link below. It'll take you over to my website. I'm going to show you 3 secrets. Now, when you get over there, pay attention, because that's a video that I'm not going to keep up for that long. I just wanted to, people ask me this question a lot, like, what did you learn about financial freedom? Because I was born to a single mom. My dad was in prison when I was born, so I didn't grow up flying in private jets. My mom probably never made more than maybe 20 or 30 grand when I was young. So I had to learn all this stuff. That's why I said, formal education will make you a living. I went through public school up to high school. I didn't go to college. I dropped out. So I got that formal education and I learned how to make a living. But for most people, that's not enough money to live on. You know, if you're not making enough, you're going to be stressed out. So I think this is an important video for you to watch. If you click that link, and really when you get there, it's free. You don't have to put your credit card in or anything. It's a video that people have where I talk about stuff where people have paid me a lot of money. I get paid to speak around the world, but I wanted to give this one free just because I feel like mentors help me pay, and so this is me paying it forward and passing on this stuff. A lot of people, you know, now I'm in Beverly Hills and all that, a lot of people I know that make a lot of money don't want to share stuff. And so I thought maybe I should be that way, you know, don't teach everybody because it creates competition with me, but I'm not worried about that. You figure out how to become financially free, how to apply these 3 secrets I'm going to teach you. It's going to be a better world for everybody, you know. So yeah, click this link, should be below, maybe up, depending. You can never tell with online videos where the button will be, and it's going to explain really what I wish they had taught me in high school. And the stuff, you know, I've been to over 40 or 50 countries, traveling the world, learning this stuff, learning from billionaires, learning from, you know, millionaires, learning from top entrepreneurs and CEOs, and this is all that stuff that I had to gather the hard way, and I want to give it to you for free. So click that link, and I'll see you over on my website.
Do you know your exact life purpose? You know your destiny? I'm going to show you 3 ways you can figure it out. I'm also going to give you, people always asking me, I'm here in the backyard, they're asking me for like a little crib style tour. So it's a pretty cool house. I wasn't born in Beverly Hills. I was born in the not so good side of town, but, and not too long ago, I was sleeping on a couch in a mobile home, $47 in my bank account. What I'm going to show you 3 things today, what my mentors taught me, which helped me, you know, it's a lot cooler life I have now. This is a 56-door house. It's got, I think, 18 bedrooms, 18 bathrooms, 16 bedrooms. It's pretty cool. I'll show you, I'll give you this little, got my soccer court here. I mean, soccer field, mini soccer field. My favorite thing is basketball. Tennis, basketball. Can play 24/7 here. And, you know, if you're trying to figure out what to do, maybe you have a job that you like, or maybe you feel stuck. The 85% of people don't like their career. And that all comes back to this question of what is your destiny? You know, this is the gym. Make sure you stay in shape. Found that to be important. All the money in the world, all the success in the world doesn't matter if you're not healthy. But that's for another conversation. To find your life's purpose, I think, is why we're on the planet, you know. Somebody once said, the purpose of life is to find your purpose. There's some truth to that. I don't mean it in a cheesy way, you know. I don't mean it like some crazy hippie understanding of it. This is my dojo. I box, do Muay Thai, do some jiu-jitsu. I'll show you the movie theater. I don't mean it in a crazy sense. I mean having clarity in life. You know, and what I found in my life is when I was sleeping on that couch with no money, I felt lost and I felt hopeless. And the modern school system doesn't help you out. Our education system is in chaos. You go through it, you don't understand your strengths, you don't understand your weaknesses. People spend 40 years doing the wrong thing. You don't ever want that to be you. Build your life around your strengths. But that means you have to know yourself. And I'm going to give you some tests you can do. I'm going to put a link. It'll take you to my website. Some free tests, some free information that changed my life. I traveled to 50 countries, finding mentors, multimillionaires. I read thousands of books. This is the movie theater. It's got 12 seats. Got a little basketball on. Poker room. Pool. Got the jacuzzi here. Cabanas. And the main house. We were in the guest house there. So as you're watching this, you know, ask yourself this question. How much clarity do you feel you have? Do you feel like you could be doing more, but you're a little lost? You don't know the steps? I did not know them. I came through the education system. I was born, my mom was a single mom. and I had to learn this the hard way, and I'll show you these things. I'm gonna put a link. It's either somewhere above or below. You click it, it's absolutely free. It takes you to my website. I recorded a quick and easy but more in-depth video. I don't want this one to be too long. I know you're busy, but if you click this link, it'll take you. It's just an amateur video, but I lay out with a whiteboard the exact formula and the exact secrets my mentors taught me. So what you got to find. You got to find mentors. Here's the kitchen. I'm not a very good cook, so I have a chef. That's the one thing I recommend. If you're not a good cook like me, spend some money on having help in the kitchen. Got the garage here. If you like fast cars, got a few fast cars in here. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati. But my books, I love books. So I'll take you over here to the living rooms where I shot this video. So there should be a link. Go ahead and click it. Take you over to my website. It'll show you the exact step-by-step formula that you can use, the secrets to figuring out what you should do with your life. Like I said, you might already be successful, but you know you could be more successful. Got a pond here in the living room. Got some pet fish. This I call the Scarface view up here. For those of you seen Scarface, say hello to my little friend. It's another cool thing in this house. You got this is the board I'll be laying out when you click the link. It's gonna take you here and I write this out for you. We got a cool front door, but you got an elevator here. Now I don't use this too often, but it's nice if you have a lot of luggage and stuff. Got a little elevator. And, oh, you gotta wait for it to be here. Anyway, the door I'll show you. Find your life purpose, whatever you do. Don't stay lost. Got a little door and a big door. This door weighs like 600 pounds. Anyway, click the link. I'll see you in a second over on my website. Like I said, it's all free. You don't have to pay anything. And I'm gonna lay out right here 3 things. Click the link, and I'll see you over there in a second. Okay.
Most of what we call introversion is literally social anxiety. Okay. So those of you who, for example, would be nervous speaking to a large group of people, very common reaction. Humans grow up evolutionarily. Most of our ancestors lived in small groups. It's called Dunbar's number. Robin Dunbar, the sociologist, 150-person groups. So of course, the average human is petrified to speak to 10,000 people because in our evolutionary past, there was never, and I repeat, never a crowd of 10,000 people. It's very unnatural to have a crowd of 10. The largest group I spoke to is about 30,000 people in a stadium. That never happened. In the 1500s, the average person never, there's a good book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. The average person never traveled more than 15 miles from their home. Guns, Germs, and Steel, he's a Pulitzer Prize winning UCLA professor. I actually interviewed him for his book for MentorBox, a company I own. So I've had pretty interesting conversations with him. And so you can't naturally be good at speaking to large crowds. Out of this group, let's say we had 1,000 people on the Zoom call, there'd be under 5% who are naturally good speaking to large groups. It's not in our genes, okay? It's really not. And if you think you're a good speaker, the simple test is, can you speak to 10,000 people and get a standing ovation 80% of the time? Then you're a good speaker. Now, what I was telling to this guy earlier today, he was too much diagnosing himself. He was saying, Ty, I'm an introvert. I have, imposter syndrome. I said, no, stop it. You're not really an introvert. Okay. Not by Jung's definition. And you're not really experiencing imposter syndrome. You just aren't that good at it because you don't practice. So when I lived at the Amish for 2.5 years, the Amish would have a barn raising and they'd build a house. And they would build a house so fast, it's pretty amazing. There's documentaries on the Amish
in the United States, how they can build a barn in one day. Well, the reason is they have like 30,000 hours building barns by the time they're 18 years old. Because when you're at the Amish, you start picking up a hammer at 5 years old. And they don't have imposter syndrome, or they're not introverts. When you show up, I just did one this year. In the last year, there was I have a farm in the middle of an Amish community, and they call it a work day. It's in German, right? They call it Schafe. Schafe is the Amish German word for work. So they have these Schafe days, work days. And when you get there, there's nobody who's like, yo, I'm an introvert. I can't build this house. I'm a little nervous. There's no panic attacks. Nobody says, oh, I have imposter syndrome. I read that in a book. Imposter syndrome is where you doubt your own skills, or more sophisticated term is Dunning-Kruger's. None of that. They all been building houses. They all have 10,000 hours in by the time they're 18. And so your competence is your confidence. And we live in a world now where people are like, I don't feel confident. That's good. You shouldn't feel confident. Competence brings confidence. And what brings competence? Reps and sets. Arnold Schwarzenegger is one of the great biographies. It's on my tylopez.com/books. Okay. I recommend it in my top. I'll put the link if you ever want to see my free book recommendation list. I just added a new book to it, number 50 out of, I ranked my 100 top books. Added a new book called The Fabric of Reality. But in there, Arnold Schwarzenegger has his autobiography. It's called, he has a new one. I'm confusing. What's the one? Somebody help me out. I just call it the Arnold Schwarzenegger autobiography. I'll remember in a second. He says in that book, Total Recall. Thank you. I was about to call it Terminator. Total Recall. He just says he wasn't an introvert in the gym. He wasn't an extrovert. He didn't struggle with low self-esteem. He just went like this a lot with heavier and heavier weights. And he would do about, let's just say 10 sets on his chest. 20 sets. I think he used to say like 20 to 30 sets on a body part in one day, and let's say about 10 reps. And so if you do that, you get a big chest. It pretty much, unless you have physical handicaps or you don't sleep or don't eat. In general, if you go like this, my dad was a pro bodybuilder. My dad was on the cover of Mr. Universe. My dad was Mr. Canada, Mr. Junior USA, Mr. Puerto Rico. He had the world record bench press. This is before I was born. I posted on my Instagram, I found when my dad didn't brag a lot. When he died, I found in a closet his Mr. Universe magazine, Joe Weider's Mr. Universe. My dad and another guy was on the cover. It's cool. But my dad was born and had scarlet fever in his heart. So he had heart problems. The doctor told my grandmother, his parents, that he'll be dead at age 14. And so the old school way, doctors would not let you exercise because my dad had a weak heart. So he's a very sick kid. My dad grew up in Harlem, New York, rough area. He was bullied a lot. And then around age 12, 13, 14, he decided to ignore the doctors. He found some books by like Jack LaLanne on bodybuilding. And my dad started to just lift weights. He didn't listen to anybody that said he had genetic weaknesses, and he just ignored it, and he put in the work, and he went like this. My dad had a huge chest. He was strong. I told you, for his weight, at 1 year, he had the world. This is before steroids. He had the world record. He benched about 400 pounds when he was 150. That's a lot, okay, with no steroids. And how do you do it? He just ignored all the psychology and the genetics and this, and he just said, I'm gonna go like this. And every week I put a little more weight on, add another pound. And slowly but surely, the muscle just builds. It's called hypertrophy. And it works for almost everybody, even somebody like my father, who was told he'd be dead at 14. And by age 16 or 17, my dad won Mr. Junior USA. That was like a teenager thing. I've posted a few times on Instagram, my dad's pictures. And so a lot of you are overdiagnosing yourself. Okay. You're overdiagnosing yourself. you're going, it's you understand, I got to build a personal brand, but I don't like my face. Like, but introvert, I did my self-diagnosis. Who's ever heard this bullshit? I'm an introvert. When I'm out in large crowds, I have to go back quietly and recharge my social batteries. I mean, who made this up, man? What is this? Is this, all humans have to recharge their social battery. You'll never meet somebody who can be in large crowds forever. It doesn't exist in our ancestral past. The largest city, there's been 100 billion humans estimated to live. A lot of you will be surprised by that, but Google it. Estimated humans on Earth was 100 billion humans. Most humans lived in pre-industrial times. There was never large crowds. There's no human acclimated to being in New York City all the time. Now, some people have social anxiety, but that's a separate diagnosis. And obviously, there are people on an extroverted, introverted scale that are more one way or another.
There are no more heroes. You have killed them. You and I. It sounds a little bit like Nietzsche when he said there's no more God. We've killed him. But seriously, we live in a world nobody's protected anymore. I want to talk about the rise of tribalism and what it means for you. It's pretty important. Like, just think about this. Whoever you admire, 50% of the world hates. If you like Donald Trump, there's 50% of the world that really doesn't like him. I'm not talking about just slightly annoyed. I'm talking about despises. If you like Joe Biden, same thing. If you like Elon Musk, 50% of the world idolizes him. They're in his tribe, and 50% of the world can't stand him. He's a exploitative, know-it-all billionaire. What does this mean, and why is it important? Well, I was in the shower, and I was thinking, we used to live in a time where you looked up to somebody, and you had this source of continual inspiration. That's gone, because if you're a human, which I'm assuming you are if you're listening to this, you get affected by negative criticism. In fact, the human...
What do you look for when hiring somebody?
So I used to have 3 frameworks. I've changed them a little bit, so I'll give you guys the most cutting edge. And I used Warren Buffett's for a long time, which is, if you want to write it down, it's energy, intelligence, and integrity. So energy, are they lazy? You want a person who walks fast. They come into your office and they're slow, they have no energy. Larry King told me of all successful people he's ever interviewed, from dictators, celebrities, sports athletes, the number one defining characteristic was drive. You have drive, and that's, in simple English, energy. No energy, you're done. So I used to use energy. Integrity is more like, I use it as integrity to systems. If you tell them every day, be here at 10, post this by 10:30, and they always do it at 10:45, they have no integrity to your system. And the third is intelligence. You need creative problem solving. Most people, you tell them, go bring me a drink. They walk to the door, it's locked. They come back, no, I don't have the water. Why? The door was locked. Well, kick it down or go around another door.
Most common question I get about my life. Ty, what do you do for a living? How do you make money online? Well, it's a good question. Got all these books here. Slowly but surely, I taught myself how to make money online. Some of those books aren't related. But I'm gonna show you something. And I haven't shown this for years. Partly because you don't want to show all your secrets to people, right? People might copy it, but who cares? I'm okay. I've made enough financially that if you want to copy this formula I'm going to give you, go ahead. By the way, here, I'll show you something. Because I'm going to put a link. Just hold that for 1 second there, Mel. Just like that. I'm going to show you something. So this is a Stripe account for one of my businesses. I haven't even looked at it today. This is not a screenshot. I'm going to put my thumb on it. So $52,315. Can you see that? There we go. That's today. It's not a made-up screenshot. 1.1 million in the last 30 days. That's a business that I built 1 year ago. Started making 7 figures, $1 million business in the first week. How did I do it? Stuff I learned in these books, but more than the books, stuff I taught myself. So I'm about to take a whiteboard and lay this stuff out for you. I'm gonna record a video. I'm gonna put a link. Click this link. It's above and or below or down in the description. I'm gonna go through. Forget the books. You don't have to read all the books about how to do internet marketing. I'm gonna just show you what I do. Okay? I've never done this before. For years I've been on, YouTube and Facebook. People are always like suspicious, like, oh, what do you do, man? What do you do? I just showed you one thing, 52,000. You know what that business is? Selling books. That's why I want to show you books. Simple household items. You could sell things all around. You could sell pens, notepads. You can sell jerseys online. You can sell knickknacks like that. Like anything that you could sell. Water. Amazon. You know how much money's going between people's hands on Amazon? You can sell chess pieces. You can sell shoes. You can sell whiteboards. You can sell lights. Like everything. You can sell sweaters like this. Glasses. I have a business that I'm an advisor to that sells glasses. Makes $1 million a year. So let me break down this formula for you. Like I said, I probably should have done this before, but better late than never. Click the link. Head over to my website. You don't have to put a credit card in to watch this video. I'll train you. I'll train you. Okay? I'll show you what I do. All right? Click the link. I'll see you over there.
The identity that will make you the most money is the mad scientist. Have you noticed that mad scientists are taking over the wealth world? Elon Musk, mad scientist. Mark Zuckerberg, mad scientist. Bill Gates, mad scientist. Okay, Steve Jobs was a mad scientist. This new guy, Altman. Not Altman, Sam, what's the guy from ChatGPT? Sam Altman, I think that's his name. Mad scientist, dude. When you talk to them, they remind you of a guy who has like beakers and he's pouring different chemicals and it explodes sometimes. You got to see yourself with that. So one thing one of you was saying is like, oh, Tom, I'm posting cinematic videos 4 times a week. And well, a mad scientist would be like, okay, let me post cinematic videos and then let me post really ugly videos. See, mad scientist thinks differently. Everybody else. So for me, by the way, I've posted, the most I've ever posted on Twitter is 24 times a day. Then I tested that for a month, and then I tested once a day. And then I was posting last week, I was posting about 8 times a day. Yeah, 8 times a day. And I just upped it to 12 times a day. That's the mind of the mad scientist. And mad scientists are taking over this world. And I think it's going to continue. I don't think so I think you're going to get paid in proportion to the way you think through things in a mad scientist context. So a lot of you are very and some of it's just how you get raised as a child. School does a lot of damage because school tells you there's one right answer. 5 plus 5 is 10. And so you become a memorizer and you think there's these black and white answers. And then you go and be an entrepreneur, try to make money. There's no 5 plus 5 equals 10 of money. There's no do these 3 things and you'll make $1 million. No, anybody who tells you that's a liar, because if it was that easy, 1 million people would do it by tomorrow. If there was a formula to make $1 million a month, and you could buy it in an ebook or a course. You do these 3 things, you make $1 million a month. 1 million people would join that course in the first month, and there'd be too much competition, and it would stop working. So therefore, it's impossible if you use the black and white mindset. Okay? It's impossible. It's impossible. If you're a black and white tie, what's the 2 plus 2 equals 4? There isn't one. In making money, there may be one in religion. If you're Christian, you have a certain belief that if you believe this, you're a Christian or you go to heaven. If you're Muslim, you're like, if you do I think the Muslim has 5, what's it called, pillars or something. Go to Mecca once, charity, all that. So there's hard and fast rules. That's fine. I'm not going to speak about religion. Jews have Talmud, they have, commandments, the Old Testament, this. But that doesn't count in money. That's not how money works. Money is the person who has least conviction wins, actually. Isn't that crazy? So for your kids, that's why, sending your kids to school, you're literally programming them for a world that doesn't exist anymore. teaching your kids to go and be like, maybe even physics doesn't really hold up to laws anymore. You know, quantum physics destroyed Einstein's physics. Einstein's physics destroyed Newton's physics. So sure, it's okay, I guess, to know 2 + 2 is 4. What I'd rather have my kids know, what I'd rather have you all know is, I've been posting 4 times a week. Okay, let me write down the results. I got 8,000 views. Okay, next week, Mad Scientist, let me post 8 times a week. Post 8 times, write down on a piece of paper what happened. I got 60,000 views. That's way more. Okay, I'm a Mad Scientist. What happens if I post a little bit more? Let me do 10 times in a week. Or let me go down. Maybe the optimal is down. Let me try 6 times. Then you write down, oh, I only got 40,000. Then you look at the piece of paper at the end of the month and you go, you know what? So rather than I posted 12 times, I got double the views. I'm going to do that. And that becomes your new hypothesis. You got to think that way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you. Whatever book you're reading, whatever course you're in, whether it was mine or anybody else's, if somebody tells you, you know, here's the answer, not with me, they're lying to you. They might be telling you the truth about, you know, is Sweden north of Germany? Yes, that might be a true statement. But when it comes to money, it's all Mad Scientists. It also changes. You know, sometimes I remember when it was better to post like 50 Instagram stories. Right now, I've been experimenting with just posting 1, 2, or 3. And right now, it seems that the Instagram algorithm really wants us to only post like 3 Instagram stories, maybe 5. Has anybody been watching my stories over the last year? Sometimes I was posting like, you know, 60 Instagram stories in one day. But now I've been posting 1, 2, or 3 for the last week or 2, and I've been getting triple the views. Triple. So now I'm going to experiment with 5 posts in a day. You see how my mind works? I don't think like other people when it comes to making money. Experiment. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing. It is possible to over-experiment, but that's rare. You don't want to test. You don't want to do. Eventually, you got to figure out what you're going to do in life. But 365 days in a year, a lot of tests should be done. So I can see as I kind of slide through in general here, people are still black and white thinkers. You're still brainwashed from elementary, junior high, and high school. That doesn't work. If it worked, I will tell you. If it worked, I would tell you. Trust me. I got no skin in the game to confuse you. I'd rather be able to listen, everybody. You post 1 TikTok a day, you post 1 YouTube podcast, and your personal brand's going to grow and you're going to have 1 million followers in 2 years. Well, it doesn't work that way because it's a competitive game. So what happens is if your competitors start doing one thing, it changes what works. That's actually what happened. Too many people are posting. Who's seen their Instagram views go down in the last year? Anybody seen that happen? The reason is there's the same amount of eyeballs looking at Instagram stories every day. But now there's 100,000 new influencers posting, 1 million new influencers posting. So it's the same eyeballs. One eyeball can't see 40, shorts a second. So that's what's happening. And recently, in the last week or 2, YouTube shorts have changed. About 2 months ago, YouTube shorts changed. Patrick says my TikTok has gone up. Exactly. So if you have the mind of the Mad Scientist, you used to be posting on Instagram, and now you're like, wait a sec, TikTok better. I'll tell you this. You ever heard this cliche? The only thing I know to be true is change. And I know this sucks. I wish People hate hearing this. I've seen it. I've gone up on stage in front of 20,000 people, 30,000 one time. What people want you to tell them is, hey, everybody, my name's Todd Lopez. There's 7 things to do. Every one of you will be rich. Every one of you will be the richest person in the world, even though, of course, that's impossible. Not everybody can be the richest person. Do these 7 things. Okay, open a TikTok account, open a ClickFunnels account, open a Klaviyo email account, and you post, you send 1 email a day, you make 1 funnel, make sure it has the button here, make sure it's a blue button. And here's the exact, people always ask me, what price point works? Do I charge $20, $20,000, $200? I wish I could just get on stage like that. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. Religion is black and white. You can stay religious. You know, geography is black and white, but making money is just mad scientists trying 50 things a month. So who here is going to commit in the month of February and March that you're going to double your experiments? That's what I want from today. That was my who here is going to just say, last month I did 5 experiments. This month I'm going to do 10. Just double what you did in January. That's all I'm asking. I'm not, so if you only did 1, it'll be easy. This double 1 is 2. Okay? They're going to keep doubling it every month. So by December, you might be doing, you might have to be like the very top student. Probably my top student in the world. He's close to being a billionaire. I'm not sure what his net worth is, but probably 300 to 600 million, easy, if not higher, from scratch in 5 years. Okay? He has a team at his company of 6 people watching what everybody else is doing in the internet and experimenting with it in his business. Full-time people that help him experiment. I do that. All these different ninja mercenaries, I'm trying everything. I'm buying ebooks. I'm taking courses. I'm on Zoom calls. I'm in trainings myself, because the only thing that's true in making money is that change is the only thing that is true. And as long as you change quickly, you're going to make a lot of money. Why not? Now, once again, you can over-experiment. I've seen it. It's just rare. I have seen over-experimentation. It's just rare. That's why I don't talk about it enough. But let me end by saying, you know you're over-experimenting one way. If you find yourself having found a winner and then you never implemented it. So if you look back, you're like, wait a second, that was a winner and I forgot to do it. So you experiment, you got to stop sometime. That's at most 20% of you. Almost all of you are under experimenting. And I really want to change that. That matters. And so I'm glad we committed. Who here feels like they're over experimenting, by the way? Just put over or under. Over and under. Under, under, under. Under, under. Good. Good. One person said over. So it looks like 3 people out of the last 50 people. So it looks like our ratio is 6 or 7% who experiment too much. Now, you can do this in all areas of life. Some of you committed to a diet way too quick. You're vegan, you're paleo, you're carnivore. You should honestly try every diet. I don't see why people, I've done every diet. I've done vegan, I've done keto, I've done vegetarian, I've done paleo, I've done carnivore, I've done, flexitarian, I've done pescatarian. Pescatarian's a good one, by the way. I've done pescatarian. I've done ova, where you just like lacto-ova, you only do milk and eggs. I've done, what's a crazy diet I've done? I've done like Atkins diet, which is a form of keto. So I actually know which diet works the best for my body. You should do this for love. You should do this for social life. By the way, what city should you live in? I'm working with one of my other clients. I've had him fly, in the last year, he's flown to about 8 cities. And he was like, Todd, what's the best city to live in? Should I live in London? Should I live in Miami? Should I live in LA? Should I live in Barcelona? And I said, bro, you're asking me for a black and white answer. You've been brainwashed by school. There's no black and white answers. I don't like Sweden. I don't like Miami. You're me. So I said, you got to get on an airplane, brother. I had this talk with him 2 days. I said, you're still not a man from a mad scientist. And he makes a lot of money. He nets $300,000 a month in his pocket, maybe more. So he knows how to make money. And I'm like, why are you asking me that? It kind of freaked me out that he's asking me that question. That's a horrible question. You cannot ask somebody what's the best city in the world to live in. That's a dumb person's question. How would I know? I know where, right? I've been going to Scandinavia since 2006. Every time I land in Scandinavia since 2006, I'm like, I love this place. I know where I look at my phones. Every time I get to my phone, I'm like, I love this place. Every time I go to Miami, I'm like, I hate this place. Now, I do like Miami for the weather, but every time I'm there for more than like a week, I'm like, oh, fuck this place. Same place. I should live in Manhattan. I lived in the nicest, almost the nicest apartment in Manhattan. 9,000 square foot Manhattan apartment, 9 bedrooms. Crazy place. I hate it. That was a year, I don't even remember that year of my life. I'm like, what was going on? It was the most boring year of my life to live in Manhattan. I did not consider that. So when I got another friend, he loves Manhattan. Every time he lives in Manhattan, he loves it. So for each of you, don't pick so fast. In general, you need to try 12 things. That's a good rule of thumb. Optimal stopping. In general, at a minimum, if you want to get married, you got to find 12 potential people that are pretty good. Doesn't mean 12 dates. You need to find 12 candidates, and then you pick the best one. And not 12 dates. Like, you need to have like 12 people that you could see yourself with, and then you pick the best of those 12. Now, that might be too hard for some people. I'm just telling you mathematically, that's the best way. If you don't know how to do that, then you need to have 12 people you dated, and then you at least for a week or something, at least more than 1 or 2 days. Same with cities. If you really want to know the best city to live in, you should get an Airbnb in 12 global cities. You need to spend at least 2 to 3 weeks there. So you can do the math. 12 times 3 weeks is 36 weeks. You need to be traveling. So it might take you 2 years to discover. Really. Before I bought this farm, I looked at about 200 farms. Okay? 200 farms. 200. Okay? Somebody said 12 at the same time. But they not be all at the same time. I mean, you want to know the best diet? Try 12 diets and then pick the one that you got in the best shape. The best diet I ever had was probably 2001. Man, I was living in Puerto Rico. I cracked the code on diet. I dropped my body fat like 8%. Muscle was good. So I just told my team, I've been tested. I'm like, we're going back to, it was 2001, 2002. I'm like, go back to that one. So because I'm a mad scientist, I've logged all my meals, not every day, but I've logged all my food since 2019 or 18. So I can go back in my database and be like, give me these meals. This is when I was the healthiest. It was pretty cool. And so I've weighed myself basically every day since 2011. So I can see my body, what worked, So yes, pescatarian is a pretty good one. So try 12 diets. You want to know who should be your business partner? You need to have 12 people you've done at least a small business deal with. Then pick the best one. You want to know which script to use to close a deal? Try 12 different scripts. Take a month or 2 to experiment. Week 1, do script number 1. Or week 2, take 3-4 months. You don't know. There's always an outlier. I can't teach you. how to create wealth. I can't, and nobody can. But when the student is ready, the lessons appear, and you just absorb them in 1 minute. I like what Tony Robbins says. All transformation is always in a blink of an eye. Somebody just decides to quit smoking. They may take 3 years of contemplation and half trying, but there's a moment when you stop. My grandma told me in the 1950s, she read the Surgeon General alert that said smoking causes a cancer. She stopped that day. My grandfather, Martin, he didn't really believe it. He said, no, everybody smokes. He continued to smoke, and he died of emphysema when I was 8 years old. Tragedy. He's such a smart guy. I'm the only grandchild that ever got to meet my scientist, Grandpa Martin. He kind of robbed his grandchildren because he didn't want to learn. My grandma just believed right away, Surgeon General, there's no perverse incentive. They're saying cigarettes will kill you. She just decided. She said, I never smoked a day after that. She saw it on a Monday, and she stopped on a Monday. Some of you could learn this wealth lesson just right now. You could just be like, all KPIs have to have a quantity and quality. But I know some of you ain't ready. So that you want to be taught. It's a mathematical impossibility. Because when the student isn't ready, nobody can teach. It's kind of the trauma of my life in business with people. It's like, don't you just want to know? Don't you just want to know? Like, today's Thursday. Don't you just want to learn this wealth creation lesson? And it's permanently ingrained. Now, some of you, maybe you don't have great memories, so you need cards, flashcards. Every time you brush your teeth, you're like, quantity and quality. But I for sure do get traumatized at the thought that next week somebody's going to come on here and do a 1 KPI. I mean, later today, one of you is going to do a damn 1 KPI. You're going to go, well, the UPC is this. And I'm going, oh my God. But some of you, and here's the good news, some of you are ready. You're ready. You're like, I'm ready to learn. I can't be taught because I'm already ready to learn. Naval was right. Wealth cannot be taught. That's why people go to MBAs, know nothing. I've hired PhDs that were complete nonsense people in business. It's not 9 + 9 × 9 is 81. That can be taught and learned. That's easy. But wealth is half art, half science. It's a combination of conscientiousness, extroversion, all of these skills. And that's why 10 men have half the money in the world. I don't think that's fair, but it's how it is. It's probably going to get worse. Your grandchildren, I'm not surprised if 3 people in 10 years from now have 50% of all the net worth of the world. As Will Durant says, as technology increases, wealth concentrates. Because some people, this is what Will Durant said, I'm paraphrasing if you read the lessons of history. He said, because some people catch the technology and learn it overnight, and most people are on their own learning curve of 20 to 30 years. So when the first gun was invented versus spears and arrows, what's the story of the conquistadors going to the Central America? And one dude, what was it? Cortez, I forget which one. He conquered the whole empire. The Aztecs, the Central American, the Mayan, they were conquered by one dude with a gun with 30 guys. 30 guys conquered 10,000. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it's a historical fact, maybe time's an illusion, but let's say gun and some mirrors, somebody said. So that is happening at every moment. And for those of you who got tricked by the school system, that you get to learn on a time frame. Like, okay, Susie, Bob, I'm a patient teacher with you. I'm patient. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to teach you every day. I'm going to come in here and teach you. And we're going to be, you're going to be smoked in this modern world. So school is not good for kids. It not only isn't effective, but it teaches you that you get to learn on a somewhat slow time frame. So it acclimates the brain to be really slow. I'm lucky I didn't go to college. College is like, in 4 years, we're going to teach you about business. No, I dropped out of NC State the first quarter because I had no money, and textbooks were like $2,000, and I didn't have $2,000, so I had to drop out. And I was on I was on a time frame of, are you going to be homeless? Or are you going to, and I did a consulting contract and got my first $10,000 wire from 2 hours of work from a guy named Gary Townsend in New Zealand, who paid me to give him advice on where to buy farmland in the Midwest, because I knew that from living with the Amish. And I was like, wait a second, I can go on the world NC State time frame, which is like in 4 years, I'll know how to make maybe $500 an hour. Well, I can just make $5,000 an hour this week. And I just went on what's called the necessity is the mother of invention time frame. And that was the greatest blessing for me. And some of you didn't get that. You had patient parents. And so you got tricked into thinking the world was patient with you. Your mommy and daddy loved you. So they're like, no, we're going to work. You're a little slow of a learner. But look, the world, come on. World ain't related to you genetically. Sub 1%, you're related to most other people. So there's no forgiveness. Like your parents are like, oh, well, we got this. We have 4 kids. This one's a little slow learner. No, everybody quick. It's a sink or swim game. I wish it wasn't that way, but in this parallel universe, these are the rules. If you can figure out how to parallel universe hop, you can just say, oh, well, I can learn on my own time frame. Ty's teaching KPIs. I need about 6 months to kind of think this through, absorb it, see if I want to agree with them. Like I was talking to a private client, one of the 100K private clients. He's in Dubai just like 5 minutes ago. And I was like, bro, you're so lucky. I'm letting them buy a business with me in Europe. I'm like, bro, you're just going to learn the way of the billionaire, which is buying businesses. All billionaires buy business. All millionaires become entrepreneurs and build from scratch. Like every billionaire buys their way to be Mark Zuckerberg. Apple did over 100, was it 100 or 200 acquisitions? People think Steve Jobs just thought everything up. No, bullshit. They did 200 billion in acquisitions to become the most valuable company in the world. And I was thinking, this guy, I was like, you get in the way of the billionaire. And I'm just showing it to you fast. Like, he's 23. I'm like, you're going to learn the way of the billionaire in like 23 weeks. And most people die and don't even know there is the way of the billionaire. I'm like, you lucky son of a bitch. As Alan Nation used to say, the lucky ones learn it young. The most biggest luck event you can have is to stumble across a video like this when you're young. Learn that there's always 2 KPIs. When you're paying your sales team's bonus, there's always 2 KPIs. Some people are paying out 10% on gross sales. That's an idiotic KPI. I spent years studying Warren Buffett until I realized he just always has 2 KPIs. Some of you are going to take a lifetime. You're going to go to your grave, not know quantity, quality KPIs. But some of you are going to get a gift and just listen to this and just know it. You know, everyone on this call knows 4 times 4 is 16. Basically a useless thing to know. But 0 people in this world statistically know that when you're rewarding your team or you're doing your marketing metrics, you should have 2 KPIs. 0. That's the insanity of this world. I'm trying to bring sanity to this world. And I hope some of you can just learn this for the love of God. Wealth can be learned, but it can't be taught. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Or Alan Nation used to say, Ty, don't try to teach a pig to fly. You can't do it, and it bothers the pig. Or as Jesus Christ said, do not throw your pearls to swine, lest they eat the pearls and turn and bite you. You know, that's the crazy thing. You can actually give people good advice. Not only will they not learn, but they'll get mad at you for telling them. So, you know, some reaction to this video will be a little bit of anger. Shoot the messenger. But I'm giving you the message that I wish somebody had given me at 12. 9 is about the age you can start a business. Warren Buffett bought us her first tax return at 9. And that was in the 50s or 40s. So now you probably start a business at 8. So everybody on this call is over 18 years old. You're already a decade late to this lesson. So up the pressure internally on yourself to be like, why do I have to be taught? Nothing important can be taught. It can only be learned. That means you grab it and put it in your own subconscious. Remember, 3 levels of learning this lesson. Dalai Lama. Hearing, that's some of you. It's going to go in the ear, out the other. Some of you are playing video games right now. Some of you are texting other people. That's level 1, not good. There's level 2, learning. Okay. That's where it comes into your head and you contemplate and you consciously try to implement it. It's okay, but not great. And then above that, Dalai Lama said, is instinct. Change your instinct. For me, when I look at anything, I can't even look at one KPI. It's instinctual. I automatically look for two things. I automatically. When I look in Facebook Ad Manager, when I look in Google Ads, when I look at my performance on my internal admin panel stats that I've built, there's always like 16 columns. I'm scrolling, but I think one of mine has about 30 columns. So I'm not even just looking at two KPIs. That's the way of the master. So I'm excited for those of you who are on this call. You're in the parallel universe where you're ready to learn today. You put down your anxious thoughts about this and that. You know, oh, think about this. All right. None of that matters. Learn the way of wealth. Learn it. Nobody can teach you.
Have you ever thought of investing in real estate? Part-time, full-time? Cool thing about real estate is you can get started if you have little money or experience in it. So me and Cole Hatter, my business partner, headed to a business meeting in Palm Springs. This thing, taking the Sikorsky, only takes about 40 minutes to get there instead of 3 hours. No traffic, goes 190 miles an hour. And while we're on the way, we're gonna look and fly over and look at some potential real estate investment properties. So one of the things, Cole, you guys started in real estate because this is really your primary focus is real estate.
Yeah.
You got started, you were a firefighter, had no experience, got in a car wreck, was in a wheelchair, lost your income, but then you were able to replace it by learning how to invest in real estate from other people. You had mentors that taught you.
Yep, yeah, absolutely.
So what do you think, you know, a lot of people are intimidated by real estate. I used to be, but it's much simpler when it breaks down. People need homes to live in. So if you know how to either buy those homes, renovate them, flip them, or rent them out, there's always going to be a demand for that. And so you can be a side income while you keep your main job or your main business. Let me show you this real quick. This thing's nice inside. It's kind of like a private jet.
It's like your Rolls, but it flies.
Yeah, exactly. We're a little bit late because President Obama flew into Santa Monica Airport, so we had to divert our flight path. Nobody after 9/11 can fly around the president.
One of the things we're going to talk about is how to find the capital for deals. So I think that's one of the most important things.
Because there's a way you can get banks or people to give you money.
Yeah, exactly. There's a system, just like anything else. And so that was one of the most critical things that I learned that we should talk about in this video is to make people understand whether they have the money or not. There's a way within creative financing to get funding for deals.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I'm going to put a link. I'm putting that video over on my website. You'll be in the helicopter so you can see what we see. So I'll put the link either here below or above. You click it, takes you to my website. One good thing about real estate, when you fly over, you can see traffic patterns. You can see where people are moving, where there's new construction. And like I said, you were talking about, Cole, when you started out in real estate, did you have any capital to start with? Did you have any experience?
No, I was 21 years old. I had just got in a car accident and I was a firefighter. And so I immediately had to start learning how to raise money and doing joint ventures and partnerships.
Yeah. And so that's the cool thing about real estate, because you can use leverage. And I'm not talking about a get rich quick scheme. If you're watching this, I'm not saying watch this video and you're going to go from zero to a millionaire overnight. It takes time. It took you time. You've bought many 50, 100 plus properties over time, sold them, flipped them, rented them out. And it took a little while, but it can happen quicker than you think if you have like a good track record. If you have a good, what I call a map, a good business plan. Put a link either above or below. Click that link. Takes you absolutely free, no credit card required, no cost. Watch the video presentation. We're actually going to talk about it while we're in the helicopter, so it's kind of cool. And yeah, what do you think your life would be like if you hadn't learned to invest in real estate?
I have no idea. I was really in a place of uncertainty. You know, I was in a wheelchair for a while after my car accident, so I needed to find something that I could learn to do at 21 years old that I knew wouldn't go away. It's not a fad. It's real estate. People will be living in houses forever. And that, like you said, if I took the time to learn it, it wasn't a get rich quick. It took years of implementation until one day I woke up and said, holy cow, this is what I've always wanted to make my life look like. And so although the change was immediate as far as the income coming in, the arrival, if you will, of really being proud of what I'd created took a few years,
Yeah.
but it was still possible, and that was the point, is that, you know, when I was in my wheelchair, I never knew if I'd walk again or not. I was pretty hurt. And so I wanted to be able to learn a business that I could make money in for the rest of my life, no
Yeah.
matter what physical ailments or anything I had. You know, one of the things we were talking about in your Lamborghini on the way over here is Warren Buffett talks about multiple income streams,
Yes.
right? And so how real estate has created more millionaires in America than anything
Yes.
else out there.
Any
So
given thing.
whether people want this to be their full-time business
Yep.
or they want this to be their side hustle where they put capital into, there's one common denominator of wealthy people, and they own real estate.
Yes.
Some of us make our money there, others might make their money in other places and stick it there. So it's important for anyone who wants to understand the principles of wealth to understand real estate, to know
Yeah.
where to stick their money in a vehicle that will create cash flow for them.
Click the link below. It might be above or below or in the description somewhere, depending on where you're watching it. Takes you over on our website. You can see us continue the conversation. Remember what Warren Buffett says. You must have multiple streams of income to have a secure life. So even if you don't want to be full-time in real estate, you want to learn a little bit how you can diversify how you make money and how you save money and how you invest. So click the link. We'll see you in a second.
Curiosity creates cash. That's a great, if you ever want to get a tattoo, get that tattooed on you in Latin. Curiosity creates cash. And I can see in every aspect of life, the wealthiest business partners I've had 3 that were on the Forbes list, multi-billionaires. I know about 7 billionaires personally. And they all are strikingly curious compared to the masses. Strikingly. I tell this story. Mark Cuban came to my place in Beverly Hills years ago. First time I ever met him. Comes in the house. We walk out of the house through the foyer into the backyard, and he asked me about the hinges on the door. He was interested why the hinges worked that way. He's like, I haven't seen hinges like that. That's curious. He's asking me, he didn't come in there, and ask what you think he would ask. He's not just a person only being curious about money. One of the first times, probably the third time I met Elon Musk, we were, believe it or not, we were in the urinal, the bathroom in, it was the season premiere of season 6 of Game of Thrones. I had just seen them a week before. I'm friends with, if you've ever seen Rocky IV, the Russian, okay? Drago is his name. So I went with him to see the premiere of a Coen Brothers movie, and I was sitting next to Elon. And I just posted this video a while ago. You can see that on my Instagram where I was asking about books. But the next time I saw him a week or two later, he said to me, I have a question for you. I know you do social media. Do you think I should use Snapchat to grow my Tesla car brand? I thought that was interesting. There was a curiosity there. He wasn't there to show off. He wasn't going, yo, bro, I'm way richer than you. I'm richer basically than almost anybody. So I don't have any questions for you. No, he was curious. I have a funny video. If you scroll back to about 2017, I used to go to this lunch. It's once a year lunch. It's kind of invite only. I'm not even sure how I got in, but it's movie producers, top A-list actors. I forget what it's called. It's some film AFI or something like that. So I go to this dinner. It was crazy A-list people. The table next to me was Steven Spielberg. It was right after the movie The Big Short. So the Big Short people were all sitting together. So it was Brad Pitt. It was who's Batman? Batman. What's the actor that plays Batman? He's also plays American Psycho. Slipping my mind. Come on. One of the best actors out there. Christian Bale. You know, it's funny. Most actors are smaller in person. Christian Bale's a big boy. You're like, whoa. You know, there was anyway, so it was The Office, the main character. Stephen Carell was there. Quietest, he's the most introverted guy in Hollywood. You wouldn't know that. Very shy. He brings an assistant with him so that nobody talks to him. He's like shy. Anyway, there's a video I was filming after the lunch, and I was like, guy taps me on the shoulder and goes, Hey, that's cool. How'd you learn to film like that? I turned around. No, it was Steven Spielberg. I got it on camera because many people have doubted me. I'm like, ha ha. So I always tell my video editors, you should listen to me because Steven Spielberg asked me questions. But he was curious. He walked across the room. He saw me filming. This was back when I would film tons of selfie YouTube, like a daily vlog. And he's like, oh, that's cool. You hold the hand camera. And he's like, can you show me that? And I was thinking, mind blown, curiosity. I get around entrepreneurs making $1 million a year. They ain't asking any fucking questions. Steven Spielberg's a real billionaire. And, you know, not just a billionaire, but a world-renowned artist, director, you know? So you have to ask yourself, let's call it the Steven Spielberg, Elon Musk scale of curiosity. Where do you fall? And then the second question is, do you implement your curiosity? So you need curiosity and then implementation. And once you have that, if I could just wave a magic wand, there's hundreds and hundreds of people on this call, I could just wave it over you. I would just be like, may you have Steven Spielberg, Elon Musk, curiosity. Mark Cuban, hinge curiosity. Hinges. He was like, oh, cool hinges. He was asking about the door handles. He noticed that my basketball court used to be a former tennis court because there was a little thing sticking up. Okay. I'm going, I get around 7-figure entrepreneurs, 6-figure entrepreneurs, and they're curious, but I'm not putting them, they're like a 6. They're like a 6 in curiosity. And the richer they get, the cockier they get. God help you if you ever meet an entrepreneur making like 6 mil. These are the most annoying people because they're better than most, so they lose their curiosity. They're not walking across the room to ask you any question because they're pride. You know, put down the pride, up the curiosity. Why do I like books? Because books are an expression of curiosity. You know? So you must, and some of you might say this is too general of advice. Well, there's fucking good advice. So if you don't like that kind of advice, you're kind of an idiot. Some good advice is general in nature. Some good advice is general in nature. If you walk up to Elon Musk and say, how do I make money online? Do you think he's going to tell you, well, I want you to build a funnel. I charge $7 versus $12. And he's not going to give you a specific piece of advice because you have to adjust to your skill set. He's going to give you powerful advice. So sometimes you give general advice. Oh, it's too general. Well, E equals MC squared is pretty fucking general, but it's one of the most powerful thoughts in human history. Energy equals mass times the constant square. Energy is mass. What? Energy is mass? What the hell does that mean? That's a fundamental. You know, the concept of Charles Darwin, which is not this, it's the evolution or the survival of the fittest. 3 words, very general, 3-4 words, survival of the fittest. 4 words, general in nature, but so profound that it changed the course of human history without a doubt. Evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology, everything is built on this understanding of the adaptation of the human genome and other genomes. So the greatest advice tends to be generalized. The lower IQ advice tends to be highly specific, but you do need both. I didn't say you don't need specific advice. I just said the most important advice of your life is the generalized. If I could go back and be 18 and advise myself, step out of the time machine, I'm giving myself probably three pieces of generalized advice. And then it's up to you, Ty, to see if you're smart enough to apply them specifically. I'd be like, ignore 99 out of 100 people, but when you find the one person who knows what they're talking about, do everything they say. Don't pick and choose their formula. Number 2, I would tell myself, almost everybody's lost. There's very few people who know really anything. Okay, now collective intelligence, 8 billion humans at once, are pretty smart. But in general, you will be led astray much. Even the people you esteem now probably don't know what they're talking about. And then number 3, I would teach myself to think in frameworks of thought. I will be like, you need a general framework of thought. For example, when hiring and designing a contract, build the most flexible contract. I teach my team, my legal team, how do we build the most flexible system? So I don't like to sign a 2-year contract for somebody I just met yesterday to come be an independent contractor for me. I'm building a month-to-month contract. That's a framework of thought. And I have accumulated about 300
frameworks of thought. I've taught 67 of them in the 67 steps, and I would teach myself to think in frameworks. The fourth one, I would say, in general, you need to change your geography. Don't just live in America, or don't just live in one place. As soon as you make enough money, you need dual locations. It's fine. People say, what about my children? Your children will be better off if you have 2 locations. Come on, what are we talking about? This is approvable. IQ goes up for children who travel. So I would, a practical piece of advice is framework. In general, you don't want one home. Okay. Second you make enough money, you want 2 homes. Now, you can escalate that and have 5 or 6 homes, but that's not for everybody. But 1 is too little. You're putting all your eggs into one culture. If you're born in Sweden, you need another home. If you're born in Nebraska, you need another home. If you're born in Mexico, you need another home. Ideally, you have 2 places that you rotate through. In general, the smartest people in the world have 2 places, even if they're not hyper wealthy. Einstein had 2 places. He would rotate around. It increases curiosity, creative juices when you change. Depends on how much dopamine you're driven by. But you can see, I'm going back to my 18-year-old self, I'm giving frameworks of thought. I'm not telling them, live in this city and this city, because that changes over time. So if you get too specific with advice, you actually lock yourself in and you defeat the purpose of the framework. Frameworks must be generalized in nature. So going back before we go in the breakout rooms, the goal is, you've heard me say it before, but I'm saying it again because it's so important, that curiosity creates cash. Because curiosity creates cash because creativity creates wealth. So curiosity is the precursor of creativity. Low curiosity people cannot be curious, cannot be creative. Einstein spoke of this, the greatest human trait. He did not said, I'm not smarter than others, but I'm more curious and more creative. Okay, pretty smart guy. So curiosity is the precursor. It's like a chemical catalyst. You build the curiosity. Mark Cuban's, why is he asking about, door hinges? What does that have to do with him becoming a billionaire? Because the mindset that's curious about the door hinges also becomes a creative machine, right? When Schultz was in Italy, everybody else was having coffee at the Italian shops. He was like, I'm curious. How do you do this? What kind of coffee is this? And then what did he do? He took that business back to the United States and started Starbucks. That was a curiosity. The founder, Mateschitz, was a guy traveling in Southeast Asia from Austria. He was reading the newspaper, He's like, oh, that's curious. This drink company, this energy sweet drink is the biggest taxpayer in Southeast Asia. I'm curious, what is this? And he comes back and builds Red Bull. Phil Knight. What's Phil Knight do? He's traveling to Japan. He knows he kind of wants to be an entrepreneur. He's like, I'm curious, what are these shoes you all are wearing? He finds a manufacturer. He brings that shoe back to the United States and calls it Nike. Okay. Walt Disney. He's traveling to Denmark, Copenhagen. He sees Tivoli. It's an amusement park. He's curious. What is this? What are these rides? How do they work? Why don't you have bigger rides? Why don't you have smaller rides? He comes back and builds Disneyland. There's a pattern here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the curious one. Curiosity creates the cash. Then once that small snowball is rolling, creativity comes. And creativity creates wealth, not just cash. Wealth in health, wealth in all areas of life, not just financial. It is what makes humans different. Dogs have a little bit of curiosity, but they don't have a medium prefrontal cortex. It is a little bit hard for them to be highly creative. I have animals. I love my dogs. I love my horses, but they're not creative in the sense that humans are with the MPFC, medium prefrontal cortex. So what allows a Nike to be built, a Disney to be built, it's the medium prefrontal cortex stimulated through the ball rolls with a little curiosity about everything, about hinges, about books, about, why is this yellow? What is yellow? What is the color? Does anybody know what the color red is, for example? An apple's not red. It's reflecting the red back to your eyes. The apple's actually not red. Did you know that? Did you know you age faster on top of a mountain than down at the beach? Did you know the reason you fall is because time at the center of the earth, because it's heavy mass, time moves slower. So whenever you fall in the direction of where time moves slow. That's why when you're in space and there's no mass to warp time, you float. How many people know that? You went through sixth grade, first grade, second, third, fourth, you went through, and some of you went through all the way through college. You don't know that. It's a sad world we live in. Curiosity shrinks because of Google. It shrinks. People know very little. Did you know most likely in string theory, there's another universe 1 micron away from you, but you can't be there because the strings are vibrating at a different frequency. Did you know time probably doesn't exist? It's called the time block theory of the universe. By the way, if you're religious, it'd be the same thing. That's why you believe in a God who's outside time. If you're Muslim, Christian, usually Jewish, you believe there's a God that time's not dictated. Well, scientists call that the block time theory, and they kind of have somewhat confirmed it. Did you know that out of the 10 wealthiest people in the world, the majority of them bought their businesses and didn't start them from scratch? Why are you starting from scratch? You don't have the curiosity to understand how the game works. Did Mark Zuckerberg start Instagram? Nope, he bought it. Did he start WhatsApp? Nope. 2 to 3 billion people use his apps. He only built 1/3 of it. The empire of Facebook, in many ways, is the worst of his empire. Did Elon Musk build PayPal from scratch? Nope, but he made 130 million from that. His first 100 million plus exit. Were you curious? Did you notice that out of the 10 wealthiest people, 8 of them are in the tech space? But then the second biggest one is retail. What, retail? I thought a lot of people go, oil is where you make all your money. No one on the top 10 from any energy business. Did you know that? Wait a second. I was told real estate makes people the wealthiest, that there's nobody in the United States on the top 30 who made their money in real estate. Curiosity. How do I know this? I don't know. Maybe it's genetic. I have flaws and I have strengths. I was fate, destiny. I was born to very curious grandparents and mothers and fathers, but even me, it's not enough. I have to push myself. Some of you will struggle with this and you will make less money. Now, I want to emphasize one disclaimer. It is possible to be too curious and forget to implement, and you will also be poor. I have met people who are addicted to curiosity. Oh, I want to do books. I want to look at hinges. But if we're going to implement it, obviously there's no manifestation of money without something being built. Creativity, you build something. Imagine if I was a creative guy and I'm like, I know how to build a great skyscraper. And I just think about it all the time. And years, my skyscraper, let me drop. Well, eventually the skyscraper must be manifested through action, through pouring concrete, digging a hole, and getting your hands dirty. So I want you to be the ratios must be there. The ratio between the mind, the curiosity, the creativity, and the implementation. And in general, very few people have the right balance. Mark Cuban would have the right balance. Zuckerberg would have the right balance. Jeff Bezos would have the right balance. And the world has rewarded them. Now, some of it's luck and fate and destiny. I wouldn't call it luck, but it's more likely there's just parallel universes. In this parallel universe, Zuckerberg is the only person to ever build 100 billion net worth before 37. There's probably 10 to the 500 power parallel universes, if you believe Stephen Hawking and M theory. That's all the grains of sand on the earth, and all the seconds since the beginning of time is not even 10 to the 500 power. It's a big number. So in this permutation that we live in, that we feel we're in, you must follow these rules. Now, if you can skip parallel universes, you can ignore what I say. There's a universe out there where curiosity makes you poor. Not this one, though. Whatever this number is in the 10 to 500 power, not this one. Okay? So follow the rules of this parallel universe unless you know how to shift universes. If you're Christian, heaven is a shifted place, or Muslim, religions speak of shifts outside of time. I'm not an expert on that, so I cannot sadly instruct any of you on that. Okay? I seem to know the most about this universe that we find ourselves in. I think there's 4 trillion galaxies, or is it 4 trillion galaxies or universes? Maybe there's infinite. So good. All right, I got to go back to this movie.
You aren't going to believe this. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be magical. I'm going to give you a free car if you win. And I'm going to double the offer. I'll give your friend a car too. Brand new Mustang, Camaro, Prius, Jeep, F-150. I'll give you like 7 cars, brand new, that you could choose from which one you want, okay? Why am I doing this? Sounds crazy. Oh, by the way, it ain't going to be a Ferrari, Lamborghini, or Maserati. I ain't that crazy. But the reason I'm doing this, when people ask, that's inevitably probably what comes to your mind. Why the heck would you give me a free car? I'm doing it this month. It's not a year from now. This month. It's because I saw that movie a long time ago, Pay It Forward, and I was like, I want to try that. So I was broke when I saw that movie, so I couldn't do it. Now I'm doing a little better. So I want to do the Pay It Forward thing. So there's only one catch. If you win the car, just promise me that one day, could be a year from now, 50 years from now, just before you die, that if you're doing better financially, you'll buy somebody in need a car or pay off their school debt or pay off their credit card debt, that you'll do some action like this to pay it forward. That's it. I want to see if I can start a little revolution. That movie was cool, but it's cooler when it's in real life, right? So that's the thing about us, man. Me and you, we like the movies, but we like real life stuff. I like watching people drive Ferraris, but I like to try to drive one myself too. It's more fun. Now, how do you enter to win? I'm picking it soon. Picking the car and the car for your friend. Easy, quick and easiest thing ever in the history of contests. Follow me on Snapchat. That's it. Follow me on Snapchat. I'm gonna put a link right here. You click it, opens up in your phone. Boom. Press the little button. Follow. It's free. If you're not on Snapchat, you want to be on Snapchat. It's a cutting edge thing. You want to catch the trends before everybody else. I got a little snap code. You can screenshot this. If you're a little more advanced, you can scan in on Snapchat. Has a little option to scan in, or you can just add me by username on Snapchat. I'll put it below. Quick and easy. That's it. People can't believe it's that easy. I'm like, it's that easy. That's it. It's that easy. Then at the end of the month, then what I do on Snapchat, it's even cool. In addition to the cars, I'm giving away 8 entrepreneur tools a day. MacBook Pros, GoPros, iPads, iPad Minis, paying off people's credit card debt. So if you win one of the 8 people who win daily, then you become a semifinalist at the end of the month. I pick from the semifinalists. Boom, if your name's in there. You can win anywhere in the world. You don't have to be in America. I mean, Canada and Europe and Asia and Africa, South America, Australia, anywhere. As long as they got a car dealership and roads, I guess, you win. And then you get a 3-year lease. Decided to do it as a lease. I talked to my CPA, my tax man. He said it'll be less taxes for you. So it's cool. It's all paid up. So boom, you got a lease all paid for. All you got to do is cover the gas and insurance. You got to cover that because it's only fair, right? I get you the car. 3 years. Brand new car, nice car, Mustang, Camaro. What else do we got? Prius, Jeep. Trying to remember. I think we got a Nissan Z, or I forgot. No, what was it? Anyway, I don't remember. They're cool cars. Brand new, nice. Use it. Take the stress off. You won't have a car payment. You know, for 3 years, you'll have a nice car. You can make a good impression. I remember that in business. You won't look good. You know, you're just starting out. So you get an 8 entrepreneur tool a day chance to win. You get in the car giveaway. Plus on my Snapchat, I post cool stuff. So that's a little side thing. I post, you know, you can learn entrepreneur stuff. I got interviews. I interviewed Mark Cuban from Shark Tank the Billionaire. I just interviewed one of the Lakers stopped by here talking about how to win NBA championship. We got everything. You'll see. I went to the Grammys yesterday, actually. It was a busy day yesterday. Snap some behind the scenes. So you can follow me on Snap, look at my story, or you can just do it to win the car, and then once the car giveaway is announced, you can unfollow me. Fine, there's no strings attached, you know? So click the little link here, or link below, or do the Snap code. Follow me on Snapchat. Do me a favor, once you're on there, send me a little private snap. Say, yo, Ty, I'm here for the car, or whatever you want to say. Can't promise I'll answer, but I answer more than people expect. So click the link here, the link below. See you on Snapchat. I hope you win the car. We'll film it. If you're in the US, I'll send someone out to film it. If you live outside the US, promise me you'll film yourself picking up the car so everybody will know this is real, okay? So many cynical people. Nah, don't be cynical. Always prosperity, always moving forward, always moving up. That's the key to life. And sometimes it comes in a nice package where it's like free car giveaway, and sometimes you have to work for it. Take both. Both will come your way. So, snap me a little message. Yo, Ty, I'm here for the car, whatever you want to say. Here's my link, auto do it, snap code, or add me by the username. Hope you win, man. Or woman.
Two pieces of advice. I'd invest as much in myself as you can. I mean, you're your own biggest asset by far. I mean, you've got all kinds of potential. All the people in this room, you know, you're lucky to be in this country, gotten a good education, but most people go through life using up a very, very small part of their potential. And so anything you do that invests in yourself, that's the best investment you can possibly make. And then I would follow my passion.
I'm telling you, becoming a learning machine and a person who invests in themselves works. I invest at least $100,000 a month in my own education. Traveling, mentors, coaches, consultants that I pay. The more I invest in myself, every year my income's gone up massively. There is a magic in investing in yourself. People get it. Invest in real estate's good. Oh, okay. I do that. Invest in stock market. That's good. I buy land. I invest in buy businesses. It's all good, but nothing touches the ROI on investing in my own brain.
Best way, if you want to get married by March, what would be the best formula to get married? There's actual math for this. How many first dates should you go on before you choose? Let's say it was an actual goal. The math, there's something called optimal stopping math. You should do 25 first dates as fast as you can go. Meaning, I knew a guy, I forgot what country, he went to the Philippines. He wanted to get married. He set up at a hotel that had a cafe downstairs and one across the street. And he had his personal assistant like go on Tinder, and he would set up like 16 dates a day. And he didn't want them to accidentally walk in, so he'd walk across the street back and forth. That gave him a little buffer, and his assistant would set up 20-minute coffee, and he'd go here, and the assistant would have the other woman showing up. That's why he didn't do it at the same restaurant. And then he had to pay the person at the restaurant, hey, every time I walk in, act like you just saw me. Humans are masters of deception. You know why scientists say humans evolved intelligence? What do you think's the reason? Why do humans have vocal cords and no other animal does, really? Or at least not elaborate vocal cords. What's a scientific theory of vocal cords? Vacation? Oh, communicate. Yeah, communication, but like a more specific. There was pressure in the past, they call it pressure, and all of a sudden a certain type of people who could, for example, at the beginning, like Neanderthals couldn't talk that well and humans could. And so our ancestors hunted down our cousins and killed them all. They also mated with them. So Homo sapien men, 100,000 years ago, I forget when Neanderthals disappeared, but everybody in this room is like 3%, 2 to 3% Neanderthal, which means your ancestors both slept with the women or the men and killed them because there's no Neanderthals left. So that was the first one evolution was for violence. So like, let's say me, you, us 4 guys here, let's say there's a huge, Neanderthals were bigger and stronger, but they couldn't talk well. They were like cavemen. They'd be like, ugh. And there's like 2 dudes and like, ugh. But the 4 of us, we could be like, hey, wait till it's dark. You 2 sneak around the back. We'll come distract him in the front. And when he's looking at us, hit him in the back of the head with a rock. They found like Neanderthal skulls, and most of them have violent human. They'll have like an arrow or a heavy rock. You can see they were killed. So one is violence. What's another reason humans have the ability to talk? Passion. So if you go to a restaurant, I'm gonna ruin the rest of your all's lives at restaurant right now. 70% of all restaurant and human talk is gossip. So next time you go to a restaurant, if you don't believe me, start listening to what tables around you are talking about. Now, not little kids, but adults. First time I read this, I was in London. This was like in August. I read this and I was like 70%. So I went to this restaurant in London. I'm sitting there and there was 2 attorneys
It was crazy. I heard the whole case of a murder case. It was a woman talking to another woman attorney, and she's like, "Yeah, we shouldn't have I mean, she had no filter. I was thinking, I don't know if she could see me. It was a restaurant, and she was like, "Yeah, it's like they withheld evidence. He killed this," and I was thinking, gossip. So one of the leading theories of why humans have vocal cords is so women could gossip about men because men were too physically strong. Now, women are afraid of men now. How would you have felt 100,000 years ago where there's zero police? There's zero law. The only thing you had was your brothers. Brothers and male relatives used to kill other men. But if you found yourself in a village where your brothers weren't, how did women survive? Guess what women did? They gossiped. Now, men, has your experience ever been that women have ganged up on you verbally? Like you're dating a girl and she tells her friend, and then also in the gang comes around and all of a sudden you're getting pressure like you're not that nice to my girlfriend because 10 women gossiping. Now, women, how many men have had their dude friends talk to you? Guys don't ever gossip that much. Guys can be going, they don't talk. So one of the dominant theories, and some people, no way to know if it's true, is that vocal cords were a response to violence by men, and women who could speak better survived. And so they passed on better vocal cords over thousands of generations, and now Homo sapiens have very elaborate conversation. And if you think that's not true, like I said, if you look at the observation, even in modern humans, it's 70% gossip. That's what people talk about. Go listen anytime you're in a restaurant. Listen to what people are talking about. Listen to like the 4 tables around you. Somewhere, somebody's going, "Becky at work, I'm just like a little concerned about my boss." And it's crazy. Now, I'm switching. That was a precursor to my first question. Why are humans intelligent? It's very similar to vocal cords. One of the dominant theories, probably the most respected scientist on Earth. This is his theory. You want to know the craziest fact for 2018? Craziest thing you've ever heard. If you had invested $100 into crypto Bitcoin in 2010, guess how much money you'd have today? At least $100 million if you had kept it. That's crazy. Now, I don't know if that's ever going to happen again in history. I missed it. I didn't get in 2010. I don't know if you did, but I'll tell you this. One of my mentors, Alan Nation, said, "Ty, never be the first or the last to test a new idea." And probably the number one question I'm getting right now, I launched a crypto show, a crypto podcast, and it like shot up because everybody's like #1 crypto show in the world. Not because I'm so smart, but just because the subject is like hot right now. So I'm getting questions from all around the world, and I'm not even necessarily like the world expert. I'm not even close to that. So what I do on my show is I interview the top cryptocurrency experts, people who know, Bitcoin. Or I had the chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation on. Let's see if I can go outside. I got this new camera. And here's what he told me. I said, "Do you think it's too early or too late to get into crypto? Like, is it too late? Like, did we miss it? Because we didn't get in 2010 when $100 would have turned into 100 million. He said, "If anything, Ty, I think it's too early." And that blew my mind. I was like, "What do you mean? 2018 is too early?" He's like, "Well, trends take a while to catch on, and you're seeing it. It's controversial right now. Big people like Warren Buffett say, "Oh, it's not going to last. Bitcoin's a fad." And other smart people like Elon Musk, the billionaire, you can buy a Tesla with Bitcoin. So he obviously not only approves of it, but's using it. So you see this controversy, and maybe you're a little bit confused. I thought I would help you a little bit by putting a link. There should be a link above or below. Go to this link, and something really simple. I created a video that'll instruct you on everything objectively you need to know about crypto. Whether you're a beginner, mid-level, knowledge, or advanced, go watch this free video, because what if it is too early? What if there's still time to get in and you miss the trend again? That's the scary thing. What if you miss the trend again? A lot of people are about to miss this trend again. Don't miss the trend.
So I hope you'll take the time. What I tell a lot of people is put $100 into it. Don't put more in that you can't afford to lose. But $10, you can get in with $10, $100. What this video is going to show you is some simple stuff. How to get your first wallet. What's the difference between Bitcoin and Litecoin and Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum? People are confused. They hear these smaller coins like, what's, Tron, DAI? So I just wanted to create a very simple instructional video. Do not miss this trend again. That's what I tell myself over and over. That's what you should be telling yourself. There's nothing worse than realizing you could have had something, but some people are lazy, some people are overly cynical, some people just procrastinate. Do not do that today. Click the link above or below. Above or below. What did I say? Above and below? I hope you'll learn something. For those of you who already know a lot about crypto, come on my show. I'm interviewing anybody who's got real expertise. And as to the question whether this thing's in a bubble or not, hard to know the future, but I'll tell you this. If you look back and you had the opportunity and you didn't even look into it, I'm not even saying you have to put any money, but doesn't it make sense to look into it? I'm amazed how many people are closed-minded, and then I got other friends with open-minded that I can't even say how much money they're making. It's a crazy number. So now or never, baby. 2018, do not procrastinate. One of the reasons that people procrastinate, I read an interesting book. It said because sometimes we feel alone. We feel like we have to do too much on our own. I never thought of that. I always thought procrastination was some work ethic issue. Then I realized, well, maybe it's because we got a lot to do, and maybe you have a lot to do, and you don't have time to do all the research. I spent over $400,000 last year, 2017, bringing in top crypto experts to teach me, or me traveling to them, bringing my team, my video team, and just saying, explain this stuff to me. You've been doing this for years. What do we need to know? What are we missing out on? So I want to share that with you. Click the link, head over there. $100 into 100 million. That may never happen again, but I'll tell you what, if something similar happens, I wouldn't want to be the person to miss it. And I'm not saying you're going to make $1 million. That's not even the point of this. The point of this is look into stuff. There's a personality trait in a very scientific test called the Hexaco score, and it says openness to new experience. Openness to new experience is highly correlated with intelligence. Intelligent people look into different things, even when there's critics or not critics. They make up their mind for themselves. Click the link, head over to my website. It's absolutely free. You don't have to put a credit card in. Watch this information. It's game-changing information, okay? See you over on my site. I'll tell you this, one of the greatest mottos to live by is to help the helpless and to stand up for those people that have nobody standing up for them.
Wow!
There's 200 for you.
Thank you, sir. Oh my goodness.
The knights of olden day, that's what they did. They protected the helpless. Look out there in your life. Be kind. Be kind, especially the helpless.
Good
to meet Ty.
Ty. I'm Bernard.
Let's get all a picture together.
Okay.
I'll tell you, you can't always be kind to everybody because there's a lot of a-holes out there in this world, and there's a lot of people who want to take advantage of you. There's no rule that you got to be nice to the people that are trying to exploit you, but those people that are truly helpless, give specifically to those people that are you can truly identify as helpless. I'm not saying you shouldn't give to other people, but there is a special place for you if you can give to those people who, without a doubt, cannot take care of themselves. Want to know a crazy secret? See that briefcase on top of the Ferrari? I'm not going to tell you everything that's in there. It's password protected, but I keep an old school notepad in that old school briefcase, and I wrote 3 things down. It's the 3-step formula. And the reason I remember it's 3 steps is because that 3-step formula took me from not having a car at all to having step 1, Lamborghini, step 2, a Maserati, and step 3, a Ferrari. And I'm not even talking about just materialistic things, although it is cool to drive fast cars, trust me. Anybody who says they don't like fast cars has never driven a Ferrari. They're pretty fun. But I've also learned to apply them to intellectual things, like books there. That's why I still keep the books. If you saw my other commercial, I still keep those books in there. They changed my career from a dead-end job where I wasn't making any money to something now where half the work, twice the results. They took me from not knowing how to motivate myself, procrastinating, to knowing, boom, how to transform things like that. So I got 3 steps. That's what's in some of what's in that briefcase. I walk over here to my living room and I'm gonna record a video. So click right here. There should be a button somewhere in this video that's gonna take you to a more in-depth, free, completely free explanation of what those 3 steps are. Trust me, this is everything that they should have taught us in school, but somebody was too stupid to share with us. Man, if you feel stuck, if you've been doing the same thing, working harder, but feel like you're just banging your head against a wall, got to try something new. Work smarter, not just harder. You have to understand health, wealth, love, and happiness. You have to understand how to win friends and influence people. You have to understand how to not procrastinate. You have to understand how to make your money work for you and not just work for your money. All of these things, these practical skills, they didn't teach us. And that's why at one point in my life, I'm there sleeping on a couch in a mobile home, $47 in my bank account, no college degree. I had lost touch with friends. I didn't have any opportunities. I remember being like, that's it. This is it. I messed up. I'm an adult and my life is stuck. If you feel that way or have ever felt that way and haven't known how to get out of it, you want to know what's in this briefcase. I'm telling you. I like to keep an old school thing. We're so high tech and I got all these phones and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna keep formula right here in this briefcase. And I don't open it up that often, but the interesting thing about, you might have seen my other garage video, hundreds of millions of people saw that, and I shared a few of those tips. I did to one of the top TEDx talks of all time. And all of a sudden, one person started emailing me, Ty, this changed my life. 2, 100, 1,000, and then they started coming in the tens of thousands. And I hadn't even given them all 3 of these. So if you want to know a simple 3-step formula that I keep in my mind, and every single time that I use it, I see results, increase, quick and easy techniques that you can implement today. You don't even have to wait till tomorrow. Watch the free video. It's on my website. It's nothing fancy. I just shot it in my living room, so don't expect too much. But forget about the camera work, all that. What's important is the more you learn, the more you earn. Never forget what Warren Buffett, the billionaire, said. And you're gonna learn something that, God, if I could go back in time, people are like, what's your biggest regret? I'm like, not learning these 3 things when I was 14 years old. You know, no matter what age you are now, it's the youngest you'll ever be. So click the link below, be an optimist, look for new things, always keep searching. Seek and you will find. All right, I'll see you in just a second. I'm head over to the living room and click the link wherever it might be. All right, talk to you soon.
Has any human being ever exercised free will? Differentiated from the illusion of free will.
That is one of the most fascinating.
That is hard.
Sam Harris wrote a book called Free Will and makes a strong point that humans have no free will. Joel, this is one that a Christian can take both sides because there's Christians that are Calvinistic
and free will,
that say there was a whole group, the Calvinists, that said if you're born going to hell, you going to hell.
Yeah.
And if you are ordained to be a Christian, you are. So
which was before the modern age of atheism. The Calvinism was before determinism.
So what do you think? I want to hear from you too.
Well, that was my question. I texted Zach earlier. I was like, I gotta ask.
So let's hear Dr. Buss.
Question.
Do you think free will?
Has any human ever exercised free will?
Is it real or is it an illusion?
I think it's an illusion.
Okay.
You know, I mean, this gets back to Cartesian dualism. You know,
so explain that to those of us that are not up to date on our current.
My Cartesian dualism needs a little refining. I was sick that day.
I'm sitting there and acting like I know what you're talking about.
I know. I watched everybody's faces. Everybody just got.
I just pushed the eject button.
I'm only up to the second edition.
This is your 5-minute tutorial.
Explain what is Cartesian dualism?
It's just the notion that there are these 2 separate causal entities. One is the physical causal entities that Alex was talking about, and there's this other set that is not physical, that's supernatural.
Okay.
Basically, that is mystical, spiritual, or whatever, that we don't understand the cause. Now, of course, we don't understand a lot of the causal mechanisms involved, but the notion that there are two separate essences in the world, I think is pretty much been debunked by modern science. So yes, I mean, we have a brain that's a physical system, and it produces the mind, and that's what we have, is a physical system. So does that rule out the possibility that there's some other physical process in the universe that we don't know about? No, it doesn't. I mean, there could be, and probably is. But this notion that there are these two separate causal systems, one the physical and the other the non-physical.
Cartesian
dualism. Yeah, it's Cartesian dualism. And
So does that go against
No
almost
modern
every core religious belief? Islam, Christianity. I feel like they all think that.
Yeah, it goes against a lot of them, I would say.
All of them.
The major ones, the big three.
It goes, yeah.
Well, any theistic.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Or even Hindu.
Well, yeah, even a spirit, even an animist,
Right.
An animist belief system.
So you think? So do you think the reason we do stuff, and it appears to be free will, or we can't prove it's not free will, it's just the science isn't good enough to explain it yet, but one day it will be?
Well, no, probabilistically. So I mean, if you just take humans out of the equation in physics, it's not a totally deterministic
Exactly. It's
system.
Brownian motion.
It's probabilistic. So Alex can explain it better than I could. Yeah, you can predict probabilistically what electrons will do, etc. Can you predict deterministically exactly what this electron will do under the? No, you can't. But
It's actually against Heisenberg's principle.
right.
So you cannot know the momentum and location of any particle at the same time.
That's
you
like
cannot
quantum
Yeah, it's
physics
quantum
type.
physics. It's like it's gonna be probabilistic, but because we cannot reverse time, we cannot prove that it's not probabilistic. That is a problem. So free will, basically, we can never settle this argument because we cannot go back in time and play this simulation game one more time to see if we have different outcome.
But
So
we
it will
can't-
never be proven.
Alex has a PhD in not quantum physics, but you have it in mechanical engineering. which
Right,
is
right.
something-
But he knows what he's talking about. But I think we can all agree, I think everybody here would agree, that there is an illusion of free will. We all have the illusion that we are deciding at every moment, oh, okay, I'm going to decide to do this, I'm going to decide to forego that. So we do have the illusion of free will. Even if there's free will, we have the illusion.
But here's the thing. But if there is only illusion of free will, should we be sending people to prison? Let me take a more practical
Yeah,
thing.
then there's no responsibility.
No. See, that's a fallacy. That's a
Okay.
fallacy. Of course, we should, because the act of holding people accountable for their actions is an environmental causal force that causes people to be more accountable for their actions.
Right. So you're saying
So, but that says that free will exists. As a matter of fact,
No, it doesn't say that free will exists. It just says there's a causal influence on people's deterministic behavior.
All right, you want to know the secret to getting a Ferrari or Lamborghini like this? Drop out of college. Actually, I'm just kidding. It's going to give me a lot of trouble, I know, to say that, but I do find it interesting that when you look at the most successful people in the world, they dropped out of college, a lot of them. I dropped out of college. I'm not the most successful person in the world, but I do know that the education system that you and I grew up in is flawed. There's a lot wrong. I think we all know that. Now, you know, I keep these cars in my garage not to show off or materialistic thing. I literally like fast cars. They're fun to drive. But what's more important than trying to get cars is knowledge. You know, like I always say, I'm more proud of these 7 bookshelves I had to install to put in to hold the 2,000 new books that I bought. If you see my TEDx talk, you've heard me talk about how I read a book a day. Because like the investor Warren Buffett says, the more you learn, the more you earn. Now, what I'm about to share with you on my website, there's a link. You should be able to click this video and go over to my website. I've recorded a simple video here in my garage of 3 things that made all the difference in my life. 3 things that can change everything, because it hasn't always been where I had these kind of cars in my garage. I remember when I was living across the country in Clayton, North Carolina, in a mobile home, sleeping on a couch. I didn't even have a bed, or a car, or a college degree, or any opportunities, and I only had $47 in my bank account. But the dream is still possible. You know, you might be a skeptic. You might be surrounded by people who say, oh, videos like this, they're not true. They're a get-rich-quick scheme. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is my true story. And I'm not promising you that tomorrow you'll have a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. But what I am promising you is that if you know the proven steps, it can happen faster than you think. Because when I was sleeping on that couch and I felt hopeless, something fortunate happened to me. My life was at a crossroads. Maybe your life's at a crossroads right now. You just found this video and you know there's something better waiting for you. It might not be a Lamborghini or Ferrari. That's nothing. That's materialistic things. You must find the good life, health, wealth, love, and happiness, all those things. For you, maybe it's a new career or starting your own company or a new lifestyle, traveling, less stress. You have to understand finances. You have to understand the rules that I found, fortunately, when I was sleeping on that couch and I bumped into one mentor, then another, and I ended up finding 5 mentors who showed me how they became multimillionaires. I also was able to identify certain key books. You can see I have a soft spot for books. And I want to share that with you today. 3 practical things. Just click this video. It'll take you to my website. It's completely free. You can watch the video there, and I record. It's just in my garage like this. It's not super professional, so don't expect too much. But it is hard hitting it. It does have the ability to change your life. Now, do not click this if you're a cynic or a pessimist. There's a lot of those in the world. If you're watching this far, you're probably not. You're probably an optimist. Like one of my favorite books, Conrad Hilton, the billionaire. He said what changed his life when he was living in the Depression was reading a book by Helen Keller when he was age 15. She said optimist. So I want to share with you 3 practical things that you can do today, no matter where you live, no matter how bad things might be, where you can begin to revolutionize your life. Find the good life, health, wealth, love, and happiness. So click this video, and I'll see you over on my website in just a minute, all right?
I've been lucky enough to become friends with one of the top real estate investors in the world. I said, how in the world did you get started? He said, back when I was 19, I decided I wanted to do real estate. I lived in a little town, but I knew there was one developer that was pretty good. So I went down to that developer's office. I met the secretary. I said, I'd like to meet this developer. She said, sorry, he's a busy man. He didn't have time to meet you. I said, I came back the next day. She turned me away 17 times. Said on the 17th time, the lady felt bad for him and said, listen, here's what you do. Hide behind the plant by the elevator. When he comes out of his office at the end of the day, jump in the elevator and he won't have a choice. The doors will close. And you got 4 floors to convince this guy that you're worth, talking to. I don't know what my friend said, but he said enough that when they got to the bottom of the elevator, that developer said, meet me at the airport in the morning. Well, I'll go down in my private jet. You can come down with me to Florida. I'll show you how I invested in hotels down there. Sure enough, my friend learned from this mentor and became one of the wealthiest real estate investors in the world. He persevered because you see, everybody wants the good life, but not everybody's willing to persevere to get it.
I've just been at this interesting business conference. It's insane. All these 19-year-olds making 70 grand a month. And somebody asked me for my #1 tip for them to make more money. And I said, look, ignore most people. Most people don't know what they're talking about. But when you find a few people that actually do know what they're talking about, listen to what they say. And that's the secret of life in all areas. And so, I'm lucky because years ago, somebody told me the secret to making 6 figures is you got to break it down into simple steps, because or else you get overwhelmed. And the simple steps, it's very easy. You got to make $8,000 a month. If you break that up in 30 days in a month, you don't even have to make $300 a day. You need to make $200 to $300 a day. Now the question is, how can you figure out how to make $200 to $300 a day? I think the biggest trend and opportunity of 2017 is for you to get small businesses to pay you to do their social media marketing. They'll pay you because these old people that own businesses, they know how to run business, but don't know anything about Instagram, Snapchat, email marketing. So I created a course. I'm gonna put a link. Click the link below. It might be above or somewhere up here. Click it. I got a free presentation that you can sign up for. It's quick and easy. It'll explain to you this I think is the biggest trend of 2017, especially if you're starting out and you've never had your own business, you don't know what to do, you feel overwhelmed. Trust me. I've put like 10,000 people through the social media training since November, and the results are amazing. Now, some people, you know, are doing 30 grand a month, but not everybody is. But a lot of people are making an extra grand a month, an extra 2 grand, an extra 3 grand. And that adds up over time. So I'm actually going to see my 99-year-old grandma. She turned 99 2 weeks ago. So I'm leaving the conference, put the top up because it's cold. San Diego can be cold. So anyway, click the link, check it out.
This Bitcoin thing's taking over the news. I gotta tell you the craziest true story. You need to know this. This is a story of somebody who missed out on the biggest thing in Bitcoin. In fact, it's about these 2 pizzas right here, or 2 pizzas like this, and a lot of cash. So, in 2010, somebody offered to pay for 2 pizzas, they'd give 10,000 Bitcoin. And someone took them up on that offer, and they paid 10,000 Bitcoin for 1 pizza, 2 pizzas. So the question is, how much cash would that now be worth if instead of the pizzas, it kept the Bitcoin? It was a guy named Laszlo. $170 million. He lost out. He missed out. And all he got was 2 pizzas and not $170 million. So you might be asking, is it too late to get in this Bitcoin thing? It's gone up. Is it a bubble? Is it going to crash? What I want to say to you is that I've been traveling around the United States, meeting up with the best experts in the world on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. So these are what you call the whales. These are people who have made 10 million, 100 million, even some of them a billion or more in Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. And I want to share with you, I recorded actually a little video on my website. I'm going to put a link below or above here. Click that link. It's absolutely free. Watch this free presentation, because here's the deal. One of my mentors told me, Ty, never be the first or the last to try a new idea, a new trend. For a lot of people, they're going, oh, this is a scam. This Bitcoin thing's not real. These cryptocurrencies. Remember that story. In 2010, somebody lost $170 million. Literally $170 million because they were skeptical. They didn't see the future trends. They waited too long. Don't be like that person. Now, I'm not promising you can make $170 million bucks. I'm just telling you a true story that nobody can argue with. So what I've been doing is traveling the world, traveling around the United States, and I've been meeting up with people. I've been in the business and finance game for a long time, but this crypto thing is new. Part of the reason there's big profits in it is not everybody understands it. So I've been meeting up with these people, and I want to share with you, in the spirit of me paying it forward. You've probably seen I've given away 10 cars in the last year, paying forward. I'm thankful for my blessings financially and just in life in general. This is me paying it forward. These are people that don't really like to speak publicly. Some of them are kind of mystery, Mr. X people. They've made $100 million bucks and they don't want to really share publicly on a video, but they'll share with me because we're friends. And I'm paying it forward by creating this little presentation for you. You need to know this stuff. In fact, yesterday I did a live call, if you're watching my Instagram or my Facebook Live, and I brought in one of the top crypto experts in the world, and he recommended one small cryptocurrency, and it's doubled in the last 24 hours. It's a crazy world out there. The world's changing. This is disrupting everything you know. Your kids, your grandkids will look back and go, Grandpa, you didn't see this coming? Don't be like the pizza people, the pizza guy, Laszlo. Don't miss out for 2 pizzas today on $170 million like he did. So click the link. Like I said, it's either below or somewhere here. Head over to my website. You don't have to put a credit card in. You don't have to pay a penny. Okay, this is me paying forward. Real solid information you can use to start investing or just learning about it, or how to buy it, where to buy it. Is it a bubble? Will it go up? Will it go down? Is it too late to get in? All those questions I'm going to answer for you straight out of the words of some of the smartest people in this industry, the people that are advising banks and presidents. They don't want to come out publicly, but they will share the stuff privately with me, and they allow me to create a presentation of what they said. So learn from the best mentors. It's changed my life. 19 years old, I found a mentor in business. I went from having no money in my bank account, figuring out how to make $100,000 a year. Then I figured out how to make, 100 grand a month and 100 grand a week. And now I know how to make, 100 grand a day. And that's because of the mentors I found. The quality of your life pretty much is determined by two things: whether you can overcome procrastination and laziness and actually do stuff, and second is who you learn from. The reason we're all trapped financially, you know, I did not grow up, this is Beverly Hills, I didn't grow up in a house like this. In fact, most of my teenage years I grew up in a mobile home in Clayton, North Carolina. So, you know, my bathroom now in this house is bigger than my entire, the mobile home that I lived in. So what's changed my life is really understanding that I got to get off my butt. And some of you are sleeping on this stuff and you're missing out on opportunities left and right. It's not just this 2010 opportunity. That was wave one. You missed out on that one, but wave two is here. So don't miss this. And then secondly, learn from the best. A lot of people are learning about Bitcoin, cryptocurrency from Fox News or MSNBC. These people don't know. Go learn from the people who develop the technology, that really understand, that have been early adopters, and that's what I want to do. So click that link, game-changing material, and yeah, I'll see you over on my website in just a second.
Now is the time to take risks. I would encourage you to take risks now. Do something bold.
The worst thing in life is to get older and realize you got good at the wrong thing. You have one life. You get one chance on this planet.
Don't let the noise of others drown out your own inner voice. Have the courage to follow your heart and intuition.
You gotta have self-love, love, and happiness. If you at any point optimize for anything that doesn't involve all four of them, you're making the biggest mistake in the world.
I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do.
I think it's important that you really like whatever you're doing. Life is too short.
I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today?
TikTok needs craziness to engage. Instagram and Facebook, since your audience is older, they'll actually sit down and listen to an intellectual business. You can do better than you think though, man. But I'll tell you one thing, make sure you develop a list from your email list of people who like you live, and every time you go live, 30 minutes before, send an email to a Zoom link. So when I'm live, I have all the social platforms, but I also have my own Zoom, and that actually can make just as much money as Instagram. Because Zoom, there's no distractions. If you're live on Instagram, sometimes people get another pop-up, they go check their DM. Yeah. They're on Zoom, they're a dedicated customer. Yeah. So like 200 people on Zoom makes you just as much money as 200 people on Instagram. I think the worst one is probably Twitter. Twitter's got a lot of haters, boy. Like Twitter, you get 2,000 people and you make $2. Yeah. Twitter's return on investment is not there.
Well, I'll give you two pieces of advice. I'd invest as much in myself as you can. I mean, you're your own biggest asset by far. I mean, you've got all kinds of potential. All the people in this room, you're lucky to be in this country, gotten a good education, but most people go through life using up a very, very small part of their potential. And so anything you do that invests in yourself, that's the best investment you can possibly make.
I'm telling you, becoming a learning machine and a person who invests in themselves works. I invest at least $100,000 a month in my own education. Traveling, mentors, coaches, consultants that I pay. The more I invest in myself, every year my income's gone up massively. There is a magic in investing in yourself. People get it. Invest in real estate's good. Oh, okay. I do that. Invest in stock market. That's good. I buy land. I invest in buy businesses. It's all good, but nothing touches the ROI on investing in my own brain. Listen to this very carefully. This may be the most important video I have ever posted. I'm serious about that. I'm actually in a hotel in Melbourne, Australia, but this was so important I wanted to record it even before I got back home to California. If you're experiencing tremendous pressure, stress, it could be financial, you don't have enough money, things aren't working out for you in your life, listen very carefully. This is what they should have taught us in elementary school, junior high, high school. This is what our parents should have taught us. I don't know your background, but I didn't grow up with a perfect background. I didn't grow up with, I was born to a single mom. My dad was in prison, lived my teenage years, a lot of them in a mobile home. And so what I'm about to tell you is like literally what I've spent my life up to this point learning from 5 millionaire mentors, learning from traveling the world, building businesses, learning from talking, a lot of it through social media with millions of people and interacting with this world. about health, wealth, love, and happiness. Look, if you do not have a roadmap to success, I can pretty much predict your future. People always come to me, oh, Ty, I want to be successful. I'm like, answer a few questions, I'm going to predict your future. Who'd you learn from? Who are you learning from now? Tell me about your upbringing. You know, those 3 basic questions, I can predict the future. People don't like to hear that because they're like, no, I'm special, Ty, I'm special. Man, once you step out the door, like Chris Rock, the comedian, says, once you step out the door of your house, nobody cares about you. There's a big, bad world out there. If you're broke, nobody's going to put money in your bank account for you. Maybe you win the lottery, you be one of the billion. Are you going to hold out for that? No, I'm going to give you a formula. I'm going to give you what I call the 12 foundations. There's 12 things they should have taught us in school. 12 things. 0 was taught in school. Literally 0. 3 things about health, 3 things about wealth, 3 things about love, and 3 things about happiness. These 12 things, if I had known them when I was 19 years old, graduated high school, my life would be 10 times better than it is now. And I have an okay life now. If you're struggling, you must learn these 12 foundations. You must. It's not even optional. It's basically like, here's your 2 paths in life. Life can suck, or you can follow the 12 foundations. Now, some people go, oh, well, there's people succeeding in life, and do they know about these 12 foundations? Well, they're doing them without knowing it. Everybody who follows the 12 foundations has a badass life, and all the 12 that don't. It's that the people that don't follow the 12 don't. It's literally that simple. Why can I say it that black and white? Well, and how do I know it's exactly 12? Well, maybe it's 16, maybe it's 8. The point is, you ever heard of the book 7 Habits of Highly Successful People? That's about business. The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. But life's not only about business and making money. You got to know how to read people. You have to know psychology. You have to know health. Right? You have to know happiness, managing anxiety, procrastination, regret, all that stuff. That's why I say it's more than 7. So I've compiled it down into 12 things. Let me go over some of them. I don't know if I have time to do all 12. To really explain all 12 takes a little while. Probably take at least 12 hours. I don't have that much time right now, and you probably don't either. Let's start with money. Basically, one of the foundations is you have to know how to pick your career, period. Now, for some of you, your career, like me, is to be an entrepreneur, run your own business. Some of you, it's to work for somebody else. That doesn't even matter at this point in the juncture. One of the 12 foundations, maybe the most fundamental foundation, is selecting your occupation. You will spend the majority of your life in some sort of occupation. Okay? If you work 8 hours a day, no other single activity, not marriage, not time with your kids, time with your friends, watching football, whatever. Nothing compares with career, and there's basically 0 preparation. So people just grow up and they're like, oh, my dad worked for the post office, I'll do that. Or they stumble into a job. Oh, I need money, so I'm gonna drive Uber and then this. And they just like kind of randomly go from thing to thing. Even entrepreneurs, I see it. Even entrepreneurs making big money, they don't like what they do because they just randomly chose. They're like, oh, it looks like that'll make me money. My friend sells clothes online. I'll sell clothes online. I don't really care about clothes, but I'll do it to make money. That's the wrong way to do it. There's an exact formula, okay? And it's basically like you can draw concentric circles, and you have to find where all these intersect. Strengths, your background. You can use some cognitive quizzes and things like this, and you can use but let me just go back to that thing about strengths. See, people get very delusional about what their strengths are. Like, oh, Ty, I'm good at everything, so I don't know what career I should do. It's not what you think you're strong at. It's relative to other people. So I'm good at basketball compared to somebody who's worse than me, but relative to pro basketball players, I'm not good enough to play. And so one of the things they should have taught us in school, and one of the 12 foundations that I had to learn over many years, because I've started different businesses. My first business was in agriculture, grass-fed beef, first business. I had a consulting business. I owned nightclubs all around North Carolina. I invested in real estate, still do, real estate investor. I started a wealth management company that's still going, 6,000 clients, manage money for individuals. I did obviously a lot of internet stuff and social media. I own a company called MentorBox, which we just signed a contract with Walmart. We have the largest nonfiction book shipping company in the world. So I've done all these businesses, and yet
in hindsight, I could have gotten to where I am 10 times faster if someone had taught me the 12 foundations. So I just want to tell you the good news and the bad news. The good news is if you're under tremendous pressure, stuff seems to not be working out for you, the good news is there's light at the end of the tunnel if you go down the right tunnel. There is a solution. There is a better day for you. I've seen it. I've been broke, and then all of a sudden I've made $1 million in a day. I made $1 million in an hour before. And I've been completely broke, sleeping on a couch in a mobile home. So I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I can tell you there's light at the end of the tunnel. But when you go down the wrong tunnel, which is what most people are being led down in this modern world, it's only darkness there. People go, oh, things will get better. No, if you go down the wrong tunnel, there's no light. So I gotta get, and this is the reason I'm recording this, is I get about 10,000 snaps, Instagram DMs, all that per day. And I see, man, that people are hurting. Twitter. I posted a Twitter and it was like controversial. I said, if you're not traveling 4 times a year, like you're missing out on one of life's greatest pleasures. And people were like, but Ty, we're broke. We can't even travel once in 10 years. And so I feel the pain of the world. So I was like, I gotta lay this out simpler. Not everybody has time. I've spent I started when I was a teenager as an entrepreneur, traveling the world, learning from mentors, reading books, and experimenting with my own businesses. And I've been lucky enough to meet some of the greatest minds in the world, billionaires, top entrepreneurs, people that have reached the top. And I've asked them this same question, and that's how I came up with this 12 foundations. So like I said, the 12 foundations, there's 3 things you got to know about health. There's 3 things you have to know about wealth. There's 3 things you have to know about love, friends, family, romance, and there's 3 things you have to know about happiness. If you can keep these 12 things as your central guide to life from today forward, I promise you this, you will revolutionize your life so much that when your friends meet you 6 months from now, 12 months from now, you will be unrecognizable in every area. Health, wealth, love, and happiness. I know how to make money. Like I said, I've made $1 million in an hour. But if you don't have the other 3 things, health, love, and happiness, then it's all empty. On the other side, I've had love before, but no money. And then you're so stressed out. What's the number 1 cause of divorce? Financial stress. And I've seen people who have love and who have wealth and even have health. They got a 6-pack, but they have massive anxiety or depression even. Because depression can come even with all those other things. So you got to manage all 4 of these things. And each of them, like I said, I divide into 3. So 4, 8, 4, 8, 12. 3. Blah, blah. 3, 6, 9, 12. Right? There's 4 things with 3 inside of them. My math. I am shocked as I look back on my life and go, I didn't know those 3. I didn't know those 3. I didn't know those 3. And I knew those 3. So I knew like 3 out of 12. There was 9 things missing in my life. So life kind of sucked. And there was a time when it was even worse. I only had 3 of them. I was young, I was healthy, but I had no wealth. I didn't have the 3 foundations of wealth in my life. I didn't have the 3 social ones, love, romance, we could say, friends, and family wasn't working right. I had a messed up family. Friendships weren't right. I was friends with the wrong people. Social life was messed up. And I've had all 9 and not the last 3. Happiness, overcoming anxiety, procrastination, regret, depression. How do you actually be happy? Because really the 12 foundations, like the first 9 are just building for the 12th, the 10th, 11th, and 12th. You got a choice. Life's at a crossroads at every moment. Like I said, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but the whole world's going down the road, the wrong tunnel. How many people do you know that really have the 12 foundations operating in their life? You look at them physically, they're healthy, they're fit, they're eating right, they're sleeping, they feel good physically. They take pride in their body, they look good. They got the 3 pillars of wealth going, right? They're in the right career or entrepreneurship activity. They selected correctly. They have active investment and passive investment, because those are 2
different things. So active investment is like you're making money with, let's say, your job or your entrepreneurial job, right? Career. Passive investment is while you made for you in real estate, in the stock market, maybe in cryptocurrency, the new thing, right? So how many people do you know that have those three? Health, the 3 parts of health, you know, which is basically diet, weights or resistant training, and all the supplement side of things. They have that, so their body's good. Their bank account's good, the next 3. Then you go to the next 3. Friends, family, romance. All 3 of those are rock and rolling. You look at them, they got the best dating life or marriage. They've got the best friendship, social circle, best business partners, their relationship. They've weeded out the bad people. It's just like amazing. And then on top of that, they got the last 3, you know, of the 12 foundations. The last 3 are like, they take all the first 9 and they just make them beautiful. The happiness side of things, where people just like, I've had different times in my life, man. Literally, I've had times. I remember good years and bad years. Like 2011 was a crappy year. I didn't like 2011. I had weird things with business partners. Didn't see eye to eye. I remember waking up and feeling stressed. Then I worked on those 3 of the 12 foundations, and I remember, amazingly, like revolutionizing and waking up so peaceful and happy. That's the ultimate test, by the way. When you wake up, do you feel stressed? Is your mind racing? Like, I just woke up and I was just like, I feel good. But it didn't last because I didn't understand, even at that time in 2012-ish, around then, I didn't understand. It was kind of luck that those 3 of the 12 foundations were operating in my life. You have to have a system. It's almost like a daily routine. You got to have the correct daily routine, the correct mental routine. Now, some people say, well, Ty, what you're talking about is all about the mind. This is all in the mind. Well, the 12 foundations aren't just about the mind. They're also about income and making money and filling up your bank account and, you know, your body. They're like practical things too. But yeah, like most of human life is in the mind. There's people who are millionaires and billionaires and who commit suicide. One of the wealthy, De Beers, the guy who started the diamond company, one of the wealthiest people in history. When he sold the De Beers company, the diamond company, he jumped off a boat, committed suicide. The guy who started Victoria's Secret, now one of the biggest brands in the world, he jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. I'm telling you, I know people that are wealthy but so fat, they can't enjoy it. They lost their health. They can't even fit in a Ferrari. I know people that are so happy up and they got great love life, but their bank account sucks, so they're always stressed. Like the 12 foundations, mark my words, one day, this is what will be taught in schools. This is what will be taught in universities. Not because I've compiled these 12 things. Like they'll probably be transformed and people will put their own modifications. But I'm telling you, you are witnessing this video, and I wanted to record it because I wanted to mark this day and say, let me hand you the 12 foundations, because I can think of no greater gift that I could give myself if I had a time machine. If I was 19 again, man, I go back, give myself this video I'm here in Melbourne, Australia. I was speaking at a conference with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And if I could just hand this video to myself and then give myself like 12 hours of training, like 1 hour per video, roughly. 1 hour per foundation. That's it. That's like what I would do. I would do that more than give myself business tips, more than give myself $1 million to invest in my own business. Once you get the mindset right, things start to fall in place. And if the mindset's not right, nothing works. You need the 12 foundations. 3 about health, 3 about wealth, 3 about love, 3 about happiness. You know, I wonder why I didn't record these 12. Yesterday I was recording the video training for one of the 12 foundations. And I was talking to my cousin and I was like, I'm almost depressed recording this. She's like, why? I'm like, because why didn't someone tell me this? I was recording about controlling your social circle, how to build your social circle correctly. You know the saying that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with?
your incomes, the average of the 5 people that are closest to you in your social circle, all that. And I was like, why didn't they tell us that in school? Like, why was I learning geometry? Like, geometry is good, but how about the geometry of my social circle? You know, why was I learning pre-calculus and calculus and algebra? Why didn't they teach me, like, how to invest in the stock market or invest in real estate? That's math, but it's practical. It applies. The 12 foundations, these apply to, and they will begin to change your life today and this week. For those of you that start watching the 12 foundational, it will begin to change you. You can watch, I mean, if you have time, you can watch all 12 in 1 week. I guarantee you, you're going to be like me. You're going to be happy and depressed at the same time. Happy because all of a sudden your life starts to change. Your income starts to change. Start to do what you love and make money doing it and make more money doing it. Your social circle starts to improve. Your love life starts to improve. Your body starts to improve. You wake up happier, less stressed, less depressed. So on that side, you're going to be like jumping for joy. On the flip side, you're going to start to have a little bit of anger. I'll talk about that in the training. How to deal with the anger where you want to look at your family and friends and teachers and say, wait, you said you cared about me. How come you didn't teach me? How come some guy on social media recording from his hotel room in Australia is the first person to lay this out in just this simple, systematic way, transformational way? I'm going to tell you this right now. I'll give a little hint. Just forgive them. No one taught them. I've had to do that and just go, man, it's BS. But you know what? Live and let live. Just move on and be glad that you learned it now. Now, here's the deal. I recorded the 67 steps in 2014, which were 67 things that my mentors taught me. It was my first kind of attempt at a mindset program for people. The crazy thing is it became one of the most downloaded courses in history. About, I haven't looked recently, I'd say close to 200,000 people, close to 250,000 people went through that program. To put that in perspective, like in California, I live near UCLA, 250,000 people, like I think UCLA has like 20 or 30,000 undergrad students. That's like 10 years worth of students going through undergrad at big universities. So a lot of people went through it in 90 countries. And I was walking in the streets here of Melbourne, Australia. People come up to me literally every day and say the 67 steps like was the biggest thing, changed their life, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't completely have all the 12 foundations in it. So this 12 foundations is like the better version of the 67 steps. It's not better, they're different. Let me be clear on that. The 12 foundations, I know a lot more. I built the 67 steps in 2014. And I've gone through a lot in the last, years, and tested a lot, and reached a lot more. I reach about 200 million people a year through social media. So I've had more interactions with people. I had more ability to test. I built bigger and bigger businesses. Forbes named me the top 10 business influencer in the world. Entrepreneur last year named me the #1 social media influencer in the world, business influencer in the world. And so I'm not saying that to hold myself out as something special. I'm just saying, like, I've been able to reach more stuff. And this 12 Foundations program, I wanted to kind of model after how I built the 67 steps. And so, let me plug this in, by the way. My phone's gonna die. Get my handy little brick here. Plug this bad boy in. Excuse me. This is like the 67 steps. The way that program worked, it was a paid program. It was way cheaper than university and college and high school tax dollars, all that money. But I wanted to make it a paid program, the 67 steps, because I've learned if people ain't if they're not willing to invest in themselves, this stuff doesn't work. So I've given away almost 2 billion minutes of YouTube and Facebook videos, and it gets results, but not as much as the people who go in paid programs, which makes sense. Like, I've had, when someone gives me a book versus when I spend $30 on it, like, I read the book that I paid $30 for. And some people say, oh, you're just saying that because you want people's money. Not really. This is not going to be a big part of my income. I have literally 20 sources of income right now. Okay, this is not me trying to get another one. This is me going, What works for you? What works for you? And I'm telling you, becoming a learning machine and a person who invests in themselves works. I invest at least $100,000 a month in my own education. Literally, 100 G's a month. Not a year. I got a CPA, back that number up. I've shown it. It's obvious too if you watch my Snapchat. Traveling, mentors, coaches, consultants that I pay. And I've been doing that for years. And it's funny, the more I invest in myself, every year my income's gone up massively. And people go, oh, well, I'm not gonna pay for stuff. I'm just gonna Google it. Well, go ahead. But I'm telling you, there is a magic in investing in yourself. People get it. Invest in real estate's good. Oh, okay. I do that. Invest in stock market. That's good. I buy land. I invest in buy businesses. It's all good. But nothing touches the ROI on investing in my own brain. So here's how this 12 Foundation works if you want to go in. I've created a test group. If you're watching this video here early, you are literally one of the first people in the world to see this. You can come in the test group. I did the test group about a year and a half ago for my social media marketing agency. About 30,000 people have gone through that. One of the first people to go through, he made $1.2 million in his first year. So I know the power of test groups. Small group, let them in, get your feedback, let you be in the beta program of this thing working, okay? So the 12 Foundations, I'm gonna put a button below or above. You click that, you get in, there's a fee to get in, and it'll be all explained on the page. For some of you, you won't wanna pay the money, don't go in the test group. It's not a big deal to me, literally. I'm telling you, I'm looking out of 100 million people, 200 million people who watch my social media, I'm looking for a teeny group that are like committed and go, whatever it takes, I'm gonna change my life. If it means, I don't go out to sushi this weekend, so be it. If it means I won't buy a $400 pair of designer jeans or $100, $200 like pair of shoes, that's all right. I'll sacrifice that in order to get something in here. Now, some people go, oh, was this a scam? Like you're gonna pay for an online course? I'd never do that. Well, it's kind of like a textbook. Textbooks are a couple $100. And, or a regular book. I mean, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, I think 50 million people or 25 million people have bought that book. People have spent $250 million on that book. How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Sold millions and millions of copies. You're talking $100 million worth humans have invested in their brain with that book. This is the same thing. I just use videos because they're like books, but I can get them to you quickly and I can update them if something's wrong and I don't have to go through a third-party publisher and I don't have to be politically correct. I can tell you, because some of these 12 foundations are going to be shocking for you. When I get in, like I said, so we're going to talk about wealth. This is the first foundation, health, wealth, love, happiness. We're going to focus on wealth and income because there's already a lot of people teaching you how to be physically healthy. But not a lot of people teaching about your income. Active income, passive income, real estate, building marketing, building your brand, how to choose a company, how to start your own business, how to do a part-time business while you keep your full-time business, how to invest your money passively, meaning you invest and other people grow your money while you sleep, how to build recurring income. All those things are foundations in the 12 Foundations. And we're talking about social circle, how to read people. You know the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People? More important, that was written, 30s or 40s. A long time ago, almost 100 years ago. This is the updated version, is how to read people. See, you don't want to win friends and influence the wrong people. You got to know how to read people. Practical psychology, negotiation, weeding out, controlling your social circle, whether it be in dating, business partnerships, friends. If you don't get this right, nothing works. Nothing works. We're going to talk about happiness, specific things, overcoming stress, anxiety, procrastination, knowing how to motivate yourself. Remember I said one of the biggest foundations is like the number one, picking the right career. The other one is knowing what motivates you. That's how you overcome procrastination. Most people procrastinate because they don't feel confident that what they're doing really motivates them. If it really motivated you, you wouldn't procrastinate. It's like a 14-year-old kid that the mom and dad can't get the kid to do anything, but the kid's motivated to play video games. The kid will ride his bike across town to buy a video game and come back. So there's motivation there. The parents just don't know how to find it.
And as you grow, you have to know how to find deep within yourself that motivation. And once you have motivation, you have no problem with procrastination. My first mentor, Joel Salatin, I'm not a procrastinator in many ways because he taught me at 19 one of the 12 foundations, which is how to motivate myself. People say, do you really read a book a day? Like, how do you do all this stuff? I see you on Snapchat. And now I get a lot. My Snapchat and Instagram stories are in the millions per day, people watching them. I get a lot of feedback, and people are like, and I'm going, I was blessed by a mentor giving me one of these. But he didn't give me all the 12 foundations, but he gave me that one. He gave me a few. Well, that was a big one. I want to pass that on to you. So the way it works, you click the link, you as quickly as you enter your card info, card numbers approved, you're in, you're gonna get 12 videos plus a whole bunch of bonuses, okay? But I wanna talk about the 12 foundations first, because that's the core part of what you're getting. Very simple, you download them on your phone, you can watch them on your phone, you can watch them on your laptop, you can download them and listen to them later, audio, while you're jogging or riding exercise bike or treadmill. You listen to those 12 videos. They're on average about 1 hour. So it's about 12 hours worth of stuff. You can do it in 1 week if you want. You can spread it out over a month, but don't take a year. Don't do like one a month. That's too slow, okay? Then there's ongoing training, weekly training, live training. There's a private Facebook group I've made so you can access me and other people in the group and grow together and network. But those 12 foundations, those 12 videos are the game changer. And the cool thing is, as I add new things, I can just swap out the videos. So it's a dynamic, living and breathing course. It's like this book, but imagine I can pull the pages out and put better pages in without having to republish and resend the book. That's what the 12 foundations are. This is the culmination of everything that I've learned, everything I wish I had been told on health, wealth, love, and happiness, building that. How do you build wealth? They don't teach us in school. We're all broke and struggling until we find out. And you know what? You don't have to do the 12 foundations. It took me since I was a teenager to learn this stuff. You can just spend that many years. You can spend over a decade. You can spend however many years you want. But I want to give you a shortcut. Let's cut the learning curve by 10 years. I don't care if you're already 70 years old. I don't care if you're 12 years old. That doesn't matter. If you're young, the advantage is, well, you learn this early, and look, oh man, if I could have learned this at 12, I'd give all my wealth to learn the 12 foundations. Every penny I've ever earned and will earn for the next 3 years, let's say. That's a lot of money. That's in the hundreds of millions. But I would give that all to be 12 years old again and have these 12 videos you're about to get access to. I know that sounds dramatic, and it isn't. Because I could do 10 times more and 10 times faster. It's not just how much you accomplish that you love in life, it's how quickly you can do it. You don't want to be 90 years old with the keys to the kingdom. You don't want to be 90 years old and buy your first Ferrari or whatever. It's not about, I just use Ferrari because it's like a metaphor. You want to be happy at 90? You want to find love at 90? You want to find health at 90? You want to build your bank account by 90? Forget that. Life's too short, man. Life to me, people are like, why do you read a book a day? I got 4 books that I'm reading simultaneously trying to get through these while I'm in Australia. I finished that one. Oh no, this is one I didn't actually. History one, sales one, all the Pulitzer Prize winning one. Because I'm trying to cut the freaking learning curve. Where the tick tock of life is going, man. I'm worried about this world. I'm worried about myself when I deviate from the 12 foundations. Actually, me creating the 12 foundations, creating this over 12 hour video training program is also been one of the most important things I've ever done, because it's forced me to be disciplined in laying out what those 12 things are and holding myself to that standard. I deviate from it. I'm a human. I'm as mortal as anybody. I make as many mistakes as anybody. The difference is, remember I said there's light at the end of the tunnel? If you get yourself going down the right tunnel, even if you make mistakes, you're still going in the right direction. You can be a wonderful person with the best intentions. If you're headed in the wrong direction down the wrong tunnel, there's no light there. There's no end game. There's no winning. I'm telling you, I'm concerned. I am genuinely concerned that the majority, if not 99% of people in this world, are not going to get what they want out of life. They're going to die, like Thoreau said in the 1800s. The mass of men,
lead lives of quiet desperation. What is called resignation is confirmed desperation. Resignation, desperation is up to a maximum in the world. Look around you, man. How many people do you know are thriving? They love their life, every area, and they're not delusional. They're not just saying that because they're embarrassed, but like, because sometimes when I was broke, I'd be like, no, everything's good, because I didn't want to admit. I was like, no, money doesn't matter at all, because I was tricking myself. I was trying to fool myself and others into thinking that some of the 12 foundations weren't important. They're all important. The 3 foundations of health, the 3 foundations of wealth, the 3 foundations of love, the 3 foundations of happiness. Do not leave any of those out of your life. And some of you are entrepreneurs making a lot of money, and I meet you and I'm like talking to you and I'm going, they're missing half the 12 foundations. They ain't going nowhere. I don't care how much money. You know how many people I've made millionaires? I'm not trying to brag. Do you know how many people? I'm literally in the process of compiling I call my 300 group. It's more than 300, but it's hard to reach everyone. I'm flying them all into my house. The first 300 that I'm documenting. But not all of them are on the right track. That's why I created the 12 foundations for those people. If you're one of those people that I've helped make 6 figures, 7 figures, even 8 figures, go in the 12 foundations. And some people go, well, I'm not going to spend that kind of money, Ty. I'm just not going to. Well, what are you going to spend the money on? I don't understand. Sometimes, well, Ty, I got to pay the bills. I got to pay rent. Well, yes, you do. To make somebody else rich. I get it. You're just like the massive people. They pay their rent. The landlord takes the money and builds wealth because you're paying off the building for them. Or you got a bank, you got to pay your mortgage. I know. And Bank of America or Wachovia or Chase Bank, HSBC, they're making interest on you. You're making them wealthy. That's the problem. People go, well, Ty, I got bills to pay. Well, cut some of the bills. Keep some money every month aside to invest in your brain. I started in 2001 putting $500 investment into my own brain. I bought a course by Corey Rudel. It transformed my life. In 9 months, I went from zero, literally, well, I had about $500 saved up. I put it all into this course, but basically zero. I went to making 6 figures, almost on autopilot. Like I had 6 figures, I had about $6,000 to $10,000 a month coming in within 9 months of investing in my own brain. In 2001, I was one of the first people to use Google Ads. It's called AdWords. I was one of the first people. I wouldn't have known about that. I was a kid living in a mobile home before that. You think I would have learned about marketing? I would have learned how to go online and make money online in 2001? No, it's because I invested in my brain and I caught a trend before most people. I got an angle, I got an edge, I got a competitive advantage. If you don't have that, you ain't going nowhere fast. You're gonna get caught in the crowd and the crowd's gonna hold you back. Get every competitive edge and angle you have, even if you have to pay for it, even if you have to pay. When you click this button, I'm not apologizing. People get mad at me. There's a group of people online that are mad I charge money, and I'm like, I'm over it. Then don't buy it. It's a free world. Free country, man. Buy whatever you want. Those same people that complain about that, you know what they buy? They go into McDonald's, one of the wealthiest corporations in the world, $28 billion. They're eating junk food. They're eating fast food. Everybody spends money. I'm not even making fun of them for eating fast food. Sometimes I eat fast food. I'm not perfect. Health. This isn't about perfection. My point being, your money is going to flow out of your bank account somewhere. Why not divert some of it into your own brain? I'm not trying to get rich off you. I'm opening a small test group of people who are serious. Jaden Gross was in my test group of the SMMA program. He's now, second year, he's 22. He's on track. He thinks he'll be making $10 million this year. Last year, he made $1.2 million and netted over $400,000. He went from zero income, never had a bank account, never filed a tax return, to now filing with the IRS in the U.S. for pay taxes at I think $400,000 or $500,000 or something. I'm not sure his exact tax return, but the point is, if you make that much, you're in the 99.99% of the world because of what I showed him how to do. I showed him step by step. I didn't even give him the 12 foundations. Jaden, if you're watching, make sure you get in the 12 foundations because this is the whole plan here. I just gave you some of it, my friend. Those of you who are in my dropshipping course, how to make money online, or all the other programs, real estate investing. I want you to know, you just got some of it. This 12 Foundations is all of it. This is all I know. This is it. If this is my last video and I die, I hope I leave. This is what I want to leave to the world. Honestly. You know? This is what I want to, I don't have kids right now. So, you know, this is what I want to leave to the world. This is like this 12 Foundations, as I told you at the beginning of the video, to me is the most important thing that I've ever done. And maybe it's the most important thing I ever will do. To give you the 12 foundations to build your life, train you in them. Now, you don't even have to come to me. You can get the videos, download them, put a headset on, or watch them. Pay close attention, take notes. 12 videos, about 1 hour each. Some are a little longer, some are a little shorter. It averages out to roughly 12 hours. Then you'll see when you click the button, there's bonuses, there's advanced training, there's all this other stuff. But the 12 foundations, get the 12 foundations. And then I'll give you a little exercise to begin to put them in place and practice in your life. And as you do that, health is going to start falling in place. Well, now you might already be healthy, so some of that stuff might not be relevant to you. Work on the 12 foundations that you're the weakest on. You can skip around, do the wealth ones. If you're already wealthy, do the ones on happiness or love. Now people go, Ty, who are you to think you'll know all these things? I don't. A lot of what you'll learn about Social Circle is from my mentor, Dr. David Buss. He was a professor at Harvard. Now he's a professor at University of Texas, Austin. He wrote the textbook on evolutionary psychology. Him along with the top scientists in the world. This isn't just me making up stuff. Say, oh, Ty, who are you? How do you know about real estate investing in this and wealth and building businesses and that? Well, I've had some of the best mentors in the world. I'm lucky enough now to call, friends or acquaintances with some of the most powerful business people ever to live. I've interviewed them. I've talked to them. I'm partners with some of them in business. I'm going to give you what they tell me behind closed doors. You think all these people are going to give this stuff out? Dr. David Buss, I pay him. He's a paid consultant. He's not going to just reveal all this stuff. These business billionaires and millionaires, you think they're just going to go around and make YouTube videos? They don't make any YouTube videos. They don't make any. They sometimes wonder why I do it. And I'm like, well, I have a different upbringing than you. A lot of them, some of them inherited their money. Some of them had parents that gave them businesses and things like that. I didn't have that. And I'm telling you, there was a point in my life where I said, I prayed to God. I'm not super religious. I prayed to God. I said, if you help me out of this, if you bring me mentors that help me, I will share this one day with the world. And this is me, and that's what I've been doing on my free YouTube videos. And those reach a lot of people. Facebook videos. But more importantly, I want that small test group. I love the movie 300. You seen that movie? 300 Spartans. They were better than a whole army. And I know how to reach a lot of people, but I want to reach a few of you. And if this appeals to you, you'll know. If this doesn't appeal to you, just close this video. You shouldn't even be watching this far. This isn't for everybody. I'm not trying to maximize sales and profits and do a marketing and get a landing page that you're going to be ultimately convinced by and buy. That's not what I care about. Give me a small handful of people who get it, who are committed. Give me 300 people, you change the world. It's a ripple effect. Give me 300 people who have mastered the 12 foundations of health, wealth, love, and happiness. And like that ripple effect will begin to change the world. People are always talking about who's the president and wars and crimes and mass shootings. I don't know how to fix all of those, but I'm going to tell you one of the best ways. I don't know the whole answer, but I'm going to tell you one of the most common sense ways. Get a ripple effect going. Pay it forward. A small group of people have transformed their lives from rags to riches. Let them pass on the story to a few people, to 300 people that they know. And those 300 to 300, and this next thing you know, the whole world has changed. And maybe I'm naive on that, and people go, that's never going to happen. I don't know. I've seen it start to happen, and it's bigger than me. This is bigger than me. This 12 Foundations is bigger than me. Yes, I've compiled it for you. I put in some of my own original stuff. I've taken some of what my mentors have taught me. But I've made this, if you went around the world and tried to find this, it would be like 200 hours. It'd be too complicated. The biggest task that I've accomplished for you is to make this easy to remember, easy to learn, and easy to put in practice. so that you won't procrastinate, so that you won't invest in another book, another course, another video, and it not work. This will work. All I need from you is a commitment to take it seriously and listen to 12 videos or listen to 12 audios or watch the 12 videos, your choice, video or audio. You do that, and I'll do my part. There's ongoing training. There's extra bonuses to round this whole thing out. But you listen to those 12, and all I ask of you, you don't need to thank me. I get people sending me gifts. I'm telling you, I've affected the lives, not just me, but these programs. There's other people, you know, my business partners in them. So I'm not taking credit, but I've seen what this movement is, change an incredible amount of people's lives. But it's not enough. It's not enough. It wasn't complete. And I realize that now in hindsight, and I apologize for that. But I didn't know how to do this before. And so I hope, and all I really ask is that when it begins to transform your life, not just a little change here, when it begins to transform your life, that you'll send an email. Just send me an email, okay? TyLopez.com, just saying how it changed your life. You don't even have to thank me. I'm not doing this for thanks. You paid for it. You don't have to thank me. But I want to know, I want the testimonials, because that's one of the highlights of my day. It's cool waking up every day. I post them. You see them on my Snap and Instagram. There was literally a guy who went in one of my real estate programs who was in the test group. It's closed. You can't even get in. By the way, this group is going to close. I didn't mention that. I don't want you to feel like there's urgency and I'm trying to pressure you, but there is urgency. I close these test groups. The real estate test groups close. I just posted, if you saw my Snapchat or Instagram story, with his actual Facebook, so you can follow up with him to make sure I'm not lying about it. He closed a real estate deal for $144,000. He was making in the first couple months of getting in my test group in that investment program, he's making $17,000 a month. Never made any money before. He was a young guy. Now he's moving up. He just closed in it was a $144,000 deal. Profit. That's the profit side of it. I've seen this stuff work. I love waking up to the testimonials. That's what I ask from you. Send me the testimonials. That's it. And you don't have to send thank you. I'm not a special person, whatever. I don't deserve, whatever. I don't even care what you think of me. But send me the truth on how this stuff changed your life, because it'll also inspire other people. A lot of people are on the fence. You might be on the edge on this. You're like, Ty, I don't know if I want to do this. I don't know if I have time. You have time. I've made it easy. Put a headset on when you're on the way to work. When you're at work on a break, when you're at lunch, when you're, brushing your teeth. Watch the videos while you're on a treadmill at the gym or at your house. Go for a walk, go for a jog, do it with a friend, whatever. You have the time. People say, but I don't have the money for this. Trust me, everybody has the money for the things that they want. I remember growing up, I lived next door to the projects in North Carolina. And we didn't have a lot of money. We weren't in the projects, but we were literally adjoining the projects. And I remember, man, even in the projects, people had new shoes because that's what they prioritized. So you got to change your priorities. Joel Salatin, my first mentor, used to say there's no change without a change of routine. One of the routine things you have to change is your priorities. If you make this a priority, it'll work for you. You'll find the money. If it's not a priority, you won't, and you'll procrastinate like most people. Okay? People go, one question you might have is, Ty, but how do I know this will work for me? I see it works for you, and you talk about these other people, but how do I know if it works for me? My situation is different. No, it's not. If you're a human, I don't care where you live in the world, literally this works in every continent, every country. I don't care if you're starting out poor, if you're starting out, if you're like me, you're mixed, you're white, you're black, you're Asian, this male, female, doesn't matter. Humans' DNA is all the same. Literally, DNA is almost identical from person to person. We all come from the same gene pool, basically, okay? Hopefully you didn't marry your cousin, or your mom didn't marry your cousin, but you know what I mean. This stuff works. The way you become happy, the way you become wealthy, you think it matters? Oprah Winfrey's a black woman. You think the way she built wealth is totally different than the way Elon Musk built wealth? White male? Yeah, there's some differences. There's some challenges. If you are a minority, I get it. My last name's Lopez. You don't gotta preach to me, okay? But the basic thing don't matter. It doesn't matter. One of the 12 foundations you'll learn is how to
not make excuses. Yeah, you can. Life's hard. I get it. Life's real hard. And what you gonna do about it? I hope you move forward. And that's one of the foundations that you'll learn about. A little more advanced stuff than that, but that's the gist of it. So if you're thinking of getting in this, but you're held back because you don't think it'll work because of your age, you're young, you're old, you're middle-aged, man, enough is enough. What else are you gonna do? If you're young, do you want to wait 20 years to learn the secrets? If you're old, do you want to wait 20 years till you're dead? If you're middle-aged, do you want to wait till you're old? I mean, like, I don't even get that argument, but people make it all the time. What about if you think, well, Ty, can I trust this? Can I trust you? I got a refund on the thing. Go through it. It doesn't work for you, I'll send you your money back. And you got to get the 12 foundations for free. Okay? Don't abuse this, please. But if it genuinely, whatever, you didn't think it worked, I believe in this so strongly, I'll give you 100% of your money back. What else could you want for that? This stuff works. This is the most important day of your life. I'm telling you, if you're willing to get in and actually implement it. I know that's a bold statement, but life, seize the day. I'm seizing the day. Life favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold is the exact statement, but I like life because fortune sounds too much about money only. Life favors the bold. I'm being bold and you be bold too. You got to change. What you've been doing hasn't been working. You've tried books, you tried this, you tried all this stuff. Has it been working? Maybe it's worked on some of your life, but or all 12 foundations rocking and rolling in health, in wealth, in love, and happiness. Are you like 1 to 10? I'm a 10 in all 4 of these. That's what you got to aim for. And you might not hit a 10 in all 4, but you need to be an 8 or more out of 10 in all 4 of those areas. The 12 foundations are going to get you there. Start to fix your bank account. Start to fix your income. Start to fix your love life, happiness, social life. No more betrayal by people. No more being broke and worrying every month. No more procrastinating, anxiety. No more regret. Let's do this. Those of you who are interested, I'm not going to try to convince you anymore. I want the people that are ready to go. And if you're not, it's not your day. For those of you that it is your day, click the button. It's either above or below, if you're, depending on if you're on your phone or your laptop. As quickly as you get in, you can start learning. You can start adopting the 12 foundations. And as I said, send me that testimonial with how it transformed your life. That's all I ask. All right? Thanks so much, and I'll talk to you soon.
Most important thing you could ever learn, we're here talking in my kitchen late at night. If I could go back in time and learn one thing, I'm gonna tell it to you right now. It's this. You can only pick one thing that you want out of life, and if you pick the wrong thing, you'll never really be successful. Let me back up. My mentor, Joel Salatin, said, the worst thing in life is to get older and realize you got good at the wrong thing. And I see people that are very wealthy, but I don't admire them. I live here in Beverly Hills, there's billionaires all up and down the street. Doesn't mean I would trade lives for them. In fact, the best test is, I call it the exchange test. Would you trade lives? And the reason that almost anybody I meet, I wouldn't trade lives for them, it's not because they're not smart, it's not because they're not good people. It's because, one simple thing, they're optimizing for the wrong thing. So let's say you say, I want to be an entrepreneur. That's not something you should optimize for. That's ridiculous. Here's why. You have one life. Maybe we go to heaven or hell after, maybe there's an afterlife, maybe there isn't. I've never been there, so I can't speak on it. But I can tell you, you get one chance on this planet. And if you optimize for an entrepreneur, what about your health? What about love? What about happiness? I know miserable entrepreneurs that are fat, out of shape. I don't want to be them. I know a dude that, not a close friend of mine, but a friend of an entrepreneur friend, and this guy's a billionaire. But he's so fat he can't get out of bed. His $2 billion, he has a private 747 jet. So would I want to be him? No. He optimized for the wrong thing. He optimized to make $2 billion, but he forgot, why would you want to have $2 billion if you don't have health? I always remember what Joel Salatin said, nothing worse in life than realizing you got good at the wrong thing.
That guy got good at the wrong thing. It's irrefutable. You cannot argue with that. Why would you give your health up to gain money? There's a saying that when people are young, they lose their health to get wealth, and when they're old, they use their wealth to get back their health. It's a circular logic, and circular in this case is illogical. It's stupid. People are stupid. If I could go back in time, I'd realize most people are lost. Literally, most people are lost. I'm talking about the people who write. You know, I got the biggest book club in the world. I know top authors and all these people. They might be smart in one specific domain, but if you look at their life, I wouldn't exchange for it. There's a few people that I've met that when I look back, I'm like, you know, one of them, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not everything, but he was healthy, he was strong, he changed the world, he made gyms hot. Gyms come from Arnold Schwarzenegger. He made that shit hot. All these gyms all over America just from Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger. Now other people worked on it, but not like him. He motivated people, became a self-made millionaire before 30. He wanted to act. Acting's an art. He was an artist. He became, you know, maybe he wasn't the best actor in the world. He's not bad. I was actually in his kitchen a couple months ago, just like this, me and him talking, smoking cigars. He's a good actor. Like I said, he might not be, you know, Academy Award, but he got the good life. His son was there, his kids were there at his house. He's happy, he's friends, he's got social life. You gotta have health, wealth, love, happiness. If you at any point optimize for anything that doesn't involve all four of them, you're making the biggest mistake in the world. Entrepreneur people go, I want to become an entrepreneur. No, you don't want to become an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is a means to an end. You don't want to live your life lifting weights. It's a means to an end. To put on muscle, to increase your metabolism, to change the direction of your telomere growth. You get older because the way your telomeres, your cells change in size. Lifting weights has been proven to reverse that. You want anti-age, that's why you lift weights. But you don't live a life to lift weights. If you met anybody and you say, what is your life for? Oh, I want to take a piece of steel and go like this. They're a fool. It's a means to an end. And the second in life you make the tool the end, you're like the carpenter whose goal is to hold a hammer, not create a house he can live in. You hire somebody not to hold a hammer. The tool's irrelevant. If they could do it without it, I'm sure at some point in the future they'll be able to build houses without hammers. So they'll get rid of them. At some point, we might evolve as a society where you don't need entrepreneurs. There's some collective intelligence that works together. The smartest people coalesce, and it's this single focus entrepreneurs. You might not need Bill Gates. You might not need Steve Jobs. In fact, some countries like Norway, Denmark, Scandinavia, they have a lot of great things, and they don't have it exactly like America. I love America. I'm American, but I'm just saying, entrepreneurialism, capitalism, democracy, they're all an end. They're all a means to the end, and there's only one end, and that's a good life. Now, everyone will define good life a tad bit differently. You know, for some people, good life is you travel a lot, but there's some common factors that all people must have. Every fucking person watching this, there's no argument. You must be relatively lean with your body fat. I'm gonna make this real blunt for people. You cannot be overweight. I don't care what anybody tells you. What will a smart scientist tell you? You gotta be lean. Now, you don't have to be anorexic, but you have to be lean. So you have to optimize in order to get the good life, to have your hormones churning at the right pace. To be happy is your happiness is predicated on your hormonal balance. You get too much estrogen, you get too much testosterone, you get too much cortisol, too much estradiol. These things mess with you. So a lot of these the simplest predictor of you having screwed up hormones are things like body fat. Now, again, I'm not saying everybody needs to look like a runway model. That's not even what you need to optimize for. But if that's not a big consuming part of your life, I don't give a shit if you live here in Beverly Hills. I'll have a better life than you. Guaranteed. You can make $2 billion, I'll make $100 million, and I'll live long enough to enjoy it. I'm not talking about me specifically.
All right, in fact, you can substitute you for me. You. Let somebody else make $2 billion and get so fat that they lay in a bed for the rest of their life. Let them do it. That ain't your concern. You can mention and lend a helping hand and try to guide them back, but like Alan Nation told me, don't try to teach a pig to fly. You can't do it and it bothers the pig. Most people aren't going to listen to this advice. I've always said the best advice nobody will listen to. It's too good. It's too good of advice. People are going to get lost. I want to become an entrepreneur. Well, I've been an entrepreneur since I'm 16. I am qualified to tell you this. I have started many, many successful companies. Now, there's some entrepreneurs more successful than me, but I only judge them by good life scale. And very few entrepreneurs that I meet past the good life. And you can even, it's not even me being judgmental. If I ask them, do you like your life? They're like, oh, I'm burned out, I'm dead, blah, 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 blah. It's taking longer than I thought. So keep your health, and make money a little slower. Love, happiness, social life. This one is even more important in many ways than health. If I had a choice between being overweight and having a lot of good people around me, I'd be overweight and have good people around me versus be super skinny, super lean, super fit, and nobody likes me. So your social skills is very important. And it's not just social skills. It's not just how to win friends and influence people. It's how to win friends and influence the right people. Because let's be honest here, if you've been on planet Earth for more than 10 or 15 years, you are highly and acutely aware of the fact that most people do not have your best interests at heart. We grow up, if you talk to an evolutionary psychologist, there's a number. It's 150 people. We're optimized to have about 150 friends, family, relatives, acquaintances, and close friends that will have our back. That's it. Now they're spread out because we live in a world of mass transport, people spread all over the world. It's your job in life to find 150 people. It's a very famous number. You can Google it. It's a famous sociologist came up with the number. And it's about 150 is what your brain's optimized. The reason is you can keep track of 150 relationships and each of their relationships to the other 150 people. So it's actually, your brain is tracking 10,000 combinations. But I won't digress into more advanced stuff. I'm just trying to give it to you. No school will tell you this. No professor will tell you this. For the most part, no religious person tells you. Definitely presidents, Hillary Clinton, presidential candidate, Donald Trump, they will not tell you this. But if at the end of your life you look back and you go, you had a good life, you won. Now, I will tell you, finances do play a part in that. If you have de-optimized your financial life, whether it be you're a slave to somebody underpaying you, not delivering value to you, whether you have a job that's not aligned with your personality, there's genetic factors that tell you what career you should choose. Most people pick the wrong career. Why? Because nobody told them. I mean, it almost makes me sick. There's parents out there telling their kids to become dentists so they'll make more money when the kid's artistic. No. If you have kids and they're genuinely talented artists, let them be an artist. I had someone Snapchat me. I get 5,000 to 10,000 Snapchats a day. Somebody said, Ty, I want to be I've been a classical pianist since I was like 8 and I'm like 25 and my parents are pressuring me to give it up because they say there's no money. I'm like, fuck them. Just because they're parents don't mean they'll give you good advice. Trust me. Parents' interests are not always aligned with their children. You don't believe me? Read Evolutionary Psychology textbook by Dr. David Buss. Parents have 50% of your genes, not 100%. Only you have 100%. Parents will often pick favorites. They will often want to live out their fantasies through you. They'll often be fear-based. Be a poor artist better than a wealthy dentist and you hate it. Now, I believe, and the good news for the parents is, you can become a classical pianist and using modern entrepreneurial skills and modern social media skills, I believe you can make a good living. You might not be the next Bill Gates. You will not be the next Warren Buffett if you're a classical pianist. There's no chance. But who cares? You can still, for you, be experiencing the mental state of I'm living a good life, which is the only goal to optimize. All you people watch. I know tie-in entrepreneurs follow me. You guys making 100 million doesn't mean I give a shit about you. Doesn't mean I envy you at all. I had a guy here the other day. I won't say who he is. A very wealthy guy, billion. I think he's almost a billionaire. I was eating, and I had a chef bring me food, and he was like, "Why do you spend money on a chef, man? You could take that capital and you spend money on living a good life, and you could take all that capital and you could make more money in your business." I said, "Yeah, but I got a better life than you. And we're friends." And he immediately recognized that I was right, and he laughed. And he's like, "You're right." And I said, "What does it profit a man to have all the money in the world but eat shitty food?" The first thing I do when I make money is eat better food. That's the most primal need of humans. Buy a better mattress. Fuck it, let your business be slower. Don't be like, and people are out there telling you, optimize, no, sleep on a fucking floor for 10 years. Well, there's a balance. You can be frugal, but you shouldn't. Don't be eating ramen. All you people eating ramen 5-10 years, you're fools. I don't care if you become the next Steve Jobs or not. First of all, Steve Jobs didn't live that long. And he said he didn't want to be the richest man in the graveyard. But he was. Now, he had a disease that probably anybody I could get. I'm not making fun of him. I'm using him as an example. If you let your health deteriorate, and then you become the next Steve Jobs, and you start Apple, which is now the largest market cap company in the world, who cares if you're dead? Nobody. You will be forgotten. You will be forgotten. People are forgotten. And even if you're not forgotten, who cares? You ain't alive. So enjoy. If you're watching this in your age 18, make sure you optimize for the day. And that's what I do. People say, "What do you do?" I said, optimize my day. Each day. I don't project out 7 years from now. I might plan for 7 years out. There's a difference. But you don't optimize for 7 years out. You optimize for the moment. The only known thing. You know, I'm not the dumbest person in the world. I'm not the smartest. I've been in Mensa since I was 6 years old. I can hold my own intellectually. I challenge any person of any intellectual stature. You know, I recently talked to Richard Dawkins. I know these people that are smart. Disprove my theory. Show me why you should, when you're 19, make your life shit so that hopefully your life will be better at 40. Prove it. Why? And if you're a Richard Dawkins type person, you're going to be an atheist. A lot of those guys are atheists. Not all of them. Christopher Hitchens. Well, then you believe that you could die. There's no fate. You could die at any moment. So why would you not optimize for 19? And then once you get 20, you optimize for 20. Again, you can plan for the future, and a wise person saves money for the future and all that stuff. All that common sense stuff still applies within the worldview and the frame that I'm giving you. But this is, and just take it to me, if you want, I will open the debate for any smart person to try to debate this with me. It's too strong of an argument to be beaten by anybody. I've read 10,000 books. I've read the great philosophers. I know Will Durant. I've read Aristotle, Socrates. You know, it was interesting. My grandma, my grandma was in La Jolla, the most Nobel Prize winners in the world. She had me with the #1 living philosopher in the world. Very fascinating guy. I think he might have died. He's like 80 or 90 years old. And so I've been around intellectual giants, and I respect them. You can't beat my argument. Now, my argument goes back to, if for those of you who are philosophy majors, you know, there's Stoics, there's Epicureans. This sounds a little more Epicurean, which is eat, drink, be merry, for tomorrow we die. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I am not Epicurean. I am not saying do cocaine. I'm not saying YOLO, you only live once. I'm saying you optimize for the moment, but in optimizing for the moment, you also predict that you'll probably be alive tomorrow. So you do too much cocaine, you're not optimizing for the good life, because cocaine will increase your chance of, you know, fucking dying for tomorrow. So it's a balancing act of long and short term. Most entrepreneurs, very long term. I've fallen in this trap. I'm as guilty as anybody. I'm telling you the hard way. I learned the hard way, and I didn't learn as hard of a way because I had smart mentors. If you want to, I don't know, become an artist, you better start painting today. You want to play piano? Get on it. Don't be doing this shit. Well, I used to have a business partner who always tell me he's going to lose weight in 3 months. 3 months. He was always like, I need about 3 months to gear up for it and stretch. I'm like, no, you don't, and I can predict you'll never do it. You optimize for right now. You watch this video, go do something. Go do something that brings you the good life. But no, there's certain objective things. Don't, because people become delusional about the good life. They say, well, the good life for me, Ty, doesn't entail physical health. Nah, really? Really? You want to get a disease and then tell me that doesn't ruin your quality of life? Now, if you already have the disease, then you have to optimize around what best you have. But if you can prevent it, and everybody eventually dies of heart failure, just so you know. 100% humans die of heart failure. So eventually, everything I'm saying gives out anyway. There's no perfect formula in an imperfect world. But there is what there is now. And what there is now is you can optimize today. And you a little bit optimize and think about tomorrow, and you a little bit think about 7 years from now. But the 4 pillars, health, wealth, love, and happiness. Health is pretty simple in the modern world. You have to stay lean. You have to stay lean and relatively muscular. As a man or a woman. You know, girls want good butts. Well, that's muscle. You don't need, as most women, although there's a lot of exceptions to this, don't want to be quite as muscular as a man. You know, a guy, your BMI should be around 24 to 25. For girls, it's a little bit lower, you know, BMI. You can look it up and calculate it. Now, there's some variance for body types and whether you're a pro bodybuilder or a football player. But for the most part, you gotta have a little waist. If your waist as a guy is more than about 32 inches, unless you're a huge guy like Rome, you know, that 6'6", 350 pounds, your waist gotta be under 32 inches for the most part. If you're a woman, it's even smaller. And that's not so that you can appear beautiful. Forget that. I'm not talking about societal norms, I'm talking about physiological norms. You gotta do it. If you aren't doing it, then you must put tremendous power into doing it. Even if your career is pushed back, you make less money. Same with a lot of people have this thing, I won't find love because I'm working on myself. This is this myth that's being pushed around, this garbage myth with no statistical proof. For the most part, all self-made billionaires were married young. So you can just, even though I'm not married, so I'm not the perfect example of this, I still am objective and will tell you the truth. Whether or not my life has, I have done a lot of things not perfectly. So I'm telling you the truth. All those people saying, well, I'm gonna work on myself. No, you're not. What you're doing in the Hexaco personality test, which is the most scientific study of how humans are built emotionally. There's 26 facets. There's 6 main personality attributes: honesty, humility, emotionality, extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and openness to experience. And each of those break into 4, and one of them breaks into 6 sub-facets. One of the facets is dependence and sentimentality, which are part of emotionality. To be happy, you have to be somewhat dependent. People will say, I'm gonna do it on my own. There was a great poet in the 1800s who said, no one is an island. No one's an island. So you must attach yourself to good people. You should find love romantically relatively early in life. You're built that way. So if you're going, a lot of women, a lot of guys are like, I'm gonna get married at 40. Well, your emotionality, sentimentality, your hormonal makeup will not be optimized for that. Probably the best time to get married is 25 to 30. Below that, divorce goes way up if you get married at, 16, 17. You can just look at the facts. But getting married, a lot of women get married at 38. Well, at 38, if you want to have kids, and about 95% of women at one point will realize they want to have kids. So I'm not saying, there's a lot of 20-year-old girls that go, I never want kids. The odds are, as your brain changes, as your hormones change, as estrogen levels change, as you get into different parts, 95% of women who can have children will have children. The problem is, if you wait till 38, 39, it's a little more complicated. So if you are watching this and you're older, you don't need to be discouraged, because you can just optimize for where you are, and nobody's perfect, and you can still have a good life. But for those of you who still got the chance, optimize to find and become a person who can find real love. And we live in a world that's very detached. And I lived with the Amish for 2.5 years. I've seen that, people are like, why'd you live? When everybody else was partying and even entrepreneurs making money, if my friends in Silicon Valley started making money in 19 or 20, I was living on a farm for 10 years. Not quite 10, 8 years. And the reason was I was learning other things that had nothing to do with money.
And I would never change that. Even if I could have got made money earlier, I wouldn't, because of what I learned from those role models and those mentors, I have a better life than almost any entrepreneur I meet. And I'm not saying that cocky, I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that to inspire you that if you follow smart principles, you will get a reward. And you probably can have a much better life than me. I'm not the best at this, but I'm focused on the right target. And I can tell you that with all certainty. The good life is the only noble target to seek. It'll help society, because as you make your life optimized, genuinely, you rub off on other people and you optimize their life too. When you only seek money, you're gonna create a world where everybody only optimizes for maximum profit, which is where McDonald's comes from, which is no good for society. You know, that's where mega corporations, you know, that's where tobacco comes from. People optimizing to make the most money. But nobody's thinking at the end of the day, do you want to be 75? It's even Ray A. Kroc. He started McDonald's, 52 years old. He started McDonald's. I look up to him as an entrepreneur for his skills and technical, but his goal wasn't noble. He ended up, it's a sad thing. His kids died of diabetes before he did. No one should bury their own kids if they can help it. But if you create a world where everybody eats junk food, your kids might eat junk food. Now, I don't know the story, so I'm not going to judge that specific thing, but that's the general pattern that will happen. And so at the end of the day, what do you end up doing? Pick a career that will bring you the good life. Not focused on money. Every smart person should not become a venture capitalist or a hedge fund person in New York. I don't give a shit. These hedge fund people, junior hedge fund people figure out how to make $800,000-$900,000 a year, and everyone's like, oh, that's so awesome. They live shitty lives. I lived in New York for one summer. I saw them wake up at 4 in the morning and go to Subway in suits at midnight. Oh, that's a great life. I would love to do that. Spend my 20s burning out, causing recessions, which is what a lot of these financiers did by creating bizarre securities that really fucked up the American economy. And that's it. Nah, man. My mentor, Joel Salatin, he eventually became a millionaire. But he got the good life. He's got health, wealth, love, happiness. He changed the world. He enjoys the moment. He has beautiful farms, land. He married his high school sweetheart. They're still happily married. He's got kids. His grandkids still around him. Like, that's what you want. Everything else, and don't believe the bullshit, because it's easy to make a social media video that makes other shit look glamorous. But at the end of the day, we haven't even talked about happiness. Do you wake up feeling energized? Warren Buffett, I like him, even though he made a lot of money, because some people, you might be somebody built to make a lot of money. I'm not poo-pooing people make a lot more money than the average person. I'm just saying it's not the goal. It's a tool I use to achieve a goal. I like what makes me happy. I like having homes around the world, because I like to travel, but I don't like sleeping in hotels. So I have homes in La Jolla and San Diego, and I own a farm on the East Coast, and I have multiple homes in LA here, and I've got homes in Europe. For me, that's the good life. And I'll use money as an instrument to get that good life. And I try to bring a lot of other people into that good life too, with me. I show them. I'm like, there's a kid, Christopher Lopez, a few years ago when I made that Here in My Garage video. He saw that video and he walked 40 miles from the ghetto of, he's in Long Beach, Compton area, and he walked to my house in the Hollywood Hills, found me I'm not sure, he found me trial and error, figured out from the view, and he came up to me and he said, man, I'm homeless. I kind of live with my grandpa. My grandpa's dying of cancer. Will you help me? And I gave him a job, and I said, you can work for me for 6 to 12 months, and I'll help you get started. And so I did that 6 to 12 months, and then actually ended up working a little bit longer. And I just saw him the other day in the airport. I kind of lost touch with him. And he's like, dude, I wanted you to know, like, I saw what you were doing. I learned how to, he saved the money he made working for me, and he invested in some, he was Mexican, and his family was from a little village in Mexico, and he built like a fourplex, like a little apartment building. Borrowed some money from a bank, used the down payment of the money he had saved, and he said, I'm now financially, he gets enough money
I don't know what, I would guess it's $2,000 or $3,000 a month. So he's not rich, but he's financially independent at 22, 23 years old. So that's good. That's better than the hedge fund person that wastes 10 fucking years of their life hating their life and doing bullshit. I don't care how much money you make. It don't impress me at all. At all. You know what impresses me? People are in good shape physically. Like they're lean, they're strong, they're healthy. Number one, people are financially independent. That's different numbers. For me at this point in my life, because I have employees and stuff, I gotta make a lot more money to be financially independent. Christopher Lopez, 2-3 grand is financially independent. Third, a lot of love, a lot of good people around. I got a lot of good people around. You know, my grandma, my mom, my brother, some of my brothers work for me, my cousins work for me. I see them. I got good childhood friends. One of the people who runs one of my companies we've been friends since I was 2 years old. He has my back. I got all old friends. I don't have me no conversate with the fake. That the hip hop song, that part. I got that part too. And you can do it too. Again, I'm not bragging. I'm showing you what I wish somebody had showed me. And nobody teaches this shit in school. You learn about isosceles triangles and fucking retarded stuff. You should burn down most of the education system in most countries in the world. There's great teachers and there's people with good hearts, but you talk about blind leading the blind. We haven't even gotten to happiness. You can objectively measure happiness. What's your cortisol levels like? You can do a saliva test. You spit in a vial 4 times in a day. It'll show you your cortisol. Your cortisol should go high. Most people are in stage 1, 2, or 3 cortisol exhaustion. Once adrenals are exhausted, that's the gatekeepers of your immune system, so it'll mess with your health. If you're a guy, it'll tie up testosterone, it'll push up estrogen, which you have your total testosterone, you have your free testosterone, it'll bind it. For women, same thing. It'll mess with your hormones. So you can't be happy. People are very stressed. Most people don't know how to meditate. Most people can't. Most people are ADD. Most people are full of anxiety and fearfulness. A tremendous amount of the population is now on pharmaceutical drugs. And some people need to be on it, but most don't. They gotta be on it because they're trying to fix the problem that they could have, if their 6th grade teacher or their parents had just told you this damn talk. It makes me sick that I have to say this talk. It truly does. There's so many smart people in the world, but ain't nobody using their intelligence for the most important thing. Why the hell are we on planet Earth? And what should you do on a day-to-day basis? I'm telling you, this is the real keys. You want the keys? I give you the fucking keys. Everything else a bullshit key. Really. Find what you like. Find the people you like to do it. Get lean, get strong, get fit. Objectively. Don't let your friends whisper in your ear, you look great, girlfriend. Well, shit's objective. It's not subjective. I'm not talking about beauty. I'm talking about health. A doctor can tell you. If you are 80 pounds overweight, you are not optimizing your life. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm encouraging you. Fix it. It's all fixable. As long as you have breath, you can fix shit. As long as you have breath. And if you don't have breath, you ain't watching this video. So it goes without saying, everybody here should have hope. Everybody. Well, people aren't motivated. Because we live in a world of bullshit motivators. Bullshit motivators. Bullshit motivators. Saying Wolf of Wall Street. You could be look at Wolf of Wall Street type people. You think they're happy? You think you really want their life? You know one thing, I was born more in the streets. My dad's from Harlem. I was born in Long Beach, Compton area. And so I saw all the media and this and the rap and it's all about get the Lamborghini and this and that. And I've gotten those. So I can tell you I am fucking qualified. I am qualified. I did not inherit my money. I am qualified. I am an entrepreneur since I was 19, my first real company. And I am qualified to tell you that what I'm saying is straight dope. This is the real dope. Everything else is that black tar heroin, scramble your brain. You follow this, you be good. And if people tell you otherwise, they don't know what they're talking about. Simple. People tell you take the job that takes the most money. Well, if you got 2 equal jobs that you like equally, then take the one that gives you the most money. But never pick the wrong career over money, or you will be the richest man in the graveyard. Be like Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett says every day, he's 88 years old, I think. He was born in 1925. No, I forget what year. A little earlier than that. And he says every day, he wakes up and tap dances to work. He loves what he does. If you don't have the tap dance effect in your life and you're following some path that won't most likely bring you, you're a fool. Don't be a fool. Literally. We live in a world of, unfortunately, where you and I got tricked by fools. So don't believe what dumb people say. And when I say dumb, I'm not talking about IQ, because some of the biggest fools you ever meet will have the highest IQs. I can tell you that. There's a great book on this by a guy that kind of mentors me. IQ is a domain-specific advantage in human evolution. It doesn't bring the best life. High IQ people are correlated with lower happiness. So you don't even need to be the smartest person in the room. You don't need to have 170 IQ or even 150 or even 140. You probably need to optimize your IQ to around 120 to 130. After that, the life effect is very negligible. So yeah, that's what I wish people had told me. And the sad thing is that I ever had to shoot this video, because why should I have to shoot it? Should have been thousands of people should have shot a video like this and given it to you. I guess maybe the only reason I'm qualified, that I should shoot this video, is because I'm qualified. I've seen both sides. I've chased after entrepreneur, I've chased after money, I've tested. I'm a mad scientist. Most anything you can think of, I probably tested. And I can tell you, this is the culmination of those years of advice right there in one little damn video for free. Sometimes people go, you don't give everything away for free. I just gave you the best damn thing for free right there. That's all you need. You can just watch this one video. It's not enough to watch it, you gotta do it. Optimize for today. Before you go to bed, optimize. What would make you, sometimes it's simple stuff. I started going to movies. I like movies. I like going with some friends. It's a good place to chill out, relax. It makes me feel happier. So I go to movies a lot. I have friends that'll be like, well, you'll make more money if you don't. I'm like, shit, I already got enough money. I'm sitting in an 18,000 square foot house or 17,000 square foot house right now. I had a Rolls, brand new custom made Rolls, Lamborghini, 458 Spider. I got a Maserati in there. I got other shit. I've already done private jets and that and whatever. I own nightclubs and all that. I'm qualified. Trust me. I have never found anybody more qualified to give this talk than what I'm talking about right now. I tried it all. Now I haven't tried everything, and you should learn from other people. I'm not saying I'm the smartest person or the wisest person, but on this subject, I am qualified. And if you don't think I'm qualified and you have a cogent, real argument against anything I'm saying, I'm glad to hear it. Leave a comment. As long as, most people who comment are bullshit. They're like people who talk shit, but you say, come in the gym with me, come in the ring with me, they fade away. But if you have a real argument that has substance to it, let me hear it. What else would you optimize for? You want to be an entrepreneur or you want to have a good life? Only be an entrepreneur if it brings you a good life. You want to pump iron because you love iron? You got some mental problem? You like iron? You like iron? It makes no sense. Like weights? No, you lift weights so that you can be healthy. So, that's it, man. There you go. The Life Manifesto. Maybe I'll call this video. Better go to bed. It's a lot of ranting. The optimal frontier. This is the reward. This is the level of boldness. This is on that graph. This is the reward for being bold. Fortune is what you seek. It's the other way. Fortune, here's boldness. Here's fortune. The optimal frontier, no boldness. You're at the bottom. No benefit, no fortune. You rise in your boldness like Julius Caesar.
Dun, dun, like Alexander the Great. But all of a sudden, you become too bold, like Alexander the Great. And now your reward is, and fortune is back to zero. What happened to Alexander the Great? He continued to go east and conquer and conquer and conquer and conquer. And his troops said, let's slow down, let's slow down, let's slow down. We're already winning the world. We're already winning. And he said, no, I must be bold. And an arrow shot him. Or a person shot him with an arrow, I should say. And he died, I believe, of an infection. At a young age, I believe he was 31. He had conquered the known world, but he did not understand the optimal, the efficient frontier. And you find that efficient frontier in every area of life, making money. There's Daniel Kahneman won a Nobel Prize in this subject. He's a cross between maybe an economist and a neuroscientist. And what he said was, okay, so when you're making $40,000 a year in the United States, you're not very happy, right? Everything's out of reach. You don't feel like you have enough fortune. And you begin to make more money, and this marginal reaction is like this huge reaction when you go from making $40,000 to $100,000. But then at some point, increase in money doesn't increase happiness. More money, more problems. Look at some of the people at the top of the Forbes list. Some of them, like Elon Musk, even admit that they have times, tremendous unhappiness, depression, so on. So where is the optimal frontier of making money? It's probably before you get on the Forbes list. Is it actually efficient to be so bold that you try to get on the Forbes list? Probably not. And as I said, it's also unrealistic. People will tell you that you can be anything you want and everybody can be a billionaire. But as I said, the math doesn't add up. A billion's 1,000 million. 1,000 billion's a trillion. The entire net worth of planet Earth is estimated at around 250 trillion. So that means under 1 million people in this world could be a billionaire, and everybody else would be what? In fiefdom, a serf, an indentured slave. That would not be a good world. There's something called the Gini Index, and it measures the wealth disparity between the wealthiest and those who are most impoverished. You look at a country like the Philippines, for example. That's just one country that I remember being. It has a ratio that's completely off. Tremendous wealth. I mean, the United States is somewhat that way. But you're actually happier to be a billionaire in Sweden. Sweden has more billionaires per capita than the United States, and they're happier. When that index gets off in places like Rio de Janeiro, places like Johannesburg, South Africa, you have tremendous crime. You get kidnapped. I know a billionaire that got kidnapped, a famous billionaire. He the owner of Sears, Eddie Lampert. You read his Wikipedia, he was kidnapped as a billionaire. You're certainly not going to have a good life, but you don't get kidnapped in Sweden because there's a wealth disparity the gap is very small. And so that's why I said fortune favors the bold countries, but if a country becomes too bold, too individualistic, it actually reverts back to very low happiness. America is not the best place to be rich at any level of kind of logical thinking, right? Scandinavia is better to be wealthy. Now there's places less exciting to have a fortune than the United States. There's many. But the point being, what I'm trying to say, what I'm talking about is, understanding Aristotelian mean. The Aristotelian mean means the balance, and very few people teach balance. And most of social media is what? It's a person telling you to just do you, be you. It's a person that's either very Republican, very conservative, or very Democratic. This is the opposite. Fortune favors the balanced person. That's really, I put fortune favors the bold because this is a very, this is a famous saying, and somebody said I'm spewing anti-Americanism. I'm not. I'm not pro. I'm too logical to be pro or anti any country. I'm just not. I don't think that way. I'm not a sucker. You can't emotionally attach me to an artificial geographic boundary. It's not possible. You can try. You can try to shame me and say, oh, you're not this, you're not that. I don't care. I'm too logical to be moved at any semblance of movement will not happen. If you say, well, this country's God's country. There is no God's country. If you believe there's a God, then clearly, especially if you believe there's a God, clearly God will not favor a place. Would you favor one of your children if you were a good father or a good mother? Would you say, oh, that's my favorite son, that's my favorite daughter, and this other one I'll leave? You know? Of course not. If you're an atheist, then you don't believe America or any country's God's country, then you look at pure statistics. America is pretty good. I'm not anti-American. I'm completely, like I said, I'm too logical to care about any kind of emotional perception of man-made boundaries. Which America do you love? Do you love the America of the 1780s that the founding fathers had built, which was a very small? There was no Louisiana, there was no Florida, there was no Arizona, there was no California. Is that the America you love? Did you love the America of the 1940s? There was no Hawaii. What America do you love? Or do you love the conception of America, which is rugged individualism, which is each person, kind of Adam Smith, pursuing their own selfish interest, the invisible hand of Adam Smith, which America isn't necessarily. America's not a pure capitalistic country. You have social net, you have a social net, AKA Social Security. Do you love the America of the 1800s where there was no income tax? In 1800, there was zero income tax. There was some property tax. But that's what I say. It's like, I'm too logical to love a country. But I'm also too logical to hate a country. I don't hate America. I think fortune favors those who can see clearly with less emotion. There's a time for an emotion with your family, with your kids, with your friends, with your love life. But as you analyze and move forward through this life, emotion will be your greatest enemy because it would lead you into delusion. And most people are very delusional. So to them, each person loves their country. And so countries go to war, and world wars happen. 100 years ago, almost exactly, a little before, in August 1914, what happened? The famous Guns of August, the famous book. All the worlds went to war, and 1 out of 3 people was killed. And then not really 21 years later, World War I ended in 1918, at the 11th month, the 11th day, at the 11th hour, 11/11/11. And the world spun because of the nationalism and people loving their country more than any other country. Guess what happened next? World War II. The love of the excessive patriotism kills everything you want. But again, it's on the optimal frontier. You should have some patriotism, but not excessive. You should be intelligent, logical, non-emotional, non-weak-willed, not easily duped. Somebody who thinks with a free mind and says, let's look at America. What's good about America? Here's 17 things great about America. Here's 17 things that suck. But every country's that way. Some countries, the ratio sucks more than others. North Korea probably has, 2 good things about living there. It has some beautiful mountains, for example. The people, the ordinary person in North Korea is probably as good a person as you'll find anywhere else. They're humble farmers and people have gone through stress. They're probably good people that I'd love to be around. Yet, the ratio of good to bad in North Korea is probably horrific. So you look around the world and you look, and by the way, every country would benefit from this type of mentality because
You can take the best. What does a great business person do? What a great business person does is they look at other companies and they take the best. As Pablo Picasso said, good artists copy, but great artists steal. What Pablo Picasso is saying is, I, Pablo Picasso, have stolen from the great masters who came before me, the Michelangelos, the Leonardo da Vinci's, you know. They look to that. Those great Greek artists and the Persian art, all this was Pablo Picasso built upon that. He was the most prolific artist of his time, you know. Did 60,000 pieces of art before Pablo Picasso died. But he was still open to taking the best from everything. And so if you really love America, you'll stop loving delusion and you'll go, what's great about America and what do we improve on and what do we fucking change? And if you're Swedish, you do the same thing. And so at the root of all evil, for the most part, you know what the root of all evil is? Strong beliefs. Convictions. As the famous saying goes, convictions are greater enemies of the truth than lies. Look around the world. People have conviction with no competency. One of my 67 steps, I said this to business people. From whence does thy confidence come? You have no fucking skill. It's like you go to a gym and you got a friend that's the most confident person, but you put them on the bench press and they can't even bench press the bar. And you look at them and you're like, bro, you're way too confident. You have no competence. You don't deserve the level of confidence that you feel surging through your blood. Tone it down and bring it back, you know? And so in this world, you have to be well calibrated. And so fortune favors the well calibrated. You see? We're taught that, oh, in life, the most important thing is just love yourself. Well, yes and no. There's also truth that there's a time to hate yourself. It's like the great philosopher Hegel said, you have thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Meaning most truths, the reciprocal is also truth. So you should love yourself, but there's a time to hate yourself. There's a time to love what you're doing, and there's a time to look yourself in the mirror and go, what the fuck? How did I get off track? Time to turn my life around. You see? Exactly, the optimal frontier of loving yourself. You can love yourself too little on the frontier. You're at the bottom. And so this signifies the level of happiness or fortune you will experience in life if you are completely self-loathing and hated and a person full of hatred to oneself in an uncalibrated way. You shouldn't hate yourself. And for example, some people hate themselves. I know beautiful women that think they're ugly. That's bad calibration. You can also be underappreciative of yourself, you know, and you meet people and you're like, what happened to you? What trauma happened to you that got your brain upside down? So to make money, to be happy, to have a country that wins, to find fortune, you're going to have too little self-esteem is horrible. But then as you move too high, the optimal frontier drops off, the graph drops, and now you come back and you find people who overly love themselves. And now fortune leaves you. Fate is a fickle mistress. You know, a mistress is somebody who loves you and then falls out of love and falls in love with another person. And so throughout time, people have lived long enough so, wow, you can think you're on top of the world, but then it's taken from you. And therefore, that's what I said. The reason fortune favors the bold. If you want a fortune, the reason it favors is because when things are even close to going your way, you better make a lot of hay while the sun shines. You better make a lot of hay. And right now, the world has a lot of sunshine. And most people ain't at all grabbing that fortune. They're not. I see people lazy, people playing video games all day. People, you know, just like Thoreau said, the mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation. What's called desperate resignation is just confirmed desperation. Many people just, you know, wallow in their desperation. And part of that is hormonal and chemical and genetic, but some of it is just bad education. And
Aristotle also said, fortune of empires rests on the education of the youth. And now what's the education system doing? It's still outdated. What I'm talking about now, nobody talks about it in school. What's going on here? Nobody's talking about the balance between loving yourself. Schools are very extreme right now. They only teach one philosophy. Somebody asked me if I'm on TRT. I get that question a lot. People want to know if I'm on steroids. I've tried everything, but I'm not on nothing except vitamins. This is post-workout. I'm not big enough to be on steroids, but I will take that as a compliment. I'm working on this book called The $1 Million Body Protocol. So it's basically, how can a busy person like me, I own a lot of companies. I own basically 23 assets. Some really big, like Radio Shack, Pier 1, these are 9-figure kind of revenue companies. Every day I wake up and I have 280 people that work for me on my Zoom call who run, not everybody who works for me comes on the Zoom call, but I have 280 people I talk to every day. Well, Monday through Friday. I didn't do it today because it's Thanksgiving and I have to lead an army. And so $1 Million Body Protocol, it's not out yet, but it's basically how can you stay in shape while trying to pursue your fortune, as the title goes. Fortune favors also the person that can balance their health with their wealth, So, yeah, interesting world. Fortune, it's funny, what I'm telling you is true. This is the greatest moment in history to be bold with whatever you want out of life. Yet, if you go look at the media, if I look at my Twitter feed or I look at anything, it seems to be the worst time to be alive. And that therein is a horrific crime imposed upon people across the world, is that the news and the media is actually, it's duping you into think that now is such a bad time to be alive. When else would you rather be alive? Name a moment you would rather be alive. Just name a year. We're alive here. When would you rather be alive? Name any moment. Remotely better than right now. What's a year? Anytime. Any moment. 1900s? 1800s? 1950? 1950? My grandma, this is an interesting story. My grandma's mother, my great-grandmother, I never met her. She was German. Came from Germany to visit my grandma, and she was in Dallas, either bus station or airport. It was probably the bus station. She got arrested for going in the colored they had colored bathrooms. What a horrible world. 1950s America, people still had to drink out of different water fountains. That's how stupid, think how stupid the world is, that you actually thought you had to drink out of different water fountains. I mean, this is the level of IQ of planet Earth in America and other countries in 1950. I mean, geez. I can think of reasons that you want to discriminate against people. You should discriminate against annoying people. That's what I discriminate against. But to discriminate about water fountains, the fuck? So never bring up the 1950s unless you have no ability to remotely think through anything logically and you have the kind of ontological prowess of an ant. The 50s? Leave it to Beaver? I want a good time. Women trapped in marriages couldn't get out because society said you shouldn't. Cold War. Stalin was still alive, sending people to the gulag. I mean, people have this insular understanding of life. So I'll tell you one thing, fortune favors people who read history. Fortune favors people who read history. The fashion was the good thing about the 50s. I don't know, maybe. The 1950s, Elvis Presley was the greatest style ever. I beg to differ. Greatest styles were like probably the Native Americans. They had like all these cool tattoos, all Samoans or something like that. They got these cool tattoos, tattoo their face up, all that stuff. That used to be I think that looks way cooler. I just read a book about Oatman. It was a woman captured by the Mojave Indians, a Mormon woman captured her. They didn't kill her family. Apaches killed her family and She was traded to the Mojave Indians. She had this tattoo. All the women got bars on her. She was beautiful. It's funny. In the 1800s, there was a book about her. She looks like a modern day model. So I doubt the 1950s, by any conception, were best times. Think about the times of, you know, what's modern day Italy now. They had all these silk Chinese empires. Marco Polo times, people were walking around in silk everything. It was beautiful. Fortune favors those who understand the timeline of history. Do you understand the timeline of history? Or are you trapped in an insular last 5 years is your entire world? That's what the modern education system does. It makes history so boring that not one person knows anything about history. I literally can go a year with millions of social media followers and not one person has even anything interesting in their brain around any history. People are just stuck in their times. They're stuck playing video games, trapped in the world of, oh, I'm depressed because, you know, my air conditioning's not working. Fortune favors those who understand the timeline of history because it also allows you to withstand the inevitable variance of fate. You will not always have every day equal to the next day. So when you can't put things in perspective, you're like a small child. You know, you're like a 2-year-old. Oh, when you're 2 years old, you have no perspective on life. So every moment when your mom won't give you a carrot or something, you flip out like it's the biggest thing. But that's how adults are now. The thing that's better about past generations, maybe not the 1950s, but people had to read more. Now everybody's, you know, I got nothing against TikTok and Instagram, but shit, people are watching 1 hour of people dance around, lip syncing stuff. I'm like, come on, you gotta budget stuff. Fortune favors those who budget time. Fortune favors those who say, oh, 3 minutes a day, I'll watch TikTok people dancing around, and that's it. Fortune favors those people. You know, if you have no conception of budgeting of your time, fortune definitely doesn't favor you. You know, you will die never having experienced even 1/10 of the potential life you could have had. Yeah, fortune favors those who can focus. But I like to think of it as a budget of time. Focus is overrated because fortune doesn't always favor those who focus because most people are focused on the wrong thing. As one of my mentors, Joel Salatin, said, the worst thing in life is to grow old and realize you got good at the wrong thing. Ask your parents, ask your uncles, ask your aunts. Most of them, if they're honest and having an honest moment around the Thanksgiving table, they'll realize, shit, I'm good at a profession that I hate. You know? So it's not that fortune favors those who focus. I would say fortune favors those who are efficient allocators of scarce resources, which is the concept of capitalism or any economic system, whether it be communism, central command, social republics or social democracies like you have in Scandinavia. Everything is the allocation of scarce resources. As I said, if you're 47 or under, you're a time billionaire. You have at least 1 billion seconds if you live to the statistical age that men and women averagely, let's say late 70s. So, fortune favors those who dispense those moments and seconds wisely. I had to decide if I wanted to come and do this call right now, this live video. You know, I have to be an efficient allocator of not only my money, and you have to be that way with money. There's somebody on here right now. I meet people all the day, time they go through my programs. I can't tell you how many times people have been like, "Ty, I made $1 million." Then I told them, hold on to that money, baby. And a year later, they're broke because they weren't efficient allocators of the fortune that they found themselves finding. Some of you are rich or gonna get rich, and you have a friend who's gonna betray you and take it all, or a family member, or somebody you thought who was your friend. The betrayal of those who are acquaintances and even peers and even family is a real thing. Fortune favors the person who can read their social circle and go, that person can't be in my life anymore. That's the allocation. That's the efficient allocator of capital, time capital, social capital, economic capital. What you read, when you read, how much time you spend in entertainment versus reality, how much time you spend at the gym, how you allocate the food. Look, here's the problem with the modern food system that people kind of talk about, but it's not just that junk food's bad for you. Let's say junk food was not bad for you, it was neutral. Well, guess what? If it's neutral, you still can only take in so many calories, or you will get fat, no matter what anyone tells you. There's such a thing as being overweight in every species, okay? Every mammal can be overweight, cows, horses, pigs. Humans ain't nothing. We ain't above the animals. This is a myth, okay? If anything, all species are equal in that sense. We do have MPFC, median prefrontal cortex, that other species don't necessarily have. Doesn't mean humans are no more important than other mammals. If you believe that, then what you're also saying is the smartest human is more entitled to a good life than someone who's not as smart, which nobody would take that moral position. Do you think only the smartest people in the world they're more important than those who are handicapped? No, of course not. So just the fact, anyway, going back to what I was saying, you're gonna have to allocate food, because even if you eat neutral foods, you won't get enough protein before you hit your calorie max. It's called empty calories. But even if you find something that's not, Doritos, you still have empty calories because you have an allocation. Let's say most people are between 1,800 and 2,800 calories you can eat. So that's the allocation. So fortune favors the allocators of resources. And each of you, a lot of people are like, I want to get rich, I want to build. It's like, there's not infinite wealth. There's not infinite wealth you can hold, and there's not infinite wealth you can pursue. You see, it's a double-edged sword. Some people think that there's endless wealth you can pursue. There's not. There's only $250 trillion in the world. Most of it's locked up in real estate. Most of it's locked up outside of your reach. Okay? So there's not infinite resources you can pursue. And at the flip side, you could not utilize infinite resources. So going back to the efficient frontier, how much wealth do you really need? There's a famous story. I think it's Tolstoy tells this story. So it's an ancient Russian kingdom long ago. We'll call it maybe, what's one of the famous Russian leaders was, what was his name? The Terrible. No, not the Terrible. Not Ivan the Terrible. Why is it eluding me right now? Anyway, I'll remember. Catherine the Great. She was one of the great female leaders of any country. So back in those times, we'll say, there was a man, and he did something for the king, and the king rewarded him by saying, listen to me. I will give you all the wealth, all the land that you can walk around before the sun sets. So this peasant said, great, I am going to become wealthy today. And he took off, here was the throne, and he started walking. And anything he walked around, but the king said, you have to be back before the sun comes down. You have to be back before the sun comes down or you get nothing. So the man began to walk, and he got greedier and greedier. He's like, should I turn back? It's already noon. It's already 2 p.m. The sun's going to go down at 6. But no, he said, I'll continue to go. I'll continue to walk a little further, because the further I walk out, the bigger my wealth will be, the greater my empire. Back then, wealth was mostly in land, agricultural resources. And he began to go, and then finally he said, okay, I'm being pretty greedy. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. I'm going to turn around. And he began to turn around. But by then, it was about 4 o'clock. So he realized he better jog back. So he started to jog back. And then he realized he was still far away. And he wasn't going to make it back. And none of the land would be his, none of the wealth. So he began to sprint back. And he sprinted so hard, he finally made it the last 60 seconds before that sun set down, and he lost all the fortune that he was about to inherit. And he fell over from a heart attack, and he died. And they buried him in a regular coffin, whatever, they put him in the ground, little hole in the ground, whatever it is, 6x4 or something. And the moral of the story was, how much wealth does a man need? That's about that much because you all end up in the grave. So fortune favors those who are not too greedy. Fortune favors those who are not too greedy. Happens all the time. All the time. People are creating wealth and then they want a little bit more and they push so far that something else gives, as the great law of physics says. For every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. That's called acquisitiveness. The world, humans, we inherited acquisitive genes. What's that? Acquisitiveness. Common language, you'd call that greed. Yet, fortune favors those who have the appropriate level of greed and the appropriate level of non-materialism. It's possible to be too materialistic, but it's also possible, I would say, it's possible to be not materialistic enough. Only a fool doesn't realize that having some material goods, or even potentially excess, is wise. Because remember, your energy and your ability to earn money is not equal throughout your whole life. So you have to earn more while you're young because you ain't gonna be able to earn as much most likely when you're, 95 years old. And you can't earn a lot when you're 5 years old. So once again, you have to push harder. And that's why, for those of you watching this, it's Thanksgiving. I did my Thanksgiving on another day because family was traveling. So I'm logical. Thanksgiving doesn't have to be on Thursday. It just needs to be, I did it a few days ago when all the family could be together. So it was a good thing. It was actually a great Thanksgiving. Great Thanksgiving. And it's funny how many people get depressed on Thanksgiving. Oh, I don't have a family. Well, okay, if you don't have family, go make a family. The world's full of horrific stories of betrayal of family or being an orphan. And people survive. Some of the top people on the Forbes list were adopted or orphans. I think, wasn't Steve Jobs and Jeff Bezos? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they were both, abandoned by their blood parents and they were adopted and raised by somebody else. And some of the great people in history had it even harder. They grew up in a horrible, there was a guy who I have, like I said, every day I wake up Monday through Friday and I do a Zoom call. I have people who work for me in about 30 countries. I'm kind of the main two. I have about 280 people that run my different businesses that I talk to. And one of them flew out here and he's originally from India. And he's in Canada now, but he told me his life story was tough, man. Parents died in an accident when he was, I think, around 1 or 2 years old. He was abandoned into an orphanage. They beat him all the time, but this guy rose out of the ashes. And you'll have to be able to, fortune favors people who can rise out of the ashes, like a phoenix rising, And so people become too fixated on the past circumstances and the cards that they were dealt. But as I told you, fate is a fickle mistress. You may have had a horrible childhood, but she's fickle. You didn't have any fate and fortune on your side when you went through that horrible upbringing, but maybe it'll swing back around when you're an adult or whatever age you are now. I didn't have a great upbringing either. My dad was in prison when I was born. All my childhood pictures are my sub 5-year-old childhood pictures are me in a prison yard visiting my dad, but it's okay. My dad never gave a shit about any of his kids. I mean, my dad did and didn't, but he would not visit for 10 years. So, but it's okay. I learned to love mentors, which were probably some level of, father figures for me. So you rise out of the ashes. Fortune favors those who can rise out of the ashes. Can you? Or are you a victim of fate? Because if you're a victim of fate, I got bad news for you. You ain't gonna make it. You ain't gonna make it. For those of you who are tied to the past, you ain't gonna make it. I'll just be blunt with you. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I study psychology. I have mentors that are some of the greatest psychologists out there. Dr. David Buss has mentored me for 10 years. He might be the number one living psychologist on earth. He wrote the textbook for Harvard. You ain't gonna make it if you can't rise out of the past, boy. It's a rare life.
that's full of roses all the way through. And so what really ends up happening, fortune favors those who have the ability. I call it POP, P-O-P. Can you pivot out of pain? Can you pivot out of pain? This is a great superpower. People, I mean, it's funny, people like superhero movies and all this bullshit about, oh, I can fly and all this stuff. I mean, why is that? You can fly, you can get a jet. You don't need to be able to fly. What you need to be able to do is pop, pivot out of pain. That's a superpower. I'm gonna get me a shirt. I'm gonna make a movie. I'm gonna have a superhero. I'm not gonna have Superman. It's gonna have pop on it. Pivot out of pain, man or woman. You know, yeah. P-O-O-P is poop. Doesn't sound as good as pop, does it? Pivot out of your pain. That's all you can do. And if you can't, you ain't gonna make it. let me be. I am not an optimist or a pessimist, my friend. I'm a realist. I'm just like, welcome to planet Earth. Welcome to the jungle. Everybody wants the fortunes of the jungle. The jungle is full of beautiful things. I once went to the Darien jungle in Panama. I was on 14 hours in a canoe. I went with a church youth group and did medical dentistry. They had never seen white people before. These were Darien Indians hunting with, bow and arrows. And it was beautiful in the jungle. There was toucans, those birds with all this magical colors. This is in the Darien jungles between Panama and Colombia. And it's full of, it's wild. It's amazing. Yet, as much as you love the fruits of the jungle, you better be careful because there's piranhas. I remember there was piranhas in the water. And so fortune is what people want. Ty, I want to be rich, man. I got $1 billion idea. I got an app that's gonna make. I'm like, well, you're gonna enter the jungle because a lot of people want to make money. You think you're the only one? You think you're competing with yourself? No. It's like going to play basketball and you think you're good because you grew up in your little hometown and you were the best basketball player in your little high school, and then you moved to Los Angeles or you moved to New York and you try out for a college team or you try out to walk onto a pro basketball team, and all of a sudden you go, this is the jungle right here. This is the big leagues. That's the same with making money. Everybody wants to make money, but not everybody appreciates the jungle. Fortune favors people who know how to navigate the jungle. I went into the jungle. I remember when I got on social media, a lot of people didn't like me. Oh, this dude shows Lamborghinis. It's all fake. He shows big houses that he leases and da-da-da. That's the jungle. I'm okay with the jungle. I made a lot of money in the jungle. I'm not afraid a lot of people love me. Much more people love me than dislike me, but there's always the 10%. It's called the vocal minority. They're the ones gonna be in the comment. It's okay. I learned to be logical. I learned to turn off my emotions. Self-evaluate. Is it true what people are accusing you of? No? Then move on. Proceed through life. Proceed. If people have a point and they bring up something you did wrong, just be like, oops, my bad. Pivot out of it. But I'm saying the accusations against me of, oh, this car was a rental car. Lamborghinis, they were leased. But that is because no fucking smart person really buys depreciating assets. I went to a little talk with Elon Musk in like 2010 or 2013. He was renting an apartment. He was putting all his capital from PayPal into appreciating assets, AKA Solar City, Tesla, so when you're in the jungle's full of snakes, spiders, piranhas, leopards, panthers, all those things that will pursue you. So you have to be methodical and the brain has to be tough. And that's how you create a fortune. Everybody wants a fortune, but not everybody's ready for where the fortune lies, which is in the middle of the Darien jungle. You're gonna need a machete. And the machete, as I said, it's all of these things that I've been talking about. It's understanding. It's first how people say it's mindset that makes you wealthy. I mean, that is the problem with the concept of mindset is like, okay, I can do it. I'm an optimist. I pat myself on the back. I love me. That's mindset. That's not what gets you. Logical frameworks is what you need. Meaning, when everybody else is losing their mind, you're thinking through things like a chess grandmaster. See, a chess grandmaster, I know, I play chess with the grandmaster. He kind of trains me. His name's Fabiano, ranked number 2 in the world. I think he's number 4 in history. He's like one above Bobby Fischer. Him and Magnus Carlsen compete for the best chess player alive. He's methodical. He's a methodical player. He doesn't get emotional. Oh my God, I'm losing. No, he's thinking. He's calculating 17 moves ahead, both for himself and the other side. And that takes brain power. So you're gonna have to take the brain. It's not mindset that creates a fortune. It's the mind. And there's a different mindset is some mumbo jumbo personal development stuff that I don't even believe in. It's the mumbo jumbo. Forget the mumbo jumbo. It's the mind that separates you from others. Do you have control over the mind? Do you? Think long and hard. Because everybody tells me they have control over the mind, but I'm like, I don't know if you do. I don't see the fruits of that. Like, do you have it? Where's the fruits of this? I know what a methodical mind looks like. They're cool and calm under pressure. They're contrarian when the rest of the world is, watching the news, they're reading a book. There you go. When the rest of the world is fighting over politics, they're going, this doesn't even matter. When the rest of the world is freaked out about anything. Think of how many things you could have freaked out about in the last 100 years. Maybe somebody watching here is 100 years old. You never know. My grandma was 102 on my social media until she sadly died, last year. But, you think clearly and you realize in the 102 years my grandma was on this earth, she was born in February 1918. World War I was still going. Wild. World War I. You're talking England, France, Russia against Germany. America drawn into it. Africa drawn into it. Asia drawn into it. Eastern Europe. South Africa, South America, there was battles. Whole world at war. My grandma's born into that. Then the 1920s come. In Germany, it was the Weimar Republic. They printed too much money, inflation, just like America's printing too much money. When you print too much money, inflation comes. My grandma remembers people with wheelbarrows. You had to wheelbarrow the money you got paid, try to get to the bank, because if you didn't deposit it in time, the money was worthless. People used the money for kindling. You wanted to start a fire, you took like 100,000 of these, fake, they weren't dollars, but I forget what they were before the marks. I forget you burned it. My grandma lived through that. In 1929, you had the Great Depression in America. And you had many years. America was in a horrible place for a long time. It was only World War II, the war machine, which is a whole nother conversation, but war machines restart economies. Then you had the 1940s, where you had nuclear weapons go off. 1950s, the beginning of the Cold War, Stalin still in power. 1960s, you had, the Kennedy, the Bay of Pigs, the missile crisis. People thought the world was going to end. 1970s, you had oil issues, you had stagflation. 1980s, you had hyperinflation rates. That's the savings and loan crisis. The 1990s, there was also a recession. Then you had the early 2000s, the tech bubble. 2008, you had this bubble, 6 million people evicted from their home. Just this is how the game goes. But out of that, fortune favors the person who just shrugs it off and goes, it's all part of the jungle. You walk through the jungle and you go, of course, this is somebody. If you walk through the Darien jungle, you wouldn't be like, Ty, you're not even going to believe this. You're not going to believe that there's a snake going across. No, in fact, If you go through the jungle, you're in shock. If you don't see something trying to eat you, you definitely know you're in trouble in the jungle. That means the panther is waiting for you to pounce. So some of you, when you think life is perfect, you should be the most concerned because you've let your guard down. You're not evaluating your social circle. You're not evaluating the people who work for you. In fact, a lot of the things that are worse, they spring out of prosperity, not adversity. Some of you are in the midst of adversity and you don't realize that all great things spring out of adversity. Adversity is the mother of fortune. She gives birth to the fortune that you want. Now, once again, on the optimal frontier, sometimes people say, oh, you got to live a horrible life and make a lot of mistakes to make wealth. That's not true. There's an optimal frontier. Here's the fortune you want. Here's the amount of mistakes you make. If you make no mistakes, you have no fortune. If you can't Google experience. That's what Joel Salatin, my mentor, said. You can't Google experience. Now, can you? You have to make a few mistakes. But if you make too many mistakes, well, like Richard Dawkins says in The Selfish Gene, organisms that can simulate the future without actually making the mistakes themselves do better than those organisms that only learn through trial and error. Trial and error ends you up dead. That's where you end up. So in the optimal frontier, some of you are learning the hard way too much. Who here is learning the hard way too much? You're making a lot of mistakes and you're patting yourself on the back and you're going, oh, okay. This is horrible. And some of you are so insulated. You inherited money. You haven't worked for it. Guess what? Fortune is not waiting for you. Loss is waiting for you. So each of you, fortune favors people who are perfectly finding this efficient frontier, this optimal place on the graph. So you have to insulate yourself. Some of you are dating the same people. You're launching the same stupid businesses over and over. You're trusting the same business partner screwing you over and over. That's not good. You've moved over. You've moved over into a place that you're not going to recover from. And like I said, some of you are too afraid of mistakes. Fortune favors the bold, and the bold always make mistakes. So on the optimal frontier, some of you are afraid to launch a business. You're afraid, what if my business fails? My answer to you is, that's probably you know what precipitates a great business? Maybe an average business. Elon Musk's first business, or maybe the first business most people know him for, was PayPal, even though that wasn't really his first business. And that was a success, but not a mega success for him financially. He says he made between $100 and $200 million. But out of that came a man who built 3 unicorns, or deca unicorns, or centa unicorns now. He has Solar City, SpaceX, Tesla, the Boring Company. He has Neuralink. And that was born out of boldness. He was bold, even though the first or the second go-around wasn't necessarily the thing that brought him all of the fortune that he sought. So I hope you all realize that life is about the perfect balance and the perfect ratio. And if you can know that, you'll know more than anybody you'll ever meet. Right there. You'll know more than every person giving advice anywhere you'll ever meet, because very few people actually know what the hell they're talking about. In fact, people say, Ty, if you could go back and be 18 years old, what's the number one lesson you would tell yourself? What would you teach your 18-year-old self? Easy. If I walked out of that time machine, I'm walking up to my 18-year-old self. I'm grabbing myself on the shoulder, shaking myself and say, listen to me. Ignore almost everyone. Literally, do not let them say one word of advice to you. They can be your friends. They can be your parents. Talk about movies. Talk about food. Do not let them give you advice. The signal to noise ratio will destroy you. But when you find a few people who actually are qualified and have competence, do almost everything they say. And I call that non-democratic, non-egalitarian listening and learning. That's life's greatest lesson. And what I'm telling you is most people will say, work hard, that creates wealth. Hustle, NFTs create wealth. This creates, everybody has this close-ended
understanding what creates wealth. The truth about wealth is a dynamic game. In fact, there's a great movie about John Nash, who created Nash Equilibrium. He won a Nobel Prize, and that is game theory in non-cooperative environments, which is actually what wealth is. Wealth is how to play the game when those in the game aren't necessarily on your side. And guess what? That game becomes extremely complex. You almost need quantum computers. Behavioral economics, like Richard Thaler, is a Nobel Prize winner, is so complex, the most intelligent people on earth can't predict the next swing in the economic world. People say, oh, I'm a technical trader. I can read a chart. I can tell you. They draw lines and say, look, the flag and did this. There's not one technical trader on the top of the Forbes list, ever. So people who tell you they can predict the future, not one of them's ever created real wealth. Name one. Maybe they get to the bottom of the Forbes list. Nobody. Well, who's at the top of the Forbes list? I'll tell you this. You know what creates fortunes? Owning brands. Brands create, being a trader is not where you create wealth. You can get rich trading, but you can't get wealthy. Wealthy is from creating trusted brands that are global. What are those people who are on top of the Forbes list? The lesson book is right for you. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to anybody. You go to Forbes.com, you look at the top people on the Forbes list. Who are they? They own brands, and they didn't sell. They're the opposite of traders. Who's at the top? Elon Musk. He owns brands. Tesla's a massive brand, probably more loved and recognizable than all the other car companies in the world, or at least the major ones, Ford, Chevy. Nobody really loves those that much. People love Tesla's almost a cult, you know. He had built, who else? Bernard Arnault, who owns Louis Vuitton and a family of 80 companies. Louis Vuitton's a pretty well-known global brand, and he held on to it. Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and it goes on and on, the Walmart family and all of these people. You don't find anybody that says they can predict the future. Fortune does not favor those who have close-ended answers. Sometimes people ask me questions and I talk for 30 minutes and they go, well, I want a quick answer. I said, well, then you want the wrong answer. As Albert Einstein said, you should make things as simple as possible, but not simpler. Wealth is the amalgamation of scarce resources in competition with 7.9 billion other acquisitive people. Acquisitive nature of humans is so embedded. The selfishness of humans is built in. Who's ever had a little brother, little sister, or a child? You have to teach them to share. Humans don't share by nature. That's the jungle of children. The DNA code that is written right here inside of you says, be selfish unless it's your own kin group, basically. And so, for those of you who want to create fortune, fortune does not favor those who can only absorb easy answers. What's the number one book I should read? That's the number one question people ask me. What's the number one book that explains all of life? Hey, buddy, if you find it, let me know. Because I've been reading thousands of books and searching through tens of thousands, and I ain't found that book. What is that book? What's the book that leads people to what they want out of life? Never been written. Why? Because life is a dynamic game, as John Nash said. That means, and it's evolutionary psychologists call this frequency-dependent environments. That means what works, let's say e-commerce works for a while, then a whole bunch of people do it, and it takes the profit out of it, and now a new opportunity comes. So the simple answer, people will tell you, buy real estate. That's created the most millionaires. Well, that's true in the past. But now that everybody knows that, capital flows into it and their yields drop. Crypto. Oh, you should get into this. Doge, SHIB. Well, if a lot of other people saw it, it's a dynamic game. And the more people that get into it, guess what happens? The profit's removed. As a great economist, any great economist would tell you, there is no profit in the long term because wealth is a dynamic game. Very dynamic. So, Only people who understand the game of life actually get the fortune. Fortune favors those who understand the game and understand there's rules within the game and understand you must submit to the rules. Because a lot of people don't want to submit. I'm my own boss, nobody else tells me what to do. That's not true. Somebody's always telling me what to do. Someone said real estate is bulletproof in fortune. My brother, my sister, whoever said that, you have a dark day waiting for you. I hope you get out of your fixed mentality. One of my first mentors, he wasn't quite a billionaire. He was worth $700 million. He said, Ty, anybody who tells you you can't lose in any investment, they just ain't lived long enough. They're a newbie. They're not an OG. He was an OG. He was 70 years old. He said, Ty, I once was building, back in the 1980s, I built a skyscraper in downtown Houston. I had to knock it down because it was out of the money. Any investment can get out of the money. It's a slang term. It's like poker. You can get out of the money real quick playing poker. You can get real. It's more about how many people, how earlier you are in the cycle. You don't want, again, the frontier of fortune, you don't want to get in too early. Pioneers don't make most of the money. Who made more money? Tom from MySpace, the first big social media network. There was Friendster and some smaller ones, but the first big one was Tom from MySpace. He's actually, I met him, we became friends. He was in my 67 steps, it was insane. He's like, I go in your programs. But he made money, but Mark Zuckerberg became the age-adjusted richest person in the world. You know, real estate's a great way to become a millionaire. There's nobody on the top of the Forbes list from real estate, zero. There's no one in America on the top 100 who made their fortune from real estate, but you should still have real estate in their portfolio. And someplace in the world right now, real estate's the best place to go. Maybe it's in Laos, maybe it's in Suriname, maybe it's in, Manchuria. Who knows? There's always wealth created in real estate. It's just not where everybody's telling you. The more people that go into it, the dynamic game changes. When everybody's telling you multifamily in, St. Louis, Missouri, you in trouble. Because there's limited real estate and the price gets bid up. And as the price gets bid up, the yield drops. That's why I say wealth and fortune comes to those who understand the dynamics. A dynamic world. Dynamic. The fool focuses on fixed rules that they think. You know what made the most wealth, the first billionaire in United States history? Well, probably the first billionaire was George Washington. War made him rich. War and power. 1800s, the first real kind of billionaire that we, in business history, no, not Henry Ford, it was Vanderbilt, Cornelius Vanderbilt. You know what made him wealthy? Steam. He had a steam engine boat that shuttled people back and forth. That was the beginning of his wealth. So that's the game you had to play that was the 1840s. You played, wealth came, and then when the gold rush came, who got wealthy besides the gold rush? The actual miners themselves. In the 1850s, you had gold rushes, silver rushes, precious metals. It was people who made pants for them, jeans. Levi Strauss created the modern jeans that we wear, these rugged pants. He became one of the wealthiest people on earth. Dynamic game. It was not fixed. You couldn't predict it 20 years before. What will create the wealth? So wealth comes to those who have high awareness of what the economic environment tells them for the day. Like a great general does not plan 7 years ahead for a battle because the other side, it's like chess. They're also planning, as The Art of War says. Sun Tzu, thousands of years ago, the most read business book or book read by business CEOs. War is won by espionage. The greatest leader wins without battle because they've already surveilled the frontier and the terrain ahead of them. So what is the terrain telling you where wealth is right now? Where's wealth right now? Well, crypto is a place that it is right now. I just read the cover of Forbes magazine, the Sam FTX guy. He's 29 years old. He has $22 billion. Nobody in modern history has ever done that. That's his net worth.
So wealth comes to those. And he said in 2019, before 2019, he wasn't even doing the crypto world. So in the last 2 years, he created this because he was dynamic. And now his wealth on a per, if you calculate it based on his age, he's wealthier than Warren Buffett, who's 95 years old and worth, 100 billion plus. What would you rather have? If you time adjust 22 billion at 29, he's wealthier than Jeff Bezos. He's wealthier than Elon Musk because he's also he's a decabillionaire on the time side. 22 billion from crypto. He owns FTX, FTT, he owns Alameda Research. He's dynamic. So that's what I tell you. And he even says, it's an interesting interview. I was reading it yesterday in Forbes. He said, and this is where I make money now, but who knows if he'll be in crypto forever. That guy knows what this kid's smart. This dude's no joke. And he thinks the opposite of the whole world. The whole world's like, a parent tells a kid, son, daughter, if you want wealth, this is what grandpa did, and this is what I did, and you do this. That don't work that way. No, sorry. The world has always been, but now it's an accelerated game theory game that's being played out in front of you. Right now. It's insane. The game is like, it's sped up. That's why a lot of people feel anxiety. You're deep down, your genes know that you're in a hyper dynamic environment. And it doesn't necessarily make you happier. That's why I spent about half of my time on my farms. I bought a whole bunch of farms, and I'm like, I'm gonna be on my farms. I go old school. Too. I got horses. I don't even use tractors on one of my farms. I have 32 horses, big horses, Belgians, hitch them up old school like they did in the 1700s. I got wagons. If the world goes to crap, I'm building a new house too on one of them that'll have water power next to a river, completely off the grid. My house is I got 3 farms that are off the grid right now, about 500 acres. And it's in the middle of an Amish community. So I like that game too. The dynamics of realizing that the world can go to crap real fast. So you don't want to put all your eggs. Fortune favors those who prepare for extreme black swan events. A black swan event is something so unexpected, like 9/11, like even, the Titanic was a black swan. Nobody expected this huge boat in, 1912 to go down. Nobody expected 2019, 2020, this introduction by whatever happened. It was unexpected for most of the world. And so you're gonna have to prepare for a black swan event. Fortune favors those who prepare early. You should have a whole bunch of water bottles in the basement of your house. Buy a whole bunch of canned tuna, man. Buy flashlights. You might want a gun with some bullets, not even to kill people, but you may have to hunt. Low probability, but doesn't cost much to prepare for. And when you look at like risk assessment, like an actuary or like an insurance company, you put things in a grid, right? So you have like high probability, low cost, or low loss. High probability, low loss. Low probability, low loss. Low probability, high loss, and high probability, high loss. Things with high probability, high loss are hard to insure for, and you don't need to insure at all for low probability, low loss, right? That's like, you're fine. But low probability and high loss, you should prepare for. That's like the city not having water. Wherever you live, you should have water. Where do they teach that in school? Yo, bro, buy 5 jugs of water, stick them in the closet. Buy 20 cans of tuna and have a can opener. Somebody says, you lost me with the canned tuna. Well, let me tell you, brother, sister, you ever hungry? You can be eating canned tuna like it's a feast. Don't think that way. You want stuff that'll last. You want something, if you're a vegetarian, get canned garbanzo beans. Prepare. It almost happened. Right now, there's multiple places in the world where the supply chain broke down of food. London, England, the United States. The world, there's a thin threshold between reverting to barbarian nature and staying in a civilized world. So you gotta go, low probability, but easy to solve for. Costs you 50 bucks. 50 bucks, you get batteries. Now, I'll tell you this. If times get bad, just go to bed early. You'll be fine. You don't need electricity that much. Unless you live like in Stockholm, Sweden, where there's only 3 hours of light. But what you need is food, water, shelter, and protection. But you don't need an arsenal. You know, you ain't gonna be able to blow away everybody. But you may need a gun to hunt with. But anyway, we a little bit. We didn't get off track. Fortune favors the prepared. Ain't nobody prepared for anything. It's insane. When there's one snowstorm, people are like stocking up on food. I'm like, bro, do you not have enough food for 1 inch of snow? I used to live in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm going, it's gonna be this much snow. You could walk to go get food. You'll be but the whole world shuts down. And now, I'll tell you, we live in a world, fortune favors the even-keeled. Fortune favors the person who's cool under pressure. That is not the world we live in. The second things go bad, this whole world freaks out. Part of it's the media. The media is full of people who freak out over it. They're paid to freak out. Don't ever get your financial advice from anything that the media puts out. Even Forbes is the closest thing you can learn from because it's just a list. But even then, the richest man in the world's not Elon Musk, it's probably Putin. Richest man in the world. Richest man in the world ain't Jeff Bezos. Putin has the military behind him. He can just take the Ukraine if he wants to, you know. But I still think you can learn from the Forbes list, but don't ever learn from, basically, if it's mass media, do not, turn it off. I scan it for about no more than 2 minutes a day, and that's probably too much. Now, what should you be reading? Autobiographies, textbooks. I'm a college dropout. My business partner in some of my businesses is a PhD. I have 2 PhD business partners. Shit, PhD doesn't mean you know more than me. I read the same books that PhDs read and they forgot all about because people get so burnt out in college they stop reading. Read biographies and textbooks. You read those 2 things. Autobiographies are good, but biographies teach you the game of chess because you can see how the game unfolded for other people. In chess, there's about 1,100 openings you can memorize. That's it. All people who have been playing chess, you know, let's say chess came from backgammon, came from Persia, Middle East, North Africa. Well, it's been played for thousands of years or some variant of it. And they've only come up with 1,100 chess openings. You can memorize most of them. Not all of them are good. But I ask people, what's your methodical approach to life? People haven't even memorized one opening to life. You need to have it. I have a rule in my mind. I have 300 frameworks of wealth, I call them. You can go check out my website, tylopez.com. I've never published all of them, but I started publishing a few. I made a little course. It was $1. I was like, dude, I spent my whole life doing this. I can't stand to give it away for free. So I charged $1. That's the least I could charge. Some people are like, oh, Ty, how dare you charge for stuff? It's such a scam. I was like, bitch, you dropped $20,000 on community college. Don't ever even come talking to me about what I charge for stuff. One of my courses is better than all community college combined in the history of mankind. I know that sounds cocky. I'll make that bet. I will take somebody's money. You want me to take your money? We'll find 20 unbiased judges. We'll put together my 67 steps, which is 67 hours of me training what mentors taught me and what some of the great thinkers and bringing it so it's easy to understand. Name a class. Name a class better than that. It's community college or... I've taught at Harvard. I've taught at London Business School. I know what people are learning. It's a lot of bizarreness because you're taught. I like professors, but I don't learn everything from professors. Some things you can learn from professors. History you can learn from professors. Economics you can learn, but some business you learn from people in the trenches. You want to learn MMA? You learn from somebody who's been in a ring. And so my point of saying that anyway is the 300 frameworks. You need to have frameworks in your mind. Jeff Bezos has 14 frameworks that he thinks through. So when the times get tough at Amazon and he was trying to build his business, he has a framework to think through.
Elon Musk has frameworks to think of them. He has one called, arguing from first principles. He has these various things that he's learned. So, if you can be methodical, if you can be calm under pressure, fortune is waiting for you. Whether it be wealth, whether it be love, whether it be a body that's healthy. Fortune is a fickle mistress. She changes her mind often, but she does favor certain people. If there's a girl you love or a guy you love, people's love is somewhat fickle, meaning they might never love you, but there's things you can do to make yourself more lovable. Some people call that luck. There's things you can do to make yourself more unlucky. How do you make yourself unlucky? Hang out with horrific people, not know how to read people, think life is a simplistic straight line, here's the 5 answers to life, not understand its game theory, be lazy, don't allocate your time correctly, listen to the wrong people, watch TikTok dances all day. There's a great one. Watch Instagram Reel, TikTok dances. This shit is sure to dumb you down to the absolute bottom of the barrel. And again, I watch a little bit of sports every day. It's kind of mindless. I watch 5 minutes. I watch like House of whatever it is, highlight reels. I like basketball. It's good. A little entertainment is actually healthy for you, just like sleeping is healthy for you. But if you sleep, like the proverb goes, slothful person, awake ye slothful person. Look to the ant who works hard. Those little ants are working harder than humanity is. And who knows, maybe we're going to have UBI, universal basic income. Everybody can just sit at home and be in the metaverse and do nothing and turn into blobs with no muscle tone. Yay, what a world. That's what some people say, you don't need all this work ethic at all. We're just going to have universal. How to create unhappy people. Universal basic income. How to increase the suicide rate. Just have people walking around in a metaverse. Yay. Now, I'm not against the metaverse. Again, this is the metaverse. I don't know you, you don't know me, but we're talking. Or at least you're listening. The metaverse is okay. The first TV, the first telephone was the metaverse. The first letter that was mailed, thousands of years ago. Native Americans had smoke signals. That was the metaverse. It was an artificial replication of something you do in person. This has been around. But guess what? The modern world's so imbalanced. Fortune favors the balanced. If you want to be poor, be an extremist. And people will say, I've heard other people telling me. Well, that's not true. You have to focus and be extreme on one thing. Well, fucking you listen to shitty people. It ain't my fault. Go listen to the wisest people to ever walk this planet. There's lots of them in every culture. From Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus, Aristotle, Socrates, Pericles, Rousseau. Think about Hegel, Nietzsche, all of these people. And again, Freud, they have their flaws, but the answers are all there. They're all there right in front of you. You want to learn business? Read Made in America by Sam Walton. He has his dynamic rules of the game. He has 10 rules of the game. Give your employees equity. There you go. But don't give too much, because sometimes employees leave. Anyway. Somebody said in Clubhouse, you told someone once, your limit is that you can't copy yourself. Those 7 words are worth more than my master's degree. Let me take questions. For those of you in Speakeasy, I've got a premium group, and I'm only taking questions there. If you haven't downloaded my Speakeasy app, it's a good place. Let's see. Dr. David Buss says, pain is the key to change. Yes, but fortune does not favor people who only can learn from pain. It's optimal. Because I have a friend, he's been starting businesses for 10 years. Every one of them fails, and he's like, see, Ty, I'm learning. I'm like, at some point, I got to tell you, brother, you're too slow of a learner. You do not need to have 10 failed businesses. You might have to have 1 failed business. But that's it. You don't want to be making 2, 3. You're going to start wasting decades of your life. So yes, pain, the better way to say it is that pain is a catalyst.
but you don't want too much of it because pain is deadly. So it's the Aristotelian, Aristotle, arguably the greatest, most intelligent person in human history, was a man named Aristotle. He was the mentor of Alexander the Great, the Macedonian, leader. The father of Alexander the Great was this man named Philip of Macedon, and he wanted his son Alexander to be great. Alexander the Great. So he found the wisest man on earth. And the wisest man on earth at that time was considered to be Aristotle. And Aristotle had created rules of how to live and how he thought through life. He was very methodical. And you got to be that same way, And it worked. It worked. Alexander the Great became one of the great leaders of all time, and we still talk about him. Although he maybe wasn't wise enough, and he didn't listen. Remember I said, fortune favors the bold, but if you're too bold like Alexander the Great, you get too aggressive and you get killed. That happened to America. America was too aggressive. And look at the Vietnam War. It's too aggressive. Yes, they wanted to fight the domino effect of the communists. That's what America said. That's what Kennedy said, and that's Nixon and Lyndon B. Johnson. But America became too aggressive. America, you can also be too passive. And some people in America are like, oh, America doesn't need a military. That's stupid too. You do need a military. In fact, the world almost lost World War I because America's army was not prepared to help. And so, again, you need to think of dynamic rules. Sometimes you want to attack and sometimes you want to be passive. Is there a way to purchase your USP crypto in regular? Right now you got to do it. We're going to go over onto Ethereum, so it'll be easier to purchase soon. We're going to bridge it. Right now it's just on Polygon. Polygon is a network with lower fees, a blockchain. So, Ty, please optimize Speakeasy for Apple TV and CarPlay. Yes, lots of stuff coming. We submitted our newest changes to Apple. We're waiting for Apple to approve them. Someone said, is Alexander the Great lost because his currency lost value? Yeah, I don't know if totally that's, he attacked into like kind of modern day India and he got shot by an arrow. And you fight too many battles, if you're too aggressive, you end up losing for that reason, Professor said my stock and crypto community would love the IG lot. Why don't you do one on here and I'll come pop in bring your community on to Speakeasy. I'll come on here. Josh says he's gonna make more money now than ever because of this. Yeah. Somebody said Elon Musk isn't even in the top 100 richest people in the world. Well, I think that's too extreme. I think other people like Putin or, world leaders. In general, wealth is also created by having a powerful military. People say, it's fun. I'm totally pro crypto, most of it, not all of it. But sometimes in crypto, you hear some inaccurate economic sayings. Like people say nothing's backing the dollar. That's not true. The US dollar is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States, but more importantly by the tax that it can take from its citizens, which on a $20 trillion GDP amount for, let's say, 2 to 4 trillion a year in tax receipts. So it's like a business that has income. The US dollar is backed by something, but on the flip side, it's a complicated conversation because the US dollar is also deflating, it's inflating, it's being inflated, but the buying power is deflating. And so this is a problem in the United States. That's very complicated, but the US is ultimately backed by the military. And countries will attack. Part of why Japan became involved in World War II was not necessarily because they loved Hitler so much. They became an ally with Nazi Germany. But more importantly, they were a small island and they were worried about their resources. Japan's a small island, so they wanted to invade the South Pacific, which is what they did. And they made it all the way to basically New Zealand and were potentially attacking Australia because they needed rubber. Back then, you needed rubber. Rubber was grown on trees. You needed, everything. And so when countries lack resources, they go to war. So America's backed by many things, and in terms of who's the wealthiest people in the world, I mean, you could say the President of the United States is wealthy. Look what happens after every president stops being president. They become wealthy. Obama, Trump, the Bush family, having that level of power. But the wealthiest people in the world in business, you know, Elon Musk is certainly one of the wealthiest. He has extremely powerful brands that are loved in every country almost that they're available in. So, Todd, I think you're amazing. Thank you for the couch conversation years back. The House of the Saudis, Middle East has a lot of wealth. China has a lot of wealth. Look at China. I actually saw a report that China is now officially higher net worth than the United States. I'm not sure that I 100% believe that, but certainly China is made fun of by Americans way too much. As the Art of War says, do not underestimate the enemy. And I don't believe China is the enemy of America, but that is the analogy. Do not underestimate anybody who's potentially an adversary. If anything, what you should do is, you know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. What's conventional wisdom that keeps people broken, unhappy? Just do you. That's probably love yourself no matter what. As I said, loving yourself, there's an element of truth to self-esteem, but the science on self-esteem is just, if you actually are logical, self-esteem is in many ways is very overrated. Again, you can have too low self-esteem, which happens, but in general, your brain is a careful calculating machine. If you lack confidence in, let's say, business, it's probably because you're not that good yet. The genetics of humans, you know, as Sigmund Freud said, anatomy is destiny. So you have to understand your destiny. You are the offspring of winning grandparents. They did very well. You won the genetic lottery, even if you don't think you're ugly or not that smart, but at some level you should have a lot of confidence in yourself because you're part of humanity. And if you're an atheist, you would believe that you won the genetic lottery. You came, and if you're a religious person, you think God made you. So either way, you should have a level of confidence. With that said, you also have to understand that in the jungle, there's interspecies competition. So there's intraspecies competition, which is, there used to be another group of hominids called, you know, Neanderthals, and we humans killed them. There's no more Neanderthals left, although some people look like they're Neanderthal. But when you do your DNA test, you will probably be 1 to 5% Neanderthal. They're still in our genes, but that intraspecies competition killed out the Neanderthals. But there's interspecies, which means you should have confidence. I'm a human. I made it. My grandparents made it. My IQ's smarter, you know, than much smarter than I think. Your body can look. A lot of people don't like their body. If you hit the damn gym, I'm telling you, and you eat right, almost anybody who hates their body or hates their looks becomes like 10 times more attractive. It's insane. Insane. When you get your body to the right body fat, your face looks different. A lot of people don't like their face. Like, oh, I hate my face. I'm like, get to the optimal body fat. And it's different for men and women. But anyway, that's the good news about humanity, about being a human. The bad news is that there's interspecies competition, which means every human also around you also inherited that same set of advanced genes. And so they're in the jungle with you, and they want the fruit too. They're trying to beat you to the fruit, and you're trying to get there, and so you're racing through the jungle, and they don't mind sticking their foot out and having you trip every once in a while. You see, that's the jungle. What is the optimal body fat percentage? Depends who you ask. Depends if you ask the body positivity people or you ask a scientist. Which answer do you want? You want the scientist or you want the body positivity movement? You pick, you know? For men, you probably want to be under 12%. If you're a woman, you don't want to be too low. It messes with your metabolism. You know, women are much more complicated bodies. I mean, women can reproduce the species. You only need 10,000 men on Earth, and you could have 3 billion women doing just fine.
in the sense of reproduction. So men, you know, in some ways are more simplistic anatomy. And so women have to not get as skinny as men. It's just a real problem to get too skinny. But men rarely have too low a body fat. Men can go way down. Michael Jordan was like 4% body fat. I think I'll tell you, fortune favors the scientist. Each of you should become a little bit of a scientist. Not that you spend all your time looking at test tubes, but a scientist is less concerned with outcomes and more concerned with the process of observation. I notice that a lot of people, I get a lot of people going, Ty, I finally have a lot of social media followers. How do I deal with hate? And I'm like, well, you deal with it as a scientist. You evaluate it as a curious person. You know, I'm curious. I notice, for example, in my scientific experience, quote unquote scientific, over the last years, the people who hate me are a very specific group of people. There tend to be kind of like video game dudes who I think were bullied growing up. Is for sure a large percentage of that. Not all, but there's a percentage of what you would call high Machiavellian people. In the dark triad of the human brain, there's a certain subset of people who have high Machiavellianism, which is usually mostly caused by childhood trauma. So people who are bothered by me are usually, in my experience, and maybe that sounds offensive, but that's my opinion, my hypothesis. So for example, I had YouTube videos with Lamborghinis and pretty women. I mean, who does that piss off? People who feel like they can't get that. People who feel like they can get it are just like, wow, I don't care. I'll get it myself. You know, so, but it's been an interesting observation. I call them chirpers, you know? And I was not really bullied in high school. I was bullied more at home from step parents and stuff, but in school, I didn't have that experience, so most of my friends were like pretty confident people. So it's been interesting, like I wasn't exposed to that world at all, you know. And they've done a lot of science. People who respond, anybody who comments at all, pretty much on social media, you should Google the psychology of comments. Look at it was like the American Psychological Association, like the biggest one. They did, people who comment like on YouTube, have like 100 times more mental illness than normal people don't comment. Normal people, if they don't like you, they don't comment. They just stop. They unsubscribe to your channel. Okay? So most people that hate on you, for example, if somebody in your family or a friend or an acquaintance or a friend continually pursues you in a hate manner, always they have mental illness. Because normal people without mental illness, if they piss you off, if you piss them off, they just leave. It's kind of like if there's a TV channel I don't like, I just never go to it. If it's like channel 43 is like whatever, underwater basket weaving, I just always skip past 43. So people who go to channel 43 and then take an hour of their day to call, you know, the cable company and be like, I'd like to make a complaint. Channel 43 pisses me off. Why is it on here? Blah, blah. And they write like a letter. And there's people who do this, people who write emails to customer service. I don't like that it's like Netflix. Netflix has these huge things, like there'll be a certain kind of movie and like the Christian right or the Democratic left, liberal left doesn't like it, and they like stage walkouts, and I'm going, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you have nothing else to do? When I don't like something on Netflix, I don't watch it. Like, you could put anything on Netflix, anything on it, you could put the stupidest stuff. I'm either gonna cancel my subscription or watch other stuff. But you're gonna have to learn to deal with that. People are weird, bro. I will tell you this, another interesting thing that I've learned, I would say probably 20% of the world has serious psychological problems, both genetic and environmental. And I asked some really great psychologists. I have some pretty good mentors. Some of them won Nobel Prize. Some of them, like I said, are Ivy League professors. They're like, that's probably about right. Someone said, Ty, that can't be true. Oh, bro, you've been finessed by this world. When you're playing poker and after 20 minutes, you don't know who the sucker at that table, you're that sucker. If you don't know it's like Chris Rock says about your uncle. He's like, uncles will teach you everything in life. Everybody has the cool uncle, the weird uncle. Like, that's true about life.
So if you're going through this life thinking people are innately healthy, wake up. I would say 20% of people, it's just a guess, are seriously psychologically, you could say unhealthy. Unstable is the actual scientific word. And then probably another 30% have more moderate levels of instability, but still enough that you don't want them in your social circle. So it's like, at best, 50% of the people in your life are really the people that will go to war for you and have your back. Now, if you are a person who has discernment, learns how to read people, then you can probably surround yourself with like 80% healthy people. That's what I try to do at my companies, in my life. And every time I violate that rule, shit goes bad. Like the greatest skill, fortune favors those who can read human psychology. If you want to write one thing down from this talk I've been doing for the last whatever hour or 2 hours, fortune favors those who can read people. It is the greatest. People go, oh, I want to learn how to make money. I want to, I have big e-commerce businesses. I have big crypto stuff. And I have real estate. I own 1,000 acres. I'm like, no, forget all that. I have a white to black belt system that I have. Out of my 280 people I talk to every day who work for me, I have 60 of them that I'm cultivating and training to go from blue belt in my kind of business mindset to black belt. Most won't become black belt. It's very hard to become a business black belt. I think some of it's genetic. I don't think everybody, but I think almost anybody can become a brown belt, wherever you're from in the world. If you're willing to listen, willing to be humble, you're not stubborn, you're not sensitive, and you're not impatient, you can become a brown belt. Someone said, what belt do you have? I mean, I use numbers. So like, if you have 100 million plus business, you're a black belt. So me and my business partner, Alex, are black belts in that system. You become a coral belt if you get on the Forbes list, and you become a red belt if you're at the top of the Forbes list. Now, the way I classify like a blue, purple, or brown, a blue belt can run a business of mine for no more than 1 day without me checking on them. That's a blue belt. But they can run it for 24 hours. But if I don't kind of keep, Sam Walton in the book, his autobiography said, look over the shoulder. Says you want to create wealth, you got to check over the shoulder. So a blue belt, I need to check on almost every day. A purple belt, I can go a week without testing. A purple belt's like the equivalent of a colonel in the military. Ty says you're the only one who makes any sense in the world. I hope I'm not the only one who makes any sense. I need people I can listen to too, right? Now, there's more than you think. By the way, the bad news, I told you, probably 50% of the world is somewhat unstable, but about 2% of the world's amazing. And that doesn't sound good, but 2% of, let's just call it 8 billion people is how many? 10% of 8 billion is what? Anybody know math? 800 million. That's our 2% of 8 billion. It's not quite that. And some of them are children and some are old, but let's say 5 billion. That's 100 million people that are sharp out there. There's 100 million people. The problem is that they're spread out among 8 billion people. So the signal to noise ratio is messed up. The signal to noise is messed up in this world. But the greatest, what I was talking about is, so a blue belt is somebody that I have to look over the shoulder every day. Purple belt, I need to check every week. And a brown belt is somebody that I can go from a month to a year without really a month. A month is a long time. I have some people that are purple to brown. And now black belt, is like my business partner, Alex, is a black belt. 2 years ago, he sold his company for $300 million. You're a black belt if you do that, okay? He was running a 9-figure business. We have 9-figure businesses now. So, but it doesn't mean we're better than people. It's just a business system. It's not necessarily who's more important in life. At the end of the day, Elon Musk is just a dude. I've met Elon. He's just a dude. He's kind of an interesting character. He likes movies. I met him at the movie 3 times. I went to a movie premiere with him. He loves movies. So he's a regular dude. He likes Hollywood. He likes a little celebrity stuff. He goes to celebrity stuff.
He's a dude. He's a man. He's a little bit enamored by movie stars. You know, look at Jeff Bezos. You see that video where his girlfriend met, not Justin Timberlake, but DiCaprio, and he was all like, it was pretty interesting. You know, how long does it take to become a black belt in my system? You know, really, you need about 20,000 hours to be good at something. And you probably need 40,000 hours to become a coral or a red belt. So, yeah. 10,000 hours is like purple to brown belt. So, you gotta, that's a hard, you know what sucks about the school system? They should stick you in stuff when you're young. Like, yo, you wanna be a business person? Like, 3rd grade, let's start. Right now. Time's of the essence. I mean, it's so stupid. That's the main problem with the school system is it's not just what they teach. That is problematic in and of itself, and that a lot of it's archaic. But more importantly, it's totally different. It's just like empty calories. It's just filling up the time. I mean, you should come out at 18 years old already with 3, 4, 5 years in whatever you want to do. It's a total myth that it takes a long time to figure out what you should do. In fact, my second mentor, Alan Nation, said, whatever you want to do around age 14 is probably what you should do. You know your IQ peaks at age 14? Alfred Binet, the man who invented the modern IQ system. He said the same thing. They retested it. His theory like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, found the same thing. So when you were 14, you were smart and it was just wasted on stupid stuff. At age 14, they should have been like, you've had a few years to try stuff. What do you want to do? I liked business when I was 6. I was at a lemonade stand. I sold tomatoes. I remember I was like a little kid trying to think of, I didn't have any good ideas because nobody was helping me, but I would like sit there with a notepad and be like, oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, it's funny. I wish I could remember all my ideas. But by 14, I knew how to speak. I knew public, and nobody, not one adult, not one supposed, educator to people. And I got nothing against the educators. They're trying their best in a failed system. Why didn't someone go, well, you can change later, but let's launch your first business at 14? You know why kids get bored in school? Because you don't have them doing anything. Public school should be like 4 hours of physical stuff and 4 hours of mental. That's it. 2 hours should be watching history movies. Best way you can learn history and autobiography movies are a real way to learn. Don't ever let somebody think that, for example, go watch the movie There Will Be Blood. You'll learn about the Rockefellers. You'll learn a lot about business, man. Let's say schools are 6 hours on average, okay? Should be 3 hours of doing shit with your body. Every girl, every guy should know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, boxing, wrestling, whatever. By the time they're 18, you should have 5-10 years. You don't have to spar against each other. That would be problematic to have a whole bunch, but you could just practice on your own. Like PE class, you get 300 kids. You're like, yo, everybody here is going to do 50 burpees in the next 5 years. For sure. You should be moving your body. One thing is just make people walk 10,000 steps. You give kids sugar and then you sit them down and you're like, oh, they're hyper. No shit, Sherlock, you're supposed to be hyper. Hyperactivity, by the way, is highly correlated with wealth creation. It's called hypomania. I mean, don't dump. If you have a hyper kid, you probably have a gift. Now, of course, it could go too far, and there's kids who have legitimate, hyperactivity, but they're medicating a whole generation. It's like, whoa, do you have the common sense of an ant? Like 6-year-olds are supposed to run around. Sweden has switched the school system, and they let kids play in the woods all day. Nature, you should be doing 3 hours of nature. They should have dogs, cats, horses. People should take care of chickens in schools. I know it sounds weird. All the good ideas ever sounded weird. Should build big barns in every school. Animals are better than people most of the time. I got a big barn. They should have kids. At least let them take care of little chickens that are this big. And then you should have the other 3 hours should be like watching a movie, history movie. I watched this movie about Napoleon. You want to learn about Napoleon? Easy. There's a famous movie in 1972. It's like the last action movie where they actually used real animals. It's pretty insane. You should watch history. There Will Be Blood is a good. You watch Karate Kid. All these things teach you things. And then you should have like 1 hour where you have books. Or 1 or 2, but good books that kids are going to be fascinated by. Any book, anything that fascinates you. There's some good books. Let kids. I asked Elon Musk. I have a video with him. I said, Elon, what's your favorite book? And he said, Lord of the Rings. I said, why? And he says, because it shows you anything's possible. Let kids sit there and read Lord of the Rings. It helped Elon Musk. Let him read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Kept him from being depressed. Anyway. Somebody said, Ty, let's watch a movie. My grandpa's always said the animals were the best actors. Yeah. Can you repeat the movie? There's a lot of good movies. A good movie I've watched recently is There Will Be Blood. Won an Academy Award, has arguably the best actor alive, Daniel Day-Lewis. I think he's the only person to have won 3 Academy Awards for Best Actor. You should learn how to invest in real estate. You should learn self-defense. People should learn how to cook, but not just cook like stupid stuff. You should learn how to build like an exact, all your macros. People don't know how to calculate their macros. Protein, fat, carbs. That's why part of as the saying goes, where the people lack vision, they will perish. And the world lacks vision, lacks leadership, and lacks education. Yeah, V for Vendetta is a great movie. So many great movies. Watch the movie Gandhi, talk about, social reform. Watch books. There's a great movie about Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a powerful person, man. Controversial, yet powerful. Watch one of the great movies of all time. It's a little depressing. 19 is the book about World War I. All Quiet on the Western Front. It's an old school movie, but teach you about some crazy. You watch that movie, you'd be blown away. Rocky's a good movie. So, anyway. Fortune comes to those who were educated correctly, and if you weren't educated correctly, you better self-educate real quick, because you may be a decade or 2 behind. Anyway, Dances with Wolves is a great one. I hope this was helpful. Was this helpful? Like this video or whatever you do. Follow me. What is all the stuff you're supposed to say? Follow me. Like me. Subscribe to my channel. Da-da-da. Ty, are you a country boy? I'm half country, half city. I think that's the best balance. Anyway, I'm going to end. Thank you all.
Employers didn't have a way to reward workers because they couldn't wage control. They couldn't pay them more. So they're looking around. Well, how can we reward this good guy over here? Oh, we'll buy him health insurance.
So what we do is we have this evolved psychology that's designed for small group living. We transplant it into this weird modern world where we have bureaucracies and other weird shit that's making decisions for us.
And very big.
Yeah, and it's evolutionarily unnatural.
Video would be a point of blockchain. If you see Donald Trump sitting there on a live thing going, I hate Haiti, you're getting it firsthand from them. Before that, we had like news reporters. If you want to hear me get super far out on politics, I have seen a system that works. It sounds outrageous to say. The only system I've ever seen of leadership that works pretty well, and when I say pretty well, 10 times better than ours, is
Dualism resurrected here.
Dr. David Buss, former Harvard professor, University of Austin, Noel Cookman, formerly Zach's dad.
No, still
my dad. Joel Salatin, author, speaker, visionary, sustainable agriculture, and a bunch of food that was decimated by a bunch of hungry people here. So pretend the camera is not here. I just thought, so Joel, I don't want to put words in your mouth because you're actually here, Joel. A lot of times I got to be like, you know what Joel would say? But Joel's actually here. But Joel thinks that you don't think that we can just deconstruct human life and go, if we just replicate the neurons in human brains in computers, now we've created a human. Is that why?
Not by any means. I mean, and the very notion that is doable or even acceptable
Doable.
They're
what?
totally different
Yeah.
issues.
Is it doable or acceptable? Pick one.
Well, I would say neither.
Well, is it doable?
No.
He's saying no.
No.
Oh, wow. Okay,
No, I
so
don't think it's
I think
doable.
you will be proven wrong in about 70 years.
We'll see. Well, but I grew up.
That's a good argument. Whenever I can't prove myself, 75 years, we'll see who's right. And when we're both dead, I'll get the last
Give me
laugh.
200 years. You gotta be careful about prophecies. I mean, I grew up in the 70s when I was in high school. I remember very well in science class watching movies that by the late 1980s, farmers would simply sit at a console and everything would be under a dome, environmentally controlled, and farmers would simply be punching a console and making robots do stuff. We're now, 30, 40 years past that. We haven't even begun. Paul Ehrlich, I remember debating in college, and we used Paul Ehrlich, he was this guru biologist that in the 70s was saying that by 1985, there would be no oil and no species. The guy was a total nutcase.
Right.
I mean, he was proven grossly wrong. And so, these kind of discussions are interesting, but for me, I got to go home and make happy earthworms and move cows and create compost.
The real shit, huh?
Yeah, to me, it's almost an irrelevant discussion to say whether in 80 years
from that way.
what are humans going to be doing. I mean, we've never hit it right in the past. Why would we be hitting it right now?
hit it once in a while.
Let's instead of wasting time on that, let's talk about how this hotel could serve locally based, sustainably grown, hydrologically encouraging, earthworm copulating, facilitating food.
I knew it would all boil down to mating.
For your benefit.
Copulating earthworm. Dr. Buss is an evolutionary psychologist who says all of life basically boils down to reproduction and mating. Life on Earth, and maybe everywhere, not inanimate things.
Only with sexually reproducing species.
Yeah.
Of which we are one.
Yeah.
So does the same thing apply for things that are asexual, that don't have genders?
Yeah, no, asexual is a different ballgame. I mean, but they're not very successful on average, because they don't produce the variation. That's kind of the issue we were talking about earlier. Actually, Alex was highlighting that. That's the key. Is sexual reproduction produces this incredible variation, and then selection can then pick the best variants from that variation.
Yes, genetic variability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
which is extremely. It has built-in protections that are extremely non-mechanical.
Yes, the term
Because it's not
it is
interchangeable
robust, meaning the parameters in the environment can change and it would still survive because there's variability.
Yeah.
One core thing, though, and we were talking about this in the worldview. Joel is Christian, and Alex is zero religion influences. I mean, zero thought of God or anything. So he doesn't mind reducing human thought to something. You could just break it down. If you could break it down enough, you could rebuild it in a computer.
Yeah.
Whereas Joel thinks there's a soul
that is not replaceable and somehow goes through the sperm and egg to the next person.
Right.
That
It's
is
the spark of life. It's like
Yeah.
Right. But you don't believe.
It's not here. This is just pumps blood. It does not.
No, but you don't believe there's any soul. You don't think there's.
No.
So let me ask you this. So I want to just play. I end up now the days playing middleman here, which Noel thinks I need to take a stand more and everything. But I do have a stand. But it's more interesting. I already know my opinion, so I want to hear other people's. So why can't we, or will we ever be able to create life from the first spark? If there's no, because I think Joel, that's like the spark. It's like we can't take a computer.
Well,
I mean, we can't take something dead and make it alive.
Why can't we? I mean,
No,
first
can we? I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, it's already happening. Genetic splicing. We take a piece of chromosome, turn it into life all day. So, are you saying like non-biological system, like completely in a computer?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a matter of understanding the complexities
So
of
you just
human
think
brain.
the computers aren't powerful enough yet.
Yes, that's exactly.
But once
what I'm
they
saying.
are,
Once
they'll be
they
able
are.
to do it.
Yes.
And Joel says they won't be able to.
It's an interesting bet. I think I'm gonna win that bet in 75 years.
Check back to the show and the podcast in 75 years. We will have the.
We will see when every knee will bow and every tongue confess.
There it is.
We'll see. We'll see who's right.
Craig agrees with Joel.
Yes. Hey, another question is: has any human being ever exercised free will, as differentiated from the illusion of free will? There's the
That's a very. That is one of the most
hard.
fascinating.
That is hard.
Sam Harris wrote a book called Free Will and makes a strong point that humans have no free will. Joel, this is one that a Christian can take both sides because there's
Sovereignty
Christians
and-
that are
sovereignty
Calvinistic.
and free will,
that
absolutely.
say there was a whole group, the Calvinists, that
Yep.
said if you're born going to hell, you going to hell.
Yeah.
And if you were ordained to be a Christian, you are. So
which was before the modern age of atheism. The
Before.
Calvinism was before determinism.
So what do you think? I want to hear from you too.
Well, that was my question. I texted to Zach earlier. I was like, I gotta ask.
So let's hear Dr.
That's the
Bus.
question.
Do you think free
Has
will
any human ever exercised free will?
is it real or is it an illusion?
I think it's an illusion.
Okay.
You know, I mean, this gets back to Cartesian dualism. You know,
So explain that to those of us that are not up to date on our current. My Cartesian dualism needs a little refining. I was sick that
I'm
day.
sitting here and act like I know what he's talking about.
I know. I watched everybody's faces. Everybody just got.
I just eject. I just pushed the eject button. All right, I'm out.
I'm only up to the second edition.
This is your 5-minute tutorial.
Explain what is Cartesian dualism?
It's just the notion that there are these two separate causal entities. One is the physical causal entities that Alex is talking about, and there's this other set that is not physical, that's supernatural.
Okay.
Basically, that is mystical, spiritual, or whatever, that we don't understand the cause. Now, of course, we don't understand a lot of the causal mechanisms involved, but the notion that there are two separate essences in the world, I think is pretty much been debunked by modern science. So yes, I mean, we have a brain, it's a physical system, and it produces the mind, and that's what we have, is a physical system. So does that rule out the possibility that there's some other physical process in the universe that we don't know about? No, it doesn't. I mean, there could be and probably is. But this notion that there are these two separate causal systems, one the physical and the other the non-physical.
Cartesian
Yeah,
dualism.
yeah, that's Cartesian dualism. And
So does that go against
No,
almost
modern
every core religious belief? Islam, Christianity. I feel like they all think they're
yeah, it goes against a lot of them. I would say
all of them.
the major ones, the big three.
It goes, yeah.
Well, any
Well,
theistic. Really.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Or even Hindu.
Well, yeah, even a spirit, even an animist,
Right.
An animist belief system.
So you think? So do you think the reason we do stuff, and it appears to be free will, or we can't prove it's not free will? It's just the science isn't good enough to explain it yet. But one day it will be.
Well, no, probabilistically. So I mean, if you just take humans out of the equation in physics, it's not a totally deterministic
Exactly. It's
system.
Brownian motion.
It's
Yeah.
probabilistic. So Alex can explain it better than I could. You can predict probabilistically what electrons will do, etc. Can you predict deterministically exactly what this electron will do under the? No, you can't. But
It's actually against Heisenberg's principle.
right.
So you cannot know the momentum
Yeah.
and location of any particle at the same time.
That's
you
like
cannot
the quantum
Yeah, it's
physics
quantum
thing.
physics. It's like it's gonna be probabilistic, but because we cannot reverse time, we cannot prove that it's not probabilistic. That is a problem. So free will, basically we can never settle this argument because we cannot go back in time and play this simulation game one more time to see if we have different outcomes. So it will never be proven.
Alex has a PhD in not quantum physics, but you have it in mechanical engineering.
Right, but he knows what he's talking about. But I think we can all agree, I think everybody here would agree, that there is an illusion of free will. We all have the illusion that we are deciding at every moment, oh, okay, I'm going to decide to do this, I'm going to decide to forego that. So we do have the illusion of free will. Even if there's free will, we have the illusion.
But here's the thing. But if there is only illusion of free will, should we be sending people to prison? Let me take a more practical
Yeah,
thing.
then there's no responsibility.
No. See, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy. Of course, we should, because the act of holding people accountable for their actions is an environmental causal force that causes people to be more accountable for their actions.
Right. So you're saying
So by that says that free will exists. As a matter of fact,
No, it doesn't say that free will exists. It just says there's a causal influence on people's deterministic behavior.
But let me throw a more practical thing for somebody listening that's not up on their quantum physics Heisenberg
Heisenberg
principle. Yeah.
I thought that was Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Heisenberg.
The Heisenberg.
Same guy. So here's an example. Poverty is very much related to where you're born, which is outside of your control. Even if you believe in free will, who you're born to, your mom. If you're born in the inner city or in a very poor part of West Virginia, we can pretty much predict with high accuracy that much higher chance you're going to end up in jail.
Correct.
Much higher chance you're going to end up in drug addiction, alcoholism. So, should we put people in jail for selling drugs in the inner city?
Because they're a victim of their circumstance.
They're a victim of their circumstance.
Well.
In your opinion, what are your guys' opinions?
Well. So I mean, no, it's an interesting question that you raise, and I guess my response would be that the decision to sell drugs or take drugs.
He's talking about NyQuil
It's determined. Okay, so whether it's an environmental determinant, or whether you have a genetic proclivity to that, or whether you had parents who beat you, or whatever, there are determinant. There are causal factors that created that circumstance.
Yes.
Right. What I'm saying is, should you hold people accountable? The answer is yes, because that creates a set of environmental circumstances, which is one set of causal variables that affects whether people choose to do that or not.
Yeah, but shouldn't you, let's say that's true, but shouldn't you treat people differently? I'll give you an example. If you had somebody who's handicapped, they can't think through stuff. This is an actual case I read about. I don't remember exactly. It was a mother and her somewhat handicapped son. But he was like low IQ, like 90 IQ. Wasn't that smart? She talked her son into helping her kill her ex-husband or her boyfriend, and he did it. I feel like justice is you treat him differently because he has an IQ of 90, he's influenced by the mom. You can't see him the same as a completely cogent person. So if we agree on that,
you have to agree with the other.
Thank you. Rome's right. Then you should agree that people in the inner city who grew up in horrible circumstances shouldn't go to maximum security prison for selling. But that's what happens.
I agree. I totally agree.
You have 3 strikes in California.
Just to go on the record, I'm for legalizing all drugs. All of them.
No.
If I want to take cocaine, blow my brains out, that's my prerogative. But we're not going to have a government welfare program that takes care of me if I blow my brains out.
Right. So there wouldn't be health care for you if you do that.
Nope.
So do you believe there should be universal health care?
No, not at all.
Not government paid for.
It's none of the government's prerogative.
So who should take care of the elderly and the sick, in your opinion?
Their families, philanthropists.
What if they don't have what about churches?
Churches.
What if they don't have that? And we end up with some people. What if you have people in poverty and everybody's poverty? Do you leave them?
There's no perfect system this side of eternity.
Here's the thing. I actually
There's no
feel,
perfect system.
I actually feel like if we actually go to your system that you think is like ideal system for you, you would see all these edge cases and you would want to create a system to take care of them. Like, because we cannot.
Yeah, it's called philanthropy. It's called caring. It's called community. It's called all sorts of things that our centralized bureaucratic system has destroyed.
What's the difference between?
By the way, on the record, I'm gonna go on record. I 100% agree with Joel on this. So I'm taking a political stand, and I'm gonna give you real facts that have been proven over and over. Projects. I grew up quite a bit in North Carolina around housing projects. Okay. When I moved to North Carolina, we literally moved next door to a housing project. My bus pickup was in the middle of the housing project, and that's how I learned to play basketball. All my friends. It's funny. I had two sets of friends. I got to know through church, like Zach and Rick and these people, and then I had these inner city friends that I played basketball with. And those projects were not, they should be burned to the ground. And they've done a lot of studies on both sides. In New York City, when they built these towers, my dad's from Harlem. I asked my dad from Harlem and my aunt, who just died at 99 years old. She's been there. She was born in 1917, I think, in Puerto Rico, and then came to New York. She said, when I grew up, we were poor, but we didn't know it. We had a mom and a dad, and she's like, we got one pair of clothes a year, but we thought everybody did. And then the housing projects came in the 60s and 70s, which they meant well.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you took that away, and these things are the worst. My sister's husband works in Harlem, and he's like, Ty, you have no idea what goes on in these projects. He's a painter. He's like, these are hell holes, and people are trapped in it. He doesn't even like to talk to people. He goes fishing. He's like, I work Monday through Friday. He's like, you know how many people I see get killed? This. So you mean well,
Yeah.
but you ruin everything. You can't. And that's
what happens with government projects.
Yeah, but you can't look just at edge cases, because what Joel's saying, as I agree with, if you try to remove all edge cases being one family that starves to death, you end up causing mass poverty for 5,000 other people. So somebody has to.
And beyond
So you're
that,
saying there's no system where nobody starves to death and takes care of the middle of the building.
Blockchain might be able to do it.
Well,
See, blockchain makes it all automated and smart contracts and things we're talking about.
Performance driven.
If there's no, as long as there's humans, there's people taking kickbacks in the projects.
Yeah, I mean,
When there's people and greed and mating, which people want status and money, they're stealing from the poor. So when you do these government
So we came back to robots making decisions.
Well, at the end,
I got robot.
At the end of the day, you can't have charity that is based in violence. And if you don't pay your taxes, see who gets violent. So ultimately, all government charity comes at the end of a gun. The sheriff.
They collect taxes.
They collect taxes.
That's what Joel does. That's what a libertarian like Joel does.
So you can't ultimately have charity that is dependent and predicated on violence.
It's enforcement, I call it.
If you don't pay your taxes,
enforcement,
and then eventually they start taking things from you, and you don't come out of the house, they come in with guns.
Yeah, which is I'm saying.
And if you fight back, they
so
shoot you.
basically, let's put it this way.
So they're going to come in and take my possessions and give it to somebody else that somebody 1,000 miles away in an office has determined is more deserving of it than letting me spend it the way I want to. And that's charity?
Well,
So
here's okay. So let me just add a point here to this, because I think what Joel's saying, and translated into my bizarre language, is that it
has something to do with copulating.
Copulating. That it violates our evolved psychology. So we did evolve in small group living. Okay. And in small group living, conflicts arose. how did they resolve themselves? Well, one is, okay, you fuck my wife, I'll kill you. Okay, violence is one. But the other is, there are the village elders. You know, so this person, you know, came on my land and stole my shit, and so I appeal to the village elders, and so they confer, and then they pass a judgment. So it's all a very local situation. So what we do is we have this evolved psychology that's designed for small group living. We transplant it into this weird modern world where we have bureaucracies and other weird shit that's making decisions for us.
And very big.
Yeah, and it's evolutionarily unnatural. And this is where I agree with you on this issue. You know, it violates our sense of justice. So even things like welfare. Now, some people, this taps different aspects of our evolved morality. Some people say, well, I don't want people sponging off my stuff. I work hard for my money, and these other people are not working, and they're just sponging off me. Okay, that's one. It's a reciprocal violation. Okay, free riders. We have an evolved mechanism against free riders. We don't like that. But then there's another set of our evolved psychology that is more altruistic.
Yes,
That is,
yes.
it's called need-based transfer. Okay, you're run through a hard time in your life. I'm going to help you. The village is going to help you because when you're running through a hard time in your life, we're going to help you. And there's a kind of what's called indirect reciprocity. There are different terms for it. And so, but different political groups highlight one or the other aspect of our evolved psychology.
Yeah, so Democrat, liberal, and I'll tell you this to throw that out. You know, another thing people do, most politics is personality types. It's personality. People who gravitate towards being a Republican or conservative, they are of one type. They probably have lower open. They've done studies on this, and the Hexaco score: lower openness to new experience, lower agreeableness, lower forgiveness, and that. So part of the thing that's good about America is you have these parties that bring out both sides. The part that wants justice. Hey, you work for your money. I'm not going to give you. And then I call it the father and the mother instinct. So to me, Republicans, and this sounds a little gender, sexist, whatever. Republicans are more the father side. You fall, you trip, the dad says, life's tough, get up. But you also need a mother that goes like, let me come cry on my shoulder. So a lot of the Democratic principles are nurturing. It's like, look, you know, Donald Trump came in and cut Meals on Wheels. A lot of people are like, okay. The Republicans are like, why should we have to help Meals on Wheels? And there's a part of me that's like, elders should be taken care of by their kids. But there's also a part of me that's like, do we have to cut that? Couldn't we cut a little bit of military thing? Do we have to start with Meals on Wheels? So I honestly think we literally spend our life arguing over our personality types, just like you say.
Right.
We're a little more aggressive, so we're like, bigger military.
Well, we might tolerate a little bit of welfare if they wouldn't call it charity, because if I say, I'm going to give your money to that guy, that's not me being charitable.
Right.
So let's.
Right.
You can't really.
But there are externalities. I mean,
But I bet you should.
If I give my money to him, that's charity.
But see, just to, I'm sorry to reiterate my point here. So, the Ache in Paraguay, they have a food sharing system.
It's a tribe.
Okay, so hunting. Okay, you think, well, the good hunter gets a bigger share of the meat. They don't.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The good hunter, all the meat from the hunt gets pooled, and there are central distributing systems, and they distribute it basically based on family size and need. Okay. Not true of gathering. This is the interesting thing. Hunting is a high variance resource. Gathering is not. Gathering is based on how much effort you put in to get. And so what I gather, I'm going to keep for me and my family.
So you're saying gathering tribes are different than hunting tribes?
No. Ache are both.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm saying, but the
commodities are
the meat resources. So if you're a hunter, you're going to be successful 1 week. You're not you go 2 weeks with no meat. Okay, that's why they pool it. So high variance resources they pool and share communally. Low variance resources that are dependent on your own personal labor that you keep for yourself and your family. And so that
So that would be in our society, would the parallel be like entrepreneurs who kind of got lucky.
So it's like it's
Mark
literally
Zuckerberg
it's like
didn't
tax
just get-
system. You hit more than $1 billion a year like revenue.
You should have to
You
give
should
more.
have to hire more because you
Mark
can't
Zuckerberg didn't work so much harder that he's worth $70 billion. But you can also play the devil's advocate. He worked smarter, so it's now not just.
But it doesn't matter. You can say the same thing about a hunter. It's actually all nutrient density of what you bring in. So gatherers bring like berries versus meat, which is very nutrient density dense.
So he's
that
not
would be,
saying it's that. He's not saying.
I'm saying it's a
he's saying it's the
high-
variability.
yeah, it's a
Sometimes you could be a
high
great
variance.
hunter and nothing walks by, you're blind.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you capture big prey occasionally. That is like hitting
$1 billion,
Facebook.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because you can't replicate that thing. But so that has to be taxed. And if it is like normal labor, it shouldn't be taxed.
Right. The footnote to this, though, is that the good hunters, they
status.
benefit in other ways.
Better status.
Two ways. Yeah, status.
Get
So one is.
Well, come back to me.
So and everything. And it all. Okay, so
The ultimate
the
incentive.
good hunter takes a piece of the.
We are gonna tax you, but you get all the women.
No, so the good hunter takes a piece of the prime rib and gives it and says, "Bring this to my mistress before I go back and distribute it centrally." So first of all, so the good hunters,
The mistress.
the
Okay.
good hunters have more mistresses, and second, there's competition to keep the good hunters in the group, and so other people are motivated to take good care of the children of the good hunters. So they take the splinters out, they make sure they're well fed, etc.
So that they don't leave to go to another group.
Exactly.
The kids.
Exactly.
are-
Because
yeah.
So they don't break off from the Presbyterians and become Methodists.
There you go.
hunters
Or
are
leave
high
America and go to
demand.
Canada.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So there are
the same.
benefits, they're just not, the hunter doesn't get directly a bigger chunk of the meat, but there are other
There-
indirect benefits.
There.
But the thing that I would say, just speaking to Joel too, on top of that is, if you just do a mental experiment, what if you switched it to, let's just take one thing. You got rid of you got rid of welfare. So the question would inner cities, or rural places, would they get worse than they are now? It can either stay the same, get worse, or get better. That's the only three logical.
I mean, how can it get better? How can inner cities?
How can it get worse? You mean?
No, that's fine. How can it get better? How can removing universal health care?
Let's do welfare.
Inner
Because
cities.
healthcare. Let's do welfare. You get rid of welfare. People respond to rewards, and one thing that Charlie Munger says: beware of perverse incentives. So, for example, if you're paying per child that people are gonna have more kids.
Right.
If you get more welfare, guaranteed. That is common sense.
Okay, but
Excellent.
what I would introduce, and I totally agree with that, absolutely people are, but one of the things that is critical that people don't take into consideration is the point I raised just a second ago, which is the variance. In inner cities, in the projects, what you have is high variance in resources, okay? Partly due to drugs or whatever. So you have some people driving around in the Rollses.
Yeah.
And other people, going to McDonald's. When you have high variance in resources, what that creates is, in male psychology, I'm going to do the risk taking to gain, because I want to get the high resource.
That's why there's more
Okay.
crime.
Yeah, by male. So this is the fascinating study. He said, well, poverty causes X. Well, it causes X in different ways in male brains and female brains. Cause male brains to take the risks. The women aren't taking the risks, or at least not as much in those circumstances. So I think the variance in resources is a critical part of the causal explanation for these things.
But
So
if you
this-
give, there's not enough money. If you look at the math, you can't just take all the money. If you took all the money from Bill Gates, it doesn't help. If you gave every penny he had,
Okay.
let's say let's take Bezos, $100 billion, and there's 300 Bezos, Jeff Bezos. You give $100 billion to 330 million people. How much dollars is that?
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you do the math right now. If you take U.S. welfare and give it to every person in the U.S., it's thousands of dollars.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. It's $25,000 per person in the U.S. our current expenditure. And where does it go?
Wait,
so
welfare-
I would like to bring in one other.
$25,000 a head?
Yeah, every American. You take the budget, divide it by the number of Americans, and it's like $25,000 a person. I mean, it's way up.
Can't be. GDP of the United States is $45,000 a head. Pretty sure about. Okay, I'm gonna look this up because the entire GDP of the United States is.
Maybe it's not 25, but it's it's big.
Few thousand, I believe.
It's
Couple
big.
thousand,
It's
yeah.
big. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me inject one other thing. We're taking a contextual, a multi-threaded context, and trying to strip out one little issue, welfare. Okay. In holistic thinking, you can never strip out from a context one little thread because everything relates to everything, and so you can't just deal with one. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So, I would just like to inject the fact that in most inner city, especially crumbling inner city situations, Detroit being the number one example, perhaps St. Louis being number two. St. Louis has lost 50,000 in population every 10 years since 1950. Okay, so if you go to St. Louis today, you will find fully excavated expressways that are now grass fields. They've got actually community gardens on ramps that were excavated for expressways that they abandoned because the Rust Belt. Okay, here's my deal. You can't just look at this as a single issue thing. Let's take the extreme example of the single mom of four in a food desert. I mean, in my term, food desert is a big deal. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of those are in very crumbling areas. I mean, Baltimore has 200,000 acres in the city. St. Louis has more than that. Detroit has, I don't know, like 2 million in the city of Detroit. If the single mom of four who had an entrepreneur who came to a Knowledge Society conference on a scholarship
Sponsorship.
because somebody
Promo.
sponsored and said, here's an up and comer, we're gonna sponsor 3 minority single moms from Detroit to come to the Knowledge Society Entrepreneurial Conference. Okay? And she comes and she drinks the Kool-Aid. I mean, goes home and says, man, I'm gonna start a food business in my precinct. So she goes to a vacant lot and she puts in a garden and she gets some chickens and rabbits and she starts making, pot pies in her apartment and selling them to the people in the complex.
City government stops, right?
Within 30 minutes, she's going to have 10 bureaucrats knocking on her door saying, this isn't zoned commercial. You've got to have a fire extinguisher licensed on the wall. You've got to have handicapped parking, handicapped access, bathrooms, a HACCP plan, all right? Approved electrical, a fire code approved. The fact is that freedom and liberty enable way more people than taking the few extreme examples of who doesn't get helped in freedom and liberty and trying to create a bureaucracy to be a security net for every conceivable extreme in the issue. It's not perfection or horrendous. It's weighing the risk benefit of 2 imperfect systems, and I would suggest that in aggregate, the falling through the cracks element of people in a freedom-based system is going to be less, and people will be more affirmed and empowered in that system overall than a bureaucratic system that's centralized, trying to make sure that not a single person falls through the cracks.
And going back to the blockchain will solve a lot of this stuff. Less people will fall through the cracks. There's other ways. Big government. Look, this is where, Joel, you will like cryptocurrency because you're learning about it, as you said.
Right.
Cryptocurrency hates centralized stuff.
Right.
It blames most problems on centralized, which maybe is an extreme thing. But I wrote a tweet today that kind of hit me in the shower. As I study history, basically, we follow crazy people. When I read from a personality standpoint, from what I've learned from you, Dr. Buss, like Adolf Hitler is a classic narcissist and probably psychotic and probably Machiavellian. Stalin was extremely Machiavellian. You know, Mao Zedong, have you ever read about Mao?
Yeah.
Mao Zedong killed the most people of our time, way more than Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
50 to 100 million people, way more than Stalin.
Yeah.
He may be the most narcissistic person. You don't even have to know what narcissism is. I read there's this new anthology of him. It's a biography. Probably the most narcissistic human to walk this planet. So what happens in centralized power, because he got centralized, he like ran all over China.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Stalin run all of it wasn't USSR, all of what we call Russia. And then in Hitler, all of Germany and Central Powers. There's huge problems. And one of them is just the people who want to control are the worst people. And I think the same thing happens even in the US.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst are rising to the top. I mean, no offense to Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or Obama. They're not the best people. There could be a lot better people. I'm not saying who the worst or the best. I guarantee
In the last election, I don't know when I heard more people say, we have 330 million American citizens, and this is the best we can do.
Only two. Really? BS. I meet people that are sharper, but the problem is, in a centralized, it selects for certain traits. For example, who's the best campaign person? Why do you want somebody who's good at campaigning? That's completely separate than who's good at debates.
Administration.
Even debates. That's like debates bring out people that are great at debating.
Yeah.
Not necessarily being great at president.
Yeah.
So this is what I was saying. The blockchain might be the answer to every conversation we're having, where it will just remove that whole thing.
Could you unpack that? How will that?
So I'll give you a practical thing. This is just a simple, not a complicated. Right now, unfortunately, a lot of people don't go to vote, right? So democracy works when a large number of people vote. What percentage of people actually go to the polls? I mean, to the voting station. Do you know?
It was higher than what I thought it would be. I think it's like 25 to up to 50%.
I was going to say 35 to 40.
I thought
Yes. So let's say 30.
It's that good? 50%. It's
So
less
why is
than
35 good? 35 is not good.
Yeah, no. That's
35 not. You'll
Yeah.
get more accurate when you have more. I think, what if it was as easy as everybody in America votes by going on their iPhone? It's completely it's highly secure. It's unmanipulated. You can't manipulate. It would be almost impossible because everybody could see the transactions on an open ledger and everybody votes. Now, you might say that doesn't matter that much. Well, maybe not in America, but it matters in a lot of countries in the world where Idi Amin or Putin. How many times has Putin won in Russia? He wins. How long has he been president for? Putin's always president.
What you're suggesting is a blockchain type system.
Yeah, because Putin's cheating. Everybody
decentralized.
Decentralized. Everybody in Russia who has a phone.
No human can impact.
And you can't go to a station where there can be people watching and and it's just anonymous and everybody feels that way. People are gonna vote. So maybe not as much
Ability for the bullshit is lower.
It's almost impossible to manipulate.
Even rewarding, like even welfare or all these things.
Yes,
if you're on blockchain, it's like
You know how many people are collecting Social Security on an uncle's Social Security number that's been dead for 30 years?
Right.
This kind of thing happens all the time. I mean, just think about money. If you had a whole bunch of money in your bank account, and you told anyone in your neighborhood, here's 3 rules to get the money. If you have a runny nose, if you haven't had a job for a month, and people are gonna figure out how to get that money. They're gonna put something on their nose that makes it rough.
kid, that's another one.
Yeah, have a kid. And people just gonna start doing that. People respond to rewards. This is the free will thing. If you ever want to argue free will,
This isn't free will. This is called free riders.
Free riders.
Adaptation is to be free riders when it's to our advantage.
Incentives.
To be free riders.
yes, but we could eliminate all that. Then you could go deeper with it. For example, I mean, if you want to hear me get super far out on politics, I have seen a system that works. It sounds outrageous to say. The only system I've ever seen of leadership that works pretty well, and when I say pretty well, 10 times better than ours, is how they used to do it in the Bible or how the Amish still do it. You can't want to be a pastor. It's impossible to become a leader of an Amish community. It's impossible. If you've, from your childhood, aspired to be the pastor that runs the community, the bishop, first, so this is how they do it. They have a nomination. All the adults, male and female, vote for who they want to nominate. Okay? So in the Amish community, nobody wants to nominate you. They'll never vote for you if you're like campaigning. They don't value that.
Right.
But even if they did, if you convince all the Amish to vote for you because you're a smooth talker, so they vote, they usually nominate like 4 to 6 people. They literally take straws,
out of a hat,
put it in the middle or a hat, and they pick one out. That's how you should have leaders. That's why, like in Israel, everybody goes into the army. If you want good police officers, there is zero solution to our current police system of, if you think there's police brutality, the only simple solution is you have a blockchain application that literally selects who has to be a policeman for 2 years. It's like a draft. And then you'll get some nice
So you
people,
don't
some
have
mean
professional people who live their lives with authority.
And who do you think
And they
now
rotate
applies
in and
to
out of
be at the,
authority.
people who do you think applies for the police department? Ain't normal people. There's a few, 1 out of 10.
TSA.
TSA. But I'm just politics. We should be run by people that don't want to be politicians because that's what's his name say? W.C. Fields. I do not want to be part of any club that will have me as a member.
Yeah, it was
That's W.C. Fields. Groucho Marx.
Yeah.
So what happens is, if I study history, General Custer was one of the most narcissistic people in history, and he led. People don't realize Custer. Last Stand was a disaster for America. It caused the Native American wars. We went to war against it's all these bad things about America. You go through history, even George Washington, not to be controversial. I know some people here love George Washington, but George Washington, he had his slaves, and I just read the story of Ona Judge, who she ran away. He moved to when he was president, he went to it was free. And she ran away, and he hunted her down. So,
the Whiskey Rebellion was the first time American troops were used against American citizens, right in George Washington's day, and it was because the Western farmers in Pennsylvania figured out how to take apple nutrition to Philadelphia via brandy. George Washington had the biggest brewery, the biggest distiller. Thank you, distiller. That's what the word I was looking for. In America at the time, and he didn't like all that brandy coming in from Western Pennsylvania. But in a day before refrigeration, that was the only way to get apple nutrition in a bouncy ox cart to Philadelphia for a week. You couldn't send apples; they'd all been bruised and mushed. So you made brandy, and you could send bottles and preserve the nutrition in bottles. But Washington didn't like the competition, and he thought they were making an end run around him, and so let's go.
Remember this: absolute power corrupts absolutely every time. And so what I'm saying is, all these questions to me are common sense. If we make absolute power around universal health care, something's gonna get corrupt up there. First of all, as far as I know, Obamacare forced people to buy insurance from a private company. There's zero chance there's not some corruption. Imagine getting that contract with Obama. There's no way. If that was on the blockchain, or even Donald Trump, what was the thing in Puerto Rico? There's one company, this small firm in Wisconsin, got the rights to rebuild all of Puerto Rico for like hundreds of millions.
Yeah, I mean, they revoked that, but yeah.
Yeah, they revoked it because it got out.
Right.
Oh boy, trust me.
It hadn't gotten out.
Oh,
No,
man. Look, I'm a businessman.
$35 million contract.
I'm a businessman. If I'm friends with Obama, And I got a healthcare company, and Obama's like, "Hey, I'm gonna do a healthcare thing." I'm gonna be like, "Man, I haven't seen you in a while.
I happen to
Have I told you about my great company? Look, they couldn't even get a website up. They built the world. Remember that website?
They were like $25 million.
25 million,
website.
and it crashed. I could build that myself.
Yes.
We could build this for it. How much should a website like that?
$7,000.
Yes, it should cost $7,000. Centralized power is a disaster.
But realize again, in context, why did we have a dysfunctional healthcare system? It's because
everybody's junk food.
Well, no. You back up. You start backing up, and what you find is the wage controls that FDR put in as all part of the new interventionist New Deal. Employers didn't have a way to reward workers because they couldn't wage control. They couldn't pay them more. So they're looking around. Well, how can we reward this good guy over here? Oh, we'll buy him health insurance.
Right.
And so the whole idea of an employer, of a worker being entitled to health insurance through his employer was an artificially manipulated context created by manipulation of Franklin Delano, what I call him Rooseveltsky, nice communist, at that time.
Well, think about ethanol, the most harebrained idea to save the planet.
Yeah.
Well, the main thing destroying the soil is corn, how it's grown now. It's like even no-till corn is a nightmare. But they're plowing up the Brazilian rainforest, the Argentina pampas, all this stuff to grow ethanol, which then to save the planet. So it's like, let's destroy the planet 2 steps and then bring it back 1 step.
But here
that was centralized though.
Yeah, here again, I don't have a problem philosophically with ethanol. If it's part of a holistic, multi-speciated, system. The problem is that when you have government subsidies to go out and build a $100 million plant, that infrastructure then dominates the decision making, the whole decision making freedom of however far out in a radius it has to go from that plant to feed that plant. So our infrastructure determines what we do. It doesn't matter whether we need ethanol, whether it is valuable, whether it destroys the soil or anything. By gum, we built that $300 million facility, and we're going to make sure that keeps going. And that's why our single-use industrial scale infrastructure comes back to haunt us because it's not retrofittable, and we become emotionally and economically dependent on it, and it then controls our decision making for the next foreseeable.
Yeah, I mean all these things.
But a backyard ethanol facility where a guy's got 4 or 5 acres and that's wonderful. That should be part of a multi-dimensional.
Yeah, but not plowing up 2 million acres of pampas. One guy on a huge tractor.
No.
But that I'm telling you, you'll like this, Alex. The end of the day, everything comes down to money. Unfortunately, for people, money. It's like if you sniff all the way back through, like Whiskey Revolution, war, It's like you always end up sniffing right to a pile of dollar bills. It's like, okay, that I could something smelled in here.
Yeah.
So
I do like that you're not red or blue, but you're green. I appreciate that.
I'm libertarian. Is that what you would consider?
No,
me?
I mean it's
Joel. You've had an influence on me. I'm probably
not green environmentalist, but green. I mean, you're green money. In other words,
green to money.
You might be red.
What color is cryptocurrency?
Yeah. It's transparent.
Digital.
It's transparent. Light.
Joel and I are going to make a decision of our own free will to stand up and walk out of this room, and the rest of you are going to have to sit here and wait till your neurons bump up against each other.
No, this is a once in a lifetime conversation.
I know.
We need to have some Red Bull for you. Red Bull will alter your neurons.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Or would lift your spirit.
There you go. Oh no, I didn't say in a short order we would do that. I'm just saying.
Oh, you're just saying at some point. I thought you were saying enough of this
No, no, no,
nonsense
no, no.
conversation.
I am done with you guys.
I need more Dr. David Buss because Dr. David Buss sometimes forgets how smart he is and just said stuff as if we're all supposed to be like, oh yeah. He's like the dualistic Cartesian, everybody. And I see him like stop because no one's responding, and we're like, but we don't know exactly what that means.
He's expecting you. Yes, that's exactly what I think about when I think about the coexistence of physical and
even him when
spiritual
he's giving his
things.
explanations.
I literally am going to use this on dates going forward. I'm like, yeah, you know what?
Exploit
I'm not-
coalitional psychology, I think was a phrase.
No, but what the best part is he was trying. We weren't getting his point, so he was making it with the same terms he did before. And we still wasn't getting it. He was like, the variance. And we're all like, that still doesn't prove the point because we don't understand you. So he said the same thing twice. He was like,
yeah, exactly.
That's not the way to explain something people understand.
Okay.
We need the only thing that would make this better, Zach. We need Ben Shapiro.
Oh my.
And Mike and Michael Knowles
And Rush Limbaugh.
Oh God.
Yeah. It would just make it awesome.
But we need somebody in the spirit of fairness.
Right here.
Who would be somebody that is a good representing the Democratic side? You got to always have all sides.
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher.
Who? Bill? Oh no.
Bill Maher?
So, what's his name?
Rome. Who do you think makes good?
Read Michael Knowles' book, and you'll find some suggestions.
So, Dr. Buss, would you say you are more Republican or Democrat?
Neither, actually.
Okay. Libertarian?
Yeah. Well,
communist?
I don't know. I don't
Because you have to fit one of these labels, or our brain will blow.
Definitely not communist.
Good, you're a Republican.
Although, have you ever read Karl Marx? I'm telling you, Karl Marx is one of the most intelligent. That guy, I can see why communism took over half of the world. You read it, and you're kind of like, it is kind of exploitation of labor. I hire people to work for me, and they get paid less than they're worth to me. If I can get an employee who does marketing and makes me $1 million, and he only wants 50 grand, I'm like, yay! I mean, honestly, I'm just trying to be fair. So when he says there's an exploitation of labor, I mean, it becomes semantics. And this, Joel, I'm going to tell you something. I want to steer this. I want to hear your smart people's opinion. The honest solution, which probably will never happen, will be a return to small village life. You called it, what did you call it? Small group living?
Yeah.
So one thing I heard from Joel, which when I was there at 19 and I've now lived out, cities cause a lot of problems. Now, to be fair, cities cause a lot of increase in creativity, and there's a lot of good things out of it, but centralization of people causes a lot of problems too. Whether it's how we grow food, one of the reasons common sense is gone, it's because when you're detached from simple things like I grow my own food, when there's half the kids in the inner city do not really know that yogurt comes from cows. I promise you that. When you get that detached from reality, it makes sense that you're detached from lots of realities. And so common sense, as I see as an entrepreneur, I just realized if you want to make $1 million a year now, there's so many tools. It's basically like a series of probably about 300 common sense decisions. What am I good at? Okay, I'm going to build, what do people want? And I see people detached from that. This older guy came to my house. He's probably like 65 or 70. And he's like, I made an app. I retired. I made an app. I need your opinion. And so I looked at the app. It was probably the worst idea. It was like solving a problem no one cared about. It's like underwater basket weaving app. Okay? And I was like, did you put a lot of money in building this? He's like, I put my entire life savings of $1 million. I told him, you just lost all your money. So that's a detachment from common sense. A simple farm kid, I feel like, who grew up connected and had to, okay, the barn door fell off the house. I got to get hinges. They can do like this sequential, logical stuff.
Okay, I need that. The barn's half a mile away, so let me make a list for myself. So I walk there, do this. All that's lost. It's just, I'm telling you, Joel, it's lost. It doesn't matter if I hire somebody. I have somebody working for me who has an Ivy League degree. They make the worst decisions by far of anyone I've hired. And PhDs I've hired. It's like, it's no relevance. You're a smart PhD, but it's uncorrelated. You have a PhD because you were smart. It's not the other way. The PhD didn't make you smart.
It is because people are protected. So your survival does not depend on making good decisions anymore. Therefore, you've been making terrible decisions all your life, and you somehow are here, still here. You have not died.
Yes.
Therefore, you just never learn how to make good decisions.
Yeah, because discernment is like a muscle.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
discernment
is.
has to be exercised. If it's not exercised, you love this time. I did a speech in the Canary Islands. They brought me over there to do a speech, and it was shortly after the election. And of course, if you remember the election, this is the Trump-Hillary election. If you remember the map of the U.S. and the red and the blue, I mean the map looks almost red.
Mm-hmm.
The blue is on the west. It's totally coastal.
Yeah.
And it's totally urban. When they did it by whatever, by county or precinct, you know, blue is completely urban and red is completely rural. And so at this conference, it was all about living sustainably, and they had, you know, cities that have put in no motorized vehicles for 3 days, you know, and it was very interesting. But for sure, all of the big wheels that were speaking, they were Wendell-Berry, you know, extolling the virtues of the agrarian mind and farmers and indigenous wisdom and people that work the earth, and how whatever commonsensical they are versus Monsanto and the scientists in the laboratory. Are you with me? Okay, so this was a demeanor. This was a lot like a, you know, a kind of thread, you know, through the okay. So no, for the record, I didn't vote for Trump. Okay, I didn't vote for Hillary either. Anyway, I was a libertarian, which I've done for many elections. So anyway, so we're having dinner, and they start. I mean, I'm the only American at this table, and you know, there's Canary Islands, there's a guy from Netherlands, France, all, and they just start. How can you even go back to America? Yeah, and they just start just haranguing on the election and Trump, and you know, how these people could be so stupid and all this stuff. So I just let this conversation run for a while, and I asked him, I said, you know, the thread of this conference, all of you guys have been saying how people that are close to the land and on the land and farm, you know, how they're better stewards, they have more understanding, you know, yeah. So have you seen that map of the election? Yeah, I said, where's the Trump votes? It's in rural America, where the farmers are. And they just...
You messed up their conversation.
I did, and they hated me.
He was asked to leave the Canary Islands.
Yeah. I mean, it was...
Persona non grata. Your passport. It's no good.
It was just silence, and they just changed the subject and didn't... That was it.
Removed you from the agenda.
It was it. It was it. They couldn't come to grips with their own. Well, they've been had and they knew it. You know,
Zach just says liberals. That's how Zach explains that.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean, whether you did or not, I just.
But do you think
I just
Gary
find that
Johnson,
very
wasn't that the libertarian guy?
Yeah.
Wasn't he somewhat of a nincompoop too? I don't remember that. They were like, "Where is Africa?" And he's like, "What's that?" or something.
He was certainly not the best.
That's what I'm saying. Libertarians too centralized too. They have a freaking party.
Right.
So parties attract people that want to be
Yeah.
the. It's almost like it's almost ironic. I want to be the centralized leader of a non-centralized movement. It's libertarian of all of them should start by randomly picking somebody
or not randomly, but picking out of a pool.
Yeah, well, we just don't have it in our psyche, I think.
Blockchain.
Anyway,
Blockchain gonna change all this. I'm telling you, and this is better than AI. It's not artificial intelligence. It's like human. By the way, you know what I believe?
No,
it is
what we need is a new AI.
Yes, it is.
Agrarian intelligence.
Yeah, okay, or Joel, listen to this.
I couldn't help it.
Yeah, I know, forever. Or mating intelligence we could have. We have no collaborative intelligence is the one I bet everything on. I don't think it's gonna be cyborg machines. It's gonna be if you could connect all 7 billion people together, it will be more powerful than any supercomputer that's gonna come out in 100 years. There's no way Adolf Hitler would have come to power if everybody in the world voted. There's no way. Germans got tricked into it. The whole world would. Anyway, Dr. Buss, I have a question for you. Enough of me. I already know what I think. This is why I don't take too many stands, because then I say too much and I don't listen to other smart people. So,
see, I thought you were going to say something different by what you were, the thread you started, which was that the group intelligence was greater than individual brilliance.
It is.
Okay, I thought that's the path.
That is the thread. That's what he says. It's actually
Okay.
that's what blockchain is. He tells me all the time.
Okay.
I still am kind of like you.
In 75 years, I'm gonna be like, I'll bet you all the money I have.
In 75 years.
No, I think Ty's right on this, and I've changed my view on it. Because I used to think, okay, it's the brilliant individual innovator, but when you go back in the history of science and the history of ideas, you realize that these brilliant innovators, yeah, they took a slightly larger step than the others, but that design space would have been discovered regardless.
Yes.
That's what we're doing is we're exploring design space.
I don't think it's brilliance. I think it's courage more than anything else. Basically, you have the balls to kind of like transcend a given construct of thinking. So everybody thinks one way. You just dare to think different.
No.
Or you
it's
say it.
But
Other
then,
people. Yeah, or that.
Yeah.
Like you
Right,
just
but that
dare to
doesn't
think
contradict this other notion that when you have, I mean, and it's the Darwinian process, kind of what you described, what you do with your ads. Like, say you have 50 different variants, 500 variants, and see which ones work.
Right.
Okay, so when you have 5 billion people producing variants, see which ones work, that's going to produce a more intelligent set of solutions potentially, or
It is a lot more
than the
than-
single brilliant, innovative scientists, but with the caveat that there are these brilliant, innovative scientists that do make a larger leap than most other people.
But they also caused a lot of the trouble. So people don't read enough history. They caused the trouble.
Yes,
they
but
caused big trouble.
I
Lions
think
innovators.
both of them are ways to move forward. So having a lot of people making a lot of mistakes to find the winners is one approach to win. Also having one person literally sitting down and figuring something out and making a big leap forward is another solution. Sometimes A works, sometimes B works. Both of them can work.
Yeah.
But think about this practical application. O.J. Simpson case, or this recent case that was so controversial in San Francisco, where this woman was killed by an illegal immigrant. What was his name?
Her name is Kate Stanley.
Yeah, Kate. It was like there was a hashtags about this woman.
Yeah.
You needed more people than 12 jury. You should have had 100,000 people vote on that. You would have got the right answer. You would have got the right answer. 12 people can be manipulated by lawyers. You cannot manipulate 100,000. 1 million people in 48 countries.
So
I guarantee you would have got the right thing. You would have displayed that on somebody's phone. You watch the thing. You watch the evidence on both sides. That's on the
So
blockchain.
you're saying the O.J. Simpson jury was manipulated?
Absolutely.
I'm shocked.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a second. I'm holding you out of one of the board. Yeah. I know personally some of the attorneys, and they told me they can tell you from insider information. One of the that there was a famous whispering O.J. Simpson to one of his lawyers. Do you know what the lawyer said?
I know.
He said, "I told you." He said, "On day one, I know you don't get it. I know how to make you innocent." Of course, you pay me enough money, you'd be innocent, my friend. Now, blockchain would have made it fair.
You cannot have 12 jurors. It's the right, they had the right idea in the 1700s or whatever when we came up with the Constitution, or even pre-American idea of the jury, but they didn't have technology. So you could only practically have 12 people.
No.
Now we have zero constraints on that. Have 50,000 smart people watch a 5-minute clip and vote globally. Guarantee you'll get more justice in this. You know how many people are getting injustice?
I agree with you, but also the fact that the jurors are influenced by shit that they shouldn't be influenced by. So they think eyewitness testimony is more reliable than DNA, and eyewitness testimony is like the worst, the most unreliable.
But 50,000 people, the old saying, it's like you could fool some of the people all the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Common sense kicks in at high numbers. High numbers is a beast. By the way, if you believe in American democracy, you really believe what I'm saying. It's the underpinning of America. You cannot have a centralized king. Nothing that smacks of that.
Concerned about, they said an informed electorate is the bedrock. So you're not concerned that you democratize so that you got 300 million, not 300 million, but 200 million, whatever, voting. You're not concerned that they're not informed enough.
Well, first of all, the media is the worst. What you got to deconstruct. You shouldn't have centralized media. That doesn't work. CBS, CNN, all these things, they're easy to manipulate. I promise you, I'm telling you this as somebody who doesn't even like politics that much. I know exactly how they get an article to the top. There's SEO manipulation of Google. So when you type in things get in the top. They phrase things, I'll give you the perfect example. This is something where I think they did Trump wrong. Okay, I'm not a Trump supporter or hater. This is the most ridiculous thing. Trump gets elected. A month later, I read this article and I'm like, wow, this is crazy. It said largest resignation of State Department heads in history. So I'm like, oh my gosh, all these smart people at the State Department are like, we're not going to handle. So I click on the article. First paragraph's like 2 people. 2 out of 5 or something, or 4 out of 5 people. He fired 3 of them. One of them was like it was his time to resign because it's the A. No, that's. But if you only read the top, so what you have to do is you cannot have a fair, modern media cannot be what we have now. It has to be lots of people paid a little bit, not one person paid a lot. Because one person paid a lot, we'll figure out how to get paid more. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and our media is not tough. You can't. That's why I don't like politics. I feel like I can't actually know what's going on. Does Donald Trump lay in bed all day? Say, one guy said he says he lays in bed all day and watches 6 hours of the news. Other people are reliable sources are like, the man's a hardworking dude. He's an entrepreneur. What am I supposed to believe?
Yeah,
I have to fly to the White House.
The criticism of Donald Trump, though, some of that you don't need to get it from the media. It comes from him. You make your own decision based on. You make your own decision.
Twitter is better
based on his own.
But Twitter, everybody says it's bad that Donald Trump has Twitter. I think it's good. It's decentralized. He just says what he wants to say. You can vote. You can read it and go, I like this guy or I don't like it. Why do we need an intermediary? I'm totally with Donald Trump on him being able to use and let him post outlandish things. Then you can decide whether you agree with his outlandish thing. That's actually Twitter is an example of blockchain. It's an ugly old version.
So what is the definition of blockchain?
So the new 0.0, like 1.0 would be like Twitter. Everybody gets an account and Donald Trump can just tweet for himself. So if you want to know what Donald Trump believes, if he says, I think Haiti is a shithole, that's his tweet. We don't have to hear secondhand. It's probably accurate if Donald Trump says it and he reaffirms it on TV on a video. Video would be a point of blockchain. If you see Donald Trump sitting there on a live thing going, I hate Haiti, you're getting it firsthand from them. Before that, we had like news reporters. Journalists, by the way, are one of the most correlated with psychopathy. Journalists highly related to psychopathic mental diseases.
CEOs.
So I still don't know what blockchain.
So 3.0. So 3.0 will be a new system, a newer system. For example, you know how they say like sources said Donald Trump lays in bed all day? Those sources will kind of be able to be anonymous, but not necessarily. So what'll happen is somebody will go on their phone who's an aide to Donald Trump. They'll say, Donald Trump is sleeping all day. They'll press submit. But there's 30 other aides who also see that message come through. And 29 of them go, bullshit, he does not. So the blockchain verifies that that first person's lying. None of us are there with Donald Trump, right? But if 29 of his aides anonymously can say that other one is bullshit, then we discard it. It's not news. So it's verification.
So it's a way of increasing the accuracy of the information.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, which you know is the most important thing.
way.
In a way that's hard to hack.
We are not.
You would have to go pay off all 29 aides, which we know is hard. If you start slipping $100 to one of them, maybe you can keep them quiet. If I go and try to pay, we know what is that? The cartel effect. You know, then economics. When you ever have a cartel, if the cartel's too big, someone will cheat. So someone will take it and go, "Hey, I just got paid $100. Tried to slip me $1,000." So by me having to corrupt that system of 30 aides having to verify a piece of information, I'd have to pay off 30, which becomes very hard. Now imagine there's a here's a blockchain application. 200 years ago, you're like, Alex shot Joel for no reason. There's no cameras. Alex is very convincing. Joel is dead. Nobody's in the room. How do we know? If Alex is convincing with a great lawyer, he walks free. But what if there's video cameras everywhere? That's what changes things. Video cameras. Now we see Alex stand up over Joel. There's audio. I hate you. Boom.
Right. That's why
it goes to jail. That's blockchain 1.0 with a video camera.
Okay. Yeah,
but what if it's better? We know videos aren't everywhere, but what if blockchain's everywhere? Everywhere. Police brutality. Well, you know these cameras on.
Rodney King got beat, and they still was acquitted the first time.
That's because it was 1.0 blockchain, and so what they said was you didn't see what happened before. That's how the whole that was the big thing. They were saying the guy was on PCP before we turned the cameras off. He was throwing us all around, all this stuff. But imagine it was 24/7, a way to verify that couldn't be corrupted. That any of those. For example, any of those policemen could submit anonymously, dude, we're all lying.
So anonymously, but verifiably.
But verifiably, because other people have to. It's complicated, but the hashing.
Blockchain is everybody's.
So one person cannot vote many times. For example.
Body cam. Body cam.
So that's everybody blockchain.
The whole idea is that it's hard to get.
Right.
So hard to game. The whole concept is how to build systems that are hard to game.
Okay, I like it.
Oh, it's powerful. Like I said, just think of it as that analogy. It's a stupid analogy, but it kind of gets.
But it is also dumb and blunt. So when you put smart contracts in place, they don't depend on somebody making a great. It's like it just the hammer drops.
So there's a smart. Imagine justice that says if it's proven that you murdered somebody, automatically you're dying.
Yeah,
you're just dead.
So for example,
and it doesn't make mistakes.
So
that would stop murder more. If you knew.
Yeah, well, murder. That's why I advise people against murdering. Because
I incline in that direction too.
Primitive technology. There's about a 70% solve rate.
Really?
So, yeah. Wow. Highest solve rate of any crime.
Dr. David Buss wrote a book called The Murder Next Door. He is actually a world expert on murder. He didn't write from his personal experience, I don't think.
Right. That's important to clarify.
It's not, you don't have a lot of anecdotal experience.
Right.
So when the first time I murdered someone.
Right. Or the anecdotal experience I want to keep under wraps for now.
Until the blockchain comes.
I don't want to subject it to blockchain.
Do you think the world can ever go back to small groups? Because evolutionary mismatch is basically the problem with dating, love, marriage, business, depression. Almost everything that humans don't like are this evolutionary mismatch.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's some ways in which we do create small group living in modern urban context. So the effective group that we live in is not the millions or thousands, but our neighborhood and whatever. But I agree. I mean, I think the mismatch is a huge problem. Mismatches.
What do you think are the biggest mismatches if you had to fix one?
And Joel will probably relate to this. Low activity level. Okay, people don't get out and expend energy. A lack of
You mean
exposure.
like sitting in chairs or at a desk all night?
Yeah, they're not out. I mean, think of how our ancestors lived. Okay, they hunted, they gathered. They were outdoors all the time, active. Exposure to sunlight, living in groups, people that they trusted. Okay, kin groups, as well as non-kin groups that they trusted. That over time you learn to rely on because they were trustworthy. This is an issue that came up in your conference. Trustworthiness. And then food is another mismatch. You know, we're eating shit that is not good for us, and Joel's been trying to correct that. So those are the four that I would identify.
What about depression? Let's talk about that for a second. Do you think we're depressed somewhat because we've created this world that makes us more likely to be depressed?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those four things just to start with. So there are depression psychotherapies now that try to narrow the mismatches. So increase activity level, increase exposure to sunlight, hang out with people that care about you and you care about.
Physically.
Yeah.
Physically, not on
Right, right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because that's the worst thing. And I'll give you one common example. So, and I hear this. There's this a perfect couple. Okay, it's like they have two successful academics. They have two beautiful kids, and they post all their happy pictures on Facebook of their two beautiful kids. They're getting divorced now, and everyone's shocked. And I kept trying to tell people, what they post on Facebook is not what their lives are actually like. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, it is. But people think, oh, if only I could have that.
Yeah.
And this is an issue that I think came up in the conference today, in a slightly different context, and we do this with mates. Okay, we have a small amount of information about potential mates, and we interpolate positive values in the blank spaces where we lack information. So I don't know how emotionally stable this person, how dependable, how whatever, but when we fall in love with them, we get attracted to them, we think they have positive values on all those characteristics. The more we get to know them, we realize, no,
Yeah.
they don't. Actually, they're much lower on this set of things. So we create this weird, idealized set of beliefs about what people are and what they should
But
be.
if there was in a smaller group, let's say you grew up in a smaller town,
Yeah.
you knew everybody
Yeah, exactly.
from childhood.
Yeah.
You knew that was a dependable person from a good family,
Right.
so you had better info. See, it all comes down to information.
Yes.
You'd be more connected.
And in the modern world, information gets manipulated. It's
Well,
easy to manipulate.
And I would suggest even that there's another element, and that is scale. Scale isn't everything, but scale is something. Scale does change dynamics of a group, of your ability to know. Of
So you're saying when the
connectedness.
group's too big, you just
So
can't
you
handle
say
it.
you're asking David, can we go back to small villages? All right. Well, I would argue that's probably not likely. Okay, but I would go the other end and say, do we? I'll posit we're not going to go back to small villages, but then I would ask, do we have to have a Los Angeles the size that Los Angeles is?
Right.
I mean, is there some middle ground? Can we not have the art museums and the ball teams and whatever else, debating societies and theater? Can we not have that with a city that's half the size of LA? If half the population moved to Oklahoma and Nebraska. I mean, I'm just.
So do you think it'd be
I'm
better if
just saying.
Virginia, for example, was its own country?
If its own country?
Could it be? Let's say it was possible with technology, and you could self-regulate. There was a simple self-regulation. Would that'd be an example of smaller scale? America's 330 million people.
North Carolina, when I lived there, was like 8 or 10. Virginia's probably 10, 15 million.
Yeah, I think if we took 90% of what we've irrigated to the federal level and went back to the state with that level of autonomous control, I think it would be very, very different.
So now you're agreeing with what I said at the beginning, that my guess in 100 years is you won't have the same borders. There won't be a big United States.
Did you know this, that right now there are 33 states with active secession?
Yeah, California has one.
Yeah.
It was in the news.
Yeah.
I say we partition off San Francisco in its own place. Texas will be first.
Well, yeah.
Texas already is.
Well, yeah, there's Texas and there's Austin. Those are two different.
That's right. Texas is the San Francisco. Oh, yeah, Austin's the San Francisco.
Yeah,
People's
yeah.
Republic of
Yeah,
Austin.
one of the People's Republic.
Republic of Austin.
Well, now you're back to kind of the whole James Dale Davidson thing, the sovereign individual. Have you read that book?
I haven't.
He was the founder of the National Taxpayers Union. And he wrote a book. Oh, this has got some age on it now. Probably 25 years ago. It was one of the first big epiphany prophetic books that I read, The Sovereign Individual, and he talked about the rise and fall of the nation state.
Yeah.
And how the nation state is a very artificial human construct, that tribalism is the historic norm.
Yeah. Everything bad. You know why everything bad in Germany was after Otto von Bismarck made Germany come together, and then these guys went to war in 1914, World War I, 2/3 people were killed or maimed. Then 15 years there, Germany went after, and it was a nightmare. You know, when my grandma's parents was young, there was no Germany. There was Pomerania, Prussia. There was Moravia. There was my grandma's parents remember when there's no Germany.
And before that, there was the Huns.
Yeah, that was a different time. What do you think? Question, another controversial thing. Would the world be the income tax as we know it is new?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
150 years ago, there's no income tax. Should there be an income tax? Alex, do you have an opinion?
Yes.
Why?
Because of externalities. So the fact that I make an income comes at a little bit of cost that the environment and infrastructure around me provides to me. So I kind of pay back.
So
a
like
little
your
bit.
employees drive to work on a road, they destroy the
Therefore,
road a little bit.
Yeah, so I pay in so that the roads are paved, so that the infrastructure exists for me to make that happen.
Is there a better way to do that though than income tax? For example, tolls on the roads. So if your employees don't drive, why do you have to pay that? Or like the Amish, they don't use schools at all,
Because
or they don't use Social Security, but they
because
still have to pay it, and
it
they
is-
gladly do it. But it doesn't seem very fair.
Because it's not just use of infrastructure, it's also things like, taking care of orphan kids. So they're not using
that. That's
that-
not a big thing anymore. Just
Well, I mean, why not? Why not? No,
not a lot of orphanages. Alex is back orphan Andy.
So kids with bad families being taken care of.
Orphanages are definitely on the decline. They were bigger a while.
Well, we have foster care.
Foster
We don't
care.
really have orphans.
Foster care.
We have foster care.
Foster care.
Okay.
So that's not exactly use of infrastructure. It's investing in the future of humanity so that they can have output in the future.
But that's not the question. Should it be centralized in Washington, D.C., as opposed to
what? San Francisco's city government is a
No,
lot more.
the way the founders envisioned it and the way that it worked up until 1914 was the reason for the U.S. Census was to get a census of the states, because we are the United States of America. It's not a democracy, it's a republic. That's why I
Right.
never use the word democracy. You should never vote for anybody that uses the word democracy. It's a republic. And it's the United States of America. So the powers not specifically given to the federal government were by default given to the states. And so the states were allocated a federal amount per capita that could be collected however the state wanted to do it. If they wanted to do it with property tax, if they wanted to do it with income tax, if they wanted to do it with capital gains tax, it didn't matter. you know, they could do it with a sales tax.
Do you think that prisons work?
I don't know. I'm not a big. I'm not convinced of the empirical evidence on rehabilitation. Really, for most people, especially high on psychopathy.
So you're saying there's nothing that'll fix people?
I think I mean, it depends on the nature of the crime. For high psychopaths who are violent, you do want to put them away, I think, to protect innocent victims.
So you're saying it's not rehabilitation, it's
Yeah,
removal.
yeah, exactly.
It's like an asylum.
Yeah,
Where do they get the
for
candy?
someone who,
At the
I
ass?
think a lot of the
Where do they get it? Back or legs? I mean,
this is where I would agree with Joel on the drug
photos, it
issue.
looks
A lot
like
of people
it's ass.
get locked up for long jail sentences for drug crimes,
Yes.
and and I think that's absurd.
Yeah.
Waste of taxpayers' money doesn't do any good.
Well, look at the rapper that just Meek Mill just got. So here, Meek Mill has broken parole 3 times. He's a rapper, and one of them was for popping a wheelie on a motorcycle in Harlem. The second one is for breaking up a fight, which the police said was justified that he broke up, but he got involved in an altercation. And the third was turning himself into rehab for drug use.
I say
which violated.
25 years max.
No, he got put in.
Yeah,
but I'm saying he got put
yeah,
in like
yeah.
2.5 years
Wow.
of prison.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Which is just like.
Yeah.
But he's on probation for like 10 years.
Yeah, he's on probation for 10 years for something he did as a teenager. And then the more you're on probation, anything you do violates the probation.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing is the thing that I've learned with corresponding with all these prisoners is how many hurdles we put in front of them when they do get out. If they serve their service and they get out, they can't have this job, that job. They can't live within a mile of a school. They can't. I mean,
Or they can't be around individuals. certain individuals.
yeah, or children. Or, I mean, you name your thing. And my lands, we hear a lot about punishment, but can we hear about forgiveness once in a while?
It's a recipe to fail all over.
It is. And this poor guy, I mean, he's got family in Georgia that's ready to bring him. He's ready to farm. He's read, everything 10 times. I mean, he's a real brain. He was a U.S. Airways pilot. He's a sharp guy, and he can't get to where he has family and support, but he's not unique. This is everybody. They just arbitrarily. He's not from North Carolina. I mean, that's not where he has people now. His people are in Georgia. He needs to be in Georgia where he's got, family.
Oh, and they sent him to North Carolina?
Yeah. Yeah. That's where he was originally arrested. But that in 17 years, whatever, his friends, community, his marriage broke down, there's nothing there. They should send you to wherever you have support.
Right.
I don't care where it is.
So on that note, I'm going to send myself to bed.
Yeah.
But I want to say,
I think most of us are going to follow.
It's been fantastic. Ty,
Yeah.
thank you so much for organizing this.
Yes.
No, thank you guys.
An amazing event.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It really is.
People have time is undefeated, and it's 2:36 in the morning,
Yeah.
and everybody's slowly fading.
Yeah, it's very.
Alex was extremely talkative at the beginning. Slowly, the number of words per minute has gone to about 1 per hour. Orphanages and what's the last?
2 more hours. No Red Bull. I'm good.
You're liking it that much?
There you go.
Thanks for being involved.
Scientists say men want to get rich subconsciously because they know it improves their love life. So we never are trained social skills. So I'm going to show you, I'd say the biggest return, I'll give you an example. I went to a Berkshire Hathaway meeting years ago, my first one, and I sat way up high because it was hard to get seats. And I remember I always had mentors that told me to be social. And I didn't, who here is just, sometimes you don't feel social. You just want to be a veggie. I can see some of you just vegging out. Okay? And I was at this 8-hour thing. It starts, you get there at like 5 in the morning. You run. Has anybody ever been to Berkshire Hathaway? It's the biggest investor meetup in the world. You run through the thing to get, it's all these like, adult men hooing and hawing over Warren Buffett's talk. So I was tired. It ends around 3 o'clock. It was like 2:45, and I was like, and I'd been sitting next to this older dude, and I just, something in me, I was like, always be social. The asymmetrical return means you do this much energy, and you make that much return on your investment. So I was like, Ty, you sat next to this dude, talk to him. I don't remember what I said, but I started talking, and it was right when I had launched my brand on Book of the Day. It was before Here in My Garage. It was in 2013. I launched a newsletter. And at the time, I BCC'd 20 friends. I said, I'm gonna read a book a day, and I'm gonna summarize it for you. And I put 20 emails of just buddies of mine, and then I said, if you like this, forward this to a friend. It started to grow from 20 BCCs to about 150, 200 people. And I would send an email every day. It was a lot of work. I'd spend 3 hours a day reading a book and writing out a cool summary. Fast forward, 6 months into it, I'm at this meeting. I don't feel like being social. I'm sitting next to this dude. Now I still know him to this day. Start talking to him. Turns out I'm like, and we were high up, so I didn't think there would be like good people high up, because like all the billionaires were sitting down. You could see them all around Warren Buffett. And he goes, and I told him about my book of the day. I'm like, yeah, I do book summaries. He's like, oh, I love books. And I was like, you want to be, I used to have on my phone, my website of like, you want to sign up? I don't want to spam you, but if you put your, so he went on his website, put it in. No, it's way before MentorBox. It's about 3 years before that. So, I leave, sending out my daily emails. A month later, I get an email, a reply, and it was like, hey, I was the guy who sat next to you. Okay? And I could see like his name was also the domain. Okay, it turned out he's one of the richest guys in the world. He's like the #1 entrepreneur. I'm not sure if he's a multi-billionaire, but he's almost the richest guy in Germany. He was a German guy, had a thick accent. Sends me, I Google him, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm sitting. Then I told some friends who go to Berkshire Hathaway, like, oh, you were sitting by Warren Buffett's friend. I'm like, what? I'm like, typing. Keep sending my emails out. 2 weeks later, hey man, I want you to come to Germany. I have 14 CEOs. I'm gonna fly them all in, and I want you to give a talk. And I flew, and I remember, by the way, some people, I've talked about this, don't be a pussy with traveling. We're now sitting in a luxury chair in the sky. And people are like, I don't know, I have to go to the airport and wait. I'm like, bro, what planet are you on? Pop, 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 pop. People used to go, I just read the book about the guys that had to go from England under Argentina and come back. It was one of the biggest scandals in the 1800s. Like 400 men went, like 4 came back. Took them 12 years to get back. They all died. They were eating each other, all this shit. We can now go to London, and be back the same day almost, 24 hours. So I remember telling Maya, who's my COO now, but back then she was just like my right hand, and I was like, I have to be somewhere on Wednesday. And he invited me to speak on Monday in Bonn, Germany. And I remember my mentors were tough guys. They're like, don't be a pussy. I said, Maya, I'm gonna try experiment. I leave Sunday, land Monday, speak at night, fly back Tuesday for my Wednesday thing. I was like, I'm gonna try experiment. What happens if you just do a quick thing? It was a glorious meeting. I'm still friends with this guy. He's a powerful person. 2 lessons, talk to strangers, and don't be afraid to travel. I read books on the way, never think about travel. My next door neighbor in Beverly Hills, one of the richest guys in America, I was like, what's your secret? He built a big clothing brand, sold it to JCPenney. Rich guy, owns a lot of Beverly Hills, most expensive real estate in the world. And I asked him, he's in his 60s, I was like, what's your secret? What was your daily habit? He said, well, I'll tell you my weekly habit. Sunday, he's like, I had 8 kids. Sunday, I would get on an airplane at LAX. I'd fly to Milan, Italy. I would look at the styles, and I would come back on Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I could be with my kids Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and all of the morning Sunday before I flew again. I was like, well, that sounds like a tough trip. How often do you do it? He goes, oh, every week. I said, how many years do you do that? I said, oh, my whole career, 20 years. He He said nobody was willing to do it. And I was like, I just figured out fun stuff to do on the plane. I met people, I read, and he's probably worth, I don't know, $500 million to $5 billion. Tough people make the money. You're never gonna beat a tough dude or a tough woman. Some people, I was like, you wanna come to Vegas? There was people like, you're too busy. I'm like, we'll fly and come back the next day. So 2 lessons, talk to strangers, and do not be afraid to get on a plane at any moment. It's the safest travel. The last time someone's died in American commercial traffic death was like 2013. Nobody dies. They're safe as hell. You're way safer than driving here. So social skills. I'll give you one thing and then we'll go practice it tonight. We'll talk more on social skills. And this directly makes you money. In fact, Jim Collins, you ever heard of him? Good to Great. He's the kind of the most, he's the new Drucker. I had him mentor me once. I had a little session with him. And he wrote the best-selling business books of modern time, Good to Great, Built to Last. He has in there, the luckiest thing that will ever happen to you for making money is not a business idea. It's not catching a trend. It's who you will accidentally meet at some point in your life. And the richest guy I've ever had dinner with, Steve Ballmer's like, you know, most of my success is like, I happen to be in the same dorm as this kid named Bill Gates. The best money story, by the way, somebody like money. What's the best investment of all time? Huh? Buying the copper pot?
Yeah, the Coca-Cola recipe.
Okay. Who's the person that did it? Let's do modern, the last 50 years. Greatest investment. Apple, Amazon, nah. One luck event kid was at a dorm at Harvard, met another kid, said, not Zuckerberg. He said, I'll give Zuckerberg like 8-10 grand to run the servers in exchange for a large chunk of the company. It was Eduardo Severin. He gave Mark Zuckerberg. It wasn't Mark Zuckerberg. Eduardo Severin made, nobody knows the number. He left America. IRS changed the tax law because of one kid. He worked approximately 1 hour and made between $8 to $18 billion. You know how much money that is for 1 hour of work? He smoked everybody. What was it? He talked to strangers. There was other kids in there, in the dorm with Mark Zuckerberg that didn't talk to him. There was other Steve Ballmer. Your shyness has already robbed you for sure of 7, maybe 8, possibly 9 figures. Let me repeat that. The shyness, the social anxiety, I'm an introvert, I have to recharge my batteries. Who believes that's good psychology? You think that's real science of introversion? Let me give you a prime example of how stupidity spreads on social media. Who here has heard that an introvert needs to recharge their batteries? That's the definition. Who made that up? But who studies psychology? It's the most common bullshit lie that gets spread around social media that allows introverts to have excuses for not overcoming what's more likely anxiety. You don't believe me? Who invented the word introversion and extrovert? Carl Jung. Read his book. He defines it in the fucking book. It's on iBooks and Amazon. Nobody reads the sources anymore. That's why you all are lied to. You listen to influencers who regurgitate stuff, but they didn't read it either. I go to the source. Carl Jung said that's not what an introvert or extrovert is. An extrovert processes the world through his exterior senses. The introvert processes it through inner thinking. Stephen Hawking maybe was an introvert. He was paralyzed. He thought about the universe in his head. That's kind of introverted energy. Extrovert is me. I learn by actually talking with you all. I'm glad you all are here. I'm not just doing you a favor to be here. You're doing me a favor. As I talk and interact, I learn. So who here is bought into, I'm an introvert, so I'm just not the kind of person who talks to people, strangers? Be honest. There should be half the hands. Who here has missed an opportunity because they haven't talked to a stranger? Who here has ever seen the man or woman of their dreams, but you're too much of a pussy to talk to them? Why? Strangers, you can't be embarrassed by strangers because they'll never see you again. Men are funny. What do men say? Red pill men. Women shouldn't be president because they're more what? More emotional. Oh, the most emotional people, if you define it by illogical, is men. Men go to war for a cause they don't believe in, to die for rich men when they're from the ghetto. If men were logical, all the people in America would be like, I ain't gonna fucking go into Vietnam. You know who got in a big argument with my grandfather, who was pro-Vietnam War, domino theory, run by all people in America, presidents? My grandma. I thought women weren't logical. My grandma said, why are you fighting in a war that we don't even know what's going on there? Leave it alone. So men, on a logical basis, see women that they're attracted. Women don't fall in love as quickly just by looks. Men do. And men puss out the most. So if you were logical, wouldn't you be a robot and say, I am a robot, there is a woman I am very attracted to, I am in a setting where if I am rejected, no one will ever notice, but you still are a pussy. Therefore, you're equally illogical, or more so than women. Don't go down that deep red pill. Red pill is 80% true and 20% massive garbage, and you don't know which 20 is correct and what's the truth. Women are more emotional, but not more illogical. And God help you if you ever meet a dude who tells you about his PhD or his engineering degree. You have met an emotional bitch, trust me. Oh, emotional bitch. Hey, video game kid. Hey, porn watcher, why don't you go meet a hot girl that looks like the girl on porn? He's afraid because he's dominated by emotions. So in my third pillar, for both men and women, but especially men, it's harder for me to speak to the experience of a woman because I'm not a woman. I try to give my insight to women, but I can't tell you the deep experience of a woman. But I can tell you the experience of a man. And that is, put on your big boy pants, talk to strangers a lot. So I have this thing in 40 moves. You talk to 40 people, strangers, in the next 40 days. And once you do that, and you put a little thick skin, you then talk to 40 people a week. And then you do 40 people in one day. And when you get to that level, now you're at a black belt level, all things in your life that suck begin to go away. One chess move. You meet somebody like I met. By the way, when I flew to Germany to meet that German guy, you know what he told me? Ty, I'm in online. He owns a lot of the magazines, print magazines. He said, I think this business is dying. I think a good business is to sell educational stuff online. This is me in 2013. So I think this is something, let me show you some tricks on how I became a publisher of information. Do you think that was a helpful meeting for me? Did I make any money in publishing information online? I think I may be the most in human history of revenue from selling online education from an individual person. Grant Cardone maybe has, I've stopped for 3 years kind of. Who's gonna try 40 strangers in 40 days? Don't just make it all about women. I was just with Mystery. He's the most famous pickup artist. He's a true genius. I've gotten to know him. I've read his books for years, but he's great at just talking to people, including men. Including men. It's a big mistake that men conserve all their energy and only talk to women. In fact, what Mystery, one of the surprising things, he pretty much only likes to talk to women when they're with men. He said all hot women are protected by men. So he knows how to disarm. He's like, my favorite is a 5-set. 2 girls and 3 guys. He's like, I walk in there and control the whole thing. And he's like, I can walk out with both the girls. And the dudes are like, yeah, take them. They're so mesmerized. He's like a magician. So all men here, now women, I also highly recommend that you learn this skill. Women just have to be careful of talking to strange men because men can misinterpret it. There's a famous study where women were told as cashiers at a grocery store to smile and be friendly to every dude who came, strangers. The amount of stalkers went so high they had to shut down the study because so that's why women use resting bitch face to protect themselves. So women have to learn how to talk to other women because women are very catty to each other. Even right here, right now, I can tell a body language not all the women have talked to each other. Here's how women do. That dress kind of short, she's a slut, I don't want to know her. Men don't do that. I rarely see a dude like, brah, motherfucker got shorts on. Women do a different level. Women have their own illogical behaviors. Women, don't bring your cultural standards into things. Go talk to women who even look slutty. Once in a while, you're talking to the next Rihanna, who I've met. Rihanna is probably, people ask me the greatest celebrity I've ever met that made the biggest impression would be Rihanna. She's like women say they're a queen. Like, I'm a queen. I'm like, I've met a queen before. You meet Rihanna, you're like, she has like an aura, even stronger than any dude I've met. So, but if you met Rihanna when she was doing one of her performances, she might have on something that you're like, oh, she's slutty. So women have a different set of, women bring cultural biases to interpersonal relationships with other women. Go meet a woman and befriend someone who's a slut. You may learn something that helps you in your own marriage. But it doesn't mean you have to become your best friend where you spend every waking moment with them. But when you bring your cultural biases, and this is men and women, to social settings, you judge things that you know not of. So that's why I said it's better to be a robot. When I was helping some guys get better with women, I was in Finland a couple months ago, and there was a guy. I wanted to say to him, you ever seen where Simon Cowell goes, "You're the worst voice I've ever heard"? You ever seen those where Simon used to say that? I want to say this, dude, you are the worst man on earth with women. You have won the award. I've never met a human that, like, for example, Mystery would he teaches guys how to be playful with women. So he'll be walking, this famous pickup artist guy, he'll be walking, and if there's women behind him, he'll turn and be like, oh, are you guys stalking me? And just like open the conversation, but they're just walking behind. This dude would do it like this. Stop stalking me. And they would leave. And I was like, delivery, buddy, delivery. He was saying, are you stalking me? And I was like, so this guy was the worst guy I've ever met with women. But what I told him is, there's an old rule, turn right. First on the right or first on the left. You walk into a building, first person on the right, talk to. So he was like, that won't work. I'm super picky. I only want to talk to the pretty women. I was like, watch this. So we were in Helsinki, Finland. There's a it's called is it May 1st or May 5th? I was there for a week. It's May 5th it's called. It's like their 4th of July. So there's 1 million people out in the city. And we're on this hillside, and I go, I'm gonna talk to every single group that walks by. So I'll talk to one, I talk to them. The second they leave, the next group goes. He's like, I don't believe, it was a weird guy. He was from French. French people are always fucking pessimistic, right? Most mental illness of any Western country is France. So the new study just came out. So I just said, okay. So I talked to this guy. Nothing came of it, walks. I remember this dude comes by. It was like 4 guys and 4 girls. And he had like complete tattoos over his body. But they were kind of cool. Like 4 guys, 4 girls. But the Finnish guys are pretty fucking tall. I couldn't tell there was this one pretty girl because they were in front. So I turned to the guy and remember, when you do this rapid fire, which is great to do, you just say anything. So I was just like, because you can get into pickup and conversational social game where you're like memorizing routine, and that's also good to do. I have they call them like openings, you can stack on top of each other. But I just turned to this guy, I was like, I've always wanted to get a tattoo. Where'd you get that? And obviously the dude loved his tattoos because they put them on his face. So he stopped and he was kind of like, oh yeah, like I got it. And he named something in Finnish. It's not an easy language. It's like, street. And there was this girl that was way shorter than the guy. He was probably like 6'6". And she comes out and I saw her finally. And so I said, it's like, what did he say? And she's like, oh, and she was super exotic. I actually posted her on my Snapchat. People were like, who is this woman? She was half Finnish, half Spanish. She looked like the Catwoman, like Halle Berry, but like no contact. She had like green eyes it's a wild look. Anything mixed with like Swedish. So she was like super beautiful. And I go, can you DM it to me? Because I'm never gonna find that street. So she's like, DM me the address. Like a week later, I like went out to dinner with her. It's not like somebody I fell in love with, but that guy was blown away. I was like, talk to anybody. I didn't go, well, I'm only gonna make the income of the 5 men that I spend the most time around. This guy's a face tattoo, therefore culturally he's probably not that good at business. And fuck that, rapid fire machine gun. If any of you were extra skilled, by the time this 2 days is over, you would have probed every person in this room. You can't do it by looks. That's where women mess up. Women are wacky, judgmental on looks. Men in general aren't going like, oh, the guy's better looking, I'll talk to him. Women, they call that the halo effect. So if you're a woman, try the rapid fire thing. Talk to every woman at this thing. Give everybody a chance. You never know. And if you're a dude, turn right. So when we go to the foundation room, just walk around and your friend tap you on the shoulder, turn right. Who's ever there, talk to them. And your goal is for women to not yet find you attractive. It should take 67 days to build any level of like street game. So you're going in with the intention tonight of people thinking you're a tad bit weird. It's okay. That's another thing that freaks men out. Women going, ew. Dude, the best guy I've ever seen in the world, this guy Drago who worked for me, I asked him once, because I've never seen a dude that talented. Even Mystery's not like Drago, because Drago was a 10 in looks. He was like Chris Hemsworth with the ultimate social game. But he told me, I once like, how often do you get rejected? I thought he was gonna say like 5% of the time. He's like, oh, like at least 50% of the time. And when I realized that the best looking dude in the world with the most social skills, he helped me build a whole nightclub. 40 to 100 women a night came to my club because he was the doorman. He was a magnet. It was like made me money. It was before OnlyFans. I had my doorman. When I took over that club, I fired everybody because it was an old kind of hostile Colombian group that owned the nightclubs. But Giorgio told me, whatever you do, don't fire Drago. And I was like, what? He's like, trust me, wait till the first night. He'd wear a tuxedo, be out front. It was like having like Brad Pitt, or it was like having, he looked kind of like Johnny Depp in his prime. It was like having DiCaprio as your doorman, prime Titanic DiCaprio, and you own a nightclub for 20-year-old women. It's like, but that guy still was at a 50% rejection rate. So this is where men go wrong. With women, you have a misconception of what a talented dude will do. You can be the best looking guy in the world with the most social skill and $1 billion. Sometimes women, do you ever just get sick of men? It ain't a day where you want to talk to a guy. Anybody? Be honest. Women have those moments. They're not like men. Men are like always like, I meet a pretty girl. Like, you could have like lost your arm and like a pretty girl. Like, I'll talk to you right now. Like, I'll talk to you before I go to the hospital. Women are more selective. So men, tonight when you go into it, if there's a woman there at the foundation room, you should be at like 5% right now. So you should need to approach 20 women before one of them's remotely interested in you. And that's if you're a decent looking guy in decent shape. If you ain't good looking and you let your body run down, you can be at 1%, but just do it anyway. Because it also motivates you in the gym. I motivate some of my friends. I told them, put a picture on the fridge of the woman you find the most attractive that has you in the friend zone. And before you grab a Twinkie, before you grab ice cream, it's like, the massive men lead lives of quiet desperation. What we call resignation is confirmed desperation. What we call desperation is confirmed. So I say, you open that, you eat the Twinkies and the cookies and the ice cream, you confirm the friend zone, buddy. Don't ever think women aren't visual. The good news is you can have an ugly face and make up for it in other things. So get your body right, but today you should be at a 1 to 5%. Unless, remember tonight I was with a friend, we went gambling. Remember the two guys talking to the girl that thought they were 9.9? There's hookers in in Vegas. These two dudes, Mindy went to the bathroom and I was like, I should film these guys, but I don't want to because they don't know they're talking to a hooker. And she was like a 9 and the dude was like a 5. And boy, you let a man have confidence, they were spitting every line they knew. And I was thinking, bro, I want to go up to him and be like, you don't even need to talk. Why are you talking? These guys were talking game for like 30 minutes to this girl. I was like, she just wants your money. Just get it over with, man. So tonight, if you meet a woman, and normally 9s don't approach you and talk to you for a long period of time, it's a hooker. So you can practice on that, but don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. I want you to walk up to a resting bitch face woman. I'm gonna give you one line. Write this down. This is for men. Women do not have this problem. Women get too much attention from men. Any women here ever feel you get too much attention from men? Men, anyone here? Any man feel you're getting too much attention from women? You're like my damn Instagram DM. I just can't handle the volume. Everywhere I go, I just want to go to the gym and work out and like these beautiful women. Man, raise your hand if your life is impaired by approaches from women. Are you being approached too many times? Women, have you ever been bothered by approaches from men? Too much. Okay, so this is why we're talking. The sexes are different. Gender I'm not going to talk about, but we'll talk about the sexes. So men, here's a good opening line. I'm going to give you good and bad. This is my opinion. And I do think all men, you should be able to approach an attractive woman, even if you're married, not to cheat, but beautiful women also are often attached to the most powerful businessmen. That is a great, even if you don't care about, if you're a gay man, approach beautiful women, because often the most powerful businessman in that hotel is going to soon be coming up to her. So here's a couple horrible lines with women, in my opinion. Now, a lot of the guys teaching pickup on social media are so against what I'm about to say, but I've done okay with women in my day. I'll call bullshit on these guys. So I don't think you should do anything sexual or romantic at the beginning at all. Where did I get that? Well, my life experience, but also who's the most famous man in human history with women? We call men who are good with women a certain name. We say they're a Casanova. Who has ever gone to the source of Casanova? He's so well known. He was born in the 1600s. We still talk about him 450 years later. But yet, there's some new dude with 17,000 social media followers, some dude who you can't verify does well at all with women, and you're listening to his advice. What did Casanova say? Be a chameleon one, be the flame, not the moth. But another thing he said, I didn't like, it's a long paragraph. You should read it. It's the memoirs of Giacomo Casanova. I read it like once a year. He said, show women more than tell them. If you like a woman, show it by your actions, spend time with them. But I think it's a big mistake to walk up to a woman, one of you today at Vegas, and say, I just wanted to say, I saw you across the room. You're really beautiful, and I just wanted to introduce myself. I don't know who's teaching this on Instagram, but I would love to go film them in a double-blind, scientific, and just watch their numbers be decimated versus what I'm going to tell you. So I just think it's wrong. First off, beautiful women are inundated. How are you going to stand out by just saying he's beautiful? Number two, you're projecting low value to yourself. Number three, you're not engaging her mind, which puts you in the category of every dude on planet Earth. So a good one that I like is something when you're close to somebody. First off, I don't think a man should direct approach right up beeline to a woman. That's a sign of aggression in any primate. You don't go straight. Men are oftentimes, who's a man here who weighs over 220 pounds? Raise your hand. Okay, you weigh 2. Female next to you, how much do you weigh? Okay, 105. So you're roughly over 1x, right? 2x what she weighs, correct? Okay, how would you feel if a beeline 460-pound dude, how tall are you? 5 foot. How tall are you?
6 foot.
Okay. So she's 5/6 of you. So how'd you like if the mountain, who weighs about 450, the guy from the Game of Thrones, and he's about 6'8", 6'9", he just beeline approaches you. I saw you across the room. I wanted to know, I found you pretty attractive, and I needed to introduce myself.
You know what this is actually called? Dr. Buss is doing new scientific studies. It's actually called mind reading. Some people call it empathy. There's other words for it. To be good social, you have to get in the mind of a 5-foot woman who weighs 105 pounds. That's where men are oblivious. You're a grizzly bear coming up to a sheep, and you're like, why are you running? So much better today, try to position yourself in a natural position to where somebody is. Preferably you're with a group of people, so you're high status men are around other people, want to be with them. So subliminally, don't just move. This is even worse. You're 450-pound dude, okay? Women notice people at the club. Men are oblivious. Women have already staked out. So you're a 450-pound, 6'8" dude who's been standing alone like this the whole time. No friends, nothing. And then you beeline. And it's horrible. You put cortisol spikes through the roof. So better is to position yourself with a group of people. Can be men or women, preferably not a ton of dudes, or now you have gang warfare. What's even worse is if the mountain and his 6 buddies approach you. Found you pretty attractive over there. We just all needed to come talk to you. It was like a prison scene here, okay? So you walk up, position where you can speak over the shoulder. It's less aggressive. And say something like, me and my friend, we were just talking earlier. We had a little bit of an argument. Do you mind settling it? Is it better to be wanted or needed? And why? Pause. Now you're showing I'm interested if you're a smart person. She knows you're talking to her because you find her attractive. Why do you need to state it? That's like Elon Musk walks up and you're like, Elon, I wanted you to know that I admire you as a business guy, and that's why I want. He already knows that's why you're talking to him. He doesn't think it's because, his name's Elon. So just get to the point. But elicit, so that's a good one. Is it better to be wanted or needed? But then shut up. Let the woman say what she's going to say. And from there, you can bounce around. So I call those intellectual openers. I think it's better. We'll talk about this tomorrow in my 13th thesis. I think women seek 5 things from a man. One is archetypes. One's the surfer archetype. That's your body. Lean muscle, like a surfer. Brad Pitt has that, and Chris Hemsworth, Australian, was a surfer that you guys rated at 10. So that phenotype, body type should be surfer. Number 2, women like Clark Kent, nerd by day. Intellectual, smart. Women, have you ever met a guy who was very attractive, but eventually he was too stupid for you? Yeah. So you need to have an intellectual side. Third, a man should have the James Bond vibe. It's not wealthy men that do well, it's James Bond. So your apartment doesn't have to be the richest, most expensive. Your car doesn't have to be the nicest, but it needs to be classy. So at night, you need to be able to switch like at a dinner party into a classy mode. That's like a king vibe, James Bond. But you don't have to be a billionaire. Then the 4th vibe, archetype of man should be anybody. Who else does well with women? Yes. You? Oh, you just raised your hand as if it was, no, behind you. You were saying you do well with women. No, I was saying an archetype. I like your confidence. I was like, what other archetypes do well? Me. You are the archetype. No, the other one is a local celebrity. So it's good to go to the same restaurant and go to the same nightclub where you know the bouncers. You don't have to be a fan, and it's good to throw house parties because then you're the celebrity. Then lastly is the spiritual artist. Women are attracted to somebody who has depth too. Musicians have a different depth. It's not just logical, and they do very well. So tonight, when you're meeting strangers, whether it's male or female, but if it is a female, you want to show you have all 5 archetypes. You don't want to be too nerdy, because women eventually don't want a total nerd. You don't want a total rock star dude who's like at a club partying all the time. So this opening line, one other opening line that I think can work well too, it's simpler. Talk to the guy. It's way better. 80% of the time, the guy, if it's a group of guys, is not actually dating her. Women who are single, a lot of times love to go out in groups because it keeps men off of them. So approaching women in groups is often better. And
here's the good news. If she is dating somebody, let's say you approach, they call this a mix set. Owen, I'm gonna pretend you're a female. Wei Lin, you're a male. So I approach the guy. The guy's not afraid of you, right? He now knows you're not trying to hit on his girl because he may be in the friend zone and secretly like her, or maybe dating her. If she's beautiful, and she has Wei Lin, Owen's beautiful, he's probably a higher status man who may become a business ally. You talk to Wei Lin for a while. I don't like, but not too long. Because then sometimes the girl leaves and it's like, oh, my friend's been occupied. Then you say this. How do you two know each other? Then you'll find out the truth. If they says we're married or something, I'm not a big fan of, I don't think you should try to steal people's girls. I think it's weird. And you can get, every 1 in 100 times you do that, you get shot in the face. It's not a good, Napoleon's main general, one of the main generals, that Napoleon was the first trillionaire. He got shot in the face for, he was sleeping with too many wives. Finally, someone's like, this guy's gotta die. He's sleeping with our wives, pow. So I talk to you, if you're dating or in a relationship, then I just talk to both of you and make an ally and a friend for the future. If I find out it's friend zone, you can talk a little bit more to her. You can't lose. You can't lose in that scenario. And if they're both boring, you move on in 5 minutes and you've honed your skills like bodybuilding, reps. You need, let's say you need 15,000 reps to really be strong in this world. You've repped out 5 minutes of it. What's the quickest way from 0 to 100 grand? I'm gonna be giving out $1,000, but more importantly, give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach someone to fish, feed him for a lifetime. Fastest way from 0 to 100 grand. I've seen so many bizarre theories on the fastest way from 0 to 100 grand. If you want a real one that actually works, I'm gonna do it in real time right here. This is a case study. This may be the most important video you've watched in a while. I know that sounds cocky, but I'm serious. Listen and you'll see. Here's how you go from 0 to 100 grand, even if you don't live in a big city, even if you have no money to start with, even if you're 18 years old, 80 years old, it doesn't matter. Okay, who here? Josh, Rick, favorite restaurant in LA? Catch. I asked him before, so I'd have it ready. I'm gonna Google Catch LA. All right, I'm gonna do it manually. Here you go. You go to Catch LA. This is how I would go from 0 to 100. I'd get this person who owns this business to pay me $25,000 this year. And then I'd do it 4 times. That'd be 100 grand with nothing but the internet. So, first of all, you gotta do your homework. Step number 1, do a little bit of homework. Identify potential customers. You're gonna have to get somebody to give you the money legally. This is not how to rob a bank. That could work, but it won't work for long. So I go to Catch LA. I'm doing my homework because I'm gonna get a meeting. Number 3, meet the owner. Fastest way from 0 to 100 grand. So, I do a little homework on a business. It could be any business. I just picked a random one that my office, somebody likes to eat here. I go to their website. Now, I create the needs list. I'm gonna find everything wrong with this restaurant's website real fast. If I spend an hour on it, I'd find like 1,000 things, but let me just do, okay. First up, they have a pop-up of YouTube. Let's see, okay. First of all, it's not even a real picture, it's a drawing of a restaurant, which is very bizarre. Okay, let's watch this video, because I'm compiling my list. Okay, I'd stop right there. Idiotic. Nobody wants to watch a video of the restaurant being constructed. I like the restaurant because I want to eat there. Okay, compile list. Video, wrong. Double check my work. Let's click here to look at the video on YouTube. Okay, 10,000 views. Is that good? They posted in 2016. That's not so good for a popular restaurant. They've gotten 3 comments on a public video in 3 years. You want to know how a video is bad? If you get 1 comment a year. 1 comment, they don't even get a negative comment, they get no comments. Okay, so that's wrong. Now I look at their homepage. I'm going to teach you guys how to start a social media marketing agency, e-com agency, be a consultant. I've trained 285,000 people, but I'm going to do it for free. People are in my paid programs. For those of you who can't afford my paid programs, I'm going to show you right here. This is for real. This is a big restaurant here. They got money out the yin-yang. You prove your worth, they could drop $2,500 a month on a recurring contract with you and not even notice it. They could drop 10 grand a month. You could get one customer a year and go 0 to 100 grand. I'm just being conservative. There's nobody out there, by the way. There's nothing that I've ever seen on the internet right now that's a free video like this teaching you legit stuff to go from rags to riches. I've seen stupid stuff. I've seen unrealistic stuff. I mean, I do different things to make money. I make millions of dollars a month, but a lot of that stuff I can't show to people who are starting out because you can't do it, like real estate. I just bought 600 acres of real estate. I couldn't do that when I was starting out. I can't show you how to do that because you're not going to be able to, especially the kind of deals that I'm doing, you're not going to be able to do. But this anybody could do. You could do this at 18 as easily as 50 years old because young people believe about e-com, social media, and the internet. So look, first of all, why would you have a restaurant picture without the food, without the ambiance? Why would you have a picture of flowers? It looks like a florist. Why would you have your logo so big? Apple.com, the biggest company in history, look how smart they are. Apple's logo is that big. So I'm compiling my list. Apple's logo is that big. But Catch Seafood, they decided, most important thing to a restaurant experience, we need our logo massive, huge. What does Donald Trump always say? Huge. That's like, what the heck? Okay, next. What's the only reason any human ever goes to a restaurant website? Two things. 1, 2. Find out when it's open, find out the directions. Possibly number 3, the phone number. Do you see directions here? Possibly 4 to book a reservation. Do you see book reservation here? Do you see the hours here? Here's the phone number, teeny there, almost unviewable. Look at that. Who built this website? They got ripped off. I'm compiling my list. Video wrong, no address, no hours. Now, I scroll down, they do show the hours. Is this helpful to people? Look at this. Here, nope. Here, nope. Here, oh, here it is. It's written by somebody who doesn't know American English. It says opening hours. That's not how you say it in America. You say hours. So it's not even written correctly. Contact info, address. Is it clickable? Nope, non-clickable. That's a mistake right there. Okay, they have in the center, the most important area of a website, the God spot, timing. The average dining experience ranges from 90 minutes. Woo! Thank you for telling me that. I really go to websites. Number one thing I do is go to websites and I go, I wonder what their average dining time is. Chipotle. Before I eat at Chipotle, before I eat in a restaurant, I'm like, let me calculate the average dining experience. Okay, stupid. Now, don't call people stupid or you're not going to get them as a customer, but I'm just telling you what I think. This is actually good, but it's in the low corner. They won some big food award. Move that to the top. Now, website. Let's look at their social media. Okay, 99,000 followers. They're verified. That's good. This is horrible. Don't ever use, nobody wants to see weird emoji, like digitally created nightlife. They have a disco ball. Woo! Nothing screams place I want to go to than the disco ball. Reminds me, I had a business partner who was like 80 years old a long time ago, and he used to come to LA and be like, Ty, let's meet some broads and go to the disco. I swear he would say that, and I'd be like, don't say broads, do not say discos. There's no discos for over 25 years in Los Angeles. They're clubs and they're women, but do not meet a, look at that fine dame. that dame should come to the disco. He would also always try to book limos. I'm like, nobody uses limos really anymore, unless you're in a prom or you're doing your quinceañera at 15 years old. But okay, this website, Disco Ball. No phone number. I know they have multiple restaurants, but they're not listing right here their most popular restaurants' addresses. 385 likes on that picture. Horrible. This one, 466. They finally got one picture here. They got 1,377 because it has people's faces. But did they ever post a picture like that again? Nope. They're not even doubling down on what works. The people in my social media marketing program, I teach them, double down on what works. This is a gold mine right here. Now look, I'm going to show you something even more ninja. You're not even in my paid program. I'm going to show you this right here. You want to go 0 to 6 figures? One customer like that will make you $100,000 to $200,000 a year. You run a social media marketing agency, you fix their stuff for them. If you don't know how to do it, you can outsource the work. You can find people on Upwork that do the work. You can find other agencies. You control the client, money. There's nothing on the internet. I challenge you. Show me one thing that consistently will take people from rags to riches like what I'm showing you right here. Social media marketing agency, e-com agency. Social media marketing agency, I own the trademark on SMMA. I'm just saying that because I've trained. The reason the U.S. government gave me that trademark is because I've trained the most people on how to do this. I know what I'm talking about. I've trained over 40,000 people just in this, in my paid programs, in over 190 countries. Basically every country on planet Earth. So watch this ninja trick. You go to Google Site Speed. It's a free website that no business owners know about. So I'm compiling my list. I'm going to walk into the owner, get a meeting with the owner of Catch. I'm not going to do it, but you do it, okay? You take the website, Catch Restaurants website right here. It's called Catch Restaurants. I'm going to go here and I'm going to cut and paste it in real quick. And I'm going to analyze. Google does this. I'm going to print this out. I'm going to put it in a $1 3-ring binder that has the name of my social media marketing agency, and I'm going to hand it to the owner as a free gift. And look how professional this is. Did they teach you this at school? Have you seen anybody ever talking about this? No, nobody. Nobody's teaching you this right now. It's sad in this world. Nobody's teaching people legitimate ways to go from $0 to $100,000. And I don't care who you are, disenfranchised or not. Look at this. Their site out of 100, Google gives them a 1. Imagine if you did an exam in high school. How'd you do, Ty? Didn't do so well, Mom. Oh, you mean you got like a F, like a 60? No, a little worse. You got like a 50? That's bad. Mom, I got a 1. What's your SAT scores? 1. I'm a 1. What school can you get into? You can't even get into community college with a SAT score of 1. They got a 1 on their mobile. Their desktop got an 11. So I just come in here. I print this off. I press print screen, print this. Then when I presented it, here's my list for me. Did you know that whoever's running your website, Mr. Catch Restaurant, they forgot to eliminate render blocking resources. They're not deferring off-screen images. They didn't minify the JavaScript. They're not reducing server time response time. You might not even know what it means, but you can look right here and understand what it means. Time to first byte identifies the time at which your server sends a response. Their time to first byte is horrible. You're going to look like Albert Einstein with no college degree. No college degree. You're going to look like Albert Einstein if you listen to what I'm telling you right now. I can give you this 10 grand, or I can give you a way to make 10 grand a month. Forever. You get more and more customers. This is legit. So this is a free website. I'd print this off. I then walk in. Now what's the next step? I've compiled my list. I've printed off. Now people say, but Ty, how would you ever get the owner to meet with you? You go and eat at his restaurant or her restaurant. I don't know who owns this restaurant. They might be watching. So here's what I do. Number 3, secure the appointment. And just to be clear, for those of you who know this who are in my paid training program, you can also do this for dentists, doctors, cosmetic surgeons, real estate agents. They all have the same problem. They all don't know what they're doing. 99.99% of businesses, including large ones, I'll show you big companies that are doing this wrong. I don't recommend you start with the biggest companies. Start with smaller ones. You secure the appointment because you got to talk to them. You got to hand them this. How do you secure an appointment? Don't just use email. Don't just hide behind phone. Don't just text. Go eat at the restaurant. Or if it's dentist's office, have them clean your teeth. You got to get your teeth cleaned twice a year anyway. That's 2 clients you could secure or work on securing. So you come in there, eat at their restaurant. Figure out the time the owner's there. Then you go to your server. Hey, while you're eating their food, they're not going to say no to you. You say to them, hey, can I talk to the owner? The owner comes out. I go, hey, I got a little gift for you. I own a social media marketing agency. I'm
I'm gonna take my blazer off here. This one needs to be tailored a bit. It's too long. Sleeves are too long. Okay. So I secure the meeting, and I don't try to hard sell them. I don't try to hard sell. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna present and walk away. I'm gonna do what's called the takeaway. You know, Wolf of Wall Street in that movie is like, sell me this pen. Best way to sell this pen is to just say this simple message to the person you're trying to sell. I notice those pens you have, there's 10 things wrong with them. This one that I work at this company is way better. Anyway, talk to you later. Walk away. Reverse psychology 101. What do people think then? You know the best way to get a date with a girl? Start with the worst way. Here's the worst way to get a date with a girl. Go, please, 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 I really need this date. I'm lonely, I'm home. Could you please, 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 please? No, the best way, you meet somebody at Starbucks, you get you think of potential, you walk up to them, just say, just wanted to say, beautiful outfit you have on. You got good taste. Walk away. Especially if you know that person, maybe they work at the same building, they come back to the same Starbucks. Why you gotta be so thirsty and so hungry? You don't have to close this Catch LA client. This restaurant ain't going nowhere. They got $1 million in equipment sitting right there. That owner, I'm passing it on to him. I'm doing him a favor. I'm saying, hey, I want to refer my friends to your website, but when I send them to your website, it's a 1. It doesn't even load for them correctly. They can't figure out the address. They don't know how to book a reservation. I don't know who's doing it, but here's a little report I had I did along with Google. They'll respect Google. It gives your website a 1. And by the way, that's a 1 out of 100, not 1 out of 10. It's one of the worst. It's the worst rating I've ever seen. Actually, Catch got the worst rating I've never seen anyone get a 1. We just were messing with it earlier before I went live. Hand it to them, walk away, come back to eat in a week. Say, by the way, I found a couple other things. If you ever want me to just talk to your web people or your social media people, I could probably fix this for you real quick. This guy's got money. Catch LA has money. Mark my words. Most restaurant owners spent $200,000 to $500,000 to open their doors. You don't think they have $1,000 a month? I wouldn't even come with my $1,000 package. Then you understand, secure appointment, present, walk away. Man, I'm gonna get this video here ranked. I see all these videos on how to make this is how you make $1 million too. You get 10 customers like this. First person I trained to do this in 2016 made $1.2 million in their first 12 months doing this. So, questions, ladies and gentlemen. Who thinks, sometimes people go, Di, your programs don't give any, like I see you on social media, you're not giving any practical advice. Name somebody who ever gave you more practical advice than this right here. Name it. Show me the video, baby. E-com dropshipping ain't better than this. Even though I teach e-com dropshipping, you think it's more realistic that you're gonna make $1 million with 10 clients like this? BS. Real estate, you really think this is better in real estate? Real estate's better than this, what I just showed you? Everybody knows digital marketing. Even Victoria's Secret's going bankrupt because they don't know the digital game. Sears is gone, JCPenney's gone. The youngest billionaire in history used Snapchat and Instagram stories to sell her makeup. Name a video. I want to see the video. Don't name a person. Name the video. I know a lot of people out there giving advice, and that's great. Come on. Show me the practical plan. I just showed you. Who's the first person going to call Catch LA? I'm not going to take it. Go for it. You do it. Go, name a restaurant in your town. There's dentists, doctors. There are 20 million business owners in the U.S. conservatively. There's 19.5 million that don't know anything, and they're not even secure in what they're doing, meaning they are aware of the problem. They're aware from, you could do an e-com agency, you could do a social media marketing agency. This right here is what people should be doing. If you have no money or you don't know what to do, if you have some money, you can make a lot of money in this because you can even accelerate it. You get 10 clients like this, you're making $1 million a year. You get 10 small clients, you're making $25,000 a month. People go to school for 8 years to become a lawyer. And a lot of them do it for the money. Most people didn't go, you know what I want to do? I want to file forms. And nah, there's a few people that want to be lawyers for reasons other than money. Maybe half of them. Half the lawyers are out there because mommy and daddy said you make a lot of money in it. BS. Start an agency like this. Start an agency. The world doesn't need more lawyers. Please, Lord.
California doesn't need more lawyers. There's a couple 100,000 lawyers here all suing each other, just making money for the lawyers, not for the people. Page speed insight. So, next thing, walk away and then build. Here's your funnel. The funnel's large at the top. You're talking to 40 restaurant. You're not closing them all. Dentists, doctors, cosmetic surgeons. Now, guess what happens here? Automatically, 50% of people say no to anything you do. I will tell you this. I gave away cars, brand new Mustangs. Out of the 12, I either gave away 10 or 12 cars. Out of the 10 or 12 cars I gave away, 2 people said no. I said, what do you mean? You won. They said, well, we don't believe this is actually Ty Lopez giving away a car. We think it's a scam. I said, my assistant said, well, Ty, I'll FaceTime you. What's your number? I'm not giving you my number. So you know what I said to you? You part of the 50%, that's stupid. You blocked your blessings. I was going to give you a car, I gave it to someone else. One of those people figured out it was actually real because I mentioned their name, and they came and said, no, I want the car now. I said, sorry. You block your blessing, you snooze, you lose. So 50% of these restaurants just going to say no flat out. Their mom, their brother, their sister is doing their social media and their website maintenance. They're not going to get you. There's nothing you can do. Just walk away. 25% of people are going to be highly interested. Focus on those. So 50% say no, just right out the gate. They block their. If 2 out of 12 people that I gave brand new $30,000 cars said no to, definitely 50% of people you try to sell a service to are going to say no. So forget about them. 50%. I had a friend that was probably the best on planet Earth. I used to own a lot of nightclubs. I've been around a lot of guys that think they're good with women. He was the best. I used to call him Mr. X because he didn't want me to say his name on my live streams. But this guy, you've never seen out in public more women throwing themselves at a man than this guy, okay? He used to be the doorman at one of my nightclubs in North Carolina. Anyway, I once asked him, Mr. X, I said, his real name, his name's Drago, is his name. He's Puerto Rican and Romanian. Now he told me he doesn't care if I say his name. He was married for a second and he didn't want me to say it. He stayed married for about approximately 33 days and then was like, got in trouble. And I saw his Facebook went from like married to unmarried in under a month. I told him, I was like, Drago, don't get married. You're not the guy to get married. But I once asked him, do you get rejected a lot? And he told me 50% of the time. Now, which that's pretty good because most guys get rejected 99% of the time. But he's like, I said, how do you deal with rejection? He looked at me and said, Ty, I just am looking for people who have good taste. When people said no to him, he just looked at him like, what is wrong with you? Now, that may be a little narcissistic, but again, you're bringing a badass service to a restaurant that's getting a 1. If they reject you, just be like, bet they have no idea who should be helping them. They got nothing. So 25% of people are laters. They're not maybes. See, people think a maybe is a no. BS. Usually a maybe is a later. They're not ready today. They're busy. And 25% of people are what I call highly interested, meaning you can close this 25% between 1 day and 6 weeks of talking to them. There you go. 0 to 100 grand. What are the questions? What are the questions? Now, I'm going to answer one of them. Number 5, you have to know how to charge them. You got to know how to charge them. Please do not offer your 3-month service for $20. Nothing. It's $1,000 minimum per month. They can cancel anytime. Sometimes you can convince them to sign a multi-month or even multi-year contract. It's a little harder. I recommend $1,000 for your basic package, $2,500 for your more advanced, and then $5,000 to $10,000 if you're going to run Facebook ads for them. Okay? And you can charge a setup fee, but whatever. This works well right here. Stick with that. Let's say you average $1,500 a month per client. 5 clients get you to 6 figures. 5 in America. 5. Now you say, Ty, I live in a small town. Okay. Start emailing some people. Start DMing some people. Start getting on some phone calls. Take a trip, baby. Move. People always go, oh, I live in a small town. Well, so do lots of people and they move. Or you move, and then you go back to your small town. Take a week off. Go get some customers. New York City, man. New York City is full of half-empty restaurants where their rent is $20,000 a month. This works. I started teaching in 2016. Then I built SMMA 2.0. Then I built e-com agency where you can do this with not just restaurants, but you can do it with people selling physical goods. This thing consistently, I have so many testimonials on my phone that I almost am like, if I show people this, they won't even believe them. 2 people didn't believe I was giving a car away, even though I was on the news and all over the place giving away cars. So do the math. Can you do this in India? Absolutely. I was just at Grant Cardone's 10X conference. A girl came up to me at the end. She said, Ty, I want you to know I flew all the way here from India. She's doing, I can't remember if she's doing SMMA or e-com agency, but she's making $4,000 a month, which she says is the equivalent of like $10,000 to $15,000 a month in American dollars in India. Because if you live in India, you can get customers in America. You can get customers in Australia. Stop. There's no constraints anymore. There's no constraints. Ty, what do they say when they ask what do the other packages offer? This is basically like $1,000 a month. What I would do is you're the head quarterback. They already have their own, let's say they already have their own website designer. You'd work with them. You would work with their social media person to say, okay, let's post more of this and less of this. For $2,500 a month, I'd start doing the work for them. And if they want you to send them customers, this is where the money is. I'm charging $5,000 to $10,000, and what you're going to do is you're going to spend some of that on Facebook. That doesn't all go in your pocket. This, most of it can go in your pocket. This here, let's say you charge 10 grand, you'll say, look, I charge $2,500 out of that 10,000 for me to do the work, the Facebook ads for you. 7,500 is spent on Facebook. Okay, so you're bringing in 10,000 and you're netting 25% margins. That's great margins. You can manage 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 businesses, and you're making $2,500 a piece. If you got 5, you're doing over $10,000 a month. If you have 10, you're over 20,000. It just works. It just works. It's not going to work forever because I've already trained 40,000 people to do it. The window is narrowing, but it still works because more and more businesses are going bankrupt. Ty, do we need a certification to start a social media agency? You do not. You can start. I have a 4-month certification program. I didn't even do this to sell, but anyway, I'm doing a spring sale. I'll talk about that in a second. I'm giving my top 4 programs for $2,200 off. For spring is here, baby. What do they say in Game of Thrones? Winter is coming. Winter is leaving. Winter is leaving. I don't know where you are in life, but if you haven't jumped on this train, I'm like, what are you doing? People go, should I go to college? Well, yeah, go to college, but do this first. Do this simultaneously. Do this concurrently. Why not? Get 2 customers. I went to college for 1 little quarter, NC State. I worked at the cafe or something. I made $80 after taxes in 2 weeks. I was like, this is not sustainable. You know, I was even in state. It was $1,000 or whatever per, and plus textbooks were $400, and I was making $80 every 2 weeks. I said, this isn't sustainable. This isn't sustainable. What are you doing right now? Is this sustainable? Ty, I started SMMA 2 weeks ago and been reaching out to business, started phase 2. Your friend Drago is from Game of Thrones. Here, let me just start. Here's a check right here. Look at this. USESH. I'm going to start scrolling through the testimonials of people doing this. I have a private Facebook group for everybody that's in my paid program. Check this out. He wrote, here's his check, $7,200 check, $7,200 check. Right there, made out, you can see, he lives in Pleasanton, California. He said, yeah, he got paid $7,200 for 2 weeks of work. Let's just go through this. Tell me when to stop. Here, look, let me show you. In WhatsApp, there's 1,091 testimonials I just keep. Tell me when to stop, Sam.
Stop.
That's the one I stopped on last time. Do a different one. People are going to think it's fake. Oh, I forgot. This is where you forget to back up your WhatsApp. I got to grab my other phone. Let's see. Hi, Ty. My name is AJ. I've been in Ty's program since December 26. Here's a video. Oh, he shot a video. I went from averaging only $300 a customer to over $2,500. Ring the bell. $4,000 sign for my gym owner. I forgot to mention, go to your gyms. Go to your gyms. Watch this. Who needs to see a second case study just to know this is for real? Watch this. Gym, Los Angeles. Let's just go. I'm not even going to pick one of the big gyms. Granite Gym. You ever heard of Granite Gym? It's not even a chain. Let's go to Granite Gym. Let's go to their website. Oh, those are great. First, I'm going to tell them, did you know what shows up? Look, here's another thing you can fix for them. So Google gives you a business listing. Look what they're showing as their business listing photos for their gym. This is a gold mine. Charge them $1,000 to fix this. It's showing the outside renovation with everything Can you see that? That's insane. I'm walking into them. I'm going, bro, when people Google you, they're seeing, oh, look at this. This is a nightmare. There's nothing good about this website. They don't have a video. There's no people in it. It looks like, I thought that was blood. Granite Gym they got a murder in the building and then they documented it on their homepage. I bet you these people know a lot about running a gym. There, it's Grant Roberts and trainers. I don't know who this is. America's Most Exclusive Gym. Well, if you're going to run America's Most Exclusive Gym, you may want to have a website that's decent. Let's go over to our Google site speed. Let's see what our page speed insights are. Remember, it's not just speed you want. There's other things that you want. You want it to render correctly on a mobile phone, for example. Why is this? All right, here we go. Granite Gym. Let's look at their social media. Another potential customer that right here, Granite Gym Instagram. This guy probably spent $300,000 to build his gym. Still, a 46 out of 100. Better than a 1. But imagine coming home from school. How'd you do on your exams? I did pretty good. Oh, you got a 95, an A? No, a little lower. Oh, you got a 70? You got a D? No, You got a 46? You're going to get your butt beat by your parents. Now look, their desktop got an 83, which is average. So don't let them rest on their laurels. Let's look at Granite Gyms. Oh no, I'm already worried. There's 12 posts and 248 followers. You're not going to be able to call yourself America's Most Elite Gym and go, and I have proof. 248 people have approved me. No, I mean, they get 610. This is not good. Walk in, fix this. It's a smaller business. I would only charge $1,000 to fix it on retainer. They get a whopping 2 comments per video. 2. Say, my friend, we're going to have to fix this for you. Why'd you spend $300,000 opening a gym and you spend $3 on your website? You spent $300,000 on your gym and your equipment. You leased a building and you got an Instagram worth $50. You see what I'm saying? This is legit opportunity. Forget what everybody's telling you. Oh, this is how you're going to make money. You want to go rags to riches, you start a social media marketing agency or an e-com agency. That's the start. Then you can do drop shipping of your own products. You can do e-com. You can do Amazon. Then you can start reinvesting the profits back in real estate. You should repair your credit so that you can start running some of this on a credit card. Not getting yourself into debt, but building assets with a credit card is different than building debt, consumer debt. GG Compass says, I made $2,000 in your program. Ty, should we do the first month free to prove the service? Do not. What you got to prove? Prove what? No, do not undersell yourself. For those of you who go through my 4-month program, you have a certification from me. It's not a college degree, but name a college professor who knows more about social media than me and my team. Name a professor, name a Wharton professor that you're going to get $80,000 a year for Wharton MBA. Me and my business partner Alex did $1 billion in online sales and spent $500 million on social media, more than 500. I posted a picture of an S1 public filing of one of my business partner Alex's company showing $500 million in marketing spent digitally. So you learning from the best that I know, not even all me, just to be clear. So I gotta go. What time is Alex already down here?
Not that I've seen Mike.
So here's the thing. I actually started out going live because I was gonna announce I'm gonna do my 4 top mentor programs. I'm gonna put a link What is the URL? For spring here, we're going to close this up here in a minute. But for spring, I'm going to do my top 4 programs. The social media marketing agency program, e-com, real estate investing. These are all my mentor programs. And how to repair your credit. Those programs right there, I'm going to do, normally those are 2,200, is it 22 or 2,500? Yeah, normally they're like 2,500 bucks. We're going to cut $2,200 off of it. Or you can just buy, if you're already in one of the programs, you can just buy another one. Is it 97 per or something like that, Ben? 197. You can buy them individually for 197, one-time payment, not recurring. I'm not really trying to sell you stuff, but I see a lot of you being like, how can I get in this? So if you want to save $2,200, if you want to wait till spring sale is passed, no problem. This would be, I'll make more money that way. Oh, perfect. Oh, I got more time. Yeah. They're coming here. Yeah. I'm working on we own a big investment company, and we got some people flying in from Boston. So I was supposed to go all the way to LAX to meet them, but they're coming here. Cool, I got some more time for you. So you can get all 4 of them for $497, or you can do $197 each. If you buy the bundle, you save the most money. Anyway, the link is either in the below or it's on your little social media, or what is the link? TaiLopez.com/springlive. Do we have the list of everything they're going to get? How many things has it been? 58. What? There's 68 different areas you're going to learn in this. It's going to be more than you actually need. I'll pull it up. We'll pull it up. It's not even there's way more than 68 lessons, but we broke it out into like, what are you going to learn? For that, it's like 68 things. I know some of you can't afford it, so if somebody you can't afford it, fine. Just use what I taught you in this free thing right there. It's not as good as if you go through the full program, but you can already know more than Catch LA. You can already know more than Granite Gym, America's best gym, says 4 people.
There we go, and we'll cut to it.
Yeah, here's all the things you're going to get. I don't even know if I have time to read all this. Starting the LBA can help you find more clients. The secret Google key phrase that helps you find businesses already paying at least $345 a month for video marketing. How to get Facebook video views for less than 0.00002 cents each. A 4-letter acronym. We're going into e-commerce. 3 free websites where you can find niche products to sell at least 300 to 400% markup if you want to start selling your own stuff. 5 specific ad templates that build a $20 million a year marketing agency. I'm giving you templates. I'm giving you scripts. I'm giving you exactly what to say. So, yeah. Hey there, Chief. Dropped by to say hello, but got to go to sleep. I'm giving this a shot tomorrow, then I'll try and buy the programs. Yeah, if you don't have any money, if you're truly rags to riches, just go out and start hustling. If you got a teeny bit, by the way, this comes out to 4 programs. It's 16 months worth of training, but I mean, I would do them all within the next 4 to 6 months. You can just watch, they're just on your phone. It's a password protected site. You log in, don't share it with anybody or it'll lock you out. It's just for you. You listen to them audio, video, do 10, 15 minutes of training a day. This year is going to be your year. This year is going to be your year. I can tell you I've been from rags to riches. I know there's people out there teaching. Some of them have been from rags to riches, some haven't. But I spent most of my teenage years in a mobile home. Now, I wasn't the poorest person in the world, for sure. I always had enough food, but, you're not really balling growing up if you live in a mobile home. That's one thing I've discovered. You know what? I found the mobile home is it's still there. Oh. It's on Google Earth. And you can like zoom in, and they added a little, it's like so cheesy. Whoever lives there now added a little like roof so that when you come in, because we just had it where you walk in, like if it's raining, you just like bring the water, and they added a little, looks like they built it with like paper mache. So when was SMA 330? You mean 3.0? You've been there? Somebody said they've been to you've been to where I grew up? I doubt it. Let's see, questions. Who has a question on anything that I taught here? Ty, your offer is even cheaper. Dude, this is not my normal price, so for those of you who wait, you're gonna have to pay the full price. I just wanted to announce this. That's the real reason that I kind of did this, but I want to just give like free value to people that go, oh, is this realistic? Like, this is realistic right here. What about under 16? You can, I've seen, but you got to get your parents' permission. They're coming here? Yeah. Good. I told you, I said, tell them. Alex, my business partner, does not always believe me. And then after, he's like, oh, I believe you. Ty, do you have a sale on the e-com agency course? That is not part of this. That's a real new one. But these 4 are my most tried and true. Ty, what do you think about Robinhood? That's fine, but you got to have money in Robinhood. Robinhood's just how to invest like in the stock market and stuff. Well, if you don't have any money, it takes money to make money. That's the problem with all these things that people say. Well, what do you do if you don't have much money? What do you do if you don't have much money? So, someone said this is ridiculously realistic. Yep, I agree. It's amazing. I've been talking about this since 2016. And a crazy amount of people got in, but you know how many people in the same time that I launched this program that actually works, 10 million people went through college and got degrees that they'll never use again. They got art history, they got freaking English. I meet people with English degrees. Oh, what's your native language? Oh, I was born in America. Oh, you mean you speak English? Oh, yeah. Oh, but you got an English? You mean you got a piece of paper? Oh, that didn't cost you much, right? Because you already kind of knew English. No. I spent 4 years of the prime of my life getting an English degree. Oh, really? Why? Oh, I don't know. You have to, that's how you become a writer.
Is at least not as bad as underwater civilization
Yeah.
degree, like that person we met.
Oh yeah, we had someone who had an underwater civilization degree. I'm like, just get some scuba gear, get a job, you could pioneer underwater civilization. But these English majors, Ernest Hemingway, you don't write better. I meet people that are very bourgeois. Well, you need this to write. You ain't better than Ernest Hemingway. I've read Ernest Hemingway. I just read one of his books. What was it? Bountiful, whatever. You're not better than Ernest Hemingway. He had no college degree. And let me tell you, you're definitely not better. William Shakespeare. Hey, William, got something for you. You really want to be a good writer, my friend? Let me put you in debt, $80,000 at a small private college where the degree won't get you even one job. And let me get you that English degree you've always needed. But I basically pioneered the English language as we know it. No, but you don't have a college degree. Writers need degrees. I get people arguing with me. I posted this on Instagram. I said, this kid last year made $22 million, okay? 7 years old, made $22 million per year on YouTube. So somebody commented, I don't know if I'll be able to find the comment here, but somebody commented, actually, it shows up on my Insta. This dude trying to hate on my video and this kid. He goes, this is one of my favorite comments that somebody's ever posted. Okay, 2,300 comments. Dalla Luca here writes, Ty, grammar is still important, so you won't talk like a monkey when you grow up. Well, monkeys can't talk at all, bro, so there's no grammar for a monkey. But I just wrote back, Dalla Luca, I'll take the 22 million as a 7-year-old with lifelong bad grammar. I'll be talking like a caveman. You give me 22 million at 7 years old. If you compound it using the rule of 72, you're a billionaire by like 30. You can pay someone else to speak for you. I wouldn't even speak anymore. People were like, that Thai guy got bad grammar. I would just I'd have like 2 people. I call them my grammicians. They're just grammaricians. They walk with me. Somebody asks me a question, I go, and they answer, wherefore art thou, Romeo? They speak in perfect English for me. Who cares? Come on, people. The death of common sense is now upon us. 7-year-olds make 22 million, and their best comeback is, the kid's wasting his time. The kid is wasting. He definitely should be learning what a dangling participle is. Because we all know there's only 2 things that have ever helped me in life. One was having millionaire mentors. Second, dangling participles. When I didn't know the difference between there, and there, my life was in chaos. I would go to pay my bills. I'd have no money. And Bank of America would go, we're going to give you a pass. What's the difference between who and whom? And nobody knows the difference between who and whom. And when I say nobody, somebody probably knows. that's very proud of the fact that they know that, and they're unimportant for planet Earth. Really. If you understand anything about language. Anyway, let me not even get on this stupid stuff. The world's so stupid that when I teach a legitimate, people are like, this must be scamming people, but $1.2 trillion in college debt is totally legit. One of the most profitable centers of the US government is student loan interest. That means the US government profits off its own 18 and 19-year-olds. I'll tell you the best thing to do at 18 years old. Get your finances in order. Go experiment with a lot of stuff. Go work in 12 different industries in 12 months. Go live in 4 different countries. You know how to live in 4 different countries? Build an agency, have 2 or 3 clients back in your hometown. Travel, they don't care if you're there. You can run Facebook ads from any internet source, any country in the world. My friend right now, I taught him, one of my best friends, we've been friends since I was 2, Jeremy. I trained him, he was getting a law degree. I said, come work for me. I'll teach you how to be an entrepreneur. He moved from Maine to Raleigh, North Carolina. Some of you, my first YouTube video in the Lamborghini, that guy sitting next to me, that's Jeremy. I said, I'll teach you what I know about the digital world, the coming revolution. He said, okay. Well, 2 years ago, he told me, Ty, I now know how to make enough money. He was working for me. He now travels the world. He's been back in the U.S. 1 month in the last 2 years. He met a girl who worked for me too. They both moved to Europe. They make good months. They do 600,000 gross. They own a company called Om and Ah. I'll put a link right here. It's like inspirational yoga stuff. Om and Ah. Right here. They own this company, Om and Ah London, right there. That's not her, but this company right here. Bad month, they make 60,000. Good months, they make 100 to 200,000 net. You know where he is right now? Let me show you. I'm going to show you a picture he sent me. He is in the Serengeti. He does all his work. He figured out that a Google Pixel phone works everywhere in America. Here's his video. This is what he sent me the other day. He goes, Ty, you got to come hang with me. He's riding. He's in Zimbabwe right now. He has a giraffe in his front. He has a zebra in his front yard. He went from rags to riches. He was just like me. We grew up together. My mom was a single mom, so we had a little bit less money than his mom and dad, but they didn't have money. You know what I'm saying? So the game right here is real. That's a real business. It's a well-done website. It's a well-done funnels. They all learn that. That's my best friend. And a woman who worked for me. And they end up getting married. So how much do you need to start? They started this with nothing. This started with nothing. What do you mean? Best way to make 0 to 100,000. If I don't make $100,000 a day, I'll have a heart attack at this point in my life. So when people come to me and go, Ty, can you teach me how to make $100,000 a year? I'm like, $100,000 a year? This is chump change. The only thing that separates you from me is I had people train me and you didn't. That's it. And you might have been more tricked than me. I never got tricked into getting in college debt. My entire college, I paid as I went. You know why? Because I didn't have enough. Finding millionaire mentors. New Zealand, Gary Townsend. Australia, Tasmania, Bill Mollison. Virginia, Joel Salatin, my first mentor. Mississippi, Dr. Gordon Hazard. Ireland, Michael Murphy. All these people just said, here's how I go. People I never met before. When I first got started, Corey Rudel had an online program. I paid over $400 for it. I remember it was all the money I had in the world at the time. You couldn't even do what I'm talking about now because there was no social media back then. But he showed me how to use Google AdWords. That's the difference between me and you. I met Corey Rudel before he died. That's the difference. And now I have 15 millionaire mentors. This is the difference. So you got to ask yourself, like, all those of you on YouTube, if it's crashing, go over to Instagram. So what else do I have to say? If anybody's getting in the test group here, Springs Hill, Alejandro Shiva, right here. I built myself my own app. From Tucson, Arizona, Kevin McCoy, North Richlands, Texas. that's one of my guys doing a test payment. I was gonna be like, Rihan, I know him. Lexington Garris, Fresno, California. Ali Para, oh, I thought it was Michael Berg, Stockholm, Sweden. I love Sweden. I lived there for a little while. It's a great place. Beautiful place. Sherrard D, Lomita, California. Some people are getting in the whole program, and some people, like Isaac got in the whole program from Chicago, Illinois, and some people are picking, you can mix and match. So that's fine too. What other questions should I answer? Google ads still useful? Absolutely. Much more, made the biggest difference ever. People, I'm in Trinidad, lifestyle arbitrage. A lot of you, you know what? I'm gonna tell you what to do right now. If you live outside the US, you got a great scenario. Sell into the US while you live in India, Pakistan, Mexico. I mean, the cost of living is nothing. Nothing. Yotai, who is the guy from North Richland Hills? Well, I don't know if I should give out his name, but for those of you in the Raptors suck, somebody's on the wrong YouTube channel. He thought he was watching a Raptors game. Are you a fan of Elon Musk? Yes. Nava.sa Sack said, I'm hitting 45,000 this month. Thank you, Ty. Awesome. Hey, Nava, send me an email. I always document each year taking 300 people from rags to riches. So email me viral videos on Instagram. How about that? Viral videos on YouTube. Virality is a real thing. Have I met Elon Musk? Yep. Yeah. 3-4 times. Ty definitely took notes. I'm been home after my car accident. This is a good way to learn more. Glad made it from the start. Definitely in the rags phase, but ready to grow. Ty, getting into the program is a problem in the small countries outside of the U.S. 2,000 U.S. So, I mean, no. You live in Brazil, you get two American clients, you're done. You're just chilling in the beaches of chilling. Rick? Oh, Rick's not here. Rick is getting his Brazilian wax done. Ty, I know you teach SMMA, but do you do it yourself? Yep. I own 15 brands. I do it for my own brands. I don't do it for other brands, but I teach you how to do it for other brands. I got my own brand. I got enough companies. I got Mentor Box. We got a big Farmer's Box food business. I got 15 other brands. I got real estate deals that I use. So I just do it for eventually some of you will become moguls and you can get your own. You can just run social media marketing for your own stuff. But when you're starting out, you don't have anything. Why does Google say your net worth is $5 million? I don't know. Because Google's easy to hack. That's why. I don't know. I'm always fascinated by people go, Ty, I should listen to this person because they have a higher net worth than this person. Well, by that logic, we should only listen to Jeff Bezos because everybody else can be trumped by Jeff Bezos. But we actually shouldn't listen to Jeff Bezos because in today's dollars, Rockefeller had $600 billion. He dwarfed all the billionaires combined. So you should only be reading Rockefeller books, right? People don't even know how to use their brain. People don't even know how to use their brain. So this business is worth $50 million. So how my net worth going to be $5 million? 80, it's more like 80, but conservatively 50 million. One of my brands. Best way to build equity, best way to build wealth is build brands. Brands. That's the only thing I have against drop shipping. Only drop ship to turn it into a brand, in my opinion. Does Kylie Jenner have more money than you selling makeup? Kylie Jenner got more money than almost anybody if you age adjusted. She's a billionaire. So she's a monster right now. I mean, she's made more money than Mark Zuckerberg in the same amount of life. How to get clients inside the US? This was all how to do it. Here. Have you ever invested in social media? Not exactly sure what that means. Have I ever invested money doing it? Well, I did giveaways. Yes, I've invested 8 figures into social media growth. 8 figures, more than 10 million bucks, way more. Ty, how do I start learning if I have no money or I'm young? Rewatch this video. That's how. Someone says Kylie Jenner's not self-made. Okay, nobody's self-made. You got a cell phone. 10 million kids born with HIV. Like somebody always got it worse and better than you. What's the point? Kylie Jenner's smarter than you think. And by the way, here's the way to think about it. She monetized 10 to 20 million followers on Snapchat, for example. That's where she really started into $1 billion. So if you have like 1/100th of that, you should be able to leverage it into $10 million. She's more talented than people think, I think. Ties, the Jordan Belfort program included? No, Jordan Belfort is different than me. Okay, so here's all the spring sale stuff that you're gonna get. I guess I'll end with this. What you're gonna get? You're gonna get 139 video lessons. This is just for one of the programs. It's already 45 hours, 50 hours of past live training recording. You're gonna learn from 40 different experts, not just me. So it's 95 hours of training over 4 months. How to think like a gold miner can help you overcome rejection, drastically reduce the time it takes to close your first client. This low-hanging fruit, 99% of businesses don't grab, that once you help them implement, will almost immediately improve their revenue. And this is not related to social media. Once you show them this, you're gonna look like a hero. The exact type of services to offer in your contract that makes paying you $1,000 a month minimum a no-brainer decision. And we're gonna give you a downloadable pricing template PDF. So we give you PDFs inside the program. How to turn $100 in ad spend into 1,000 plus email leads within 3 days. Note, the average revenue on an email lead is $1 a month. So if you do the math, that's potentially spending 100, turning it into $1,000 a month, 1,000% ROI. 3 must-do steps before you start looking for a client. The last one helps you overcome procrastination. People sometimes get intimidated in the program. We're gonna walk you right through this. What type of vocabulary and words to use when naming your agency? How do you name the agency? Some people have weird names. It messes you up. The exact offer structure that millionaire Joe Soto uses when creating campaigns for his clients with the step-by-step video. Downloadable spreadsheets with formulas you can use to calculate the lifetime value of a happy customer for any type of business. These are crucial for convincing data-driven business owners to pay you $1,000 to $10,000 a month. You're getting this all inside the program. Click in the little link here. Ty, can you take your Adderall? I've never taken Adderall in my life. Maybe I should. How starting an LBA can help you find more local clients than you have time to deal with on your own. Warning, do not implement this until you're ready to scale. This is how you make big money. We teach you how to start and how to scale. The secret Google key phrase that helps you find businesses already paying for marketing. How to get Facebook videos for less than point. This is huge. If you can get them views, they're gonna love you forever. Look at that number. It's not even 2 cents. It's a hundredth of a hundredth cent each. A 4-letter acronym I use to personally create viral videos. This is how I got to over 1.7 billion minutes. Then that's just for SMMA. Then there's e-com, which has 33 hours of training, 20 plus different e-commerce experts teaching you. So we're gonna talk about 3 free websites to find the product. Anyway, I'm gonna run out. Gonna need ADD to Adderall to read this whole thing. If you just go to the link, you can read it yourself and save my vocal cords. How much for this program? You can get the whole thing is $497 instead of $2,500 just for the spring. I did this in Black Friday and it helped a lot of people. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it again. Or if you're already in one of the programs, you can just get individual ones. So you're gonna get SMMA, Social Media Marketing Agency. You're gonna get e-com, how to sell online, e-commerce. You're gonna get real estate investing. Are they here? And you're gonna get the credit repair mentor program. That credit one gonna save some of your lives. Hey, Armand, are you here? Here you go. Let me read some of the credit stuff you're gonna get. Okay.
A minute and 20 left on Insta.
I got a minute and 20 left on Insta, then I'm gonna go. How to hack credit card points and travel 100% for free in luxury, enjoying first class flights. How to force banks to compete for your business and offer you exclusive rewards. How to avoid the little known mistakes that most people make that lower their credit scores, okay? The $2.95 gifts that have an 83% chance of convincing car and hotel employees to provide you with upgrades worth over $1,000. The 2-card combo you can use to achieve diamond and gold level rewards. How to claim $100 for free without making a single purchase. How to get a government agency to fight on your behalf and remove derogatory marks from your permanent record. This right here is almost the most important part of the credit program. I've seen people's credit score jump in 100 to 200 points in like a month. Okay? How to get them to waive the fees, how to change the baller status, exact site and script we use to fix and boost my credit score. I did this on myself as a test. It bumped me 109 points in 7 days. How about that? So, what else?
12 seconds left.
12 seconds left. Okay, I got to give some money away. Come right back, Instagram. I'm about to give this money away. Is there a poverty discount detail? That is that one. Can these be used internationally? Yes, sir. Definitely. Definitely. Why do you hate college degrees? I don't hate college degrees. I don't. And this is America. How you doing?
Good. How's it going?
I'm just finishing up here real quick, doing a little live call.
Awesome.
Ty, I've been watching every live stream. How to start from scratch. Business God, can we connect? I'm looking for another mentor. Ty, I've been subscribed for 4 years. How much money are you giving out? Oh, is this Instagram working? Hold on.
Yeah, I just reset it.
Okay, let's give some money away. Who needs some money? I said I'm gonna give 1,000. I'm gonna give 2 people. I'm gonna give 3 people. No, 4. I got 4 platforms. I'm gonna give 4 platforms, $250 each. So first, we're gonna start with YouTube. Here we go. YouTube. Ty, why are you so generous with your knowledge? I don't know. What goes around comes around. You help a lot of people, it comes back to you in all ways, financially and otherwise. Same with giving money away. What goes around comes around. Build goodwill in this world. Okay, $250 on YouTube for people who have been paying attention. What was the name of the restaurant that I did the first example in terms of who I would go to in LA? What was the name on YouTube of the restaurant? I'm watching. Somebody wrote Stacks. Oh, there's the first one. I found, oh man, holy crap.
I see it here.
Here, I'm gonna have to scroll up. I'm scrolling up the first, oh, damn it. Hold on one second, people. I can scroll up and I can find it. Because one guy spelled it wrong. He's going to be pissed. He wrote, look at it. Oh, no, I lost it. Did you find it?
Yeah, I see it right here.
What's the name?
I just lost it. It's Josh with something, but.
All right, we lost this person. Okay, I'm going to start over. That came too fast. Okay. Remember, it's not the first person to do it. It's the first one I see. So I'm purposely not looking at YouTube. Tell me when to stop because this thing goes too fast. Stop. Here we go. Eagles for Life. Eagles, F-O, Life. Wrote Catch. The first one I saw, not the first one. Eagles for Life. I'm going to do Eagle for Life. You need to reply with your Cash App so that I can know how to send you the money. Cash App or PayPal. PayPal always bans me for giving money away, which is wonderful. So genius of PayPal. If you use their service too much, they shut you down. Yay. Yay for dumb businesses. How dare you actually use our service a lot, Ty? Okay. Let's go to round 2, which is Facebook. I've neglected Facebook this entire live call. Sorry. There's 239 comments I didn't see. Okay, Facebook, to win the 250, people paying attention. What was the name of the site that you can use to analyze people's websites for free? Facebook. Facebook. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Facebook got such a lag, man. Almost. All right. Let me see. Let me make sure okay, I see the answer. Okay, Chris Solita got it. It's Page Speed Insights. You can see it right there. The other person wrote Google Insight. You were close, David Sierra, but I gotta be what, that's what it says right there. No, can't argue that. PageSpeed Insights, Chris Solita, $250. Now we're moving to Twitter. Poor old lowly Twitter. Sending people money who've been paying attention. What was the name of the gym that I gave as an example that you could get as your first customer? Twitter. Who saw the Joe Rogan Twitter thing with like Jack Dorsey and all them debating? Somebody wrote, okay, you guys should head over, follow me on Twitter. Planet Fitness. No. People are just trying to make ones up. Nope. Just writing the same thing as the other person who lost one ain't gonna make you win. Twitter, $250. Fitness for Life is not even close. Getting cold. There you go. KLIR Raymond. Granite Gym. KLIR Raymond. Reply with your Cash App or PayPal email. Sending you $250. KLIR Raymond. Okay, we got last but not least. We have Instagram, which people will really go crazy trying to win. I'm back to doing that Donald Trump talking thing that he did. I'll do this, then they'll take me to court, and then I'll be subpoenaed, and then that is a Donald Trump. Did you see what he did today? Donald Trump is by far the most entertaining president of all time. Yeah. Did you see what he called the Apple CEO today? No. He has him, you know, his name's Tim Cook. He says, they're sitting at a table, he goes, thank you very much, Tim Apple. He called him Tim Apple. It's a funny, I have not laughed at anything a president has done. It is fun. I gotta show you this. Tim Apple. It is the most trending thing on Tim Apple. The president just called Apple CEO Tim Apple. Wait, this is, and it was live, so you like had no choice but to stream it. I want to be called Tim I want to be called Thai Social Media. Here we go.
We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
He wasn't even trying to be mean. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. That is so funny. I'm near death, man. I've been watching that thing all day. I mean, it came out like an hour ago. Trump has a long history of fluff. This is why it's funny. Mark my words, Donald Trump didn't want to forget his name. So he was using like a mnemonic trick. You know, he'll be like Elon Musk Tesla. And he probably was supposed to be in his mind Tim Cook Apple, but he forgot the cook, so he just came out with Tim Apple. Thank you very much, Tim Apple. Look at this again. I got to watch this twice. This is funny. I don't care what side, if you're a Republican.
We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
And he says he has a certain accent. Very much, Tim Apple.
Did he correct him?
Oh, man, I was dying out here. He called him Tim Apple. That's the best thing about Donald Trump, how he called Little Marco, he called Low Energy Jeb. What were some other funny ones he had? That's just funny. Ty's been smoking tonight. Nope. Izzy says, please buy me some dinner tonight. Okay. Lagging IG, that's what I'm going to call it. Mitchell. Okay. Nancy. Yeah, what is it called now? Nancy Pelosi, like Pocahontas. What's the Pocahontas? Because she said she was Native American, but she's only like 5%. So he calls her Pocahontas.
That was Elizabeth Warren.
That's Elizabeth Warren, thank you. Yeah, what is Pelosi? What is she call? Does he have a name for AOC? I want to have that job. I want to be president and just think of names for people. Okay. All right, Instagram, who wants this cash? $250. Survey says, let's see. What should I do? What have I been talking about? Okay.
What was the Google site speed score for the first restaurant? What was their mobile speed score? What was it? I'm going to rename myself. What could I call myself? Ty Knowledge? People say that a lot. Ty, you're literally amazing. I'm going to call myself literally Ty. Okay, here's the first one. The first one I see is ooh_Ari. That's okay. Here it is. OOOH_ARI. Ooh Ari wins 250. I just gave away $1,000, but more importantly, if you watch the replay of this, I didn't just give a man a fish or a woman a fish. I showed you how to fish. Legit, 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 legit. Let's see here what comes up on YouTube, 0 to 100K. Let me see if there's any good YouTube videos on how to go. Let me just look here. There's building a crypto portfolio. Let me do this. Go from